Yi Yu has been reborn. In a bid to save his ostensibly frosty wife, he sacrificed his own life. A beauty brings calamity. To preserve his life, he resolutely determines to distance himself from Chu Menghan in this lifetime. However, the unfolding events appear to have spiraled beyond his control. Unexpectedly, Chu Menghan has also been reincarnated. In her new life, she possesses the ability to perceive Yi Yu's innermost thoughts. To atone for the regrets of their past life, she ardently begins to entice him, vowing to make Yi Yu fall in love with her. Furthermore, with Chu Menghan's resurrection, her rivals begin to appear one after another, as if everything has transformed. Good husband, you belong to me. You did in the last life, and you will in this one as well. Yi Yu, just give in to me. Yi Yu, don't even think about escaping. Yi Yu, if you disregard me today, I'll ensure you are bettered in tomorrow. Chapter 1. Cherish life. Stay away from Chu Menghan. Yi Yu gazed out the window in utter boredom, a memory flooding his mind. Why? He spat out a couple of mouthfuls of blood, trembling. I don't want this damn instinct. I never expected to see you cry. You look far more appealing when you shed tears than when you wear that cold expression. Stop talking. The doctor will be here shortly. Coughing, Yi Yu wheezed twice, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. I fear I'm nearing death. Don't say such things, Chu Menghan exclaimed, shaking her head in panic. You will not die. Yi Yu attempted to reach out, but thought, to marry such a beautiful wife and yet never even touched her. What a damn loss, before coughing again. Do not speak nonsense. Chu Menghan's voice was somewhat hoarse. As long as you live, I will agree to your request. You gasped for breath, struggling to articulate. You must not deceive me. I will not deceive you. Yi Yu exhaled, then closed his eyes, succumbing to darkness. Shortly thereafter, he found himself back at the age of 18. After a week, he confirmed that he had indeed been reborn, and inexplicably, it was precisely 2 months before the college entrance examination. He could not tell whether it was divine favor or mere coincidence. With only 2 months remaining, he found it impossible to reverse his fate. He was neither a genius nor a prodigy, and lacked a protagonist's extraordinary system. In his previous life, having lived off others, he felt utterly powerless. Had I known, I should have studied diligently in my previous life. At the very least, I should have sought advice from my affluent wife on how to make money, Yi Yu lamented, rubbing his temples in frustration. He did not despise the feeling of being alive again, but the thought of the fate awaiting him cast a shadow of gloom. In his previous life, his academic performance had been mediocre, leading him to a third-rate university, and after graduation, he struggled to secure a job. Due to certain circumstances, he ultimately worked in a bar, barely making ends meet until his mother fell critically ill, requiring exorbitant surgical expenses. At that moment, he unexpectedly encountered Chu Menghan, who offered to help him, but on the condition that he marry her. Acting on impulse, he nodded in agreement, for he felt he had no right to refuse. He needed money. To be honest, Chu Menghan was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen, yet her demeanor was the coldest. Yi Yu could not grasp why she had chosen him, but he was certain it was not for love. Nevertheless, he was indifferent. His marriage to her was not born of affection, but of necessity, as her wealth was crucial in saving his mother. That was sufficient for him. As for everything else, it was of no concern. He never imagined that one day a goddess of ice like her would become his wife. She favored white dresses, resembling a pure fairy, yet he had never witnessed her smile. After their marriage, Chu Menghan would bring various items to his hospitalized mother, such as food and clothing, which surprised him greatly. Apart from her perpetually indifferent gaze, she exhibited almost no flaws. Their lives were like 2 rivers running parallel, each avoiding interference with the other. Alas, fate took an unexpected turn. Yi Yu's mind once again recalled that fateful moment. He did not know whom that woman had offended, but amidst the crowd, he saw someone aiming a gun at his nominal wife. Yi Yu had no time to ponder further. His body instinctively charged forward. A deafening bang echoed. Chu Menghan remained unharmed, but Yi Yu collapsed. In that instant, a multitude of thoughts flashed through his mind. They say women are sources of calamity. The ancients did not deceive me. For her sake, I sacrificed my life. The two shared no emotional bond in their previous life. Yet in a moment of peril, Yi Yu unhesitatingly stepped forth. Taking a deep breath, he murmured, "This damned sense of justice. To protect my life, I must keep my distance from Chu Menghan in this lifetime. Cherish life and steer clear of Chu Menghan." Although he felt gratitude towards her for saving his mother in the past, he never anticipated paying the price of his life. Having been granted a second chance, he was determined to prevent such occurrences from happening again. Whether it be concerning his mother or his encounter with Chu Menghan, he would change it all. In the past, I had no choice, but now I aspire to become wealthy. He would not allow himself to live a subservient life as he had before. Therefore, in this life, he must make money. But where should he begin? Yi Yu, lost in thought. Yi Yu heard the voice of his high school buddy, Zhou Tao. Zhou Tao. Yi Yu turned to see Zhou Tao approaching with a beaming smile. "Hey, you look so distracted. Are you thinking about beautiful women?" Yi rolled his eyes at him. This guy always wore that insufferable grin whenever they met. Although he seemed carefree, his loyalty was unwavering. In their previous life, upon learning about Yi Yu's plight, he had offered considerable assistance. Yet, that carefree demeanor remained unchanged. Observing his expression, Yi Yu pondered what mischief was afoot. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Zhou Tao spoke up. Did you hear? There's a rumor that a beautiful girl is about to transfer to our class. A transfer student? 2 months before the college entrance examination? She must either hail from an affluent family or lack a certain degree of common sense. Yet, it seemed this event had not occurred in his previous life. Had the passage of time rendered his memory faulty? Yi Yu mused inwardly, unable to suppress his curiosity. Who is it? He asked nonchalantly. Zhou Tao grinned mischievously. I heard she's the daughter of a wealthy family. Her father bought the entire school and became the chairman. The acquisition of the school? Yi Yu was momentarily taken aback. In a society teeming with the affluent, it was likely that only a member of a prestigious family from the capital could possess the means to purchase our school. Such a significant matter could hardly have escaped his notice. Hey, what are you thinking about? Are you perhaps intrigued by this mysterious heiress? Zhou Tao nudged him. For a girl of her stature, whoever wins her over will never have to worry for the rest of their life. Zhou Tao's face was alight with dreams, his eyes sparkling with an unusual gleam. He continued, she's not only beautiful, but also wealthy, if she's of the gentle and virtuous type. Suddenly, he slapped his thigh. Yi Yu, this task is yours. Go win her over. Get lost. Yi Yu rolled his eyes. Do I strike you as someone who relies on others for sustenance? You do. Well, he couldn't deny it. However, having learned a lesson from Chu Menghan, Yi Yu had no desire to wed another icy figure at the cost of his own life. Such a fortune was beyond his means. Soft living is not as delightful as it seems. Zhou Tao wore an expression of exasperation as he found himself defeated by Yi Yu's nonchalant demeanor. Alas, my brother, heed my words and seize this opportunity. Get out, get out. Yi Yu retorted with irritation. Zhou Tao patted Yi Yu on the shoulder, rising to return his seat. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something. By the way, I also found out that the heiress's surname is Chu. Yi Yu leaned on the desk, responding casually, what does her surname matter to me? What did you say her surname is? Yi Yu leapt from his seat in shock. Gazing at Yi Yu's animated reaction, Zhou Tao was startled. Her surname is Chu. Yi Yu murmured, what a coincidence this is. Chapter 2. Is my deskmate my ex-wife? It couldn't possibly be her. After all, in my previous life, my encounter with her occurred a decade later. Upon further contemplation, Yi Yu gradually regained his composure. It seemed unlikely that their paths would intersect again. Perhaps he had been overly sensitive. The sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow across Yi Yu's remarkably handsome face. A subtle smile played on his lips as he leaned his head against the window. In his previous life, he could hardly claim to have held any deep affection for Chu Menghan, nor did he truly comprehend her. Their ultimate act of reckless devotion was perhaps the most unforgettable connection they shared. Regrettably, in this life, he was destined to be unable to accompany her. As he pondered, the sunlight illuminated his clear, penetrating gaze, which shimmered with maturity and wisdom. His lips curled into a faint smile, exuding an almost enchanting allure. This moment was fortuitously witnessed by her as she entered the room. Just a glance was enough to leave her momentarily stunned. It was him. It truly was him. What a pair of eyes. They seemed to harbor a myriad of complex and inclusive emotions, leaving one utterly bewildered. What manner of existence was this man? In her past life, she had failed to cherish him. This time, she could not afford to let him slip away. Chu Menghan's gaze lingered on Yi Yu, and within her heart surged an exhilarating sensation, as if, in that instant, her very soul had been drawn to him. Chu Menghan, why are you standing there like a fool? Hurry and come in. The homeroom teacher called out. At the sound of her name, Chu Menghan quickly averted her gaze. Yet the excitement was palpable in the curve of her lips. She hastened into the classroom, resolutely avoiding any side glances, as if the earlier moment of vulnerability had merely been a figment of her imagination. Who is she? She's stunning. Does our school have such a beauty? Murmurs of astonishment from her classmates reached Yi Yu's ears, pulling him back to reality. Yi Yu, look over there, the beautiful young lady. Zhou Tao exclaimed excitedly. Nudging Yi Yu, stop pretending to be deep in thought. Confused, Yi Yu turned his attention to the podium and was met with astonishment. There stood Chu Menghan beside the teacher's desk, her slender figure accentuated by a flowing white dress, her dainty feet barely touching the floor. Her exquisitely refined features, illuminated by sunlight, radiated an ethereal grace. Yi Yu stared blankly at her, his mind a whirlwind of questions, unable to appreciate her beauty. It was truly her. Why was she here? How could this narrative differ so dramatically from his own experiences? Although Chu Menghan's face remained expressionless, a tempest of emotions churned within her. Stealing a glance at the bewildered Yiyu, she couldn't help but let a smile play on her lips. Yiyu, my dear husband, did you ever expect to see me here? Indeed, Chu Menghan had also been reborn. In her previous life, although Yiyu had shielded her from a bullet, ultimately, no one could withstand a second shot. However, she had not anticipated that when she opened her eyes again, she would return to the age of 18. As memories of her past flooded back, Chu Menghan realized that what she had longed for was right beside her. Marrying Yiyu had been a reluctant choice, and thus, she had not harbored great expectations for their marriage, remaining indifferent to him. Yet, in that moment of peril, she had never imagined that Yiyu would step forward. When he perished in her arms, she understood that she had truly fallen for him. In this world, it seemed impossible to find another like Yiyu, willing to lay down his life for her. Fortunately, fate granted her another chance. She vowed to hold onto him tightly this time, never to let go. She recognized that Yiyu's act of bravery was not born from love, but rather from her assistance to his mother. However, she was undeterred, believing that if she offered her genuine heart, he would inevitably come to love her. Thus, relying on the scant impressions from her previous life, she sought out Yiyu's school and even persuaded her father to acquire it. Impatiently, she transferred there, eager to see him once more. Everyone, please be quiet. This is classmate Chu Menghan, who will be studying with us for the next 2 months. Chu Menghan politely nodded and said, "Hello, everyone." Her words were succinct, her gaze fixed intently on Yiyu, struggling to control her emotions at their reunion. At that moment, Yiyu snapped back to reality, fervently hoping this was merely a coincidence. The usual coldness of her brief introduction remained unchanged. She was indeed the Ice Queen. Yet, inexplicably, Yiyu sensed an unusual depth in her eyes directed at him. Could it possibly be that she was here for him? Shaking his head, he chuckled self-deprecatingly, thinking he was being overly sentimental. They had spent so much time together in their past life without any progression. How could it be different now, when they were mere strangers? Although Chu Menghan's appearance was unexpected, Yiyu had resolved not to engage with her. Thus, he quietly withdrew into himself, determined to avoid any entanglement with her. However, events did not unfold as he had anticipated. Hey, the beautiful Chu is coming this way. Chu Menghan, sit here. There's no one next to me. Hey, you scoundrel, isn't that my seat? Chu Menghan paid no heed to the commotion around her. Her focus remained singular. At that moment, Zhou Tao nudged the seemingly oblivious Yiyu. Yiyu, it looks like that young lady is coming straight for you. What? Yiyu gasped in shock, quickly glancing up to see Chu Menghan indeed striding towards him without a hint of hesitation, her eyes unwavering. What was happening? Did Chu Menghan recognize him? Was his identity as her ex-husband from his past life laid bare? Or was it simply his infuriating charm that still drew her in, even in this second chance at life? Before he could ponder further, Chu Menghan had reached his side, a mischievous smile gracing her face. The sight of her smile sent a chill down Yiyu's spine. He swore he had never seen this woman smile in his previous life, and this sudden warmth was unsettling. Staring at her in bewilderment, he swallowed hard before finally finding his voice. Collecting himself, he feigned calmness and asked, "Excuse me, do you need something?" Chu Menghan, determined to keep her rebirth a secret, restrained herself and replied, "Clearly, I need a seat." Yiyu forse da policis mayo. Can I sit here? Chu Menghan's tone was steady, devoid of any turbulence. Yet internally, she felt a twinge of anxiety at the possibility of rejection. Even as a former CEO who had navigated countless storms, she now found herself apprehensive at the thought of him declining. Yiyu glanced around, realizing that all eyes were fixed upon him. Reluctantly, he nodded. If he dared to refuse, he might very well be met with a torrent of disdain from the hungry gazes around him. Chu Menghan beamed, gracefully settling into the seat beside him. As Yiyu felt her proximity, his heart raced, and he became somewhat flustered. Why was everything veering so far from his expectations? He cursed under his breath, lamenting how fears often manifested into reality. What on earth was going on? Chapter 3. The Resentful Chu Menghan. The unexpected arrival of Chu Menghan sent the entire class into a frenzy, particularly among the boys, whose eyes nearly fell from their sockets. They could scarcely fathom that such a stunning goddess would grace their class. Wow, this goddess has come to our class. How fortunate we are. Yiyu was indeed admired for having the class beauty sit next to him, eliciting feelings of envy and resentment from his peers. As Chu Menghan listened to the myriad of comments swirling around her, a frown creased her brow. She had come to pursue Yiyu, not to bask in the limelight. Turning to him, she offered a gentle smile. "You must be Yiyu, right? I am Chu Menghan. Let us reacquaint ourselves." The use of the word reacquaint left her uncertain if it was intentional or accidental. Yet, Yiyu paid no heed to this detail. Gazing at her familiar visage, he felt a moment of disorientation. "Oh, hello, Yiyu, you appear somewhat discontented. It seems you harbor a lack of fondness towards me. Internally, Yiyu couldn't help but retort, "Heh, just as I was contemplating how to avoid you, you appeared before me. How could I possibly be pleased?" Chu Menghan looked at him with a puzzled expression, as if she had caught a glimpse of something. "Avoid me?" she inquired, intrigued. "Did you just speak?" Yiyu, maintaining an air of nonchalance, replied, "Not at all. I merely wish to express my delight at meeting you. This Ice Queen is quite perceptive. How terrifying," he mused, subsequently returning to his book, showing no enthusiasm typically associated with a handsome young man in the presence of a beauty. "Wait, what?" That was definitely Yiyu's voice. Chu Menghan narrowed her eyes, attempting to decipher his expression. Alas, she cannot. What on earth? Why is this insufferable girl staring at me? Has my beauty completely captivated her in just 2 minutes? Oh heavens, don't toy with me. I wish to live a few more years. A spark of realization ignited within Chu Menghan. Indeed, she could hear Yiyu's innermost thoughts. This newfound ability thrilled her. However, it seemed to be effective solely on Yiyu, rendering it useless against others. Yet, with such an advantage, would achieving her goal not become infinitely easier? She could effortlessly discern his thoughts and witness how he might attempt to elude her grasp. A sly smile crept across her lips. "Humph. Calling yourself my husband in your thoughts while pretending not to know me? We are both reincarnated souls. What are you concealing?" From her understanding of Yiyu's inner musings, she confirmed that he too had been reborn, though he appeared to harbor considerable skepticism towards her. Nonetheless, she was patient. She would earn his recognition and make him fall in love with her. "Good husband, you are mine, in this life and the next." Meanwhile, Yiyu, feigning composure, felt a shiver traverse his spine. On this bright day, why did he suddenly feel so cold? What on earth? He murmured, glancing around, yet perceiving no abnormalities. Though an unsettling sensation of being watched enveloped him, a peculiar feeling indeed. "What are you reading, Yiyu?" came Chu Menghan's inquiry, snapping him from his thoughts. He shook his head, deliberately avoiding the gaze of the enchanting beauty beside him, fearing it might sway his resolve. "Nothing much. Could it be that I am causing you to shiver due to my icy demeanor? Surely," he thought, "I must keep my distance to avoid freezing to death." Chu Menghan, having caught his inner dialogue, felt a mixture of embarrassment and indignation. This insufferable fellow dares to call me an ice queen. Am I truly that cold? Just wait. I shall settle the score later. Had Yiyu been privy to Chu Menghan's current thoughts, he would have undoubtedly mocked her. Does she not realize how frigid she truly is? In her past life, she disregarded all men, even those who showed her kindness, dismissing them entirely. This included Yiyu himself. Thus, he too maintained a respectful distance, for who would wish to spend eternity with an iceberg, unless they were utterly foolish? "Yiyu, do you truly despise me so? You won't even spare me a glance. Which beauty in those books could possibly rival me?" Observing Yiyu's forjuset demeanor. Feigning concentration, Chu Menghan couldn't resist the urge to tease him. "Did you not label me an ice queen? Then I shall melt before you." Her tone was imbued with an exaggerated melancholy, resembling a blooming daffodil, pitifully gazing at Yiyu. His hand, gripping the book, trembled involuntarily. Fear etched across his face as he stammered. "Why, you are Chu Menghan, right?" This, gazing upon the stunning features of Chu Menghan, her eyes sparkling. Yiyu wondered if he had either lost his sanity or if the world had undergone a transformation. Chu Menghan bit her soft lip, wearing a look of feigned innocence. "What is it, Yiyu? How do you envision me? Do you truly harbor such disdain?" She then forced forth a few crystalline tears, resembling pearls cascading from a broken string. "Chu, I did not mean it that way. Please do not cry." Yiyu hastily produced a tissue, offering it to her, cursing himself inwardly. "Damn it, I haven't done anything. Please don't cry. Your Ice Queen persona is on the verge of collapse." He anxiously surveyed their surroundings, whispering, "Please. Stop crying. Others might think I have harmed you." "Humph. You think I cannot capture your attention?" As expected, he remains unchanged, tough exterior, soft heart. Chu Menghan's tears ceased as Yiyu's demeanor shifted, and she wiped her eyes with a charming smile. "So Yiyu as desk mates. Isn't it reasonable for us to foster a deeper connection?" With her alluring visage mere inches away, Yiyu swallowed hard, his heart racing uncontrollably. This was utterly captivating. "Oh heavens! Why must you test my resolve? What person could withstand such trials?" He struggled to compose himself. "Why yes. Is it true? Then, shall we engage in more profound communication?" Chu Menghan leaned forward, her seductive gaze fixed upon him. Watching her enchanting figure, Yiyu nearly lost control. Ding dong. The reborn Yiyu's heart raced, hormones surging, a voice echoed in his mind. "Congratulations. You have successfully been charmed, earning a reward of 1 million. A strange voice resonated in Yi Yu's mind, jolting him into awareness. He quickly collected himself, refraining from glancing around, fearing he might attract Chu Menghan's attention. Observing Yi Yu's flustered demeanor, Chu Menghan couldn't help but smile. Her little husband was far too timid, easily intimidated by such simple moves. How endearing. This made things much easier. She found herself increasingly drawn to him. Of course, she was equally nervous. Her ears, concealed beneath her hair, were already flushed crimson. This was her first experience with a man in such a manner, but to reclaim her love, she was willing to fight. Chapter 4. The commotion caused by Chu Menghan. Witnessing Chu Menghan's rapid shifts in mood, Yu harbored deep suspicions that she was doing it intentionally. However, he had no time to dwell on those thoughts, for he had discovered his own golden opportunity, a reward of 1 million. This unexpected surprise caught Yi Yu completely off guard. However, the notion that one must be flirted with in order to receive a reward is utterly perplexing. Am I to be regarded as some lecherous old man? This is nothing short of a blatant defamation. Yet, he finds himself enjoying it. Yi Yu forcibly suppresses his inner delight and hastily checks the balance of his bank account, which indeed reflects an unexpected increase of 1 million. Just moments ago, he was in a frenzy over how to acquire funds, and now a prosperous avenue has opened before him. Does this mean he must engage with beautiful women henceforth? For how else could he amass wealth? Is this truly appropriate? With that thought, he casts a dubious glance at Chu Menghan, recalling that the reward was triggered by her. Could it be that she harbors any inappropriate intentions towards me? Yi Yu shivers involuntarily, shaking his head vigorously to dispel such fanciful notions. I'm overthinking it, absolutely overthinking it. If this cheap wife of mine were capable of flirting, I'd rewrite my name backwards. Noticing Yi Yu's musings, Chu Menghan steals a glance at him, bemused. What sort of calamity am I to him that instills such fear? It seems she has not caught wind of any system-related information. Perhaps the system is indeed more formidable than mere mind-reading. It appears my little husband harbors quite a deep prejudice against me. This cannot stand. I must dispel his wariness towards me. Yi Yu remains oblivious to the peculiar glint in Chu Menghan's eyes, entirely unaware that his thoughts are crystal clear to her. He remains enraptured by the joy of having become a millionaire. As the Gaokao approaches, the number of teachers delivering lessons dwindles, aside from the avalanche of examinations. There are endless corrections to be made. Seizing the opportunity while the teacher is absent, a swarm of eager students descends upon Chu Menghan. Chu Menghan, why did you transfer here? Is there someone you fancy? Chu Menghan, may I have your contact information? Chu Menghan, Yi Yu finds himself forcibly pushed from his seat, observing the scene with a mixture of annoyance and disbelief as he is encircled by a throng of admirers. He can't help but mutter under his breath, these beasts. Where's all this enthusiasm during class? Hey bro, what is it like sitting next to the school beauty? Zhou Tao leans in, a lewd grin adorning his face as he nudges Yi Yu playfully. Yi Yu rolls his eyes at him, retorting, what is there to talk about? And what with this school beauty business? You're still unaware? The moment Chu Menghan appeared, someone posted her picture on the campus forum. She is now universally acknowledged as the most beautiful girl in school. Zhou Tao exclaims, tapping on his phone to showcase the myriad of comments, each more extravagant than the last. Yi Yu glances at them dismissively, muttering, boring. Hey, you my friend, are truly oblivious to your fortune. How many would wish to interact with the school beauty, yet find no opportunity? And she has chosen you as her desk mate. Are you really going to claim there's nothing going on between you? Zhou Tao presses, his tone conspiratorial. Cough. Yi Yu reflects that Zhou Tao remains unchanged. He had heard such lines after marrying Chu Menghan in his previous life. He shakes off Zhou Tao's arm from his shoulder, irritatedly stating, she and I are not connected, nor do I wish to be. You're just pretending. I don't believe a single word you say, Zhou Tao counters, his tone laced with skepticism. Don't think I didn't notice? Earlier, you two seemed quite cozy. Get lost. The total words exchanged between us would even surpass 100. Though he harbors some dark thoughts, he would never share that with Zhou Tao. Chu Menghan, the center of attention, watches Yi Yu's detached demeanor with growing ire. While she's besieged by these pests, he merely sits there, a spectator with no intention of coming to her aid. Truly infuriating. Had it not been for her desire to maintain a favorable impression in Yi Yu's eyes, she would have already erupted in anger, deeming her responses to these individuals utterly superfluous. Chu Menghan, what kind of boy do you like? A fair-skinned youth inquires, embodying the image of a refined gentleman. However, what nefarious intentions he may harbor are shrouded in mystery. Yi Yu struggles to recall his name, his memory coming up blank. Chu Menghan's expression remains impassive as she coldly responds, does that concern you? The young man, clearly taken aback by such an unflinching retort, turns beet red, casting a pall of silence over the group. Yiyu smirks subtly. This is the Chu Menghan he knows. Everything prior must have been an illusion. Wow, your school beauty doesn't seem easy to approach. It appears this fortune is not so easily enjoyed, Zhou Tao whispers to Yiyu, caught off guard by Chu Menghan's cold demeanor. Hey, Yiyu replies coolly. To provoke her? These people must be living too comfortably. I can muster only a fleeting moment of sympathy for them. However, it appears that the present-day Chu Menghan is not yet entirely frigid. Had this been his previous life, these individuals would have scarcely dared to approach her. Let us not disturb Chu Menghan. After all, she is still acclimating to her new environment. Su Fangzhe, the class monitor, interjects diplomatically. The other sees the opportunity to discreetly withdraw, having learned from past experiences. Yiyu observes the bespectacled Su Fangzhe, whose demeanor is far more insufferable than his appearance suggests. In his previous life, he had often mocked Yiyu, buoyed by his modest wealth. Now he seeks to leave a good impression on Chu Menghan. I'll be damned if I let you succeed. You made my life miserable in my past life. So don't blame me for what happens next. Chu Menghan, previously expressionless, casts a merciless glance at Su Fangzhe upon hearing Yiyu's thoughts. This guy has a vendetta against my little husband? My husband's enemies are my enemies. This grudge must be avenged. Poor Su Fangzhe remains blissfully unaware that he has already been marked by the school beauty. Mistaking her glance as a sign of interest, he straightens his attire and adjusts his glasses, stepping forward with false elegance. I'm Su Fangzhe, the class monitor. If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to approach me. The silence that follows is palpable. 3 seconds later, his outstretched hand hangs in the air, yet Chu Menghan does not even spare him a glance, clearly uninterested in engaging. Zhou Tao can no longer contain his laughter, collapsing behind Yiyu as he chuckles uncontrollably. This guy is hilarious. He is so full of himself, it's unbearable. Su Fangzhe, now visibly embarrassed, feels his arm tremble under the weight of his humiliation. TSK, 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 Yiyu shakes his head bemused. Some individuals simply never learn. They persist in their folly until they meet with failure. Perhaps, in proximity to this young lady, seeking solace beneath the metaphorical wall may indeed be a lucrative path to prosperity. Chapter 5. Who is my type? Do you have something to say? If not, please do not disturb my studies. Chu Menghan's voice carries an icy detachment, her gaze not even gracing Su Fangzhe, as though he were mere weeds by the roadside. Unworthy of her attention, Su Fangzhe's expression darkens. It is a rare occurrence for someone to disregard him so openly. He suppresses his frustration, feigning politeness as he replies. It seems that Chu Menghan is still adjusting to the class environment. That is perfectly fine. Hey, Su, do you not understand my deskmate's intentions? Observing Su Fangzhe's embarrassment, Yiyu felt a sense of delight and seized the opportunity to thoroughly vex him. Her implication was clear. She held him in disdain. He was simply not her type. Su Fangzhe shot Yiyu a fierce glare, but due to his elevated status, he refrained from engaging with someone of Yiyu's modest background. Ultimately, he suppressed his anger and, with a sarcastic tone, remarked, "What a curious statement from you, classmate Yiyu. I am merely expressing concern for our new classmates." Yiyu felt a wave of nausea wash over him. He found his pretentiousness utterly infuriating. Chu Menghan's attention was drawn to Yiyu's voice. He had finally chosen to stand up. This action brought a flicker of joy to Chu Menghan, even though it was not done for her sake. "I don't need it," she replied coldly, her tone betraying her growing impatience. Su Fangzhe immediately bristled at her words. Ever since he had assumed the role of class monitor, no one had dared to speak to him in such a manner. He took a deep breath to quell his simmering rage and said, "Since classmate Chu Menghan has expressed her sentiments so clearly, I shall not impose further." With that, he turned on his heel and departed. Chu Menghan frowned slightly. He was indeed a bothersome individual. However, she soon regarded Yiyu, who had returned to his seat, with a teasing glimmer in her eyes. "Classmate Yiyu," she called. Yiyu looked up, puzzled by her sudden interest. "You mentioned that he is not my type. Pray tell, who is?" Chu Menghan leaned in closer to Yiyu, speaking in a tone meant only for their ears. Yiyu was instantly aware of the warmth of her breath, cursing inwardly at how enchanting she was. With a countenance reminiscent of an icy beauty, she seemed to transform in an instant. He swallowed hard and attempted to maintain his composure as he replied, "I have no idea. You are beautiful and a wealthy heiress. Surely, you have suitors aplenty. You cannot possibly find someone like Su Fangzhe appealing, can you? Oh, then, what do you say my type is?" Chu Menghan inquired playfully, a smile dancing on her lips. He complimented me. He just called me beautiful, she thought, reveling in the realization that perhaps she was not entirely devoid of allure. Yiyu stammered it. at a loss for how to discern Chu Menghan's preferences in men. Was he to suggest himself? Ridiculous. He would rather avoid such an outcome. After a lengthy pause, he finally stuttered, I wouldn't know. We aren't that familiar. Upon hearing this, Chu Menghan pouted and murmured, Not that familiar? Heh, continue your charade. What did you say? Yu asked, perplexed. Nothing. Chu Menghan resumed her frosty demeanor. Yu let out a sigh of relief, thankful to have successfully dismissed her. Otherwise, he was unsure how he would navigate the situation. Constantly being tested by her was quite the burden. Chu Menghan returned to her seat, creating a slight distance between them. She picked up her book, understanding that haste makes waste. On their first meeting, she should not press too hard, lest she frighten off her future husband. Meanwhile, Su Fangzhou witnessed this scene and nearly fainted from rage. He had exerted considerable effort to engage with Chu Menghan, yet she was laughing and conversing with Yu, who appeared disinterested. How could this not infuriate him? How dare that commoner? Su Fangzhou clenched his fists tightly, teeth grinding in frustration. In the afternoon, as their homeroom teacher, Li Dehai, announced the end of the school day, students began to gather their belongings to leave the classroom. Yu scanned the room, noticing that Chu Menghan was absent, and promptly prepared to leave, eager to avoid entanglement with her. However, Su Fangzhou called out to him, Wait a moment, classmate Yu. What do you want? Yu turned around, suspicion etched on his face. Su Fangzhou approached and whispered, It would be wise for you to keep your distance from Chu Menghan. Do you understand? His voice was low enough for only a few nearby to hear. Yu inhaled deeply. He had no desire to squabble with a mere child of 17 or 18. Having lived a full life, his perspective had transformed, and he considered his earlier retaliation sufficient. Yet, trouble often finds its way to him. Do you know why most people do not live to a ripe old age? Because they meddle too much. Yu cast a disdainful glance at him before turning to leave, granting no opportunity for rebuttal. Bastard. Su Fangzhou fumed in place, incensed. When had he, the esteemed class monitor, ever endured such an affront? No, he must show Yu a thing or two, to make him understand why the flowers bloom so vibrantly. Not far away, Zhou Tao, waiting to leave with Yu, observed the scene with confusion. Yu, what did you say to that guy? He looks furious. Yu waved his hand dismissively. Nothing much, just shared some longevity tips. Zhou Tao rolled his eyes, clearly unconvinced by Yu's flimsy excuse. So what now? It's been ages since I've gamed. Care to join for a few rounds? Yu shook his head, finding little interest in games at the moment. It was far more prudent to delve into his studies. With the upcoming college entrance exams, how can you still think about playing? Zhou Tao lamented. With our grades, what's the point of trying harder? Besides, my family has already planned my future. Worst case, I just go home and take over the family business. Yu nodded, recognizing the validity in Zhou Tao's reasoning. His friend came from a modest business family, and while it paled in comparison to Chu Menghan's background, it was sufficient to ensure a comfortable life. In his past life, he had often helped Zhou Tao. However, in this life, Yu desired to alter his fate. I cannot compare myself to you. Though the hope may be slim, I must seize this opportunity. What do you mean? What is mine is yours. Let's strive together, Zhou Tao declared, thumping his chest with fervor. Enough. Yu shot him a bemused glance. I have my own plans. If I find myself in dire straits, I will seek you out. Zhou Tao chuckled awkwardly, choosing not to pursue the weighty subject further. By the way, where's your desk partner, the school beauty? Why didn't you wait for her? He chided. You're a guy. Can't you be a bit more considerate? Yu was reluctant to engage, thinking it prudent to keep his distance. Was it just his imagination, or did that mischievous woman seem to be targeting him? Throughout the day, she had left an unsettling impression. He decided it best to maintain his distance. Chapter 6. I remain still while the enemy moves. At the school gate, Chu Menghan stood beneath the shade of a tree, eagerly scanning the entrance, her autumn-like eyes brimming with anticipation. Those around her were puzzled as to whom she was waiting for. Isn't that the newly crowned school beauty, Chu Menghan? Who could possibly be deserving of her weight? Wow, look at the expression on the school beauty's face. Surely, she must be waiting for someone special. Impossible. How could a mere mortal ever compare to a goddess? Chu Menghan occasionally glanced towards the entrance, feeling a mix of annoyance and embarrassment. This guy is ridiculously quick. I merely took a phone call, and he vanished without a trace. Oof. I'll wait right here and see how you evade me. After finally securing a moment alone with Yu following class, she was dismayed to find he had darted away faster than a rabbit. Surely, he hadn't left already, had he? Chu Menghan murmured softly to herself, making an effort to tiptoe as she sought the silhouette of Yu amidst the throng of people. Hey, Yu, isn't that your Chu University's campus bell? Zhou Tao immediately recognized Chu Menghan and waved his hand with exuberance. Campus bell, over here. Upon hearing the first half of the sentence, Yu sensed trouble and hurriedly attempted to intervene. Unfortunately, his body acted faster than his mind, leaving him with no chance to evade the situation. Regrettably, he found himself delivering a rather intimate greeting to Zhou Tao as posterior with his foot. Damn, what a betrayal. My brother creates opportunities for you, and you repay me with this. Zhou Tao gasped, clutching his gluteus maximus in shock. Yu shot him an exasperated glance. You should listen to the distant melodies of the wind. What do you mean? You should roll as far away as possible. Finally spotting Yu in the crowd, Chu Menghan gleefully made her way towards him. Yu could only meet her with a resigned smile, feigning cheerfulness as he said, Why haven't you left yet? Is she really blocking me at the entrance on purpose? You, the illustrious daughter of the Chu family, can't possibly be so idle. Hurry and build your business empire. How can you waste time here? As she approached Yu, his thoughts echoed in her mind. This guy is indeed avoiding me, and he dares to look down on me. She raised an eyebrow slightly. What do you think? Yu awkwardly replied, I didn't see you earlier. I thought you had already left. Oh, Chu Menghan responded nonchalantly before pressing further. You're not intentionally avoiding me, are you? Asking when you already know the answer. Of course not. Yu beamed, masterfully playing the role of a courteous gentleman. There's nothing of the sort. Really? Absolutely. What a lie. Chu Menghan shot him a skeptical glance, fully aware that his words were as trustworthy as a punctuation mark. The disparity between his spoken words and his true thoughts was glaring. Indeed, the mouth of a man is a deceptive entity. She then placed her hand on her slender waist, mentally noting the score. Today, you've treated me with indifference. Tomorrow, I shall make you bedridden. A sly smile crept across Chu Menghan's lips as she suddenly entwined her arms around his. Yu felt his entire body stiffen. Chu Menghan, this is school. What are you planning? What do I want? Despite Yu's extensive experience from his past life, having encountered numerous women and possessing a resilient heart, this was the first time he found himself in such intimate proximity with a woman like her. He nervously swallowed, feeling her warmth pressing against his arm, leaving him utterly discomfited. Should he move or remain still? Reason dictated that he should remain motionless until she did. She whispered, Relax. I have to hold on to you, lest you escape again. Chu Menghan tightened her grip further. In this posture, Yu could feel the warmth radiating from her ample bosom, causing his breath to quicken, his ears to redden, and his heart to race, as if he were being scorched by fire. Yu ignardly jursit, dumb. This sensation, though exhilarating, is utterly unbearable for me. Upon realizing how ambiguous her actions appeared, Chu Menghan's cheeks flushed a bright crimson as she exclaimed, Pervert. Yu momentarily froze. Hey, Chu Campus Bell, you initiated this. Now, you're turning the tables on me? Is it fair to twist the truth just because you're beautiful? You are the real seductress, plotting against me. Who are you calling a seductress? Not me. In a moment of desperation, Chu Menghan blurted out, only to realize it was a reflection of Yu's thoughts. Yu widened his eyes in disbelief. How does she know what I'm thinking? Ha ha ha. No, I must have misheard. Chu Menghan sighed inwardly, relieved she hadn't exposed herself. Yu scrutinized her with suspicion, feeling that something was amiss, yet unable to pinpoint the source. I think you might want to let go. How long do you intend to keep this up? Chu Menghan shook her head, though a hint of shyness colored her cheeks. She had no intention of relinquishing her hold on Yu. He was clearly attempting to slip away. Yu helplessly rubbed his forehead and glanced at Zhou Tao, who had been watching the spectacle unfold, hoping he might come to his rescue. To his dismay, Zhou was squatting on the ground, munching on sunflower seeds alongside a few like-minded friends. What a good time. Let us place bets. Bet on Yu being ensnared by the Campus Bell's charm for a bag of spicy snacks. Bet on Yu's obliviousness for 10 bags of snacks. I'm betting 1 bag. I'm betting 10 bags. Damn it. I'm betting 15 bags that Yu won't last 3 seconds. Yu wished he could drag this bunch over and give them a good thrashing. Who lasts 3 seconds? Who lasts 3 seconds? A man may be killed, but not humiliated. With gritted teeth, he glared at Zhou Tao, but he was currently immobilized and could only silently plead, Zhou Tao, come and save me. He gestured frantically, hoping for assistance. Zhou Tao, sensing the urgency, raised an eyebrow and gave him a knowing nod, signaling, I understand. Oh, I just remembered. My mom is calling me back for dinner. I must go or I'll miss it. Yu, I'm leaving now. If I'm late, I'll miss dinner. Hey, Zhou, wait for me. Your mom is calling us home for dinner too. A gust of wind swept through, leaving Yu standing bewildered in its wake. As Zhou Tao departed, he turned back to offer Yu an encouraging glance and a thumbs up. Yu stared in astonishment. What do you even mean by that? I didn't mean it like that. Chapter 7. Chu Menghan's embrace. Is this how a goddess embraces someone? Who is this fellow? He seems to be the campus belle's deskmate. Is she planning to make a move? What? Don't pull me. I want to duel him. Haha. No one is pulling you. Why don't you go ahead? Observing the surrounding students pointing and whispering, Yiyu felt utterly flustered and hurriedly dragged Chu Menghan away from this contentious scene. Hey, Yiyu, where are you taking me? Chu Menghan was caught off guard by Yiyu's sudden maneuver, yet her hands clung tightly to his sturdy arm. Yiyu, if you keep this up, I'll one day be able to take it. Yiyu, be gentler. Slow down. Slower. Hearing her sultry words, Yiyu's expression darkened. Anyone unaware would think he had done something to her. Shut your mouth. If you keep talking, I'll seal it. Such a once cold goddess. Where did she learn these lines? Is this your script? Chu Menghan appeared startled and promptly pressed her lips tightly together, blinking her eyes in acknowledgement. Seeing her finally settle down, Yiyu let out a sigh of relief. He feared the goddess might be too aloof, but he dreaded her being too flirtatious. May I timidly ask, how do you plan to seal my mouth? Chu Menghan cautiously inquired, displaying a hint of trepidation. Just as Yiyu was about to step down from the tension, her words nearly caused him to stumble. He turned to her, astonished. Is this really a question a goddess would ask? Your speed is faster than Gao Qiqiang's. Chu Menghan gazed at him innocently, her eyes gradually shifting from Yiyu's face. Yiyu hurriedly turned around, blushing with a mix of embarrassment and anger, exclaiming, Where are you looking? Is this really Chu Menghan? Was her aloofness in her past life merely a facade? How could a middle-aged man like me be teased by a young girl? Unbeknownst to Yiyu, the person before him was no longer the 18-year-old Chu Menghan, but rather a woman with over 20 years of experience as a driver. Chu Menghan smiled slightly. Her actions were anything but casual. She was deliberately teasing him, for Yiyu had erected formidable defenses around himself. Without a bold approach, how could she possibly entice this oblivious husband of hers? Yiyu, why are you so agitated? Surely, most people wouldn't be able to silence me. It takes a special method, she remarked playfully, opening her mouth as if to demonstrate. Upon witnessing this, Yiyu involuntarily recalled a teaching video from his past, and then, when his gaze landed on Chu Menghan's face, he was instantly jolted back to reality, bending down to sit on the ground, his face flushed with embarrassment. Damn, scoundrel, how could I have such thoughts about a young girl? Ding, the system has detected that the host's emotions have reached a peak. A reward of 10 million has been granted, along with the title of academic overachiever. The system hopes the host will continue to strive for excellence. Although Yiyu felt elated at triggering the system again, he realized that he needed to pick the right moment. He was currently too flustered to inspect his rewards and was instead focused on calming his racing heart. Seeing Yiyu's expression, which was a strange mix of pain and pleasure, Chu Menghan finally released him and, looking somewhat bewildered, asked, What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? She swore she was genuinely concerned for him this time, and hadn't noticed what he was truly thinking. Yiyu was at a loss for whether to laugh or cry. Observing her seemingly sincere expression, he awkwardly replied, It's nothing, just need a moment to rest. Really? Chu Menghan asked again, unable to shake off her concern. Really? I sent it because of you? Otherwise, would I be in this state? Just as Chu Menghan had begun to feel relieved, she furrowed her brow upon hearing Yiyu's true thoughts. Because of me? I didn't do anything. I merely teased him a little. Wait. It seemed she realized something as she reflected on her earlier actions and then looked at Yiyu's current state. A sudden sense of shame washed over her, and she became somewhat bashful, unable to meet Yiyu's gaze. Watching the shy demeanor of Chu Menghan, Yiyu couldn't help but ponder how she had shifted from being bold and assertive to this bashful girl. He was left wondering which version of her was the true one. Clearing his throat, Yiyu coughed a few times and said, If you want to leave, you can go ahead. I'll take my time. Leave? That's out of the question. Chu Menghan adamantly shook her head. She disregarded her own image. If she were to abandon her efforts now, all would be lost. Where would I go? You brought me here, and I don't know the way back. You have to take responsibility. As she spoke, she inched closer to Yiyu, crossing her long legs and presenting a determined stance. Yiyu was taken aback. While one could eat recklessly, one should not speak recklessly. What had he done to warrant such responsibility? Aren't you being unreasonable? Who was the one who kept pestering me in front of everyone? If I had pulled you away, would you have preferred to be caught by the teacher and paraded around? Yiyu shot her an exasperated glance. Even so, can you bear to let me walk back alone? What if I encounter someone like you on the way? Chu Menghan zito, lacking any semblance of the aloof goddess she was supposed to be. Me a rogue? Yiyu pointed at himself, incredulous. You dare call others rogues? Chu Menghan's gaze wandered to a certain part of Yiyu, giving him a meaningful look that conveyed unspoken implications. Yiyu, feeling frustrated, found himself at a loss for words. How could he argue against something beyond his control? Oh, dear brother, why did you have to be so agitated? Now, it seems there is no escaping this situation. He gazed at Chu Menghan with a mix of despair and regret, wishing he had simply left her behind earlier. Chu Menghan hesitated. Yi, is it taking you long to feel better? Do you need my help? Upon hearing this, Yi jolted, taken aback by the unexpected proposition. Although they were in a secluded area, it was still broad daylight, and this felt excessively provocative. He swallowed hard. What do you mean by help? Chu Menghan looked at him with a serious expression, saying, I can give you a massage to help you relax. Huh? Yi inhaled deeply, striving to suppress his emotions and force himself to regain composure. I don't need that. Chapter 8, Big or Small. Hey, what are we doing? In a hidden corner where Yi and Chu Menghan couldn't see, a few boys dressed in sportswear stood by the wall, eavesdropping. Clearly, they were mere bystanders. Don't you think we look rather creepy right now? Zhou Tao remarked, chewing on some sunflower seeds he had produced from somewhere, his mouth oily. You don't understand. As a brother, I must protect Yi's first experience. Another boy chimed in. Today, the first experience? Get lost. What do you think they are up to? Why is Yi sitting down? Zhou Tao shot him a glance. You would understand. Masters always wait for the right moment. Yi is employing the art of seduction, resisting yet inviting, holding back yet enticing. Oh, is that so? But from his expression, he looks like he is in pain. Should we move closer? We can't hear what they're saying. Zhou Tao nodded. I think we should. Let us go. The three of them quietly crept within 2 meters, straining their ears to listen intently. They observed Chu Menghan's beautiful eyes fixated on Yi, who felt a bit uneasy under her scrutiny. What are you staring at? I'm looking at you. How come I never noticed you were this attractive before? Yi rolled his eyes and then questioned, before? Didn't we just meet today? Chu Menghan mentally cursed herself for accidentally revealing her thoughts and quickly clarified. I mean a few hours ago. Yi scrutinized her with suspicion, feeling that something was off about her, making her hard to trust. Chu Menghan felt uncomfortable under his gaze, clearing her throat to mask her embarrassment. So, have you rested well? Should we head back? Upon hearing this, Yi quickly averted his gaze, feeling immensely embarrassed. As they turned to leave, Yi suddenly sensed something was amiss. Don't push. I can't hear what they're saying. Damn, who asked the pervert? Do you think this is a bird's nest that you can rummage through? Shoo, lower your voice. We might get caught. Suddenly, several shadows leaped out from behind the trees, tumbling heavily in front of Yi, accompanied by a chorus of groans. What the hell? Who just landed on me? Get off. Zhou Tao, with a vexed expression, pushed the person sprawled across his abdomen, yet he was unable to budge them even a fraction. Upon lifting his gaze, he encountered the sullen face of Yi and the perplexed countenance of Chu Menghan. Oh dear. Hello. Greetings to the illustrious Chu. Chu Menghan smiled and nodded, refraining from uttering a word. Her demeanor remained unchanged towards others, as she had grown accustomed to presenting a frosty visage over the past 2 decades. The fact that she responded at all was merely a concession to Yi. Zhou Tao shifted his position, attempting to recline more comfortably, and, with a forced bravado, he declared, I say, we just happened to pass by. Do you believe us? Yi, visibly exasperated, thought to himself that this fellow was truly a handful, lying without even a semblance of preparation. Chu Menghan, however, found Yi's companion rather intriguing. She had encountered him a few times in her past life, but had never paid him much heed. Perhaps he could serve as a gateway to deepen her understanding of Yi. So, weren't you in a rush to return home for dinner? Are you all here for a picnic? Yi remarked with irritation. Zhou Tao, the traitor, had slipped away at a critical moment, and now he was eavesdropping. How could Yi possibly grant him a pleasant expression? You all continue please, huh? Zhou Tao chuckled awkwardly before the group scrambled to their feet and vanished in a flash. Yi shook his head, bemused by these lively characters, feeling utterly at their mercy. Your friend is quite unique. Yi mused, taken aback that Chu Menghan would praise someone as unique, a first for him. Chu Menghan replied nonchalantly, although he appears somewhat childish, he is certainly far more entertaining than I had anticipated. Your words carry an air of wisdom, as if you possess great age. Yi couldn't help but retort. Chu Menghan raised an eyebrow. Are you suggesting I am young? She straightened her posture, attempting to accentuate her attributes, and with a hint of dissatisfaction, she queried, Am I small? Yi, oblivious to her gesture, turned around to explain. We're all around 17 or 18. Isn't that age considered, well, young? As he spoke, he caught sight of Chu Menghan's proud expression and suddenly realized he had blundered. Yi swallowed hard. Truthfully, Chu Menghan indeed transcended the typical bounds of her peers, and she appeared considerably more mature. Furthermore, he had distinctly noted a certain prominent contour that was indescribably alluring. At such a tender age, she was already firmly situated in the upper echelons of desirability. Her future was undoubtedly bright. Chu Menghan's attention was entirely focused on Yi's reaction. Initially, She had expected him to display awe or longing at her physique, but instead, he swiftly regained his composure. How infuriating! He isn't even stirred? My little husband is far too composed. Had Yi Yu known, he would have fervently protested. Although he remained unperturbed, his body was certainly responding. Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, Chu Menghan suddenly leaned closer, her voice sultry as she whispered in his ear. So, am I still small? Yi Yu instantly felt a jolt of electricity surge from his toes to the crown of his head, leaving him breathless and somewhat bewildered, in a state of confusion. He hastily nodded, then shook his head. Goodness, don't compel me to err. Chu Menghan chuckled softly, thinking that such a reaction was perfectly normal. Otherwise, she would have been sorely disappointed, for her physique and allure were well known. You're nodding and shaking your head. So, is it big or small? Chu Menghan continued to press. Yi Yu swallowed hard, striving to maintain a steady tone as he replied, perhaps it's, considered large. How large? Yi Yu. Do you like it? Yi Yu. Stricken with anxiety, Yi Yu had never encountered a scenario quite like this, now doubting whether he was the immature child in this exchange. Unable to cope, Chu Menghan finally burst into laughter. All right, I was just teasing you. Chu Menghan realized that her husband possessed no romantic experience and was utterly naive. A simple flirtation left him flustered. Reflecting on this, she found herself increasingly fond of him, lamenting that in her past life, she had failed to appreciate such a gem. However, it was not too late. There was still time to rectify her past mistakes. Chapter 9. Chu Menghan's Whimsy. Yi Yu exhaled a sigh of relief, shaking his head in resignation. This person was utterly unpredictable, and he had come to re-evaluate his understanding of Chu Menghan. People are capable of change. Perhaps her true nature was indeed like this, though he could not fathom why she had become so cold later on. Shall we? Let me escort you home. Where do you reside? Yi Yu slung his backpack over his shoulder, brushing off the dust, as he inquired. Chu Menghan. I live in the nearby Mu Chun Yuan community. Oh, Mu Chun Yuan? Wait, which one? Yi Yu halted in surprise. Mu Chun Yuan, why? My home is there too. Yi Yu was bemused. Could this woman truly be doing this on purpose? Oh, what a coincidence. Chu Menghan's eyes sparkled with delight. Yi Yu privately rolled his eyes, finding it hard to believe in such serendipity. What scheme is she concocting? I can hardly decipher her intentions. Very well. I shall take it one step at a time and strive to avoid entanglements with her. This was no mere coincidence. Chu Menghan had thoroughly investigated Yi Yu's circumstances and was well aware of his residence. As the saying goes, those closest to the water enjoy the moon first. And as she pursued her husband, she knew she had to be bold. Having already taken the initiative, would he not be moved by the esteemed lady's affections? The two walked side by side at a leisurely pace toward Mu Chun Yuan. Chu Menghan had calmed down considerably, though she occasionally stole glances at Yi Yu. This was her first time enjoying such a relaxed stroll with him, filling her heart with joy. Previously, they had either exchanged cold glares or gone days without seeing each other. Upon reflection, she realized her past arrogance had prevented her from genuinely getting to know him. Yi Yu ignored her, striding ahead while occasionally glancing back at the following Chu Menghan. Hey, Yi Yu. Chu Menghan suddenly called out to him. Is this how you treat all girls? So cold. No wonder you can't find a girlfriend. Yi raised an eyebrow, thinking, and you dare criticize me? Are you even aware of your own faults? Chu Menghan pouted in response. This guy's mentally chastising himself again. I've changed, haven't I? I put in so much effort earlier, and he didn't even flinch. Chu Menghan silenti gumba. Yi Yu, weary of her antics, continued walking, unperturbed. Hey! Chu Menghan called out again. Hurry up! Yi Yu frowned. This woman was proving more troublesome than he had anticipated. He constantly reminded himself not to be deceived by her facade. He had already embarrassed himself enough and could not afford to soften his heart again. Chu Menghan, how that? Murmuring softly, why are you so ill-tempered? You have no gentlemanly demeanor whatsoever. Yi Yu remained silent, continuing his forward march. Hey! Chu Menghan stamped her foot, hastening to catch up, grabbing hold of his shirt. All right, I was wrong. Please forgive me just this once. I promise not to tease you again, all right? Don't ignore me, please? With that, she blinked her large, expectant eyes at him, her long eyelashes fluttering slightly, eliciting a smile. Yi was taken aback. Was she actually trying to act cute? What was this? Surely it was an illusion. As Chu Menghan observed his continued silence, an overwhelming sense of grievance welled up within her. She bit her lip, forcing a few tears to shimmer in her eyes, appearing achingly vulnerable. All right, just don't go too far, Yi Yu sighed, ultimately too soft-hearted to resist. Upon hearing this, Chu Menghan broke into a radiant smile, her beaming expression akin to a flower in full bloom, instantly capturing the attention of everyone around. Yi Yu gazed at her profile, feeling as though his heart had been struck with a powerful force. "This is what you said? You must not deliberately distance yourself from me." Chu Menghan playfully raised the corners of her lips, revealing a row of pearly white teeth, her laughter sweet like fireflies on a midsummer night, dazzling in its beauty. Yi Yu found himself in a daze, unable to comprehend the true nature of his so-called wife from a previous life. Was she the cold and aloof businesswoman, the mischievous little sprite, or the innocent girl smiling before him now? "Let us go, or we'll miss dinner." Yi Yu shook his head, dismissing the peculiar thoughts that clouded his mind. "Ma, understo, Chu Menghan ziplit o bedini." As they strolled back to the Mu Chun garden community, she expressed curiosity about Yi Yu's upbringing, glancing around with wide eyes. Her arrival had been rather hurried, and the move had been arranged by her servants. This was her first visit here. Although the Mu Chun garden community lacked the bustling vibrancy of the city center, it boasted tranquility, shaded trees, and an elegant, comfortable environment. While it could not compare to a villa district, the convenience and overall quality made it a popular choice among ordinary citizens. At the community entrance, 2 security guards stood watch, and upon spotting Yi Yu with a beautiful, unfamiliar girl, they were momentarily taken aback. "Xiao Yu just got out of school? Who asked this?" One of the guards quickly inquired. Yi Yu, catching their expressions, pointed to Chu Menghan to introduce her. "Uncle Song, this is Chu Menghan, my classmate who just transferred here. She lives here as well." "Hello, Uncle Song. I'm Chu Menghan. Please take care of me." Hello. I'm Song Daqiang. Just call me Old Song," he said politely, extending his right hand for a handshake. "Xiao Yu, you two go on in. Be careful tonight," he added, winking at Yi Yu and whispering. "You lad are doing well. Do your parents know? With the exams coming up, you ought to be cautious and moderate." Yi Yu, feeling helpless, coughed awkwardly and replied, "You're overthinking it. We're just ordinary classmates." I understand. I'm a veteran in these matters." "Haha." Uncle Song chuckled, but Yi Yu could no longer bear his lewd laughter and quickly led Chu Menghan away, leaving him to ponder alone in the wind. "Youth is truly wonderful," Uncle Song remarked, shaking his head. Just then, Yi Yu's mother, Sun Shui, appeared and questioned, "Old Song, what are you muttering about? Was that Xiao Yu? Why is he with a girl?" Realizing it was Yi Yu's mother, Song Daqiang smiled widely. "That is your Xiao Yu. He is a fine young man. Quite impressive, reminiscent of my own youthful days." Sun Shui regarded him quizzically, deep in thought. Inside the Mu Chun garden community, beneath one of the apartment buildings, 2 luxury cars were parked, a black Mercedes and a red BMW X6. Standing beside the Mercedes, Yi Yu gazed upward, his eyes deepening. "I'll just drop you off here." Chu Menghan widened her eyes in disbelief. "Are you really going to leave me here alone?" "Well, what else should I do?" Yi arrived at the entrance. "Haven Tiwi?" Chu Menghan pouted in frustration, clearly reluctant to part ways, wishing to spend more time with him. "All right, bye-bye. See you tomorrow." Yi Yu waved and began to walk away. "Wait." Chu Menghan hurriedly grasped his arm. "We're in the same community. Aren't you going to tell me where you live?" Although she already knew his address, she felt the need to follow the proper protocol. Otherwise, how could she proceed with her plans? Unit 3602 across the way. "Happy now?" Yi Yu shuruk, ekasperatit. "Got it. Bye-bye." Chu Menghan ziplit, a triumphant smile on her face as she released his arm and dashed toward the unit entrance. Yi Yu watched her slender figure retreat, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. He wondered if he owed her something. Their past lives were tangled in a series of misunderstandings, and despite his determination to avoid her in this life, fate had conspired to bring them together once more. Chapter 10. No bullying the young lady. Yi Yu shook his head, perplexed by Chu Menghan's sudden appearance. Could it be that she had developed feelings for him? I must be losing my mind. She is just a child. I'm overthinking this. Chu Menghan having a crush. He struggled to envision such a scenario. Despite her current charm, who could guarantee she wouldn't transform into that cold, proud, and distant queen? No. He had to keep his distance. Otherwise, he would soon find himself in dire straits. Yi Yu shook off his thoughts and composed himself as he approached his apartment door. Taking the elevator upstairs. Ding! The door swung open, and he stepped inside, shedding his shoes. The house was empty, sparsely furnished with only a few simple items in the living room, creating a notably vacant atmosphere. Looks like Mom and Dad aren't back yet. He turned on the lights, changed into house slippers, and ignored the unfinished crystal ball on the table as he made his way to the kitchen. Retrieving ingredients to prepare a meal. His parents were busy with work, often returning home late, so he typically handled the cooking. Over time, he had honed his culinary skills, particularly after marrying Chu Menghan in his past life, leading to an increased demand for his cooking talents. With practice, he had become adept at multitasking in the kitchen, now capable of executing 5 precise cuts in a second. Alas, his wife had always assumed the meals were prepared by the family maid, never realizing they were his handiwork. Reflecting on this made him chuckle. In their past lives, they had been like two parallel lines that could never truly intersect. Yet in this lifetime, so much had transpired in just one day. Yi Yu cooked swiftly, and within minutes, two fragrant dishes were ready and placed on the dining table. After sampling the food, he found it to be quite satisfactory, though not quite on par with a five-star chef, nonetheless. He was pleased and set down his chopsticks to wash his hands and wait for his parents to return. The dishes were visually appealing and flavorful. His skills had not diminished. A few minutes later, the sound of keys turning in the lock echoed through the doorway, followed by the door opening. Mom, why are you back so late? I am starving. You complain. Oh, there's just a lot going on at the company, his mother, Sun Shui, explained. Dressed in a black and white professional outfit, she exuded a gentle demeanor and a poised presence, embodying the essence of an intellectual woman. Yi Yu's parents own a small clothing company, and while their life was not extravagant, it was comfortable enough that he had never worried about finances before learning the true economic state of their household upon his college graduation. His parents often worked late, and Yi Yu had grown accustomed to their schedule. Sun Shui glanced at the 5 or 6 dishes laid out on the table and remarked, "Why did you make so many dishes today? Will we be able to finish them all?" Yi Yu casually replied, "Oh, I see you all have been working hard lately. Let us treat ourselves a bit. By the way, where's my dad?" He inquired. "I'm back. Who called for me?" Came the voice of Yi Weidong from behind. Upon hearing his father's voice, Yi Yu promptly stood up and went to assist him by taking his bag and hanging it on the coat rack. "Dad, you're back." "Indeed, I am," Yi Weidong said, ruffling his son's hair and looking at him with a smile that was both playful and knowing. "I've heard you've been keeping secrets from us?" Yi Yu was taken aback. He could not fathom why his father would pose such a question. Could it be that my sudden windfall of over 10 million has been discovered? All right, just returned home and already looking to educate the child. "So, you've prepared a meal. Will you eat?" Observing his son's bewildered expression, Yi Weidong smirked mischievously. "You little rascal. I'll ask you again later." It seemed it wasn't tea about money. So what could it be? Yi Yu felt helpless. Aside from his reincarnation, he couldn't recall hiding anything else. Could it be that my research materials have been uncovered? Yi Weidong approached the dining table, sat down, and picked up a piece of rib, savoring it with delight. "Son, your culinary skills have greatly improved," Yi Weidong exclaimed, giving a thumbs up in admiration. Yi Yu chuckled. "Having cooked for nearly 20 years, would I not improve?" Yi Weidong continued. "However, son, with the college entrance examination approaching, you should not be distracted by such matters. Focusing on your studies is the most important thing." Yi Yu nodded, understanding. "I got it, Dad. I will work hard." He mused internally. The reward from the system seemed to have turned him into a top student. But he hadn't had the chance to verify it. He wondered if it was true. If it were, then there was no need to worry about the college entrance examination. With the system on his side, the world would be his oyster. And perhaps he could even aim for the top scholar in the province. Yi Weidong glanced at his wife and hesitantly said, "Also, your mother and I are aware that children your age are prone to impulsive behaviors during puberty, especially regarding relationships, huh?" "Relationships? Who has in a relationship?" Yi Yu was utterly confused, staring intently at his father. Sun Shui immediately interrupted. "Oh dear, Lao Yi, what is wrong with our son dating? His grades are just average. Getting into a public school will be a blessing. But son, we cannot let you harm any young ladies, given your current situation. Graduating will surely mean you won't be able to attend the same school as them. Think carefully." At first, Yi Yu found his mother's openness refreshing. But as she continued, he felt increasingly absurd. Did she truly think so little of him? What was a fact that his grades were lacking? He certainly wasn't a danger to anyone. In fact, he was the one being pursued. Why wasn't she worried about that? Seeing the concerned expression on his mother's face, Yi Yu couldn't help but chuckle. "Mom, where are you going with this? There's nothing going on." "Nothing? You think you could deceive me? I just saw you with that beautiful girl across the block. What is your relationship with her?" Sun Shui's eyes widened, persistently interrogating him. Yi Weidong also looked at his son with curiosity. Yi Yu face-palmed. He had anticipated this. "Chu Menghan, oh hot Chu Menghan, you truly know how to stir up trouble for me." Meeting his mother's piercing gaze, he replied calmly, "Just an ordinary classmate. Once upon a time, she was to be your daughter-in-law." But he dared not voice that thought. It was merely a fleeting notion. I'm not old and foolish yet." "Don't think I'll believe your lies," Sun Shui huffed. "Remember to bring her home to meet us one day. Otherwise, I might just go visit her myself." Yi was a loss for words, "Mom. Please spare me. She just transferred schools and happens to be my desk mate, and she lives in the same neighborhood. Right across from us, huh? And then coincidentally I saw you two together?" Sun Shui shot him a skeptical look. Fine. Even he didn't believe the words he was saying. How could there be so many coincidences? Yi Yu felt a deep sense of defeat. spreading his hands in resignation as he said, "It's just how it is. Everything just happened to align. All right, if there's nothing, then there's nothing. It's not like it will affect you in any way. Just remember, don't bully that poor girl." Sun Shi waved her hand, her expression turning serious. Yi rolled his eyes, thinking, how could I dare to provoke her? I'm the one being bullied here. Chapter 11. Thinking of running? Not a chance. Dad, is everything all right with your factory? Yi quickly changed the subject, not wanting to continue the discussion about Chu Menghan with his mother. Don't worry, everything is fine. Yi Weidong replied leisurely after taking a sip of wine. Yi shot him a knowing glance, but chose not to speak further, lowering his head to eat in silence. His father was not being entirely truthful. The factory was actually in dire straits, and based on the timeline, it could only last another 3 years at most. It was precisely due to the impending bankruptcy that his mother had fallen ill with worry, leading to her current condition. Yi Yu understood his father's temperament. He feared that his son would be distracted. Since his father was unwilling to discuss it, what could he do? After dinner, Yi Weidong cleared the table and washed the dishes, while Sun Shi engaged Yi Yu in a lengthy conversation, mostly concerning his studies, work, and various aspects of his life. Yi Yu patiently answered his mother's inquiries, but his mind was preoccupied with how to resolve the current predicament. With funds at his disposal, aiding his father's factory back to life should pose no problem. But how to present this to them? If he suddenly revealed that he was now worth millions, they would surely be unable to accept it. He needed to devise a reasonable approach. Yi Yu felt troubled, realizing he could only take things one step at a time. For now, his father's factory should be safe from collapse. Speaking of which, with his newfound abilities, making money was no longer an issue. Yet, who would want more wealth? The next decade would be an era of rapid growth in various emerging industries. For instance, the stock market, e-commerce, entertainment, technology, medicine, and gaming. Countless fields were flourishing. Yi Yu believed he had a prophetic advantage. With just a slight nudge, the chance of earning exorbitant profits would far exceed that of others. Mom and Dad, I'm heading back to my room. I need to get up early tomorrow. Without delay, Yi returned to his room and promptly opened his computer. Drawing upon his memory, he searched for the financial giants of the future. Although he was particularly adept at stock trading, he had occasionally heard Chu Menghan mention them. So he was somewhat familiar with the influential figures who would dominate certain companies or even entire industries. After researching, he confirmed his target, Huawei Technology. The founder of Huawei Technology would become the nation's richest man, Zhou Hua, a renowned figure in the internet realm, owning the world's largest search engine. The Huawei browser had become the most popular search engine today. The Huawei browser was one of Huawei Technology's initial products, and as the company grew, the search engine evolved into a crucial component among its many offerings. The launch of the browser significantly bolstered Huawei Technology's overall strength, and it would eventually dominate the search engine market, capturing nearly half of the field. If you remember correctly, the product was set to be released shortly after the college entrance examination concluded. Yi Yu murmured to himself, watching Huawei Technology's stock plummet, a smile creeping onto his face. Truly, fortune favors the bold. Who would have thought it would drop this much, providing me the perfect opportunity to seize the moment? To the surprise of many, this company, on the brink of bankruptcy, is destined to achieve remarkable success in the future. Now is the opportune moment to invest, promising immeasurable returns down the line. Without hesitation, Yi Yu committed all his funds, eagerly anticipating the rewards that awaited him in 2 months. His eyes gleamed with fervor as he watched the numbers dance across the computer screen, filled with anticipation for the surprises Huawei would unveil. Meanwhile, Chu Menghan, cradling a cup of coffee, gazed through the floor-to-ceiling window at Yi Yu's room across the way. Though her view was obscured, her eyes sparkled with excitement. How wonderful it is to see you again, Yi Yu. At 6 o'clock the following morning, Yi Yu opened his eyes promptly. After dressing, he ventured into the living room, feeling a warm glow in his heart as he observed his mother bustling about in the kitchen. It's truly wonderful to live again, he thought. Mom, I'm heading out, he called, turning to leave. Son, be safe and take care on the road. His mother waved from the kitchen window. Ye Yu nodded, waving back as he departed. Upon reaching the ground floor, he cautiously glanced around, relieved to find no one else in sight. It seemed that the young lady had already left. Yesterday, Chu Menghan had caused him enough trouble. He could only imagine what might transpire if they were to cross paths again. Alas, he was perhaps a bit too optimistic. Are you looking for me? Chu Menghan, clad in a flowing white dress, with her black hair cascading elegantly, appeared before him. Her delicate features radiated a gentle grace, sitting serenely on a stone bench downstairs. She resembled a fairy emerging from a painting, captivating and ethereal. Yi was momentarily spellbound upon seeing her. Noticing his dazed expression, Chu Menghan raised an eyebrow. What's the matter? Did you forget what I said after just one night? Regaining his composure, Yu internally reprimanded himself for losing his poise. He forced himself to sound calm as he replied, "What are you doing here? I'm waiting for you. Is that a problem?" Chu Menghan shot him a playful glare. "You're not planning to abandon me and run away, are you? Ha! Congratulations, you guessed correctly." Yu scratched his nose awkwardly, grumbling inwardly. With a slight smile, Chu Menghan had anticipated that Yu would try to evade her, so she had chosen to wait downstairs from early morning. Thinking of escaping? No way that's happening. She declared, "Let us go. If we don't hurry, we'll be late." Before Yu could fully process her words, he found himself being pulled along by Chu Menghan. "Hey, let go of me. Don't grab me like that." Their voices faded into the distance. "I said, can you let go once we reach the school gate?" "This looks rather suspicious," Yu protested, shaking off his hand, but her grip remained unyielding. "Suspicious? Let them misunderstand. It's easier for me." "Chu Menghan Vito. What did you say?" Yiyu's eyes widened in disbelief. "Nothing. I said nothing," she replied, shaking her head, but eventually relinquishing his hand. She understood the importance of moderation. After spending a day together, she had begun to grasp Yiyu's character. Despite his verbal disdain, he did not harbor deep-seated animosity towards her. Their past interactions had left a negative impression, establishing a psychological barrier. However, she recognized his limits. If she were overly persistent, she risked incurring his genuine dislike, which would be counterproductive. Thus, while teasing him was enjoyable, she needed to tread carefully. Chapter 12. Yu and Chu Menghan attend school together. Wow, it's Yu again. How is he appearing alongside the school bell once more? Could it be that the school bell is truly with this Yu? No way. No way. Is he more handsome or stronger than I am? Why didn't she choose me? You can stop dreaming. Do you think they've been together since last night? How exciting. As soon as Yu and Chu Menghan arrived at the school gate, the atmosphere erupted with buzz. Chu Menghan's striking presence made it nearly impossible not to draw attention. Yu had anticipated this reaction and quickened his pace, eager to avoid unwanted scrutiny. Chu Menghan, however, seemed unfazed, her expression neutral, yet internally delighted. "Let the rumors swirl faster. You'll have no choice but to acknowledge them. Wow, brother Yu. The school bell is actually going to school with you. You're amazing." Just then, Zhou Tao arrived, hurrying to catch up with the attention-grabbing duo, clapping Yu on the shoulder with admiration. "You're a true role model for us. Say, you two aren't hehe," he teased, winking at Yu. "Get lost. Can you not have such lewd thoughts?" Yu shot Zhou Tao an irritated glare, then glanced at Chu Menghan, adding, "It's merely a coincidence that we're on the same route." "Oh, understood. Understood." Yu chose to ignore the troublemaker and headed straight for the classroom. But behind him, Chu Menghan continued chattering away. "Chu, the school bell. Yu can be a bit reserved, so please be understanding, but he is quite a good person." Chu Menghan nodded slightly, her tone flat. "You're quite close, then?" Except for Yu, Chu Menghan's demeanor with others was consistently cold, a habit she had seemingly adopted. Zhou Tao puffed out his chest with pride. "Of course. Our friendship spans years. We've shared countless study materials." "Study materials? You two are studious? I've heard your grades are mediocre." Chu Menghan guivit pudao. Zhou Tao chuckled mischievously. "That's because what we're learning doesn't have immediate application. If you're interested, I can tell you who Yu's favorite teacher is." "Shut up." Yu couldn't hold back a shout as Zhou Tao's words grew increasingly ridiculous. All right, I'll be quiet." Zhou Tao covered his ears, finally relenting. Chu Menghan gazed curiously at the two. Why is Yu reacting so strongly? Does he hide some secret I'm unaware of? Study materials? A favorite teacher? I must uncover the truth. Yu shot a nervous glance at Chu Menghan, realizing Zhou Tao's loose tongue could spell trouble. She can never know about this, or my shining image will be utterly ruined. Hearing Yu's thoughts, Chu Menghan's curiosity intensified. "If you don't want me to know, then I'm determined to find out." We should hurry to class," Yu interjected, eager to avoid further discussion. As he finished speaking, he quickened his pace. "Wait for me," Chu Menghan called, hurrying to catch up. Once they reached the classroom, their classmates immediately clustered around, the flames of gossip igniting fervently. "Yu, is it true that you're with the school bell?" "Yes, I heard you two are going to school together." "Yu, you scoundrel. How can you be so inconsiderate? You keep such a significant matter to yourself, and we would never have guessed it even if you beat us to death." "Yu, you must finally admit your affair with the school bell, right?" "You are all mistaken." Yu shook his head. "It was merely a coincidence. I happened to run into the school bell." As he spoke, he winked at Chu Menghan, signaling her to clarify the situation. Seeing Yu's expression, Chu Menghan couldn't help but chuckle. She found his demeanor rather endearing. She parted her red lips and explained leisurely, "You are indeed mistaken. We are not together at present." "Huh, I knew it. It's clear that Chu Menghan could never possibly like Yiyu. Thank goodness, thank goodness. Hey, that's quite impolite. The person in question is right here. Show some respect. After hearing Chu Menghan's words, Yiyu initially felt relieved, but upon hearing the reactions of others, his mood swiftly soured. These rascals, devoid of any humanity in the presence of the opposite sex, a bunch of sycophants. I curse you all to a lifetime of solitude. However, Chu Menghan abruptly shifted the topic, causing everyone to hold their breath in anticipation. Yiyu felt a sense of foreboding. But that may not be the case in the future, she added with a smile. Don't you agree, Yiyu? What? Yiyu exclaimed, hardly believing his ears. You must be mistaken. We can't be serious, can we? You heard correctly. Our school bell has suggested that it may not be so in the future. Came the chorus of disbelief. Yiyu, is this true? The school bell can't possibly have feelings for you, right? My goodness. Yiyu, you lucky dog. Envy, jealousy, hatred. Yiyu instantly felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Could you refrain from speaking so ambiguously? It leads to misunderstandings, you know. He gritted his teeth and said, Are you all so idle that you must fabricate nonsense? I have no relationship with her whatsoever. The crowd regarded him with expressions of disdain, clearly unconvinced. Yiyu took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure, and shot a glare at Chu Menghan, hoping she would clarify the situation. Yet, Chu Menghan merely rested her chin on her hand, a smile playing at her lips, as if enjoying the unfolding drama with delight. Yiyu felt utterly exasperated. Please, can you stop this charade? I'm not playing around, Chu Menghan replied, raising an eyebrow. I'm simply stating the truth. Yiyu thought to himself, this is intentional. She is undoubtedly doing this on purpose. Who would have thought she could be so aloof, yet so cunning? Zhou Tao, chuckling to himself nearby, chimed in, Yiyu, I support you. Go and over the school bell. Will you shut up? Yiyu shot back. Is this even about whether I can win her over? I'm the one on the verge of being overwhelmed. Zhou Tao, feeling aggrieved, touched his nose. Fine. I'll keep quiet. All right, everyone, return to your seats and prepare for class. A commanding voice suddenly resounded, silencing the commotion and prompting everyone to settle down. Yi let out a sigh of relief. Finally, some temporary peace. As he looked up, he realized the one beginning the class was none other than the grade director. Old Wang Ziyuan. It had indeed been a while since he had last seen him. Old Wang was notoriously strict, and judging by his expression, it seemed he was in a foul mood, likely due to some unfortunate soul who had provoked him. Standing at the podium, Old Wang crossed his arms, his face revealing no emotion. He scanned the room and ultimately fixed his gaze upon Yiyu. With the college entrance examination approaching, I hope some of you will focus more on your studies. At that moment, he abruptly changed his tone. Although some of your grades may not be satisfactory, that is no excuse for self-abandonment. Yiyu's heart sank. He couldn't help but wonder if Old Wang was about to make an example of him. Feeling anxious, he was startled when Old Wang suddenly beckoned him. Yiyu and Chu Menghan, please come to my office for a moment. Oh, okay? Yiyu repeated, mustering the courage to respond. As he left, he shot a glare at Chu Menghan, who, unfazed, seemed to relish the situation. What do you think the teacher wants with us? Chu Menghan inquired softly as she followed him. Yiyu glanced at her, uncertain if she was genuinely oblivious or pretending. After causing such a ruckus, what else could it be? Perhaps they want to treat us to tea? Huh, you guessed correctly, Chu Menghan remarked, amused by Yiyu's resigned expression. She had seen all sorts of things from high-ranking officials to grassroots workers. Dealing with a grade director was a piece of cake. Upon entering the office, Yiyu felt a mix of apprehension and anticipation. Wang Ziyuan first assessed Chu Menghan, nodding in approval. Not bad, quite beautiful and academically accomplished. Chu Menghan acknowledged his compliment with a slight nod, devoid of the typical shyness seen in many young women. I heard you came from the capital. Why did you choose to come to our small school? Wang Ziyuan continued with his inquiries. Chu Menghan replied nonchalantly, I chose this place simply because I like it. Wang Ziyuan nodded. So, do you know why I called you both here today? Not really. Chu Menghan shook her head. Wang Ziyuan smirked, clearly displeased by her lack of deference. It seems you're not one to give face. No wonder you're from the Chu family. It's rather difficult to handle this young lady. Yiyu shot Chu Menghan a warning glance, silently urging her to adopt a more humble demeanor, lest they face undue consequences. Old Wang might not dare reprimand her, but he certainly wouldn't hold back with him. As expected, the focus of the reprimand quickly shifted to Yiyu. Yiyu, what are you doing with those silly expressions? Are you having a fit? Yiyu quickly composed himself and responded earnestly. Report, teacher, I wasn't. I was merely adjusting my facial muscles to relieve stress caused by your commanding presence. Old Wang snorted. Enough with the banter. The news of your situation has spread throughout the school. Both Yiyu and Chu Menghan's expressions shifted at this revelation. Yiyu's face fell, while Chu Menghan remained composed but felt a spark of delight within. Well done, she thought, smiling at Yu, her eyes shimmering with mischief as she awaited his reaction. Yu gave a wry smile. Teacher, please restore my honor. These are mere rumors. You know me. I am known as the virtuous gentleman of Jiangbei. How could I possibly engage in early romance? I assure you, I have no connection with her whatsoever. Oh, really? Yu nodded vigorously, of course. I, Yu, am steadfast and honorable. I swear, I am still a pure-hearted young man. Chu Menghan couldn't help but chuckle at his passionate declaration, surprised to see this otherwise composed individual exhibit such fervor. Wang Ziyuan looked at him incredulously. You, a virtuous gentleman? More like a debauched character from the west gate of Jiangbei. Enough with the idle talk. Your situation has become quite the scandal. Do you believe there is any chance for redemption? You seek it. Well, teacher, may I plead my case once more? Wang Ziyuan raised an eyebrow. Go ahead. Yu glanced at Chu Menghan and continued. In truth, this matter has absolutely nothing to do with my long-lost sister. If anyone is to blame, it should be me. With a sudden burst of laughter followed by a series of coughs, Chu Menghan nearly spat out the water she had just sipped, barely managing to cover her mouth in time. Had she not, she would have surely drenched Yu in her surprise. What did you say, sister? Wang Ziyuan cast a disdainful glance at Yu, evidently unimpressed by his choice of words. Was this lad a fool? If one were to fabricate a story, shouldn't it at least hold some semblance of plausibility? Indeed, she is my sister, Yu asserted earnestly, nodding in affirmation. Wang Ziyuan's expression evolved into one of incredulity. Your sister? From different fathers and mothers, I presume? Suppressing her laughter, Chu Menghan found it difficult to contain her amusement. What kind of convoluted reasoning could lead to such a claim? My heavens! Old Wang, you truly understand me. We are kindred spirits. Yu clapped a hand on Wang Ziyuan's shoulder, exuding a sense of camaraderie that seemed to have blossomed too late. In the past, Yu would have never dared to behave so brazenly, but after many years since graduation, he had come to realize that despite Wang Ziyuan's stern demeanor, he genuinely cared for his students. Encountering him again prompted a wave of nostalgia, naturally leading Yu to act with a touch more audacity. Wang Ziyuan's lips twitched in visible annoyance. Enough of your jesting. Let us get down to business. I called you here to review your results from the last mock exam. Yu's heart sank. What? You should have mentioned that sooner. You nearly startled me. Wang Ziyuan slammed the test paper onto the desk. Take a look. You placed third to last this time. Worse than Zhou Tao. Yu's handsome face contorted in dismay, yet he stammered, but what? Wang Ziyuan pointed a finger at Yu, rebuking him. But there are others who performed even worse than I did. Am I supposed to be proud of this? You have two options. First, allow Chu Menghan to tutor you. I choose the second option. Yu interjected hastily, horrified at the notion of being tutored by Chu Menghan. He would surely lose his mind. Wang Ziyuan regarded Yu with a mix of surprise and skepticism, wondering if the boy had lost his senses. A discreet glance at Chu Menghan confirmed his suspicion. Had she not sought him out, insisting on helping Yu improve his grades? He would never have agreed to this arrangement. There was no escaping it. Her formidable background made it impossible to refuse. I've done my part. If he is unwilling, I cannot be held responsible. Chu Menghan mused, her lips curling into a knowing smile. She anticipated that Yu would resist, but that wouldn't deter her in the least. Chapter 14. A perfect match, quite reasonable. Isn't it? Chu Menghan smirked, her confidence palpable. Yu, I did not expect you to choose the second option, so I must reluctantly agree to your request. Yu felt a chill of foreboding wash over him. What does that mean? Wang Ziyuan scoffed. The second option entails that from this day forth, Chu Menghan will closely supervise your studies until your grades reach the top 100 in your year. Chu Menghan playfully blinked at the dazed Yu, waving her hand in front of his face. Hey, are you so thrilled that you're speechless? I didn't realize you were so eager to spend time with me. Spend time together? Isn't that digging my own grave? Yu shook his head, snapping back to reality, his expression one of indignation. What difference does it make between the first and second options? Old Wang, how can you assist in my demise? What about your integrity as a teacher? Your moral compass? Why? Chu Menghan is willing to invest her time to assist you. What grievance do you have? But, no boots. This matter is settled until you show improvement. Wang Ziyuan declared with finality, leaving no room for Yu to protest. After all, the daughter of a board member was willing to lend her support. How could he not relish this opportunity? Young man, I am acting in your best interest. One day, you will be grateful to me. He would never confess that he was motivated by the promise of securing a top student for the college entrance exams, thanks to Chu Menghan's assurances. If anyone else had made such a claim, he would have scoffed, but this was Chu Menghan. He felt a stir of excitement. The thought of having a student achieve such success was delightful enough to boast about for a lifetime, not to mention the accompanying reward. Old Wang? Noticing Wang Ziyuan's increasingly peculiar expression, Yi Yu interrupted him. Realizing he had become somewhat carried away, Wang Ziyuan quickly feigned seriousness. All right, you two may go. Yi Yu hesitated, still wishing to voice his concerns, but Chu Menghan was having none of it. She grasped his hand and, with a beaming smile, assured Wang Ziyuan. Don't worry, I will ensure Yi Yu is well guided. Taught. Yes, taught to meet your expectations. Guided? Did she just say guided? She certainly harbors ulterior motives. Is she trying to turn me into a kept man? Yi Yu thought, but Chu Menghan paid no mind to his inner turmoil, dragging him out of the office without giving him a chance to argue. Hey, don't pull me. I still have things to clarify with old Wang. Chu Menghan looked up at him with a bright smile, asking playfully, what's wrong? Oni-chan, didn't you hear? You're under my supervision now. Yi Yu's face flushed with embarrassment. Stop calling me that. Can we move past this? This is clearly revenge. Absolutely revenge. Didn't you just say I was your sister? Oni-chan, Chu Menghan teased, refusing to let up, as Yi Yu had been the one to initiate the playful banter. This matter is insignificant. What's crucial is that I do not require your tutoring. Yi Yu ground out through clenched teeth, conveniently ignoring the offending term. Oh, you really don't need it? Chu Menghan raised an eyebrow, challenging him. Absolutely not. Very well, then I will have no choice but to inform a teacher. Requesting he handle our situation impartially. With a sly smile, she turned to leave. Hey, what do you mean by that? Don't say things that aren't true. Chu Menghan glanced back at him, grinning. Between a man and a woman, aside from that matter, what else could there be? Yi was left speechless, feeling utterly helpless. You truly are a rogue. With a shrug, Chu Menghan feigned innocence. Rogue? Where have I gone astray? You're merely reading too deeply into things. Yi found himself at a loss for words, fully aware of Chu Menghan's cunning nature. Such a young age, yet so adept at tormenting others. It's no wonder so many are drawn to her. Chu Menghan rolled her eyes at him, finding his inability to counter her amusingly endearing. She stepped closer, leaning in to whisper in his ear, these words are not mine, but rather the school's gossip. Her ambiguous posture rendered Yi Yu utterly rigid, his cheeks flushed crimson, and his heart raced incessantly, leaving him momentarily at a loss for coherent thought. Observing his reaction, Chu Menghan could not help but stifle a giggle. Her voice soft yet teasing. What's this? Are you feeling a flutter in your heart? Yi Yu snapped back to reality, pushing her away, and cleared his throat. Let us not veer off topic. Even if there are rumors, there's no need to involve my studies. Chu Menghan, undeterred by his rejection, continued to gaze at him with a playful smile. Are you shy? Her tone was laced with a hint of mockery and seduction, making Yi Yu wish for an escape route. Chu Menghan, you. All right, I won't tease you anymore, she interrupted, continuing, well, I don't care about those rumors. I should still be considerate of your feelings, shouldn't I? Therefore, to silence the gossip, I shall assist you in improving your grades. That seems like a perfectly reasonable excuse, doesn't it? Though her words were delivered with grandeur, the truth of the matter resided solely in her own heart. Yi Yu paused, sensing something amiss, but he could not pinpoint what felt strange. Why is it that my own circumstances have led to this outcome? Having navigated the business world for so long, I've encountered all manner of cunning old foxes. Dealing with a naive little husband is but a delightful challenge. Chapter 15. Are you here to assist me in my studies, or to distract me? In the study room, Yi Yu sat at his desk, eyeing the girl before him with a hint of exasperation. You've been staring at me for nearly half an hour. Don't you have any self-awareness? Indeed. Yi Yu ultimately relented, acquiescing to Chu Menghan's request. Although he did not require assistance, thanks to the rewards from the system, he could now read effortlessly and retain information with remarkable ease. With just a bit of time, these concepts were mere trifles for him. Of course, I'm here to assist you. I'm merely observing your problem-solving methods, Chu Menghan replied, propping her chin on her hands and smiling sweetly at Yi Yu, a sight that provoked jealousy in many onlookers. Yet it seems you haven't helped me at all. Yi Yu kept his head down, continuing to work on his problems. Not only have you not aided me, but you've also attracted a fair bit of trouble. Yi Yu could feel countless eyes fixed on him, as if they longed to strip him bare. Truly, a beauty can be a source of calamity, offering no respite whatsoever. Don't be so stingy. Chu Menghan linit gelo, craning her neck to sneak a glance at the equations and calculations filling his paper. She pouted slightly and whispered, it appears you truly don't need my help. So, were you merely pretending before? Are you actually a genius? Chu Menghan was being deliberate. She was unaware of Yi Yu's system and assumed his prowess stemmed from his reincarnation. This reasoning seemed quite plausible. Her face was nearly pressed against Yi Yu's desk, her breath tickling his ear, creating a delightful sensation. Yi Yu halted his pen, turned to face Chu Menghan, their proximity so close their noses nearly touched. Chu Menghan's eyes widened as she looked at him. In that moment, you could distinctly read the bewilderment reflected in her gaze. It was the first time their eyes had met from such a close distance, allowing them to feel each other's warmth and scent. Her skin was delicate and fair, smooth as milk, with a refined nose and full lips. Her features were exquisite, especially her bright, expressive eyes that sparkled with clarity, evoking a desire to possess them. Flustered, she quickly distanced herself. Yu cleared his throat, diverting his gaze, stealing a glance at Chu Menghan. It seems she isn't as bold as she pretends. She knows how to feel shy too. Hearing Yi Yu's teasing, Chu Menghan felt her heart race, struggling to control her emotions, her cheeks aflame. Phew, I almost fell for him. It's the first time I've looked at him so closely. They say eyes are the windows to the soul. I nearly got trapped in that window. Are you all right? Yi Yu noticed Chu Menghan's prolonged silence and asked with concern. Lowering her gaze, she shook her head and replied in a muffled tone. I'm fine, just startled by you, that's all. Yi Yu nodded, refocusing on his exam, while Chu Menghan surprisingly sat quietly. Yet, this scene did not escape the notice of Su Fangzhe, who was filled with resentment. Why? Why does Yi Yu garner Chu Menghan's affection when he is evidently the most dazzling presence? Why does she disregard him? He was indignant. In terms of family background, the Su family was undoubtedly the premier aristocracy in Jiangbei City. In terms of talent, he was not inferior to that slacker. Watching the two engage in learning while whispering sweet nothings, his anger flared. Yi Yu, step outside for a moment. Su Fangzhe stormed up to Yi Yu, pointing towards the door. Yi Yu lifted his gaze, raising an eyebrow. What do you want? We're not acquainted. You bastard. When I call you out, you better come. Su Fangzhe shouted. Crazy. Yi Yu completely ignored him. A spoiled playboy held no interest for him. There was no need to engage in conflict. Su Fangzhe felt belittled, his expression darkening. Turning to Chu Menghan, he put on a sycophantic smile. Menghan, I wish to speak to Yi Yu privately. Is that all right? Chu Menghan glanced at him and replied coolly. You think you can call me Menghan? Please refer to me by my full name. If you have something to say, do so here. Don't waste our study time. Su Fangzhe's face turned an ominous shade. His teeth clenched as he glared at Yi Yu. Damn Yi Yu. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, why would Chu Menghan treat me so coldly? This was an unjust accusation towards Yi Yu. Chu Menghan treated everyone outside of him with the same indifference, especially towards men. Fine. Yi Yu, I challenge you. Su Fangzhe glared at Yi Yu. A challenge? Yi Yu was momentarily taken aback, realizing he had stumbled into one of those obligatory face-slapping scenarios from novels. Did this guy mistakenly believe he was the chosen one returned from reincarnation? Are you too arrogant, or am I too weak to wield a blade? Since you've come to me, don't blame me for what has to come. Don't blink. I'm about to show off. What shall we compete in? Size or length? Look at you. Your physique seems drained of vitality. Can you even manage? Yi Yu cast a disdainful glance at him, his face a mask of scorn. Chu Menghan, seated beside Yi Yu, felt her face flush at his bold words and gently tapped his shoulder. Su Fangzhe's face turned beet red. When had he ever been subjected to such humiliation? Yet, Yi Yu feigned surprise, bewilderedly stating, what's wrong? I was talking about arms. Who is stronger? Isn't that what men do? Surely you don't think I meant something else? Su, you're far too lewd. I, being a person of pure thoughts, simply cannot keep up with your depravity. Chu Menghan rolled her eyes. This fellow was clearly trying to provoke Su Fangzhe. She anticipated his mischievousness, but it amused her. Su Fangzhe took a deep breath, suppressing his fury. I'm not competing in those areas. We shall compete in academic performance. Compete in academic performance? Yi Yu struggled to contain his laughter, feeling elated within. Indeed, what one thinks often materializes. I had initially intended to engage with you all as an ordinary individual. Yet what I received in return was a palpable distance. No more pretense. I confess, I am an academic prodigy. However, such a lucrative opportunity that has presented itself cannot be easily squandered. I must extract some benefits from him. Yi Yu smirked, feigning reluctance as he remarked, class monitor. You have long maintained your position among the top 10 in the grade. Competing with you would be akin to self-inflicted torment, wouldn't it? Upon hearing this, Su Fangzhe assumed Yi Yu was intimidated and arrogantly declared, You wouldn't dare, would you? Yi Yu waved his hand dismissively, stating that there was no point in competing, as winning would yield no advantage. What then? How shall we compete? Su Fangzhe pets? Yi Yu's lips curled into a sly smile. Unless what? Chapter 16. You cannot expect to benefit without cost. Observing Su Fangzhe's eager demeanor, Yi Yu recognized that he had successfully baited the hook. Calmly, he suggested, since the class monitor is so eager to compete, there must be some stakes involved to make it worthwhile, don't you think? Su Fangzhe's eyes gleamed with excitement, as this was precisely what he desired. What do you propose to wager? Yi replied with a grin. Quite simply, if I win, you shall cease to bother me henceforth, and additionally, compensate me for my mental anguish over the past 2 days. Just a modest sum of 10 million. 10 million. Su Fangzhe was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. Yi continued, so what do you say? Are you up for it? The illustrious young master of the Su family cannot possibly lack such a trifling amount. Can he? Su Fangzhe contemplated. Although 10 million was no small sum, it was not insurmountable for him. Moreover, should he defeat Yu, he could rid himself of Chu Menghan entirely. What was a little money in the grand scheme of things? Fine, I accept your terms. However, I too have a condition. If I win, you must never appear before Chu Menghan again. Su Fangzhe's gaze was fixed intently on Yi Yu, wary of any potential reversal. Yi Yu chuckled, it's a deal. He relished the prospect. For he had no desire to remain entangled with Chu Menghan. It was merely a matter of necessity. Su Fangzhe turned to leave, and as Yi Yu watched his retreating figure, he felt a fleeting pang of feigned sympathy. Su Fangde, oh hot Su Fangde. It seems rather cruel to take advantage of one still in their youth. Nonetheless, this arrangement spared Yi Yu much trouble and offered him a chance to profit. Chu Menghan was acutely aware of Yi Yu's ulterior motives. This fellow was indeed adept at deception, digging a pit and inviting others to leap into it. Yet, she was displeased by Yi Yu's eagerness to accept Su Fangzhe's terms without hesitation. Does he wish to distance himself from me so readily? How brazen! The more she pondered, the angrier she became, and she reached out to fiercely pinch the soft flesh at Yi Yu's waist. Yi Yu winced in pain, exclaiming, ouch. Easy there, that hurts. Serves you right. Who told you to agree to his terms of keeping your distance from me? Chu Menghan just the... What? Am I so unworthy of your regard that you cannot wait to be rid of me? As she spoke, she shot him a discontented sideways glance, radiating an icy demeanor. Not at all. Just look at him, strutting about like a peacock on a motorcycle. If I refuse, wouldn't that be a blow to my pride? Yi Yu defended himself, rubbing the reddened area where she pinched him. Humph. Chu Menghan turned to him, questioning, is that so? Of course. A man cannot simply concede. I must prove myself superior to him. Or how could I justify your assistance, Miss Chu? Yi replied with feigned seriousness. Chu Menghan rolled her eyes. She believed not a word of his assertions. However, she was not truly angry, as this tactic could potentially rid her of Su Fangzhe, who was an incessant nuisance in her pursuit of her future spouse. So, do you possess such confidence in your ability to win? Chu Menghan asked, feigning concern. She understood that it was only a matter of time before Yi Yu mastered high school knowledge, yet the process must unfold as it should. She had no desire to expose her own advantages. Moreover, if she were to discover that he was, in fact, a genius, what excuse would she have to remain by his side? All her prior efforts would be in vain. Fear not, for you are here, are you not? Just assist me in boosting my grades before the next examination. Isn't that what old Wang assigned you? Yi replied, half serious and half joking. He certainly could not reveal his true prowess all at once. Otherwise, the existence of his system might also become apparent. Using Chu Menghan as a cover was undoubtedly the best strategy. Both harbored their own secrets, each concealing a multitude of ulterior motives. Chu Menghan, perceptive as she was, chose not to expose the truth, quietly playing along with his charade. All right, that is acceptable. But if I am to help you improve your grades, what do I gain in return? Chu Menghan inquired, her slanted, cunning eyes sparkling with mischief. Benefits? Yi Yu inwardly cursed, realizing this girl was opportunistic. What? Do you expect to get something for nothing? Chu Menghan gazed at him incredulously, having not anticipated him to be of such a nature. Ahem. What do you desire in return? She asked with a smile. I shall inform you once I have considered it thoroughly. Yi Yu felt somewhat stifled. This girl was exceedingly difficult to handle, and how could a man in his 20s be so readily manipulated by her? Just as Yi Yu was lost in his vexation, Zhou Tao suddenly leaned in, asking, Yi Yu, are you sure you can handle such a big gamble? I have it under control. Worry not. Yi Yu repeated, laughing to reassure him. Sigh, I can sacrifice myself for you in many matters, but when it comes to academics, I am utterly powerless. Zhou Tao sighed, patting his shoulder with a look of helplessness. Yi Yu was initially touched by his words, but what Zhou Tao said next nearly caused him to spit blood. It's all right. Although you have no hope with the school bell, do not lose heart. There will be someone better next time. Zhou Tao earnestly encouraged. However, before he could finish, he caught sight of Chu Menghan's murderous glare. Zhou Tao, who is this next person you speak of? She asked, her voice dripping with menace. Zhou Tao, sensing the tension, recoiled slightly, offering an awkward laugh. No one. Chu Menghan was quick to grasp that the two had something to hide. Oomph. She glared at Yi Yu, choosing to ignore him. Zhou Tao scratched his nose, chuckling nervously. Well then, Yi Yu, get your all. I will cheer for you. Get lost. Yi Yu rolled his eyes, convinced that this fellow was deliberately stirring the pot. He had enough chaos already. If Chu Menghan discovered who that person was, would he still have peace? Yet, Chu Menghan was not so easily deceived. She had already gleaned from Zhou Tao's words that they were concealing some secret from her. Humph. Once I uncover the truth, I will not let these two off easily. Speak. What did Zhou Tao mean by that earlier? Chu Menghan inquired, her tone menacing. What do you mean? Yi Yu continued to feign ignorance. The guy is simply stirring trouble. Just ignore him. He hastily shifted the topic. Chu Menghan observed his demeanor, realizing he would not divulge anything, and chose not to press the issue. She would eventually unearth the truth. Chapter 17. Could I be cheated on? Miss, I have completed the investigation you requested. Dressed in a flowing white gown, with a flawless and exquisite appearance, Chu Menghan sat elegantly on the sofa, gently swirling a cup of coffee in her hand. Unlike her usual demeanor, beneath her youthful visage, which appeared to be no more than 18 or 19, there was an undeniable aura of maturity and intellect emanating from her features. She radiated an air of aloofness, as if keeping the world at bay. Yet, the faint blush on her cheeks betrayed the true emotions swirling within her heart. This paradox rendered her somewhat unapproachable, yet it only heightened her allure. With a subtle lift of her brow, Chu Menghan spoke in a tone devoid of discernible joy or sorrow. Speak. On the other end of the line, a strange man's voice reverberated, infused with a palpable respect towards Chu Menghan. The number of women with whom Yi Yu had maintained a close relationship over the past decade could be counted on one hand. Thus, investigating this matter was not particularly challenging. To her surprise, one individual was someone the young lady was quite familiar with. Oh, Chu Menghan felt a hint of astonishment. Yi was acquainted with someone she knew well. It turned out to be Shan Xinyue, a member of the esteemed Shen family, one of the four prominent families. It's actually her. The image of the woman who shared her fame as one of the capital's dazzling duo flashed through Chu Menghan's mind. No wonder she had always been at odds with me. It was all due to Yi Yu. A slight smirk graced Chu Menghan's lips as she murmured to herself. She finally comprehended why Shan Xinyue had consistently harbored animosity towards her in her previous life. It was because she had usurped the affections of the one she cherished. Miss, what did you say? Returning to the present, Chu Menghan shook off her reverie and replied, It's nothing. You handled this matter excellently. I will contact you again if necessary. Understood, miss. After hanging up, Chu Menghan fell into deep contemplation. Her supposedly devoted husband had concealed quite a bit, having connections with Shan Xinyue. Could it be that they shared something more than mere acquaintance? The thought of being betrayed cast a shadow over her heart, and she found herself lying despondently on her bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. It was also her own fault. In her past life, she had paid too little attention to Yi Yu, failing to discern the subtle intricacies between the two of them. Filled with frustration, Chu Menghan tossed and turned in bed. Her spirits dampened. I must uncover the truth and ascertain the nature of their relationship. Suddenly, she sat upright, her expression fierce as she declared, If my dear husband proves unfaithful, I shall sever my own happiness for the rest of my life. Meanwhile, Yi Yu, diligently working, was oblivious to the impending storm. Sneezing repeatedly. Who is cursing me? I feel an ominous premonition. He rubbed his nose and continued his work, unaware of the troubles that loomed ahead. Shall you? If you're feeling tired, take a break. Don't catch a cold, Sun Shui, his mother, called out from the living room, her voice laced with concern. It was perplexing. Her son had suddenly become so studious, locking himself away in his study day in and day out, as if fueled by fervor. Mom, I'm fine, Yi replied, though he too wished for a simpler solution. The system had promised him the prowess of a scholar, yet it merely enhanced his learning ability, memory, and comprehension. Why not just fill his mind with knowledge directly? Instead, he had to relearn everything from scratch. Thus, he was engrossed in revisiting his high school studies with relentless fervor. Sighing, Sun Shui felt a mix of pride and anxiety about her son's relentless efforts. Do you think something has stimulated him? She asked her husband, Yi Weidong, unable to suppress her worry. Yi Weidong set down his teacup with a nonchalant expression. Stimulated? What could possibly stimulate him? Sun Shui pursed her lips, suddenly recalling something. Do you think it could be that girl from before? Perhaps he asked, transforming his heartbreak into motivation. Yi Weidong looked incredulous, uncertain. That can't be. Didn't he say they were just ordinary classmates? Do you really believe everything he says? Sun Shui shot him a disapproving glance. Yi Weidong coughed awkwardly. Well, I know our son. He is not the type to get caught up in romance. Humph. Then why this sudden surge of diligence? Yi Weidong frowned, pondering the question, but ultimately shook his head. I don't know. I need to investigate further and find out what is going on. Sun Shui declared, rising to head towards the study. Just as she reached the door, she turned back, saying, "And don't you dare gossip in front of our son. Otherwise, you'll answer to me." Yi Weidong merely shook his head, allowing her to do as she pleased. Inside the study, Yi was engrossed in his studies, completely unaware of his mother's quiet approach. Sun Shui stealthily opened the door and tiptoed inside. "Son," she called softly. Yi looked up, surprised. "Mom, why didn't you knock before coming in?" "Hee. I came to see if you were slacking off," Sun Shui replied, peering over his shoulder. "Oh, you're really working hard." Yi you nodded, noticing his mother's hesitant demeanor. "Mom, is there something you need?" "Well, can I check on you without a reason?" Sun Shui shot him a playful glare. Yi shrugged. He knew his mother too well. She was definitely up to something. "You can just say what you need without beating around the bush." "Okay, then I'll ask. You and that girl you were with before, you seem to get along quite well, right?" Yi looked at her quizzically. "Chu Menghan? Why do you ask about her?" "So her name is Chu Menghan," Sun Shui murmured, then quickly pressed on. "But you still haven't answered my question." "Oh, it's just okay," Yi replied nonchalantly, puzzled as to why his mother was so interested. In his view, his relationship with Chu Menghan was quite ordinary, despite some unexpected developments that were not of his choosing. "Just okay?" Sun Shui frowned, realizing her suspicions were correct. It seemed her son had not succeeded in winning her heart. "It's all right, son. Temporary setbacks are inevitable. Don't dwell on it. You'll have other opportunities." She patted his shoulder, her gaze filled with concern. "If you think this is a good way to vent, I won't stop you. Just take care of your health and don't bottle everything up." "Wait, what?" Yi was utterly confused. Something felt off about the direction of this conversation. Why did it sound like his mother thought he had been abandoned? "Mom, while I understand every word you're saying, could you clarify the overall meaning?" He sensed that his mother might have misunderstood something. Chapter 18. A surprise visit? Sun Shui, observing her son's bewildered expression, shook her head in disbelief. Why didn't he realize he was affected so deeply? "So, ding dong, ding dong." Just as she was about to speak, the sudden chime of the doorbell interrupted her thoughts. "Mom, I'll talk to you later. I'm going to answer the door," Sun Shui said, rising from her study and stepping out. Yi watched his somewhat enigmatic mother shake her head, puzzled by her demeanor. "Who is it?" Sun Shui inquired as she approached the door, only to find a girl of refreshing elegance, striking beauty, and a graceful figure standing on the threshold. Sun Shui was momentarily taken aback, captivated by the girl's allure. "She looks familiar. Have I seen her before?" She pondered, her curiosity piqued. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice laced with intrigue. Inside, Chu Menghan felt a twinge of anxiety. Despite having met Yi's parents numerous times in her past life, she was acutely aware that the circumstances were now entirely different. To prepare for this moment, she had meticulously adorned herself, and judging by Sun Ai's reaction, it seemed she had made a favorable impression. Upon hearing Sun Shui's question, Chu Menghan offered a sweet smile and responded politely. "You must be Sun Ai, right?" "Hello, I am Chu Menghan, Yi's classmate. I was assigned a task by our teacher, and I'm here to assist him with his studies. Is he home?" As she spoke, she subtly glanced into the room, leaving the true nature of her visit ambiguous. "Chu Menghan, is she the girl my son mentioned earlier?" Sun Shui realized with a start, her astonishment growing. No wonder she seemed familiar. It's her. But why is she here? Helping you with his studies? Such a commonplace excuse. Could it be that my son has been irresponsible? Is she perhaps here because she's expecting? The thought struck her with both surprise and a hint of alarm. How did she find herself on the verge of becoming a grandmother so unexpectedly? If he were aware of his mother weaving such a dramatic familial narrative in her mind, he might very well faint from the shock. As Chu Menghan observed Sun Shui's fluctuating emotions, she felt her own unease grow, apprehensive that she might have faltered somewhere. Tentatively, she ventured, "Auntie?" Coughing lightly, Sun Shui snapped back to reality and exclaimed warmly, "So you're the classmate, Chu Menghan. Yi often speaks of you. He's here, come in, come in." With that, she ushered Chu Menghan into the house. Upon entering, Chu Menghan immediately spotted Yi Weidong seated calmly on the sofa. "Hello, only," she greeted. Yi Yidong, setting down his newspaper and cup of tea, regarded his wife with a puzzled expression. Sun Shui discreetly signaled him, explaining, "This is Yi Yu's classmate, Chu Menghan, here to help our son review." She then leaned in to whisper, "She asked the girl I mentioned to you last time." Realization dawned on Yi Weidong, who replied, "Oh, Chu Menghan, please sit. I hope Yi hasn't caused you too much trouble." Though this was not Chu Menghan's first encounter with them, a heightened sense of nervousness enveloped her, more so than when facing influential figures in the past. No, I've caused him quite a bit of trouble," she insisted, waving her hands in dismissal, her gaze darting around in search of Yi Yu. "Dear, there's no need to worry. Treat this place as your own home." Sun Shuyi reassured her, grasping her hand in comfort. Chu Menghan nodded, feeling a bit more at ease. All right, thank you. Just then, Yi Yu's voice echoed from the study. Mom, who's here? This child. Doesn't he know to greet guests? Sun Shuyi shot a slightly apologetic glance at Chu Menghan. Upon hearing Yi Yu's voice, a smile involuntarily crept onto Chu Menghan's lips. Let us see how surprised he is to find me here, after trying to avoid me. Surprise was certainly not in the cards, but shock was guaranteed. Yi Yu, your classmate is here. Come out. Classmate? Could it be that rascal Zhou Tao? Yi Yu, lost in thought, casually inquired which classmate. The one you mentioned earlier, Chu Menghan. Oh hot, Chu Menghan. Just a moment. Let me finish this problem. Who? Chu Menghan? Realization struck Yi Yu, and in a flurry of panic, he leapt up, only to topple over, chair and all, in a comical display of chaos. Ouch! What's she doing here? He gasped, more concerned about the impending doom that awaited him than the pain from his fall. Chu Menghan, outside, could easily imagine his flustered expression, but regretted not witnessing his startled reaction. What is this child doing, creating such a ruckus? Sun Shuyi lamented. Then, Yi Yu emerged from the study, his expression unreadable. Their eyes met, and Yi Yu shot her a fierce glare, one that spoke volumes. Yet, Chu Menghan remained undaunted, blinking at him playfully with a hint of smile. Son, why are you dawdling? Your classmate has been waiting for you, Sun Shuyi chided, her expression laden with encouragement. Yi Yu sighed, fully aware of his mother's intentions. Oh, Mom, it's not what you think. I'm in deep trouble now. What brings you here? He asked Chu Menghan, his tone flat. Young man, how can you speak like that? Menghan has come to dedicate her time to assist you with your studies. Sun Shuyi gently reprimanded, lightly swatting Yi Yu as she spoke. It seemed she needed to take matters into her own hands. Her son was unreliable. Sensing the delicate nature of their interaction, she turned to Chu Menghan, saying, Menghan, please take care of Xiao Yu's studies. I'll prepare some snacks for you. You two can go to the study and take your time. We won't disturb you. She shot a discreet glance at Yi Yu. Seeing his mother's mischievous expression, Yi Yu suddenly felt like the most serious person in the room. What was happening? Thank you, Auntie. Thank you, Uncle. Chu Menghan, not that. Casting a triumphant look at Yi Yu. Come on, Yi Yu. Let us have a good discussion. Chapter 19. Innocence at stake? Miss Chu, what exactly are you plotting? In the study, Chu Menghan stood with her hands clasped behind her, leisurely surveying Yi Yu's personal space. This was her first glimpse into his private domain, and her curiosity was palpable. Behind her, Yi Yu regarded Chu Menghan, utterly perplexed by the thoughts racing through her mind. In his view, she had always embodied a proud, untouchable figure. At just over 20, she was already the president of the Chu Corporation, a position that demanded maturity and decorum, far removed from the petulance often associated with young heiresses. In fact, in her previous life, she had indeed carried herself with such gravitas. However, his recent interactions revealed a different side to her. She possessed the innate whims of a young girl as well. Perhaps the future version of her merely excels at concealing her true self, burying her youthful demeanor beneath an icy facade. Yet he remains perplexed as to why this extraordinary individual remains entangled with someone as inconspicuous as himself. It's nothing significant, merely curiosity, just a casual glance. Chu Menghan turned around and flashed a smile at Yi Yu. Yi Yu rolled his eyes. I'm not talking about that. I'm inquiring about your actual purpose here. Don't tell me you genuinely came to help me study. Chu Menghan approached the chair and sat down, casually asking, what is wrong? Isn't it permissible? Yi Yu shook his head in exasperation. Of course it is, but I strongly advise you to maintain your distance. Oh, Chu Menghan raised an eyebrow, a playful smile dancing on her lips. Why is that? Yi Yu shrugged nonchalantly. With you around, my study efficiency plummets. Upon hearing this, Chu Menghan chuckled lightly. Then may I ask, Yi Yu, have I stirred your heart? Yi Yu. Although he was acutely aware that he and Chu Menghan belonged to entirely different worlds and had resolved to avoid further entanglements, the image of his former wife, with her strikingly ethereal beauty lingering before him, was hard to ignore. Gazing at the radiant woman before him, Yi Yu felt she seemed even more dazzling than his past life. This realization compelled him to retreat. As reason dictated, he must draw a clear boundary between them. Huh, are you still oblivious? Yi Yu muttered under his breath, a hint of disdain in his tone. Hearing this, Chu Menghan stood, crossed her arms, and leaned closer to Yi Yu, her narrowed eyes fixated on him. But I fail to see any signs of your heart being swayed. It appears my charm is insufficient. I wish to see just how far your self-control can stretch. As Chu Menghan edged closer, Yi Yu instinctively backed away until his back pressed against the wall, halting his movement. Hey, Chu Menghan, what exactly are you trying to do? With a mischievous smile, Chu Menghan leaned in, her delicate fingers grazing Yi Yu's chiseled jawline. The soft touch sent a shiver through him, causing his heart to race as if electrified. This sensation rendered him momentarily paralyzed. What do you think? Chu Menghan continued to advance, since you claim I distract you from studying. Before she could finish, she playfully flicked Yu's nose with her finger, her large, sparkling eyes blinking innocently. Then I shall help you build immunity, shall I, Oni-chan? This phrase struck Yu like a spell, sending his pulse racing and his blood boiling. Ding! This damn system, what now? What reward awaits this time? System notification. Host has successfully been flirted with. A mysterious reward will be granted at a random time. Please be patient, host. Seriously, is this even a thing? Yu was astonished by the system's antics. But he had no time to complain. The situation before him seemed far worse. After maintaining his chastity for over 20 years, he was now on the brink of losing it. Chu Menghan's unexpected advance caught him off guard. Previously, there had been a veil of subtlety. Now, she was brazenly unguarded. He could hardly fathom that the once aloof Chu Menghan would engage him in such a tantalizing manner, completely shattering his preconceived notions. Staring at her exquisitely crafted face, Yu found himself swallowing hard, his throat tightening. You should consider the implications. We're not so familiar as to joke about such things. Observing Yu's reaction, Chu Menghan wore a satisfied smile, secretly reveling in her triumph. Are you not intrigued now? She was merely jesting, after all. Was she truly going to force anything? Though the law may not protect a man's virtue, she certainly would. This was merely to fortify his resolve, lest he succumb to the advances of other vixens in the future. Indeed, especially that Shun Xinyue. Who could say when she might invade her territory? She had forgotten her purpose for being here. This was merely an appetizer. Gazing at the bashful man before her, Chu Menghan felt a sudden urge to tease him further. She raised her right hand, lightly brushing her fingers along Yu's neck, trailing down to his collarbone, before slowly unbuttoning the first button of his shirt. Yu's eyes widened in shock as he stared at Chu Menghan. What are you doing? With a seductive smile, Chu Menghan stood on her toes, her rosy lips drawing near to Yu's ear as she whispered, seeing you sweat so profusely. I thought I'd help cool you down. You would think I'm after something more, would you? At her words, Yu's face flushed crimson, and he awkwardly cleared his throat, hastily changing the subject. Of course not. I need to use the restroom. Be right back. Watching him flee in a panic, Chu Menghan stifled a giggle. She had no intention of truly pursuing anything. She merely sought to test his fortitude. Admittedly, this guy was adorably naive. No matter how hard Yu tried to suppress his inner turmoil, he ultimately could not resist that unfamiliar yearning. He rushed into the restroom, shut the door, leaned against the doorframe, gasping for breath, his legs trembling as he nearly collapsed, barely steadying himself against the sink. Damn it! Once again, he had been toyed with by this girl. How could the youthful Chu Menghan possess such skill? He murmured, his mind flooded with images of her teasing him, his body inexplicably aflame. Yu shook his head, attempting to quell the rising flames within, taking a deep breath. He could not allow this to continue. As a grown man, a chosen one reborn, how could he be continually subdued by a mere girl? Next time, he would definitely rein her in. Chapter 20. Want to taste the forbidden? Half an hour later, Yu finally managed to calm himself, grabbing a tissue from a nearby cabinet to wipe his face before stepping out of the restroom. The moment he emerged, he spotted his mother, Sun Shui, eavesdropping outside the study with a fruit platter in her hands. He rubbed his temples in exasperation and called out, "Mom, what are you doing?" Sun Shui turned around, awkwardly scratching her nose with an embarrassed grin. Nothing much. Yi rolled his eyes. He was all too familiar with his mother's intentions. Sun Shui set down the fruit and pulled Yu aside, lowering her voice to inquire. "You rascal, spill it. What is going on between you and Menghan?" "Huh? What's going on? I've told you already. We have no relationship, just a purely platonic classmate bond," Yi replied, weariness etched on his face. Why was it that the truth was so hard to believe? Sun Shui shot him a disapproving look, exasperated. "Stop pretending. If there's nothing between you, would she be coming to seek you out? You two wouldn't have already. Hey, son, if you have, you must tell your mother. You're both still young, but it's all right. With me around, it won't interfere with your studies." Hearing his mother's outrageous comments, growing increasingly ludicrous, Yu quickly interjected, "Is this really something a mother should say?" Mom, enough. If you keep talking, you'll summon the police," Yi said, his forehead lined with frustration. "You really ought to refrain from indulging in those ridiculous shows. None of what you just said holds any merit." Sun Shui blinked in disbelief, her expression one of skepticism. "Really? There's nothing?" "Absolutely not," Yi replied, shaking his head firmly. Sun Shui regarded him with a hint of suspicion, then suddenly broke into a sly grin. "Well, that's good. But just because it's not now doesn't mean it won't be in the future. Yi was momentarily taken aback. Sun Shui patted his shoulder, speaking with earnestness. That girl, Menghan, is truly wonderful. I took a liking to her the moment I laid eyes on her. You must seize this opportunity. She added, as a mother, I can see her intentions clearly. It's just you who acts like a fool. All right, enough of your rambling. Focus on your own matters. Ye intergested, grabbing a fruit platter and hastily retreating to his study. He feared that lingering any longer would lead to his mother concocting more outlandish ideas, which he simply could not bear. Rekindling a romance with Chu Menghan? What a ludicrous notion. He felt utterly ensnared by the younger version of her. If this continued, he'd likely find himself at her mercy, counting the money from his own sale. He had already made one sacrifice. He could not afford to become a repeat customer. Shaking his head, he turned around slowly, only to be startled by the sight before him. Chu Menghan had somehow positioned herself behind him, arms crossed, a knowing smile gracing her lips. This woman, surely she harbored some ulterior motive. This is intolerable. If she dares employ her charms again, I shall play along. Yi Yu swallowed hard, forcing himself to regain his composure and muster a semblance of smile. Why do you gaze at me so? Huh? You think you can outsmart me? Not a chance. Chu Menghan chuckled, having caught wind of his thoughts. She raised an elegant brow and teased. You seem to take quite a long time in the restroom, don't you? I thought boys were supposed to be quick about it. Yi Yu, taken aback, retorted. 3 minutes? Who do you think I am? Do I look like some kind of pushover? Furthermore, is it appropriate for you, a girl, to discuss such matters with me? Clearing his throat, he desperately tried to mask his fluster, glancing around nervously. I don't quite grasp what you're saying. Oh, is that so? Chu Menghan narrowed her beautiful eyes, scrutinizing him. Yi Yu gulped nervously. Yes, indeed. Chu Menghan let out a soft laugh, leaning closer, her warm breath brushing against his ear. I was simply referring to nature escall. What did you think I meant? Coughing, Yi Yu quickly clarified. I meant the same thing. Is that so? She mused, her tone playful. Indeed, indeed. Yi Yu nodded fervently. This woman is clearly doing this on purpose. How infuriating. By the way, my mother sent this fruit platter over because she was concerned you might be overworking yourself. Do give it a try. Yi Yu hastily shifted the topic, eager to avoid further entanglement. Continuing down this path would surely lead to exceeding limits. Chu Menghan, however, refrained from pressing him further, demonstrating her prowess with subtlety. Please thank Annie for me. She cast a glance at the exquisite fruits on the table, gracefully sitting in a nearby chair and elegantly sampling a grape. Seeing this, Yi Yu finally exhaled in relief. She had finally calmed down. Only he could endure such antics. Anyone else would surely crumble. Just as he prepared to relax, Chu Menghan looked up at him, a playful smile adorning her face. Would you like some? Yi Yu followed her gaze, noticing she held a peeled grape, her expression full of expectation. What trick is she up to now? Though hesitant, Yi Yu extended his hand. Open wide. Huh? Yi Yu blinked, finally realizing she intended to feed him. This is quite embarrassing, he thought, feeling shy. He quickly shook his head. No need, you can have it yourself. Chu Menghan pouted, having anticipated his response. But what if I really want to? She continued to tempt him. No. Yi Yu gritted his teeth in refusal. So you don't favor this approach? Very well. Before he could comprehend her intentions, he noticed a mischievous glint in her eye. So you prefer something more exotic? That could be arranged. Exotic? These are just the ones from the market, not imported. Chu Menghan's subsequent actions answered his incredulity. She placed the grape delicately into her mouth, teasingly licking it before inching closer to him. Is this better? She nibbled the grape, leaving half of it peeking out from her delicate lips. Each of her movements was charged with seduction, especially as her moist, luscious lips glimmered under the light, almost inviting him to transgress. Yi Yu was left utterly spellbound, his mind blank. What? Not satisfied? Chu Menghan asked, her lips curling into a playful smile. Chapter 21. The study material exposed. Yi Yu suddenly snapped back to reality, his face flushing crimson as he stood abruptly, glaring at Chu Menghan. That's enough. Hee. Chu Menghan giggled, rising from her chair and approaching him. She regarded him with a playful smirk. Choose one. Which will it be? Her enchanting gaze combined with her mellifluous words was enough to drive Yi Yu to the brink of madness. He turned his head away, muttering defiantly, I choose neither. This time, he was adamant about not backing down. Whoever backs down is a coward. Chu Menghan regarded him with surprise. She hadn't anticipated his newfound resistance. However, the more he struggled, the more excited she became. The deeper he sank into this web, the more effectively she could infiltrate his heart, thus achieving her objectives. Since you refuse to choose, I suppose I'll have to resort to force, she declared, extending her hand towards him with a beaming smile. Yi Yu, alarmed, retreated. He knew all too well that this young lady was capable of anything. Who could tell if she was jesting or serious? Don't push your luck, Yi Yu warned as he backed away, appearing somewhat helpless. Does she really think I'm easy to bully? If not for her youth, I would have dealt with her long ago. Chu Menghan found his predicament amusing. Deal with me? You better not just talk big. Oh wait, you don't even dare to speak. He backed into a corner, once again pinned against the wall by her. Chu Menghan's lips curled into a perfect arc, her smile bewitching. What do you think you can escape to now? This time, I won't let you off so easily. Her eyes sparkled with a mesmerizing gleam as she fixed her gaze on Yi Yu, seemingly awaiting the opportune moment. Yi Yu swallowed hard, his thoughts a jumbled mess, and helplessly stated, "This is my home. Don't act recklessly. And what if I do? If you dare to run away again, I shall inform Aunt Sun that you are bullying me." Chu Menghan raised an eyebrow and stated, "Do you think she would believe me, or you?" She continued her playful threat. Upon hearing this, Yi Yu felt a surge of anger, but more prominently, a sense of helplessness. "You, the illustrious Miss Chu, is this how you wish to conduct yourself? Whatever happened to your dignity? Your sense of shame?" According to his understanding of his mother, if Chu Menghan went outside and spread rumors, the only one who would suffer would be him. His mother might very well demand that he offer himself as a sacrifice on the spot, leaving him truly trapped in this icy predicament. He took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure. "Could you please stop this nonsense?" Yi Yu asked, his face a mask of despair. "I'm not causing any trouble. I genuinely wish for you to savor the fruits that I, the esteemed young lady, have peeled for you. Now open your mouth. It will be over quickly." Chu Menghan's voice was soft, laced with a teasing allure, reminiscent of sweet nothings shared between lovers. Hearing her, Yi Yu was overwhelmed with goosebumps. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "I will not submit." "Oh, if you prefer not to, that's fine. However, there is something I find particularly intriguing, and you must explain it to me." Chu Menghan released Yi Yu and took a couple of steps back, approaching the computer on his desk. Yi Yu stared at her perplexed actions, unsure of her intentions. He watched as Chu Menghan clicked on a hidden folder. Then, she returned to her original position, gracefully sitting at the edge of the bed with her legs crossed. "My apologies. I was bored earlier and accidentally stumbled upon a folder labeled study materials. I see you went to the trouble of encrypting it. So it must be quite important to you, no?" Chu Menghan winked and teased with a playful smile. "Oh no. How did she discover this? Is my reputation about to be tarnished today?" Yi Yu's expression changed dramatically as a chill coursed through him, making him shiver uncontrollably. "Why you opened it?" he asked, his voice trembling with trepidation. Chu Menghan bit her lip and smiled, of course. "It's over," Yi Yu thought, his heart sinking. "How can you rummage through someone else's private belongings?" He pointed an accusatory finger at Chu Menghan, nearly fainting from indignation. In this moment of social death, he felt he could never show his face again. "Oh, don't be so anxious," Chu Menghan said with a bright smile. "I haven't finished speaking yet." "Of course not. I have no habit of prying into others' privacy." "Huh, you've already gone through my things, and you claim you haven't invaded my privacy?" Yi Yu sighed in relief, glad she hadn't seen anything significant. It was all Zhou Tao's fault for sharing files. A gentleman like him would never engage in such sordid activities. He had always been committed to academic research, quietly contributing to the prosperity of humanity. "Yes, that's exactly it," Chu Menghan observed Yi Yu's relieved demeanor. Yet her curiosity was piqued. "But now, I'm even more curious about what treasures lie within that folder worth your anxiety." Yi Yu regained his composure and feigned nonchalance. "Nothing of consequence, merely some ordinary academic materials. Nothing to worry about." "Really?" Chu Menghan regarded him skeptically. After a moment, she declared, "Then I wish to learn from you." Yi Yu stumbled back, nearly falling over. "She wants to learn? This is hardly appropriate." "What? Is that not acceptable?" Chu Menghan shot him a disapproving glance. Of course not," Yi Yu replied, exasperated. This is a grave matter. If things continued this way, he felt utterly sinful. He needed to swiftly change the subject. However, just as he was about to speak, Chu Menghan boldly clicked to open the folder. "Don't," Yi Yu exclaimed it. Chu Menghan ignored him entirely. "Oh, why is there a password?" "Right, it's encrypted." Yi Yu almost forgot he had set a password. "Thank goodness. What is the password?" Chu Menghan inquired, tilting her head. Yi Yu wore a deadpan expression. "Are you joking? Am I going to tell you that the password is PC12138? Chu Menghan Chuka now Li." Then turned to type on the keyboard. "PC12138, she recited as she typed. Upon hearing the initial letters, Yi Yu knew trouble was imminent, and he lunged forward. No, but alas, it was too late. Before he could yank out the power cord, Chu Menghan had already successfully opened the folder. In a fleeting glance, she caught sight of the contents. Chapter 22. Training Yi Yu to meet my expectations. Yi Yu felt as though his entire world was crumbling at that moment. He wished for nothing more than a chance to be reborn. The mouse was a mere millimeter from his fingertips, and within a quarter of an incense stick burn. The owner of that mouse would face social demise. There once was an opportunity to start anew, which I failed to cherish. Only after losing it did I realize my folly. The most agonizing experience in the mortal realm is precisely this. Should heaven grant me another chance, I would whisper 3 words to myself. Delete it. If a timeline must be imposed on this matter, I would wish for it to be immediate, right now. Yi Yu's face turned ashen as he braced himself for judgment. However, the words that followed from Chu Menghan offered him a glimmer of hope for a second chance. What is this? 30 gigabytes of content. And I thought there was something valuable here. Instead, it's just a bunch of links with no annotations. Chu Menghan looked at him incredulously. Is it really that serious? Yi Yu felt the heat of embarrassment wash over him, wishing he could sink into the ground. In his earlier excitement, he had lost his composure and forgotten that Zhou Tao had long since disposed of the files due to their limited storage capacity. Well, since you've seen everything now, you should be satisfied, right? Yi Yu discreetly tossed the power cord a little farther away, wary that this young lady might concoct some further mischief. PFF. What's so special about it? I see you categorized it into Western and Asian categories. It's merely 4 materials. Isn't it worth hiding? Chu Menghan stipet gelo. Saying, I am proficient in multiple languages. Do you require assistance in translation? Is there truly a need for translation? Those who understand will understand. Won't they? Yi Yu's lips twitched, feeling his conscience being put to the test. No need. No need. You don't have to worry about that. He tried to shift the topic. Well, it's getting late. Shouldn't you be heading back? Yi Yu probit cautiously. Upon hearing this, Chu Menghan's expression soured, her eyes filled with discontent. Are you trying to drive me away? Yi Yu, dismissing my goodwill is one thing, but now you are being so heartless. That is not my intention. I'm merely concerned for your well-being, fearing you might tire yourself out. Yi Yu fabricated, uttering not a single truth. I'm not tired. Chu Menghan was well aware of his intentions, but would she simply acquiesce to Yi Yu? No way. If he wished her to leave, she would decidedly remain. For her image was already firmly entrenched in his mind. She didn't mind adding another title of persistent to her name. I'm not worried. You should be. Day after day, engrossed in a battle of wits with you, I find myself utterly fatigued. Observing the resolute expression on Chu Menghan's face, Yi Yu realized she had once again taken a stand against him. Sighing helplessly, Yi Yu remarked, all right then, since it's mealtime, you might as well stay and join me for dinner. At this, Chu Menghan's face lit up with joy, exclaiming, now that sounds much better. Shaking his head at her mood swings, Yi Yu mused, women truly are capricious. Outside the door, Sun Shui leaned against the wall, straining to catch the sounds emanating from the study. The voices were somewhat intermittent, making it difficult to discern clearly. Yet, this did not deter her from indulging her curiosity, especially since it pertained to her son's lifelong prospects. Given Yi Yu's dense nature, it seemed rather challenging for him to win over the esteemed Miss Chu. It was far more reliable for her, as a mother, to step in. Honey, eavesdropping like this isn't quite proper, is it? Yi Weidong said, holding a plate, gazing at his wife with bemusement. Shoo, go away and mind your own business, Sun Shui shot back, casting a dismissive glance at her husband while continuing to eavesdrop. Yi Weidong sighed and quietly retreated with the plate. Just then, Yi Yu unexpectedly swung open the door, causing Sun Shui to stumble back a couple of steps. Mom? What are you doing? Yi Yu asked, surprised as he looked at Sun Shui with a puzzled expression. Clearing her throat, Sun Shui hurriedly tried to cover up. Oh. It's nothing. It's just mealtime, and I noticed you two hadn't come out, so I thought I'd decall you. Yi Yu, observing his mother's expression, immediately grasped the situation and felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Ignoring her son, Sun Shui meaningfully inquired, are you two getting along well? While speaking, she discreetly scrutinized Chu Menghan, as if trying to uncover some hidden clue. However, someone as seasoned as Chu Menghan was not so easily read. She merely smiled lightly. Auntie, Yi Yu is quite clever. He understands everything with just a hint. He even asked me to come over every day to help him review, Chu Menghan said, bypassing Yi Yu to affectionately grasp Sun Shui's hand, smiling brightly as she added, isn't that right, Yi Yu? Sun Shui turned, momentarily taken aback. Yes indeed, Yi Yu replied, his lips twitching slightly. Internally, he struggled against this situation, yet his body was all too obedient. Should he dare defy Chu Menghan's wishes? Who knew what astonishing words she might utter next? Thus, Yi Yu chose to concede. In stark contrast to Yi Yu's reluctance, Sun Shui was overjoyed. Oh dear, how can I accept this? Honestly, my greatest concern has always been Xiao Yu's studies. With you overseeing him, I can finally rest easy. Menghan, if he misbehaves, just let me know, and I'll handle him. From now on, consider this your home. Come whenever you please. Sun Shui clasped Chu Menghan's hand, her eyes twinkling with delight, while Yu stood by, mouth agape in disbelief. With his mother's newfound authority, would he ever find peace again? Would she not only become more demanding, but also bolder? Was he truly her biological son, or had he been sold off? Noticing this, a mischievous glint flickered in Chu Menghan's lowered gaze. Indeed, winning over Yiyu's family is far simpler than winning him over. If I can keep Annie pleased, how could opportunities not arise? Go for it, Chu Menghan. You can certainly do this, she encouraged herself, lifting her head with a sweet smile. Of course, Auntie. I assure you, I will cultivate Yiyu to meet your expectations. Thank you so much, Menghan. Sun Shui beamed at her. This girl, the more she looked, the more she liked her. If she could become her daughter-in-law, it would truly be a blessing from their ancestors. Oh, Annie, you're too kind. This is simply my duty, Chu Menghan replied with a nonchalant smile, casting a meaningful glance at Yiyu. Feeling the weight of her gaze, Yiyu shuddered. Cultivate? Did she just say cultivate? What does that mean? Someone, please rescue me. Chapter 23. Are we living together already? Dinner was a simple affair. In honor of Chu Menghan, Sun Shui had added 2 extra dishes. Though they were merely home-style meals, they were exceptionally delicious, having grown accustomed to lavish feasts. Chu Menghan savored every bite, showing no signs of complaint. For her, the food was secondary. Making a good impression on her elders was paramount. Evidently, her demeanor only endeared her further to Sun Shui, who silently approved. The more she observed Chu Menghan, the more she appreciated her. Refined, cultured, gentle, and gracious. Menghan, do these dishes suit your palate? Sun Shui inquired warmly. If not, we can prepare something else. They are quite delightful, Auntie. Ah, wonderful. I'm so glad. Sun Shui laughed heartily, urging her, come, if you like it, eat plenty. At the dining table, Sun Shui and Chu Menghan engaged in lively conversation, while Yu silently buried his head in his plate, feeling increasingly despondent. He had entirely lost his voice in this matter, as his mother treated him like air, only acknowledging him when absolutely necessary, otherwise engaging solely with Chu Menghan. Menghan, you mentioned you transferred here from Kyoto. What prompted that, especially with the college entrance exams approaching? Sun Shui probed curiously into Chu Menghan's background. Yu perked up, equally intrigued by the motives of this young lady. Why, of course. It's because of your son. Chu Menghan shot a sidelong glance at Yu before responding with a gentle smile. My family has some ventures in Jiangbei, so I needed to come here to manage them. Oh, I see, Sun Shui replied, enlightened. Yu scoffed internally. Only his mother would take her words at face value. He didn't trust a single punctuation mark of what she said. The Chu family's affairs were complex, but the Jiangbei market hardly warranted the attention of a future CEO. Moreover, did she just glance at me? What could that possibly mean? Yu shook his head, unable to fathom the intricacies of these prominent families, hoping to remain uninvolved. All he wished was to lay low and gradually develop. Are you all alone in Jiangbei now? Sun Shui continued her inquiries. Chu Menghan note that? Feigning a sense of helplessness as she replied. Yes, Auntie, I don't have any relatives here. Yu is the only familiar classmate I have. However, she paused deliberately, her expression shifting to one of mild disappointment and grievance. Yu, observing her impressive acting skills, internally screamed. This is bad. I'm doomed. But what? Indeed, her performance had successfully captured Sun Shui's attention. Yet, it seems Yu doesn't quite like me. Chu Menghan's voice dwindled to a whisper. Yet it was clear enough for everyone to hear. Coupled with her pitiful demeanor, it appeared as if she had borne some grave injustice, leaving Yu utterly dumbfounded. Her acting skills deserve an Oscar. It would be a shame for her not to receive one. As soon as she spoke, Yu knew he was about to face the music. What? That little rascal dares to have an issue with you. How dare he? Sun Shui glared furiously at Yu. You little brat. I'm talking about you. Still eating? Yu raised his head helplessly, knowing he could do nothing but feign interest in his meal. Mother, that's simply not the case. Yu initially intended to argue further, but upon glimpsing his mother's expression, he promptly surrendered, stammering I'll change, is that not sufficient? Cowardice? Hardly. He deemed this a demonstration of wisdom in recognizing circumstances. There exists a profound truth in this world. Never engage in rational discourse with a woman. This sage advice was imparted to him by his father, who, as observed, remained silent in the background. This insufferable brat. Sun Shui felt some dissatisfaction with her son's dismissive attitude. Why couldn't he comprehend the situation? It seemed the responsibility rested solely on her shoulders as the mother. She shook her head and turned to Chu Menghan with warmth, saying, Menghan, pay him no mind. Look at you, dear, so pitiful all alone. Suddenly, Sun Shui seemed to recall something, her eyes lighting up as she gazed at Chu Menghan with eager anticipation. Why don't you move in with us? We happen to have a spare room at home. It's the one adjacent to Yiyu's. If you don't mind, you might want to consider it. What? Yiyu could not afford to ignore this. It was as if she were pushing him toward a precipice. Absolutely not. I vehemently opposed this. He interjected hastily. Should she succeed, entanglements would only multiply, and he had no desire to jeopardize his future happiness. Chu Menghan, on the other hand, was invigorated by a sudden realization. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Living under the same roof, how could she not ensnare him in her grasp? She was growing increasingly fond of Aunt Sunday. Sun Shui frowned, casting an irritated glance at her son. Silence. This is between Menghan and me. Chu Menghan bit her lip, barely concealing a mischievous smile. Well, wouldn't that be a bit inconvenient? Though her words seemed to express reluctance, her face betrayed her delight. Indeed, very inconvenient. Yiyu hastidi konjurit. And even if you agree, Dad certainly won't. Right? He looked hopefully at Yi Weidong. Dad, rise to the occasion. This is your moment to assert your authority as the head of the household. Huh? Yi Weidong appeared bewildered, wondering how the conversation had veered in this direction. He recoiled slightly under his wife's piercing gaze. Son, I'm afraid I'm powerless in this matter. I agree. Dad, Yiyu's hands trembled. What had happened to his dignity as the patriarch? Had he simply wilted? Even if you all consent, the heavens themselves would oppose it, Yiyu declared passionately, prepared to fight to the bitter end. Sun Shui shot him a disapproving glance, her tone laced with menace. Yiyu, choose, uphold morality or indulge desires. Which will it be? Yiyu instantly deflated, his head drooping. It wasn't that he lacked the will to resist. Rather, the opposition was overwhelming. There's nothing inconvenient about it. It's settled, Sun Shui proclaimed decisively, her demeanor transforming into a beaming smile as she regarded Chu Menghan. Rest assured, here you'll feel as comfortable as at home. Do not hold back. Chu Menghan's eyes flickered with mischief as she cast a challenging glance at Yiyu. Then, with an obedient tone, she replied, in that case, I shall graciously accept. Thank you, Aunt. Don't mention it. Sun Shui waved her hand dismissively, embodying a benevolent figure. Yiyu, feeling utterly despondent, could already foresee the grim days that lay ahead. Chapter 24. Someone got ahead? To Yiyu's astonishment, Chu Menghan moved in the very next day, clearly unable to contain her excitement. It was utterly perplexing. Why abandon her luxurious mansion to squeeze into this modest space? Yiyu found himself conscripted into tidying up the house, glancing at Chu Menghan as she packed her belongings. With a light smile, she nonchalantly remarked, I'm delighted. Yiyu nearly choked on her words, opening his mouth but struggling to find a response. This woman's train of thought was beyond ordinary comprehension. Chu Menghan appeared in high spirits, and seeing Yiyu's defeated expression, a sense of vindictive pleasure swelled within her. Who told him to keep her at arm's length? Now, how could he escape from her grasp? Yet, one matter weighed heavily on Chu Menghan's mind. She noticed the decor of the room seemed oddly familiar. After a moment's thought, she couldn't quite place where she had seen it before. Hey, I'm talking to you. Why are you zoning out? Observing Chu Menghan's distraction, Yiyu couldn't help but wave his hand before her face. What on earth was this young lady thinking? What did you just say? Chu Menghan jolted back to reality, her gaze lifting to meet Yiyu's. Yiyu sighed in exasperation. I asked if you need anything else. Chu Menghan surveyed the surroundings and shook her head. Not for now. Yiyu breathed a sigh of relief. If that's the case, you can tidy up the rest by yourself. He prepared to make his exit, only to hear her call out, stop. Yiyu halted and turned back, puzzled. Is there something else? Chu Menghan stepped forward, blocking his path, and said, the room is indeed well furnished, but perhaps a bit too much so. She scrutinized Yiyu, her tone laced with skepticism and dissatisfaction. This guy was definitely hiding something. The adorably styled decor was far too whimsical for someone like him, and it was evident he had ulterior motives. Moreover, the bed linens and duvet were all in shades of pink, complete with a vanity. Had he prepared this for himself? She was unconvinced. In such haste, how could he have thought of such details? Furthermore, this style was so utterly mismatched with her own. Thus, one truth remained undeniable. Speak. Who resided in this room before? To be precise, which woman occupied it? Yi was momentarily taken aback. This woman's observational skills were remarkably acute. In such a short span, she had deduced the truth? What? Unwilling to divulge? Chu Menghan raised an eyebrow, her tone tinged with displeasure. This insufferable man dared to conceal from her that he had entangled himself with another woman prior to their encounter. Cough, cough. It's not that I'm unwilling. Yi awkwardly rubbed his nose. This room used to belong to my sister. Sister? Wasn't he an only child? Where did this sister come from? Chu Menghan shot him a scornful glance. Another half-sibling, perhaps? Cough, cough. Yi was caught off guard. This line of questioning was not going to end well. Well, sort of. To be precise, Chu Menghan frowned, clearly dissatisfied with his vague response. Yet her instincts told her this woman was no ordinary character. About 11 or 12 years ago, a child from a neighbor's family stayed with us for 2 years before moving away. All right, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Yiyu observed the venomous expression on Chu Menghan's face, eager to escape. However, Chu Menghan was not about to let him off so easily. She seized his arm and declared, "You're not going anywhere. Let's clarify this. You could only smile helplessly, miss. Could you please spare me? Aren't you getting tired?" Chu Menghan's gulp. "Whether I'm tired or not is none of your concern. It's best you confess about this childhood acquaintance." Chu Menghan's assertive demeanor left Yiyu bemused. He looked at her bewildered. "Miss, what does this have to do with you? What do you mean it has nothing to do with me? Someone has already gotten ahead of me before I even had the chance." Chu Menghan pressed her lips tightly together, her gaze intensely fixed on Yiyu as she enunciated each word. Speak or remain silent. Suddenly, she leaned closer, her fair arm draping over Yiyu's shoulder while her other hand caressed his chest with a seductive grace that left Yiyu swallowing hard. With lowered eyelids that seemed to hint at something unspoken, she whispered into Yiyu's ear, "If you choose not to speak, I shall ensure you cannot leave this room." Yiyu's mind was momentarily clouded. This woman had lost her mind. "I will count to 3, and, if you do not answer my question, do not blame me for my rudeness." After declaring this, Chu Menghan began her countdown. 3, 2. Just as she was about to utter the final number, a knock resounded at the door. Yiyu hastidi site put aside. And Chu Menghan seized the opportunity to retreat a few steps, regaining her usual elegant demeanor. "Menghan, I came to see if you need anything," entered Sun Shui, who sensed an odd atmosphere, particularly due to Yiyu's expression. Yiyu looked at his mother with immense gratitude, as she had saved him at a crucial moment. Had she arrived a moment later, her son would have been in quite a predicament. Relieved to have narrowly escaped disaster, Yiyu exclaimed, "Mom, I've tidied up the room pretty well. I'll take my leave now." With that, he swiftly exited, leaving Sun Shui in a state of bewilderment. Observing Yiyu's hasty retreat, Sun Shui scrutinized Chu Menghan and asked, "Menghan, what on earth happened to him?" Chu Menghan regarded Yiyu's fleeing figure with a teasing glint in her eyes and smirked. "Oh, he might just be lacking in physical exercise. His body seems a bit unfit, which might explain his reluctance to assist me." Sun Shui, puzzled, responded, "But isn't he usually in good shape? Why would he shy away from such a trivial task?" Chu Menghan, with a playful smile, reassured her, "No worries, auntie. If he is unwilling, I can manage on my own." Sun Shui nodded, still feeling somewhat disoriented by the conversation. Not wishing to dwell on the topic, Chu Menghan skillfully redirected the discussion, asking, "Auntie, did a girl live here previously?" "Yiyu, do you think you can keep secret from me?" Chapter 25, What If I Yield? Chu Menghan's inquiry caused Sun Shui to pause, her mind drifting back to the girl who once resided in the house. A sweet, understanding, and beautiful girl who had likely blossomed into a graceful young woman like Chu Menghan. She recalled how that little girl used to chase after Yiyu, claiming she would marry him when she grew up. Alas, after a series of unfortunate events that befell her family, the girl had moved away, leaving Sun Shui to wonder how she was faring now. Sighing, she shook her head and answered Chu Menghan, "Yes, a girl lived here before, but she moved away due to family issues. I'm not privy to the details." Upon hearing this, Chu Menghan seemed to piece together a puzzle. "Oh, I see." She elongated her words, her curiosity piqued. "What was that girl's name?" Sun Shui, caught off guard by the sudden question, quickly replied with a smile. "Her name was Shun Xinhua." Indeed, Chu Menghan sighed internally, knowing it could only be Shun Xinhua. What a twist of fate. "What? You cohabitate with the school belle?" Zhou Tao exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at Yiyu, his mouth agape, as if it could fit 2 eggs. This guy was truly a master of concealment, and acted with remarkable swiftness. Yiyu, feeling the weight of Zhou Tao's gaze, glanced around to ensure no one was paying them any mind before exhaling a sigh of relief. "Could you lower your voice? Are you trying to attract more enemies?" After escaping from home, Yiyu sought out Zhou Tao, hoping this unreliable friend might offer a clever solution to his predicament. However, it was becoming evident that he had overestimated Zhou Tao's capabilities. "Wow, well done." Zhou Tao slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming excitedly, "Get lost. I didn't summon you here for idle chatter. I need your advice." Yiyu rolled his eyes in exasperation. Zhou Tao, with a mischievous grin, suggested, "Why not just give in? I'll kill you." Yiyu retorted angrily, "My sister? You beast. She is only 3 years old. How could you even think of such a thing?" Zhou Tao feigned outrage, pointing dramatically at Yiyu, his expression one of mock horror. "Your grandfather? My grandfather? That makes it even less likely. If you insist, I'll just have to burn some paper in your honor." Yi was bewildered by Zhou Tao's thought process. If not for his desperate situation, he would have preferred not to engage with him at all, as it only led to frustration. Enough of this nonsense. Wait, hold on. Zhou Tao interjected, blocking Yi's path. Just a joke. Now, let me, your emotional guru, devise a strategy for you. Yi couldn't help but roll his eyes. Stop with the useless chatter. Tell me how to rid myself of Chu Menghan's entanglement. Zhou Tao leaned in conspiratorially, whispering a few ideas into Yi's ear. After listening, Yi was taken aback, scrutinizing Zhou Tao with suspicion. Are you sure this will work? Zhou Tao puffed out his chest confidently. Trust me, it's foolproof. If it doesn't work, you won't owe me anything. Yi paused for a moment, ultimately deciding to give a shot, as he truly could not conceive of any other solution. Fine, I'll follow your lead. As he was about to leave, Zhou Tao called after him. Hey, you are just going to abandon me after I've helped you so much? Aren't you going to take me along for some fun? Yi posed, glancing back at Zhou Tao, and replied coolly, what is the matter? Are you unable to wield a knife anymore? Or has your injury healed? Zhou Tao's face contorted slightly at the remark. Come on, can't you bring up something else? Fine, you should really focus on studying more. Yi shook his head. I have things to attend to. I can't waste time with you. Geez, don't I want to study diligently? It's just that I'm not cut out for it. Zhou Tao sighed. Years ago, I planted the seed of education, but it remains just that. A seed. So what now? Yi raised an eyebrow, recalling that seed he had yet to settle the score for. So, did you bury your seed in my computer? Yi's eyes lit up at the thought, recalling the embarrassing situation that nearly ruined him. Well, we're kindred spirits, so good things should be shared. Zhou Tao replied. Yi rolled his eyes dismissively. Get lost. Who is in cahoots with you? I'm as pure as can be. Ha, Zhou Tao smirked. You're clearly just a reserved individual, pretending to be tough. Yi, uninterested in further banter, departed to execute his grand plan. Hey, are you really leaving? Zhou Tao called after Yi, watching his retreating figure, but Yi had already vanished from sight. How truly heartless some individuals can be, devoid of any humanity toward the opposite sex. Here I am, with my warm-heartedness, extending my help, Zhou Tao murmured. Nevertheless, soon enough, a splendid performance awaits. Hehe, Yi. This Miss Chu is not one to be trifled with. While the involved parties may be confused, the onlookers see clearly. Despite Zhou Tao's eccentricities, he is not without intelligence. It is evident that Chu Menghan has her sights set on Yi. Only Yi himself remains oblivious, desperately attempting to escape this fate. Some matters are simply destined, inescapable and unavoidable. At Jiangbei Airport, a girl donned in sunglasses and a white short-sleeved t-shirt emerged slowly from a security check. In stark contrast to the lofty elegance of Chu Menghan, this girl exuded a more approachable demeanor, radiating a serene and gentle aura. Her skin was flawless, delicate as silk, and her exquisitely defined features were a delight to behold, particularly her eyes, reminiscent of autumn waters, shimmering with intelligence and vitality. She wore white casual shoes paired with snug jeans, complemented by a strikingly beautiful face, akin to a fairy descending from the heavens, drawing the attention of those around her. I'm back. I wonder how he is faring. This time, I shall not let the opportunity slip away, the girl asserted, clenching her delicate fists and murmuring to herself, her dark eyes narrowing, glinting with resolute determination. She picked up her phone and dialed a number, which was answered after 2 rings. Hey, I've arrived. Where are you? She inquired. I'm at the exit, came the reply. All right, wait for me a moment. I'll be there shortly. Chapter 26, Hubby. Yi strolled aimlessly down the street, pondering Zhou Tao's suggestion. Although he found Zhou Tao's idea somewhat implausible, it nonetheless presented a potential escape. After all, the relationship between himself and Chu Menghan had become increasingly awkward. Prolonging the situation would only lead to deeper entanglements. He could not fathom why she had suddenly become so fixated on him. Could it be that his charm had genuinely increased since his rebirth? Yi seeked, feeling utterly perplexed. Yet, with such rare tranquility, he ought to savor the moment. Looking up at the sky, he noticed the weather was splendid, the sun shining brightly. Recently, Chu Menghan had been incessantly clinging to him, and spending time with her had become quite a headache. He wondered where she had acquired such a plethora of tactics. For most individuals would be unable to withstand them. Just as Yi prepared to leave, a cacophony of voices reached his ears. Following the sound, he observed a crowd gathered at the intersection, seemingly witnessing some event. Frowning, he approached and squeezed into the throng to investigate. There, parked at the intersection, was a sleek black luxury car. The door swung open, and a girl stepped out, clad in a white pleated skirt and adorned with exquisite makeup. Her crimson lips glistened, yet her eyes shimmered with an unsettling coldness. She sauntered to the center of the intersection, scanning the surroundings, as if searching for someone. Noticing the unusual gazes from the crowd, her brow furrowed slightly, revealing a hint of disdain. Wow, she is stunning. Look, she is like a fairy. The crowd gasped, astonished by her beauty. Who would have thought we'd encounter such a breathtaking beauty here? What luck! Indeed, if only one could marry such a lovely wife. One would wake from dreams with a smile. Alas, we mere mortals can only admire from afar, never to experience such fortune. Whispers of envy and jealousy filled the air. Yu furrowed his brow, inwardly cursing the absurdity of all. This beauty was none other than Chu Menghan, dressed so extravagantly he barely recognized her. How unfortunate that he encountered her everywhere. What was her intention? This was the first time he had seen Chu Menghan in such attire. Previously, she had always favored professional attire, exuding an air of coldness and rigor, even when shopping for casual wear. Chu Menghan stood aloof among the crowd, seemingly indifferent to the world around her, her gaze ultimately landing on the opposite end of the intersection. With her long, snowy legs, she glided toward that direction, leaving the onlookers wide-eyed with astonishment. Hey, is she heading that way? Could it be that the handsome guy she is dating is nearby? Surely not. Such a magnificent beauty. We're fortunate to merely catch a glimpse. Who could possibly be worthy of her? Yu, overhearing the surrounding discussions, felt a twinge of jealousy. Shaking his head, he managed a self-deprecating smile. Perhaps this was for the best, as it would save him the effort of trying to distance himself from her. As he turned to leave, a soft, warm grip seized his shoulder. Yu turned, momentarily stunned, his eyes fixated on the familiar visage before him. With her lustrous black hair cascading over her shoulders, clad in a pristine white shirt with 2 buttons undone, revealing her fair shoulders and enticing collarbone, he was mesmerized. What captivated Yu most was not just her breathtaking beauty, but the chilling gaze and the enigmatic smile she wore. She stood quietly before him, her eyes locked onto his. Game over, Yu thought, his heart racing as he gulped. This woman, with such a gaze, could only mean trouble. Chu Menghan, what on earth do you want? She cast a brief, indifferent glance at Yu, her lips curling into a playful smirk. Hubby, what are you doing here? Hubby? Yu was incredulous. Chu Menghan, have you lost your mind? Internally, he felt utterly overwhelmed. This woman was truly audacious, saying whatever came to her mind in public. Chu Menghan extended her slender, fair finger, gently caressing Yu's handsome features, her gaze glistening. Hubby, why do you look so distressed? Did I do something wrong? Her facade of sorrow evoked an involuntary pang of sympathy. Running away from home is just a little reward for you. Why you? Yu's eyes widened, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Chu Menghan's expression shifted to one of confusion. What's wrong? Hubby, wait. The goddess calls this guy hubby. How is that even possible? Should I give him a good whack? What do you think? The crowd buzzed with envy and jealousy. Yu was utterly dumbfounded, realizing he was surrounded by onlookers. He quickly grasped Chu Menghan's arm, attempting to pull her aside. Hey, miss, this isn't amusing. It's quite detrimental. Seeing his flustered demeanor, Chu Menghan felt an inexplicable delight rise within her. She smiled faintly. Am I really causing harm? I'm just speaking the truth. One must be honest in this life. Yu gritted his teeth. You must be deliberately trying to trap me, right? After running for a while, the two finally evaded the crowd of onlookers, allowing Yu to breathe a sigh of relief. He released his grip on Chu Menghan's hand, which left her feeling a tinge of dissatisfaction. This husband truly lacks romantic sensibility. Yu remained oblivious to Chu Menghan's inner thoughts. He shot her an agitated glare. Listen here, if you continue like this, don't blame me for turning my back on you. Chu Menghan blinked her big, sparkling eyes innocently. What's wrong? Yu, in a fit of anger, sarcastically replied. What's wrong? Can you just say things like that without a care? What things? She asked. Oh, I see. You're talking about me calling you husband? Yu. Chu Menghan pursed her lips in a light smile and suddenly leaned closer to his ear, whispering, What is the matter? Is it not pleasant to hear? Not sweet enough? Or do you prefer Oni-chan? If you like that kind of address, I could accommodate you. Chapter 27. I am a virtuous gentleman. 3 black lines appeared on Yu's forehead. What does it mean to align with my preferences? As a member of the new generation of virtuous youth, how could I be so easily corrupted? A mere husband or Oni-chan? Does that truly tempt me to moral decay? Absolutely not. Ahem. Yu coughed a couple of times, hastily pulling his thoughts away from the chaotic musings and regaining his composure. He chose not to dwell on the earlier incident, having grown accustomed to Chu Menghan's peculiar antics. Why are you here? Yu inquired, looking at her with curiosity. Of course. Chu Menghan paused for a moment, a faint smile playing on her lips. It's because someone had a perfectly good conversation beforehand, but then left me all alone in the room afterward. Boo-hoo. As she spoke, her voice took on a hint of sob. So, I had no choice but to come find you. She gazed at him with a look of grievance, tears glistening in her large eyes, resembling a pitiful creature, evoking sympathy. Yi Yu was utterly speechless. He felt as if he were losing his mind. What nonsense was this? What was this afterward? What room? Miss, could you please clarify your words? I merely helped you clean a room. What did I do? Hey. Why are you looking at me like that? I am a virtuous gentleman. His peers marveled at him, a model for us all, having captivated such a goddess. Are young people so skilled at this now? Is this lad, even of age? Where is the sword? Bring me my 30-meter-long sword. I shall deliver divine retribution upon the goddess. Yi regarded the surrounding crowd with disdain, his expression as grim as one who had swallowed a fly. Hearing his inner thoughts and seeing his expression, Chu Menghan couldn't help but burst into laughter, her smile radiant like that of an angel. Is it funny? Yi Yu glared at her with a darkened expression. Chu Menghan, noticing his flustered demeanor, only laughed more heartily. You've had enough. Yi Yu gritted his teeth and said, You, a public goddess, should be mindful of your image. In such a public place, uttering words that could lead to misunderstandings. Are you seeking attention for yourself? Upon hearing this, Chu Menghan instantly sobered, crossing her arms and looking down at him. Humph, image? Do I need an image with you? You concoct so many wild stories about me in your mind, and yet expect me to maintain an image. Humph. If I'm losing my husband, what use is image? Yi Yu. He felt he could no longer continue this conversation with Chu Menghan. She was far too difficult to handle. Taking a few deep breaths to calm himself, he looked at her and asked, So, how did you find me? He was skeptical that this was mere coincidence. Where there's smoke, there's fire. Who had revealed his whereabouts? Well, Chu Menghan smiled slightly. I could tell you, but what? Chu Menghan squinted her eyes mischievously, looking at him, suddenly wrapping her arm around his. What are you doing? Yi stepped back warily, avoiding her touch. Chu Menghan frowned in displeasure. Don't move. If you do, I'll scream. Yi Yu felt utterly exasperated. How had he gotten himself into such a predicament? In this day and age, does female rudeness go unchecked? Is there no one to regulate such behavior? Chu Menghan looked at Yi Yu, satisfied to see him flustered, feeling an inexplicable sense of delight. She led Yi Yu away from the crowd, striding forward. Hey, wait, where are you taking me? Yi Yu struggled several times, but could not break free from Chu Menghan's grasp. Ultimately, under her forceful demeanor, Yi Yu found himself taken to a cafe. Let us have something to drink, then you can accompany me shopping. Chu Menghan placed 2 cups of hot coffee on the table beside him, sitting down next to him, speaking with an air of authority. Shopping? Yi Yu looked at her skeptically. You've gone through all this trouble just for that? If you wanted to go shopping, you could have just said so. Would have taken so much fuss. If I had known, I would have run farther away. I'm not going. I refuse. He dismissed her outright. Are you really not going? Chu Menghan smiled knowingly, anticipating his answer. I'd rather die than go. Chu Menghan nearly laughed in disbelief. I recall someone promising me a favor. She raised an eyebrow. Her interest piqued. You wouldn't have forgotten, would you? Oh no. Was she waiting there for him? Had he known, he would have never agreed so readily. Yi Yu finally understood the concept of digging his own grave. He bitterly tugged at the corners of his mouth, exclaiming, Can I still back out? Chu Menghan pursed her lips, a half-smile playing on her face. What do you think? You think you can evade me? Do you believe that running out of the house would prevent me from finding you? She had not come to find Yi Yu without reason. After hearing about Shan Xinyue from Sun Shui, her sense of urgency had only intensified. She needed to act swiftly to secure her husband before complications arose. Upon seeing Chu Menghan's expression, Yi Yu immediately caved. He lowered his head, mumbling, all right, I'll go. Is it all right to say now how you found me? He looked up at Chu Menghan, inquiring. Chu Menghan blinked, secretly thinking to herself, I'm sorry. Zhou Tao, but for the sake of my love, I must sacrifice you. Well, you'll know when you listen to this. Saying so, Chu Menghan took out her phone and played a voice message from WeChat. Chu Daxiua, are you there? I'm risking my life to tell you this news. You just left me. If you don't come soon, he is going to cheat. Ugh. I tried my best to dissuade him, but he insisted on renting a girlfriend to get rid of you. How could he do such a thing? I had no choice but to act against my kin. Don't worry, I'm definitely on your side. I'm Chu Han's #1 CP fan. Bastard. Yi Yu's complexion oscillated between shades of green and red as he listened to the words emanating from his phone, veins on his forehead pulsating with fury. To his astonishment, it was Zhou Tao, that treacherous scoundrel. How dare he? Clearly, it was Zhou who concocted this ludicrous scheme, yet he swiftly turned on Yi Yu, selling him out without a second thought. Unbelievable. They had sworn to stand by each other through thick and thin, and yet, it appeared that the knife was plunged into Yi Yu's own back. Clenching his fists, Yi Yu felt an overwhelming urge to drag Zhou Tao out and deliver a sound thrashing. However, He recognized that a far more pressing issue loomed before him: how to extricate himself from this predicament. For he was certain that Chu Menghan would not let him off easily. Chapter 28. Do I seem perverse? Indeed, Chu Menghan, having seized upon Yi Yu's weakness, was not one to let it slip away effortlessly. An explanation? She calmly sipped the last of her coffee, elegantly dabbed her lips, and then raised her gaze to Yi Yu, a teasing smile playing on her lips as her eyes narrowed mischievously. What is there to explain? Yi Yu find ignorante, maintaining an air of nonchalance. Of course, an explanation is in order. What does it mean to borrow a girlfriend? Chu Menghan regarded him with playful curiosity, keen to see how he would wriggle out of this one. Ahem, borrow? I don't quite understand. Yi Yu awkwardly rubbed his nose, stammering, observing his demeanor. Chu Menghan found it amusing. Oh, if you don't understand, then why the nervousness? Nervous? Who, me? Yi Yu, caught in the act, faltered, his voice noticeably weakened. Not nervous? Then why does your hand tremble? Chu Menghan raised an eyebrow, her expression a blend of mockery and amusement directed at Yi Yu. Despite his bravado, he could not suppress the slight tremor of the hand that held his coffee cup. Yi Yu fell silent. Damn this involuntary stress response. Why can't it show some improvement? He raged within his mind, daring only to express his frustrations internally while maintaining a facade of calm. Though my head may bleed and my dignity as a man remain intact, I cannot show weakness before this young girl. Yet, he could not help but cast a furtive glance at Chu Menghan, who found his anxious demeanor utterly delightful. Enough with the pretense. Chu Menghan, suddenly approached Yi Yu, placing a hand on his shoulder. Come now, you belong to me today. If you perform well and satisfy me, I may consider letting bygones be bygones. She lowered her gaze to him, winking playfully, otherwise you know the consequences. Yi was captivated by her alluring eyes, his heart skipping a beat. Why are you standing so close when you could just talk? He shot a glare at Chu Menghan, feeling a mix of embarrassment and irritation, hastily diverting his gaze. How dare she think I'm a virtuous man? If she keeps teasing me, I might just... Chu Menghan rolled her eyes at him, unconvinced. If he possessed even a fraction of the determination that he imagined, she wouldn't have to go through such lengths. Alas, the road ahead is fraught with challenges. Such intimate matters required proximity to be spoken of, and with a playful glint in her eye, she nudged Yi Yu, who could only respond with exasperated silence as he stood up. Shall we go? Why are you dawdling? Come on, I haven't changed my mind. They exited the cafe in silence, and Chu Menghan led Yi Yu to a bustling pedestrian street in the city. Pointing toward the nearby shopping mall, she declared, Let's go there. Ah, there? Yi Yu stared blankly at the direction of her finger. Chu Menghan withdrew her arm, asserting, Indeed. Is there a problem? Yi Yu felt a throbbing pain at his temples. Is there a problem? This is a significant issue. How could a grown man be seen wandering through a women's lingerie store? Intentional. She's definitely doing this on purpose. Do you think I seem perverse? Yi Yu inhaled deeply, directing his gaze at Chu Menghan. She blinked, a smirk forming on her lips as she retorted, Please remove the seam from that statement. Yi Yu felt a surge of frustration. This woman clearly relishes in my discomfort. Is this what they call a wicked sense of humor? It's not like it would be enjoyable for either of us. You go in. I'll wait outside. Yi Yu gritted his teeth, barely managing to utter those words. He wanted to slap himself for being so foolishly talkative earlier. It was all Zhou Tao's fault. He would pay for this. Really not going to take a look? Chu Menghan teased, fully aware of Yi Yu's likely refusal. Her eyes sparkled with mischief as she added, Such a rare opportunity doesn't come every day. In a conspiratorial whisper, she leaned in closer to his ear. There are lace and sheer options too. Gulping, Yi Yu felt panic rise within him. Are you buying anything or not? He nearly shouted, fearing his control might slip. Of course. Chu Menghan giggled, her laughter ringing out as she headed decisively into the lingerie shop. Yi Yu followed reluctantly, wishing he could vanish into thin air. This woman was nothing short of a devil. However, he halted at the entrance. Just as he considered exhaling in relief, Chu Menghan turned around. A teasing smile on her face, Don't you dare peek. With that, she stepped inside, leaving Yi Yu standing there, bewildered and on the verge of tears. Peek, who do you think you are? Just because you're attractive, you can slander me like that? If I were to look, it would be with merit, not through stealth. Yi Yu scratched his head in resignation, letting out a sigh, acknowledging that he had brought this upon himself. Upon entering the lingerie store, a sales assistant greeted Chu Menghan with a sweet, Welcome. What style do you prefer? Chu Menghan hesitated for a moment before slowly responding. Do you have something a bit more daring? Certainly. Please wait a moment, the assistant replied politely before departing. After a short while, the assistant returned, presenting a delicate black lace lingerie set to Chu Menghan. She glanced towards Yi Yu's direction, relieved to see he was not looking, and sighed inwardly. Though she portrayed herself as bold and carefree in front of him, The prospect of actually going through with it made her quite flustered. Given her personality, engaging in such activities in front of others felt undeniably shameful. She hurriedly took the black lace lingerie from the assistant, avoiding her suggestive gaze, and dashed to the fitting room. Slowly, she removed her outer jacket, revealing a pristine white shirt, and unbuttoned the front to expose her delicate collarbone and slender neck. She changed into the black lace bra, her reflection in the mirror appearing both alluring and seductive. A small smile crept across her lips as she marveled at her own beauty. How had she never realized how attractive she truly was? No wonder there had been so many admirers in her past life. She was indeed a siren of unparalleled allure. With one side of her hair lifted, exposing her fair forehead, she wore a coy smile, declaring to herself, "Yi, I refuse to believe I can't stir your interest." Chapter 29, A Lesson for Brother. Meanwhile, Yi sat on the sofa, feeling utterly bored, fiddling with his phone. Yet his peripheral vision couldn't help but dart towards the fitting room door. As he felt the peculiar gazes of passing women, a wave of heat flushed his cheeks. And in that embarrassing moment, he wished he could disappear into a hole. Noticing that Chu Menghan had yet to emerge, he pondered silently. How long could she possibly be inside? His mind was incessantly murmuring, "Women are indeed troublesome." Finally, after half an hour of waiting, he could no longer endure it. Rising from the sofa, he intended to check inside when the ringtone beside his ear rang out at that very moment. Glancing at the familiar number on the screen, Yi gritted his teeth in irritation. "Zhou Tao, you scoundrel, how dare you call me?" Just as he pressed the answer button, he erupted in a furious roar. "You've made my life a living hell." On the other end of the line, a sarcastic voice slowly emerged. TSK, truly a case of being oblivious to one's blessings. "I'm actually helping you." Hearing this, Yiyu's anger intensified. "Who the hell considers you a brother?" Zhou Tao, undeterred, continued tapping away at his keyboard, unperturbed by Yiyu's outburst. I'm repositioning to extract." Yiyu, recognizing the sounds emanating from the phone, could easily deduce what Zhou Tao was up to. "Listen, don't play coy. As a #1 fan of the Han Yi pairing, I've endorsed this marriage." He chuckled. Having just escaped his previous confinement through a twist of fate, was Zhou Tao now intent on sending him back? Did he not suffer enough in his past life, and now sought to initiate a preemptive rerun? How could it be that he, a person of destiny, a VIP user, be devoid of any exhilarating experience? Yiyu, his teeth gritting in frustration, finally managed to respond. "Get lost." Zhou Tao continued his relentless keyboard clattering, casually remarking, "What's your complaint?" "Chu, the campus belle has beauty, figure, and family background. What more could you desire?" "I see. You aspire to emulate the great Kangxi, do you?" Yi was momentarily taken aback, perplexed by the insinuation. "Haven't you seen Kangxi's private visits? Look at how understated he is, always surrounded by close friends and admirers, emerging only at pivotal moments to deliver a stunning retort. He is the progenitor of the pretend to be a fool to catch the wise trope, the quintessential protagonist of exhilarating tales. You don't harbor such inclinations too, do you?" Zhou Tao exclaimed. Listening to Zhou Tao's incessant chatter, Yi felt a headache coming on. Rubbing his temples, he spoke in a low voice. "Zhou Tao, shut up. Hey, don't be angry. I called to check on you. But seeing you so incensed, I take it you haven't gotten wet yet, so I'm relieved." The more Zhou Tao spoke, the more infuriated Yi became, and ultimately, unable to tolerate his incessant prattle, he decisively hung up the phone. Beep, beep, beep. On the other end, Zhou Tao, with a grin on his face, was taken aback that the call had ended. He shook his head, feeling a sense of pride in his own mischief. "I'm truly a good person. There are not many like me who enjoy helping others. You better watch out. I'll get you for this," he muttered to himself, gazing at his phone screen. "Who are you cursing at?" Suddenly, a melodious voice chimed from beside him. Yi looked up to see Chu Menghan standing right in front of him. Her skin was as smooth as cream, her brows like distant mountains, her lips like blossoming petals, her features exquisitely refined, and her bright, watery eyes sparkled with a lively brilliance, as if they contained an entire galaxy. Though Yi encountered her almost daily, each accidental gaze exchange still quickened his heartbeat. Why are you out?" Yi hastily tucked his phone away, asking in a flustered manner. Chu Menghan smiled at him, teasing, "What is wrong? Did I ruin your plans? If I hadn't come out, were you actually going to go in and investigate?" At her words, Yi, feeling guilty, awkwardly touched his nose. Yet he retorted with feigned bravado, "Nonsense, that's not the case at all." His nervous gestures were completely transparent to Chu Menghan, who chose not to call him out on it. Feeling flustered under her gaze, Yi quickly changed the subject. "By the way, have you finished your shopping?" Upon hearing this, Chu Menghan appeared slightly flustered, her cheeks tinged with a hint of pink as she tightened her grip on the shopping bag, feigning calmness as she replied. Why, yeah, all done. As she spoke, her eyes nervously darted to the contents of the bag. She swore she had never known such items could exist in that style. The usually strict and aloof girl never imagined she would go to such lengths for a man. However, to win Yi Yu's heart, she felt all her efforts were worthwhile. Even if it was tea needed now, it was better to be prepared. Observing Chu Menghan's bashful demeanor, Yi Yu felt a sense of intrigue. Typically, she would constantly tease him, but now he saw her in a light of uncertainty. Could it be my moment of triumph has finally arrived? After all this time, it's time to settle the scores, both old and new. He cleared his throat twice to mask his excitement. Little did he know that his intentions were completely transparent to Chu Menghan, who regained her composure and narrowed her eyes. Oh, you think you can turn the tables on me? I'm quite eager to see what tricks you have up your sleeve. Feigning ignorance, Chu Menghan lowered her head shyly. Yi Yu, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of delight. Is that all you've got? Today, I shall teach you a lesson in reciprocity. Coughing to bolster his courage, he adopted a commanding demeanor, slowly stepping forward to corner Chu Menghan against the wall. W, what are you doing? Chu Menghan feigned panic, taking a step back and gazing up at Yi Yu with a fearful expression. She is scared. She is truly frightened. Ha! I've finally turned the tables. I'll make sure she thinks twice before getting too close to me again. Yi Yu lifted Chu Menghan's diligation, compelling her to meet his gaze. Though she had anticipated this moment, the sheer domineering aura he exuded still sent a shiver down her spine. His deep, captivating eyes locked onto hers, and his sensuous lips parted, his low voice whispering in her ear, "What do you think I'm here for? To do what I desire." Chapter 30. You wouldn't want this to get out to your classmates, would you? Yi leaned in closer to Chu Menghan, his heated breath cascading over her sensitive neck. Chu Menghan felt a tickling sensation, her entire body tingling as a wave of intense warmth enveloped her, causing her to instinctively squeeze her legs together and her breaths to quicken. She bit her soft, pink lips, feigning anger as she commanded, "Why you? Stay away from me." Chu Menghan displayed an utterly pitiful expression. It must be said, whatever she undertook, she was exceptionally talented, and her acting skills were effortlessly adept. Such convincing performance ignited a surge of confidence in Yi Yu. Seeing that Chu Menghan seemed daunted by him, he couldn't help but feel a swell of pride. Yi Yu with a smirk asked, "What's wrong? Scared? I fear it may be too late." His voice was deep and husky, imbued with a magnetic allure that left Chu Menghan's ears tinged with crimson. However, despite the menacing words that escaped his lips, his hands remained remarkably restrained. His true intent was merely to intimidate Chu Menghan. He had no intention of escalating the matter. If it were to come to that, Yi would indeed find himself without a retreat. Wasn't he usually quite audacious? Today, however, he seemed to falter. Yi raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with a hint of mockery. Internally, he reveled in exhilaration. After being suppressed by Chu Menghan for so long, he had finally turned the tables. Was it possible that he could not retaliate against her this time? Observing the smug expression on his face, Chu Menghan's eyes flickered with mischief, and a fleeting smile graced her lips. Here, in front of so many people, you better not act recklessly. Chu Menghan feigned a frightened expression, raising the bag in her hand as if genuinely concerned about what Yi Yu might do. Upon hearing her words, Yi Yu suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. He had become so engrossed in his role that he hadn't noticed the gathering crowd. It was no wonder, given that a beauty like Chu Menghan would naturally draw attention wherever she went. Moreover, witnessing such an exquisite woman being cornered was a spectacle in itself. And with her current demeanor, so alluring yet seemingly reluctant, it was a scene that was worth its weight in gold. "Mommy, what is that big brother doing?" A sweet, innocent voice broke the peculiar atmosphere, turning Yi Yu's attention to a little girl of about 7 or 8 who was pointing at him with wide, curious eyes. Yi Yu's face flushed crimson, and he awkwardly rubbed the bridge of his nose. A woman beside the little girl hurriedly covered her eyes. "Not suitable for children. Not suitable for children," she exclaimed. "You all continue, don't mind us." Yi Yu's lips twitched in embarrassment, feeling utterly mortified. Yet the momentum had been built up, and he could not afford to back down now. With the stage set for a climactic moment, retreating would compromise his masculinity. Even if his comrades were on board, the audience would not be forgiving. Yi Yu made a swift decision to press on, determined to resolve the situation quickly. Though 3 minutes might seem too brief for a battle of his caliber, he had no time to dwell on such details. With a steely gaze, he lunged forward, both hands bracing against the wall. Are you finally afraid? If you wish for me to let you go, there are a few conditions you must agree to." The distance between them diminished, their breaths mingling, and Chu Menghan could even detect a subtle, elegant fragrance emanating from him. Yet, Yi was too preoccupied with the prospect of imminent victory to notice the unusual glimmer in her eyes. She blinked slowly, a knowing smile curving her lips. Oh, conditions? Indeed. Yi Yu nodded, mistaking her inquiry for a willingness to negotiate, and continued excitedly. Rest assured, I will not make it difficult for you. The conditions are quite simple. You just need to. Before he could finish, Chu Menghan interrupted him. I refuse. Very well, you agree, he retorted, bewildered. What did you just say? Yi Yu's expression turned to one of confusion, doubting his own hearing. Chu Menghan maintained her playful smile. I said I refuse. Wait, what? This isn't how the plot is supposed to unfold. Yi Yu iklaymet, Bijil did it. According to the script, she should have followed his lead, agreeing to anything in exchange for her freedom. Wasn't that how it worked? Yi was left dumbfounded. Was it his lines that were off? Or was he not portraying the villain adequately? Wasn't he the role of the antagonist supposed to be intimidating? Why was she so uncooperative? Just moments ago, she had feigned fear. How had she transformed so suddenly? Chu Menghan regarded him with amusement, unable to suppress a laugh at his bewilderment. This guy can't even pull off being a villain properly. There's no way he is a threatening bad guy if he is too timid to even touch me. Clearing his throat awkwardly, Yi Yu sought to mask his embarrassment. Would you at least consider hearing my conditions? Perhaps you might find them agreeable. He looked at her expectantly, hoping for a change of heart. Not necessary. She decisively shook her head, then transformed her previously delicate demeanor, staring intently at Yi Yu. I'm curious to know, what would happen if I refuse your conditions? What consequences? What could he possibly do to her? Yet, unwilling to concede defeat, Yi Yu attempted one last stand. He forced a fierce expression, gritting his teeth. If you don't agree, then don't blame me. What will you do? Chu Menghan eagerly awaited his response, intrigued by how he intended to threaten or coerce her. Don't blame me for exposing the fact that you live in my home and that we are cohabiting. How does that sound? As the esteemed campus belle, the goddess in everyone's eyes, you wouldn't want your classmates to discover such a scandal, would you? Yi Yu spoke with a newfound assertiveness, feeling he had gained the upper hand. Is that all? Chu Menghan blinked, momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. I would actually love that. Yi Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. He thought he had misheard her. What did you say? I would love it. Go ahead and expose me. Chu Menghan vipit chefolin. Yi was flabbergasted. You want to? How can you want that? You are Chu Menghan, the one who holds herself to the highest standards and would not allow herself a single blemish. How can you say such a thing? Watching Yi Yu's speechless expression, Chu Menghan felt a sense of pride. You thought you could teach me a lesson, didn't you? Chapter 31. I want you. The sight of Chu Menghan's smile struck Yi Yu like poison, filling him with dread as he swallowed hard. What to do? This girl was impervious to both threats and persuasion. What a predicament. Had he not been forceful enough? Yi Yu could hardly believe his aggressive advances had been so easily deflected. It seemed utterly illogical. Under the weight of Chu Menghan's formidable presence, he began to retreat, his body growing tense and rigid. His heart raced uncontrollably, as if it might leap from his chest at any moment. Every instinct screamed at him to flee, run, and don't look back. Yet his legs felt as heavy as lead, utterly immobilized. Suddenly, Chu Menghan reached out, seizing his arm and drawing closer, her lips brushing against his ear as she whispered. You aren't planning to run, are you? Caught off guard, Yi Yu's mind went blank, his body frozen in place as if paralyzed. Is this Ice Queen truly this terrifying? Turning slowly, he met Chu Menghan's playful gaze, her lips curled in a smirk, eyes glimmering with amusement. Weren't you just being domineering? Don't stop now, continue. Her voice lingered in his ears, mingling with the murmurs of onlookers. What's going on? The plot was just reaching its climax. Why has it come to a halt? Come on, man, don't back down. I'm rooting for you. Just moments ago, he was the domineering CEO, and now he is transformed into a little wolf dog? Such a radical reversal. I rather enjoy this tune. Could the goddess possibly be attempting a reverse wall slam? Yi Yu could hardly pay attention to the peculiar gazes of those around him. He felt a tightness in his chest, almost suffocating. He struggled to tug at the corners of his lips, managing to produce a smile that was more grotesque than sorrowful. Classmate Chu Menghan, am I wrong to think that? Upon hearing his words, Chu Menghan couldn't help but chuckle, her stunningly beautiful face becoming even more enchanting. Yi Yu's gaze unwittingly followed her until her eyes once again locked onto his, jolting him back to reality as he awkwardly touched the corner of his eye. Observing Yi Yu's flustered demeanor, Chu Menghan found it rather amusing. She squinted slightly, her gaze alluringly fixated on his eyes. Oh, in what way have you erred? Doing leaguing me. Gazing at the girl before him, her exquisitely beautiful face adorned with a faint smile, she resembled the most exquisite flower of spring, radiating an irresistible fragrance that captivated him completely. Yet, Yi Yu felt an icy chill envelop him. During their time together, he had come to understand some of Chu Menghan's little quirks. Whenever she wore that expression, it was likely she was plotting something. Alas, my life is forfeit. Observing the teasing glimmer in her eyes, Yu sighed inwardly. He truly should not have overstepped his bounds, foolishly provoking her and ultimately bringing misfortune upon himself. Why must Yu endure this? In my previous life, being ignored by my wife was bearable, yet in this life, I must still be suppressed by her younger self. What could possibly warrant such a fate? Where's the justice in this? Seeing Yu's expression of frustration and turmoil, Chu Menghan couldn't help but laugh. She leaned closer, extending her delicate, fair hand to pinch the soft flesh at his waist, caressing him gently. So tell me, where did you go wrong? Yu grimaced, helplessly pouting in surrender. I was too impulsive. I should not have dared challenge the authority of you, Miss Chu. At his admission, Chu Menghan burst into laughter, playfully glaring at him. You fool, did you really think I was being serious? She mused internally, a smile gracing her lips. Her eyes sparkling with charm. She released Yu, lifting her right index finger to poke at his chest. Since you acknowledge your mistake, you must face the corresponding consequences. Yu was taken aback. The softness of her hand against him sent his heart racing. Calm down, calm down. He closed his eyes, taking deep breaths, desperately reassuring himself not to fall for her enchanting ploy. Upon reopening his eyes, he found Chu Menghan watching him with keen interest. Yu blinked several times and cautiously inquired, what do you want me to do? Chu Menghan's lips curled into a smile as she leaned closer, whispering in his ear, I want you to be my husband. The last 4 words went unspoken, as she knew the time was not yet ripe. Rushing things would only backfire. The situation was progressing positively. At the very least, their relationship was no longer as estranged as before. She was confident that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, reaching her desired outcome was merely a matter of time. Although Chu Menghan refrained from voicing her true thoughts, had anyone been able to read lips, they would have discerned that she had indeed completed her sentence in Yu's ear. Unfortunately, he was oblivious to this small gesture. Upon hearing her words, Yu took a step back in astonishment. Gazing at the radiant Chu Menghan, he was left speechless. Did she just say, I want you? This seemed rather inappropriate. Did he acquiesce? Or not? It appeared he had no choice. Well, if I do not descend into hell, who will? Here goes. Yu adopted a self-sacrificing demeanor. You're to carry my bag, Chu Menghan continued, observing Yu's dazed expression with a knowing smile. What did you think it was? I thought. No, never mind. Yu awkwardly waved his hand. It's just a bag, no problem at all. Goodness. Could you not speak while panting so heavily? That's rather alarming. Yu felt a mix of reluctance and residual fear. He had thought, well, never mind. Thankfully, his innocence remained intact. Chu Menghan shot him an exasperated glance. She was fully aware of his thoughts, but chose not to expose him. This guy certainly has a vivid imagination. She tossed all the items she had just purchased into Yu's hands. Since I'm in a good mood today, I won't hold it against you, she said, gracefully turning to leave, leaving Yu with a beautiful view of her back. Yu stood frozen in place, staring in the direction where Chu Menghan had vanished. After a moment, he slapped his forehead in disbelief. Did that just happen? Is this real? Has this woman truly changed today? Yu shook his head, increasingly perplexed by his former ice queen of a wife. Chapter 32, Arriving Late. As Yu and Chu Menghan departed, the crowd of onlookers gradually dispersed. What a pity. The show had ended before it even began. Indeed, that guy is not a man. With such a beautiful woman, he should have been more proactive. Others chimed in, their voices filled with envy and jealousy. Among those listening were 2 girls shopping nearby. One, around 17 or 18 years old, with a ponytail and an ordinary appearance, yet possessing a curvaceous and healthy figure. The other girl had long, straight black hair cascading down her shoulders, her graceful posture and exquisite features resembling a work of art. Her skin was as flawless as porcelain, and her almond-shaped eyes sparkled with vitality. Dressed in a pure white dress, she exuded an air of sanctity and nobility. She slowly turned around, her clear and bright eyes narrowing slightly as she glanced at those who had been discussing Yu, curiosity glimmering in her gaze. However, her contemplation was interrupted by the girl beside her. I say, Shinua, Miss Shun, we've been shopping all day. Isn't it time to call a day? This girl, Su Xiao, came from a well-off family and had been complaining throughout the day. I clearly said I didn't want you to come along, yet you insisted. Shinua replied playfully, blinking her beautiful eyes. Her voice suggested a softer demeanor compared to Chu Menghan, embodying the archetype of a virtuous wife and mother. If Chu Menghan felt like an unattainable goddess, then Shinua was akin to a gentle spring rain, pure and unassailable. Su Xiao Sulkev Mutterin. Who knew buying a gift would mean traversing the entire city center? What exactly are you so intent on gifting? Su xiao xiao scoffed, a hint of dissatisfaction evident in her tone. In response, Shan Xinyue smiled softly, as if recalling a cherished memory, and murmured, "It is for someone very important to me." Shan Xinyue was already a striking beauty, but when she donned that pure white dress, she resembled a celestial being gracing the mortal realm. At that moment, her eyes sparkled with a complex emotion that was both elusive and enchanting. Each smile and frown radiated an abundance of tenderness, captivating those around her. Even Su Xiao, another woman, found herself momentarily entranced, uncertainly asking, "It's not a man, is it?" Shan Xinyue fell silent for a moment, refraining from answering her. Her thoughts drifted into the realm of memories. Indeed, she had come for Yiyu, a tale that began a decade ago. They were childhood sweethearts, and although their time together was fleeting, so brief that Yiyu might have forgotten her entirely in the 10 years that followed, Shan Xinyue had always held his name close to her heart. He was the boy she adored during her youthful, innocent days, but their differing family backgrounds rendered their union impossible. For a time, Shan Xinyue had abandoned the thought. Yet the thrill of that first love remained buried deep within her, resurfacing in the stillness of night to torment her. She dedicated herself to changing her reality through hard work, believing that one day she would seize control of her destiny. When she finally felt empowered to pursue her desires, she was met with a cruel twist of fate. Yiyu had married. She had arrived too late. The bride was Chu Menghan, another woman hailed as a paragon of excellence, and arguably more capable than Shan Xinyue. She felt no confidence in competing with her. This revelation extinguished the flame of hope within Shan Xinyue, plunging her into a tempest of anguish, resentment, despair, and fury. She was unwilling to disrupt Yiyu's life. Thus she had never revealed herself to him. She had retreated into the shadows. Yet, her feelings toward Chu Menghan were laced with animosity. She longed to understand the woman who had claimed her beloved. Consequently, the two engaged in a subtle rivalry within the business world. It was not until the fateful day she learned of Chu Menghan and Yiyu's tragic demise that she felt completely shattered, almost unable to bear the weight of the news. Then, astonishingly, she found herself reborn, transported back 10 years. The heavens had granted her a second chance. This unexpected joy filled her with elation. She understood what it meant. She could alter everything, rectify all her regrets. Her opportunity had arrived. In this lifetime, she would reach Yiyu before Chu Menghan. She would never again relinquish him. As Shan Xinyue recalled her past, her gaze solidified with determination. This time, nothing shall deter me. Su Xiao observed the shifting expressions on Shan Xinyue's face, perplexed. Was her inquiry truly so difficult to address? Did it warrant such inner turmoil? Xinyue, why do I feel something is amiss? Are you unwell? Su Xiao looked at her friend with concern. Shan Xinyue snapped back to reality, shaking her head. No, I'm perfectly fine. Su Xiao regarded her with skepticism, sensing an inexplicable change in her dear friend, though she could not pinpoint the source of her unease. Nevertheless, as Shan Xinyue had insisted, she could not pry further. At that moment, Shan Xinyue suddenly lifted her head, gazing intently in a particular direction, her eyes alight with excitement. Yiyu? Who? Su Xiao followed Shan Xinyue's gaze, but saw nothing. Who did you just mention? There's no one there, she queried, bewildered. Shan Xinyue shook her head in disappointment. She had indeed glimpsed a figure reminiscent of him, but perhaps she had been mistaken. No matter, we will meet soon enough. There is no rush. Come on, let's explore other places, she said, regaining her composure and shifting the topic. Wait, we're still going? Miss Shun, I implore you. Spare me. I can hardly walk anymore. Just as they turned, a young man laden with bags and a breathtakingly beautiful girl passed by the very spot they had just observed. Chapter 33. Consumed completely? My lady, what on earth do you intend to do with all these purchases? Yiyu remarked, shaking his head in bemusement at the multitude of bags in her hands. He had never known that Chu Menghan possessed such a penchant for shopping. Was it true that all women harbored an almost frenzied love for retail therapy? Even someone like Chu Menghan was not exempt? Or was it that the joys of the affluent were beyond his comprehension? Chu Menghan hupfet lai di. These are gifts from my parents, Uncle Yi, and Aunt Sunday. Why do you need to know? She cast a furtive glance at Yiyu, nearly letting slip a secret. But fortunately, he appeared oblivious. It's only right to show my gratitude to Aunt Sun for taking me in, she declared with conviction. Such a splendid opportunity to curry favor. How could I let it pass? She thought to herself, if I can't win you over, how could I ever win over your future mother-in-law? Yiyu raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing her with suspicion. He felt that Chu Menghan's intentions were not as innocent as they seemed, and he could not fathom what she could possibly want from him. Is she after my body? A shiver ran down Yu's spine as he hastily dismissed the unsettling thought from his mind. That notion was far too disturbing. He felt he was losing his sanity. Even though there were some differences between the present and future Chu Menghan, there was no reason for her to be interested in someone like him. Chu Menghan sensed Yu's bizarre thoughts and rolled her eyes in exasperation, silently thinking, "Don't doubt it. I am indeed after your body." Following Chu Menghan, Yu suddenly felt a chill, as if he were being scrutinized. Yet, he dismissed the feeling and asked, "I think these gifts might be a bit too extravagant, don't you?" "Really? I don't think they're that expensive," she replied, looking at him with a puzzled expression. She had deliberately chosen items that conveyed her sincerity without being ostentatious, hoping they would be acceptable to Yi's parents. Yi could only roll his eyes. Did this young lady have a misunderstanding of the term expensive? He was sure about the monetary value, but the sheer weight was undeniable. He felt as if his arms could no longer lift. Thankfully, their destination was in sight, and he could finally be free from this ordeal. Yi vowed never to accompany a girl on a shopping excursion again. It was truly exhausting, more so than any activity he would willingly engage in. Upon returning home, Yi carelessly discarded his numerous bags to the side. He sank into the sofa, his legs trembling. Chu Menghan, observing his state, could not help but stifle a laugh. "What are you laughing at? It's all your fault." Yi shot her a glare. Chu Menghan pursed her lips, struggling to suppress her amusement. "Wasn't this your own request? Isn't it meant to atone for your misdeeds? What's the matter? Have you devoured everything and now refuse to take responsibility? You certainly didn't say that outside." She continued to tease. "Devoured everything? Mind your language. I hardly did anything right." Yi retorted. "I didn't even touch her, so how could I have?" "Devoured?" Chu Menghan, with a playful smile, leaned closer to him. As Yi's gaze fell upon her increasingly near visage, he gulped nervously. Instinctively, he recoiled, turning his head away. "Hey, what do you think you're doing? I warn you, don't take advantage of me. Besides, this is my house, and my parents will be back soon. You need to be mindful." His words tumbled out in a hurried manner. Chu Menghan chuckled softly, adjusting his head to force him to meet her gaze. "Rest assured, I won't act recklessly. I merely wish to ask a question." She leaned closer to his ear, her breath warm and fragrant. "You claim to have done nothing. Yet this photograph seems to tell a different story." "You froze photograph." With a mischievous glint in her eyes, Chu Menghan smirked. "Forgotten already? Let me help jog your memory." She retrieved her phone, locating a specific photo, and presented it to Yu now. "Take a good look." As Yu gazed at the image on the screen, his eyes widened in shock. You actually took a clandestine photo?" He was astonished that Chu Menghan had captured the moment he had playfully pinned her against a wall in the mall. The angle, the pose, combined with her innocent expression, left much to the imagination. If anyone else were to see this, he wouldn't be able to explain himself, no matter how many words he had at his disposal. "Still want to deny it?" Chu Menghan raised her chin, a slight smile playing on her lips. Yu gritted his teeth, pointing an accusatory finger at her. "I warn you, delete it immediately." Chu Menghan, with her full, rosy lips curving into a smile, replied, "Deleting it is out of the question. It will never be deleted. This is irrefutable evidence of your ulterior motives towards me. I must keep it safe." Yu nearly choked on his own incredulity. Who exactly has ulterior motives here? He thought, "Ugh, this woman is far too cunning. I cannot withstand her schemes." She had completely shed the image of an ethereal goddess and transformed into a scheming femme fatale. Yi was at his wit's end. "Let us discuss this rationally. Please don't act impulsively." Chu Menghan blinked her beautiful eyes, exposing an enchanting dimple, recognizing the need to temper her approach. "Given your agreeable attitude, I shall reserve the right to hold you accountable for now, pending further developments." "Chu Menghan, you are ruthless." Yi cursed inwardly while maintaining a smile of subservience on his face. "That is absolutely necessary. As long as the young lady is pleased, I shall harbor no complaints." Observing Yu's conflicted demeanor, Chu Menghan couldn't help but laugh, deciding to let him off the hook for the moment. She slowly stood up, only to be abruptly overcome by dizziness, her legs weakening, causing her to sway to the side. Yu gasped, immediately reaching out to catch her. Chu Menghan collapsed into his embrace, her delicate form nestled against his chest. The entire occurrence was so sudden that Yu's mind had no time to process or savor the unexpected thrill. Just then, Sun Shuyi returned home. "With all this stuff, it seems Xiao Yu and Menghan are back," came Sun Shuyi's voice as she entered. Yu snapped back to reality, his complexion draining of color. "Oh no, where is everyone? Why is it so quiet?" You never know when tomorrow or an unexpected event will arrive, Sun Shuyi thought as she froze at the scene before her. Chapter 34. Did he really think of himself as a saint? Her son, Yu, had surprisingly, awakened to certain realities. Well done, Sun Shuyi thought, Observing Chu Menghan nestled in Yi's arms, her face flushed, while her son appeared utterly incredulous, like a deer caught in headlights. The sight was simply unbearable. As someone who had been through similar experiences, Sun Shui understood all too well what this situation implied. Who would have thought? My son is only 18, and he already understands. It seems there is still much education to be done, she mused, clearing her throat. But in broad daylight, in the living room? How could they be so brazen? They could at least retreat to the bedroom. Sun Shui glanced at Chu Menghan, who indeed looked as red as a ripe apple. She couldn't help but lament, these days, even young children have such liberated thoughts. Sigh. It seems I need to provide my son with some private space in the future. Perhaps next time, I should knock before entering? Yi, witnessing his mother's oblivious smile, realized she had no inkling of the truth. Mom, it's not what you think. Your thoughts are a bit far-fetched, he thought, unable to meet her gaze or Chu Menghan's. He desperately wished for his mother to act as if nothing had happened and leave him an escape route. This moment was incredibly awkward. Unfortunately, reality was far harsher than his ideals, as he had underestimated his mother's audacity and the depth of her insights. Ahem. You two carry on. Don't mind me. Sun Shui coughed lightly, speaking leisurely, with no intention of leaving. Chu Menghan. Mom, you've misunderstood. Yi lamented, his face a mask of despair, inwardly pleading, Oh, Mom, please have mercy. Don't cause any more trouble. You don't need to explain. I understand. Sun Shui continued to smile, her eyes filled with encouragement, urging her son to press on and strive harder. Yi felt utterly despondent. Did she think he was some sort of beast, so desperately hungry? No. He was a man of principles, fundamentally. He was still a decent person. His gaze fell upon Chu Menghan, who coincidentally met his eyes, prompting her to quickly avert her gaze. Her cheeks blooming with an enticing shade of pink. Playing around was one thing, but being caught in the act by his future mother-in-law was mortifying. She wished she could find a hole to hide in. How could she face anyone after this? Chu Menghan's heart was in turmoil. She hoped she and T left a negative impression on Aunt Sunday. Surely, she wouldn't think of her as a loose woman, would she? Although Chu Menghan usually maintained a calm and composed demeanor in front of others, she could not hide her inner turmoil before Sun Shui and Yi. Observing this scene, found it intriguing, having never seen Chu Menghan display such vulnerability. However, this was hardly the time to appreciate the spectacle. Miss, could you please get up? What is this situation we find ourselves in? Yi sighed, feeling as if he had been mistaken for a saint. If this continues, he would truly lose control over himself. Should the situation escalate, it would certainly become quite awkward. Yet, inexplicably, Chu Menghan remained utterly still. Upon hearing Yi's words, she slightly opened her eyes to gaze at him, her teeth clenched in determination. This cannot persist. I must devise a strategy to prevent Aunt Sun from harboring any unfavorable impressions. Thoughts raced through her mind, and suddenly, an idea struck her. Eureka! She exclaimed inwardly, a cunning smile gracing her lips, unmistakably indicating mischief. At the very least, this scheme would not bode well for Yi, though he remained blissfully unaware. My dear husband, I'm sorry, but you must be sacrificed. Do not hold it against me. Chu Menghan silenti vauet. With a facade of distress, she began to cry, struggling to rise before feigning weakness and collapsing once more into Yi's embrace. What on earth? Yi froze, his eyes wide as he beheld the woman in his arms, who had inexplicably begun to cry. Was she up to now? A foreboding sense of dread washed over him. Something was amiss. Oh, Yi, how could you treat me this way? Chu Menghan so bad, as if she had suffered the gravest injustice. What's happening? What have I done to you? Yi exclaimed, bewildered. Please stop crying. Your tears make it seem as though I have committed some heinous crime. He turned his gaze towards his mother, pleading, Why are you looking at me like that? I haven't done anything. This was not how the script was supposed to unfold. Sun Shui shot Yi a fierce glare before rushing over to support Chu Menghan. Dream on, do not cry. What has caused your tears? Please tell Andy. Has Xiaoyu bullied you? Yi rolled his eyes in exasperation. Can we not assume I'm at fault every time something goes awry? Am I your son? He quietly observed Chu Menghan's performance, uncertain of her intentions. Seemingly in sync, Chu Menghan cast a surreptitious glance in his direction, a sly smile forming before she quickly reverted to a pitiful expression. Auntie, fine. This is not Yi's fault. Not his fault. Sun Shui questioned, her tone laced with skepticism. Before Yi could interject, Sun Shui continued. If it's not Yi's fault, then why were you crying just now? At this, Chu Menghan cast another furtive glance at Yi, and then resumed her sobbing. Sun Shui, Witnessing the sight of Chu Menghan weeping like a delicate flower in the rain, felt a mix of compassion and anger. Turning to glare at Yiyu. You scoundrel, what are you waiting for? Hurry and apologize. Yiyu, bewildered, stammered me. Apologize? How could I possibly know what transpired? He cautiously inquired. Mom, what exactly did I do wrong? Sun Shui glared at him with fervor. What did you do wrong? You were already in the wrong the moment you uttered that question. How could this child be so dense? Was now the time for such discussions? When a woman declares a man is at fault, it is unequivocally true. The mother couldn't help but worry for her son's future. Stop wasting time. Go and comfort Dream on. How can a grown man be so wordy? Sun Shui urged urgently. Yiyu felt utterly flummoxed. Who had he offended? Chapter 35. A mother's love and a son's misfortune? One cannot deny that Miss Chu's tactic of feigning vulnerability was indeed effective. It is impossible for anyone to ignore a delicate beauty, especially not Sun Shui, who was eager for Chu Menghan to become her daughter-in-law, treating her like a precious gem. In an instant, the earlier awkwardness seemed to evaporate. However, Yiyu had underestimated Chu Menghan's cunning. Just as he was about to protest, he heard her soft voice. Auntie, you see, Yiyu isn't entirely at fault. After all, boys can be impulsive at times. Her words struck Yiyu like a thunderclap, nearly sending him into a state of panic. Has she lost her mind? Impulsive? What did I do? He found himself questioning his own actions. Well, perhaps there was a hint of impulsiveness, but it was she who provoked it. It has nothing to do with me. As the conversation unfolded, Chu Menghan continued. I should have teased him. I had actually prepared gifts to express my gratitude for your hospitality. However, being a frail woman, I cannot carry so much, which is why I called upon him for assistance. Who would have thought that upon returning home, Yiyu would demand compensation from me? As she spoke, her excitement grew, her face flushed with embarrassment, tears nearly spilling over, leaving Yiyu utterly bewildered. Chu Menghan's acting prowess was truly remarkable. Were he not the protagonist in this tale, he might have almost believed her. This script was more absurd than anything found in online novels. Desperately, Yiyu looked to his mother for help, only to find her brow furrowed tightly, as if she could crush a fly. Mom, this isn't as you perceive it. He protested, but before he could finish, Chu Menghan interrupted. Yiyu, it's all right. You need not feel guilty. I understand you were merely jesting. This is not your fault. I forgive you. Wait, can I finish my sentence? Yiyu exclaimed in disbelief. It seemed she had taken all the good lines for herself, leaving him as the scapegoat. He was utterly speechless, realizing he had truly stepped on a rake. Yet, what followed from Chu Menghan left Yiyu dumbfounded, even stirring within him a desire to retaliate. What? How should I retaliate? With what? Of course, I would use a whip. Chu Menghan continued, addressing Sun Shui. Auntie, please don't go too hard on him. A few slaps will suffice, no need to draw blood. Yiyu felt as though he might faint from rage. She was doing this on purpose. Just as he was recovering from his shock, Sun Shui declared, Rest assured, I will ensure he learns his lesson. As she spoke, she raised her hand and aimed for Yiyu's backside. Instinctively, he took a step back, but the sound of flesh meeting flesh echoed throughout the room. Wait, you're really hitting me? The blow was no trifling matter, causing Yiyu to see stars, nearly gritting his teeth in pain. Damn it, Chu Menghan. You scheming woman. How dare you set me up? Hearing Yiyu still had the audacity to curse, Chu Menghan smirked. It seems I was too gentle. Before Yiyu could erupt in anger, she adeptly added, Auntie, let it go. Sun Shui, however, was not truly angry. She knew her son's character all too well, and could easily discern the truth behind Chu Menghan's words. Yet, she felt it necessary to provide the girl with a means to save face. Thus, her son would have to bear the brunt of it. This will not do, she declared with mock exasperation. Today, I must impart a lesson to this young rascal. He is becoming increasingly unruly. Yiyu, however, remains oblivious to the sincere intentions of his mother. Alas, he is utterly incapable of deciphering the complexities of a woman's heart. In a hurry, he dashed several meters away. Mom, please remain calm. Do not heed Chu Menghan's nonsensical words. Sun Shui cast a sidelong glance at Yiyu, retorting, I am perfectly calm. This boy, usually so clever, why is he behaving so foolishly now? He should swiftly offer this young lady a way out of this predicament. Auntie, please do not be angry. Let us refrain from violence, as it would be unfortunate to inadvertently harm yourself. Chu Menghan quickly interjected, stepping forward to gently grasp Sun Shui's arm and shake it reassuringly. Only then did Yiyu breathe a sigh of relief, thankful that this woman still possessed a semblance of conscience. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly be in for a beating. Yes, Mom, I was wrong. Yet, before Yiyu could finish his sentence, Chu Menghan interjected unexpectedly. Use this, it won't hurt your hands. She produced a baseball bat-like weapon from seemingly nowhere and handed it to Sun Shui. Yu, aghast, could only stammer, Yu. Fear not. There's no need to be overly grateful. After all, I too would prefer that Aunt Sun remains unharmed, Chu Menghan replied, winking innocently at him. So, you wish for me to be harmed instead? Sun Shui was momentarily taken aback by Chu Menghan's antics, staring blankly at the baseball bat. Chu Menghan, with a playful glint in her eye, observed Yu, a smirk dancing on her lips. Yu, pointing at her with a trembling finger, was at a loss for words. Oh dear, Annie, I just remembered I believe there is something on my phone. Chu Menghan, that, making a show of reaching for her phone. Before she could finish, Yu darted forward as if propelled by the wind, positioning himself before his mother. A man must own up to his mistakes. Mom, I accept my punishment. He inhaled deeply, closing his eyes in preparation for the impending strike. There was no other choice. After all, Chu Menghan possessed his secrets, and he could not hold his ground in her presence. Poor thing. Sun Shui shot a reproachful look at her mischievous son before turning to Chu Menghan, inquiring about the contents of her phone. Chu Menghan, eyeing Yu with satisfaction, replied, Oh, I seem to have received a rather important message. I shall retreat to my room to attend to it. With that, she stood, offering an apologetic smile to Aunt Sun, casting a teasing glance back at Yu before retreating to her chamber. Sun Shui regarded her son and Chu Menghan with suspicion. These two undoubtedly shared some hidden agenda. Once inside her room, Chu Menghan promptly locked the door, leaning against it and patting her chest, still shaken by the earlier encounter. Thankfully, her quick wits had saved her. Otherwise, her reputation would have been irrevocably tarnished. She pricked her ears to listen to the sounds of maternal affection emanating from outside. Murmuring to herself, it seems I managed to evade the situation. Chapter 36. Shan Xinyue arrives. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the tidy bed. Yu rubbed his sleepy eyes, recalling the severe reprimand he had received from Sun Shui the previous day. Though he ultimately capitulated, he had not emerged unscathed. Stretching languorously, he sat up, feeling a pervasive soreness throughout his body, particularly around his right knee, as if he were falling apart. Just as he was about to dress, he heard faint, stealthy footsteps outside his door. Furrowing his brow, he could easily deduce the identity of the culprit. Yu carefully slipped out of bed, tiptoeing towards the door to eavesdrop on the commotion outside. Sure enough, someone was indeed listening in. Shaking his head, he flung the door open, revealing the slightly startled visage of Chu Menghan. She seemed taken aback by his abrupt entrance, momentarily frozen in place. What a coincidence! Do you believe I was merely passing by? Yu scoffed, casting her a cold glance. Miss Chu, do you have a penchant for eavesdropping? Chu Menghan tuka akwa di li. Clearing her throat. That's quite a statement. Spying on an outsider is eavesdropping. Observing one's husband, however, is merely appreciation. I was worried about you, fearing that Aunt Sun might be too harsh on you, which is why I came to check on you. Yu shot her a disdainful look, retorting, Do you think this is someone else's fault? This is all Zhou Tao's doing. His betrayal has led to your misfortune, Chu Menghan exclaimed with fervor. Yu stared at her in disbelief. He had never realized her audacity was so boundless that she could openly utter such words without a hint of embarrassment. Just as he opened his mouth to respond, she cut him off, as he seemed to be unharmed. I shall take my leave to seek vengeance on Zhou Tao at school. With that, she turned to depart, but halted mid-step. Rest assured, I absolutely will not disclose yesterday's events. She called back, flashing him a brilliant smile before vanishing from his sight. What could he do? Given her culpability, it was best to retreat and avoid provoking Yu further. After all, she had only just managed to alter his icy perception of her. To let it regress into something less favorable would be counterproductive. Hey, Yu called out, but Chu Menghan had already sprinted away like a rabbit, disappearing without a trace. He could only shake his head in resignation. He wasn't truly angry, merely unwilling to grant her too much leniency lest she take advantage. Surprisingly, her flight had spared him from further scrutiny. At last, a semblance of normalcy in campus life. Yu muttered to himself, feeling somewhat relieved. After leaving his home, Yu walked along familiar streets toward school. Just a few steps in, he was met with a cacophony of voices. Looking up, he noticed a throng of students gathered ahead, many of them filming with their phones, seemingly captivated by something. Are these students from our school? I don't recognize them. That girl is truly stunning, on par with our campus belle, Chu. Indeed, when did such a beautiful girl join our school? Could she be a new transfer student? Surely not. The world can't be so generous as to send all the beauties to our school. Yu listened from the sidelines, gradually piecing together the situation. It was clear that only a beauty could incite such a commotion. However, this was of no concern to him. Having Chu Menghan as a former spouse was already enough trouble. He had no desire to entangle himself with anyone else. He sidestepped the crowd and proceeded directly toward his classroom. Just as he stepped onto the stairs, a soft, melodious voice called out, "Yi Ge." He paused, slowly turning to see a tall, slender girl of about 17 or 18, with striking features, smiling brightly at him, her lips curling into a gentle arc. Yi was momentarily taken aback. No wonder everyone was so excited. Her beauty and grace could only be rivaled by Chu Menghan. He realized he had never encountered such a stunning girl before. If he had, he certainly would have remembered her. How did she know his name? With curiosity, he inquired, "Who are you?" A single stone stirs up 1,000 waves. The onlookers were astounded to witness the girl audaciously approaching Yi, immediately igniting a flurry of excitement. "Oh my, not again, Yi!" As if having the campus belle, Chu wasn't enough. He now attempting to flirt with others? Embracing beauty on both sides. This chap is truly at the zenith of his life. Although he bore no fragrance of cologne, the aroma of a scoundrel was palpable. Yi, overwhelmed by the chatter surrounding him, felt a prickling sensation at the nape of his neck. He was utterly bewildered. Who was this girl? With a gentle smile gracing her features, Shen Xinyue's warm gaze met his. "Brother Yi, it's been ages. Don't you remember me?" Her heart raced with nervous anticipation. She had expected at least a glimmer of surprise from him upon their reunion, but his bewildered expression left her feeling somewhat defeated. It seemed he truly had forgotten her. Yi remained in a fog, certain he had never encountered this girl before, and her tone suggested a shared history. Could I have misremembered? This scenario wasn't in my past life. Hey, beautiful lady, please don't look at me with those forlorn eyes. You might make someone think I wronged you. Having confirmed that Yi had indeed forgotten her, Shan Xinyue's initial anticipation morphed into dismay. Yet she steeled herself against the tide of sorrow. Unexpectedly, amidst her disappointment, she began to hear Yi's thoughts echoing in her mind. What is happening? Can I truly hear Brother Yi's innermost thoughts? Is this a perk of reincarnation? Her mood shifted from sadness to elation. This meant she could utilize this strange ability to uncover Yi's secrets and gradually win his affection, perhaps even make him fall for her. It was akin to being the protagonist of a web novel. The more she pondered, the more exhilarated she became. With this newfound advantage, she felt emboldened to reshape her future. This time, she would bravely take the first step, refusing to be outdone by Chu Menghan. After all, she had toiled immensely to gain this edge. Chu Menghan would encounter Yi a decade later. Shan Xinyue had appeared by his side a full 10 years in advance. She refused to accept defeat. Chapter 37. Coming for you? Shan Xinyue grasped from Yi's fleeting thoughts that he too had been reborn. This revelation brought clarity. After all, when they last parted, they were merely innocent children, and it was understandable that he wouldn't remember her. Yi was genuinely at a loss, unable to recall who this enchanting young woman was. "Excuse me, classmate, have you mistaken me for someone else?" he inquired tentatively. All he wished was to extricate himself from his predicament. The ravenous gazes of the crowd were becoming unbearable. Taking a deep breath, Shen Xinyue endeavored to calm her tumultuous emotions. Then, with a soft smile, she extended her fair hand and said, "Brother Yi, it's me, Xinyue, Shen Xinyue. I'm back." "What?" Shen Xinyue, the stunning girl before him, resembling a celestial being, was indeed Shen Xinyue. Yi's eyes widened in disbelief as he scrutinized her, struggling to reconcile the reality before him. The contours of her features bore a striking resemblance to the Shen Xinyue of his childhood, yet the disparity in their auras was striking. In their youth, she had suffered from malnutrition, her diminutive stature rendering her somewhat of an ugly duckling. In stark contrast, the girl standing before him now was graceful and statuesque, her skin a pristine ivory, exuding charm and sweetness. Certainly no association with the term ugly could be made. Was this truly the same person? Yi's mind was a whirlwind, momentarily paralyzed as he gazed at this familiar, yet foreign visage. "Xinyue," he stammered, his voice trembling. "Is it really you?" Shen Xinyue nodded, her smile unwavering. "Yes, it's me." Her unexpected return was indeed beyond Yi's expectations. In his memories, she had always been the girl he cherished like a sister. Ever since she had moved away from his home, they had lost touch. Before he had married Chu Menghan, he would occasionally reminisce about their childhood days. Alas, their connection had faded into mere memories, without any further interaction. Though Yi felt joy at their reunion, something felt amiss. How could Shen Xinyue possibly be here? This cannot be right. Has history shifted? Shen Xinyue, perceiving Yi's thoughts, gazed at him with curiosity. Though her expression remained composed, observing Yi's dazed demeanor, she forced a smile and asked, "Brother Yi, what's wrong? Aren't you happy to see me back?" Yi quickly shook his head. No, I'm very glad. It's just that this is all rather sudden." At his words, a flicker of disappointment crossed Shen Xinyue's eyes. Time had altered so many things, and this unfamiliarity between them caused her heart to ache. Nevertheless, she masked her feelings, continuing to smile as she said, I returned this time too. Before she could elaborate, a voice from the crowd interrupted her. You scoundrel, not even waiting for me. Zhou Tao's voice cut through the throng, reaching Yi's ears. This guy is certainly adding to the chaos. When Zhou Tao finally approached and noticed the beautiful girl beside Yi, he initially assumed it was Chu Menghan, only to realize Yi had seemingly switched partners. Wow, no wonder you're my bro. Clearly a master at diversifying your options. Zhou Tao chuckled, playfully slapping Yi on the shoulder. You've got quite the fortune, brother. But isn't this a bit too blatant? At least try to hide it from the campus belle. Yi shot a glare, exasperated by his friend's rapid-fire thoughts that left him struggling to keep up. However, Zhou Tao's comment did serve as a reminder. He had been so preoccupied with astonishment that he had completely overlooked Chu Menghan's presence. The thought of her finding out sent a shiver down his spine. Shen Xinyue's eyes narrowed as she spotted Zhou Tao, her smile faltering. His timing couldn't be worse. She forced a smile and greeted him. Zhou Tao, do you remember me? Huh? Zhou Tao furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Shen Xinyue for a few seconds before suddenly exclaiming, Oh my goodness! It's you, Shen Xinyue. How had you become so stunning? Shen Xinyue offered a gentle smile, choosing silence as her response. Her nature was inherently reserved. You changed so much. I barely recognized you. Zhou Tao scratched the back of his head. He then sidled closer to Yi, teasingly remarking, Seems like she's coming for you. Yi glared at him, irked. He hadn't yet settled the score for previous grievances. This guy thrived on chaos. One Chu Menghan was already a handful. And now another captivating figure like Shen Xinyue had entered the fray. Was he destined for perpetual turmoil? Sigh. The presence of multiple women was indeed a source of vexation. Zhou Tao, upon hearing Yi's menacing threat, hastily covered his rear with his hand. Do not frighten me, please. I felt discomfort in my back this morning and even noticed some blood. Do you think I might be suffering from some ailment? He feigned distress, clutching his backside as if deeply wronged. Yi cast a scornful glance at him and retorted, Oh, blood? I believe you might be suffering from a cerebral hemorrhage. What? Did your brain migrate to your backside? Shen Xinyue, witnessing their bickering, let out a soft giggle. You two remain unchanged, still so close. Zhou Tao, with a cheeky grin, leaned closer and inquired, Is this visit for Yi or for me? Ahem. Yi cleared his throat, subtly signaling Zhou Tao to refrain from speaking out of turn. Shen Xinyue, fully understanding Zhou Tao's insinuation, occasionally glanced at Yi, a hint of shyness gracing her expression, the implication clear. Yet, Yi seemed either oblivious or pretended not to understand. He surveyed the surroundings and realized that onlookers were casting peculiar glances in their direction. Aware that fame often invites scrutiny, he sighed and told Shen Xinyue, This is not the place for conversation. We must attend class first. I will seek you out after my lecture. Without waiting for her response, he seized Zhou Tao and made a hasty exit. What? Should they linger and await a live broadcast? Shen Xinyue watched Yi's retreating figure, a slight smirk forming at the corners of her mouth. Yi, I shall not let you escape so easily. Chapter 38. The red apricot leaps the wall? Brother, stop pulling me. Zhou Tao cried out as Yi dragged him along, his voice a lament. Yi remained unfazed until he shoved Zhou Tao beneath his armpit, leaving him to squirm. Zhou Tao rubbed his sore backside and lamented, Could you slow down a bit? You may not care for your life, but I do. I'm the one who's injured. Shall I treat your cerebral hemorrhage? Yi shot him a sidelong glance. Zhou Tao immediately recoiled, feebly responding, No. I still need my brain for studying. Huh, have you ever used your brain? Yi scoffed, loosening his grip and continuing on his way. This guy was simply asking for trouble. He had no qualms about undermining others, yet expected leniency in return. Zhou Tao rubbed his waist, muttering, Damn it, this hurts like hell. Who says I don't use my brain? I am capable of serious contemplation. Zhou Tao hurried to catch up with Yi, adopting a solemn demeanor. Yi rolled his eyes, dismissing him. Really? Did I misjudge you? Absolutely. I'm a man with dreams. Zhou Tao proclaimed passionately. Yi simukit, knowing Zhou Tao's character too well to be deceived. Dreams are essential, but daydreaming is not. Hey, what do you mean? Zhou Tao feigned offense. I possess undeniable proof. Yi regarded him skeptically. Is your evidence that clean textbook of yours? Oh wait, your book must still bear the remnants of your drool, hardly pristine. Upon hearing this, Zhou Tao instantly retorted, What do you know? Why do I feel sleepy? Because books are where dreams begin. Thus, every day, in pursuit of my dreams. Do you have any idea how hard I work? How earnest I am? Zhou Tao grew increasingly animated, as if recounting a heart-wrenching tale. Yu, exasperated, rolled his eyes, uninterested in engaging further. Suddenly, Zhou Tao leaned closer and conspiratorially whispered, "Enough of this. Let us discuss how your dear sister found you." Yu paused, irritated. "Who? Still playing coy?" Zhou Tao exclaimed, gesturing towards the throngs of the school gate. "It's Shun Xinyue." Yu delivered a playful smack to his head, exclaiming, "Stop spouting nonsense." Zhou Tao shielded his head, feigning innocence. "Did I misspeak? Who was it that called you brother Yu incessantly as a child? Chasing after you and claiming she would marry you when she grew up?" Yu shot him a glare that silenced Zhou Tao, who had been so animated moments before, now shrinking back in fear. All right, I'll be quiet." However, this character wasn't one to remain silent for long, as he leaned in again, asking, "Who do you think is prettier, Shun Xinyue or Chu Menghan? Are you utterly bored?" Yu retorted, "Of course not." Zhou Tao quickly denied, "Though I'm a fan of the Han Yi pairing. I've known Shun Xinyue since we were children. It would be unreasonable not to support her." Scram! Yu kicked him lightly. This guy had no filter. He had always viewed Shun Xinyue as a sister. Yet he couldn't deny that back then. He never expected her to blossom into such a stunning beauty. Now, however, Oni Ai-chan, perhaps it's not entirely out of the question, he mused, a hint of fluster creeping into his demeanor. Clearing his throat, he swiftly composed himself, ensuring his expression revealed nothing. He merely fantasized, after all. What ill intentions could he harbor towards Shun Xinyue? In his past life, their relationship had been amicable during childhood, but they had drifted apart later on. Thus, suddenly feeling warmth towards Shun Xinyue was somewhat challenging, even if she was a great beauty. As Yu pondered, Zhou Tao hurried to catch up, insisting, "I'm being serious. Ouch, take it easy. This guy was a real nuisance." Yu shook his head in resignation, sighing, "This fellow is truly a character. I advise you to keep your mouth shut. Otherwise, don't blame me." Yu threatened menacingly. "Rest assured, what relationship do we share?" Zhou Tao cheerfully clapped Yu on the shoulder. "I would never disclose your infidelity to the school flower, Chu Menghan. Yu sleeps. Get lost. What infidelity? Even if I were unfaithful, what concern is it of Chu Menghan's? Even if she knew, would I be intimidated?" Yu's mind conjured the image of Chu Menghan's frosty visage, sending a shiver down his spine. Forget it. A gentleman does not quarrel with a lady. This matter must remain undisclosed. Taking a deep breath, he steeled his emotions and made his way towards class. Zhou Tao shouted from behind, "Damn it, wait for me." In the classroom, Chu Menghan was already seated, resting her chin on her hands, her gaze distant, as if lost in thought. "Where is Yu? I shouldn't have slipped away this morning," she murmured, absent-mindedly pulling out a pen to doodle on a scrap of paper. Sighing, she lamented, "To change my husband's perception of me, I've exhausted all means, yet I am unsure of their effectiveness. He wouldn't truly be angry with me after yesterday, would he?" Chu Menghan furrowed her brows in worry. "But I can't be blamed. After all, he always avoids me, without employing some tactics. How can I dismantle his defenses?" Yet, despite her recent assertiveness, why did he not seem moved? Was it her approach that was flawed? Or perhaps her allure insufficient? Suddenly struck by an epiphany, a blush crept across Chu Menghan's lovely features. It doesn't matter. I will find a way to make that scoundrel fall for me." Chu Menghan thought through gritted teeth. Just as she was lost in her musings, the chatter of her classmates drew her attention. "Did you hear? Another beautiful girl has appeared at our school." "Beautiful? Who could possibly compare to Chu Menghan?" "You've hit the nail on the head. That girl is certainly a match for our school's flower." This remark piqued Chu Menghan's interest, causing her to perk up with an ominous premonition. Chapter 39. Chu Menghan's Misunderstanding. Someone who could rival her in looks? Chu Menghan found this somewhat surprising. It wasn't that she was particularly narcissistic, but over the years, only one person had been able to compete with her in appearance. She never expected that in this small Jiangbei, there would be someone like that. Could it be that Yi was late to join the excitement? The more she thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. And she couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. A flower at home cannot compete with wildflowers, right? How could he neglect such a beauty as me and go after another woman? The sensational news didn't stop there. Do you know why that girl came to our school? For what? The question captivated everyone's attention, even Chu Menghan. She is here to... At that moment, the classroom door swung open, and Yu stepped inside, instantly capturing everyone's gaze. Chu Menghan turned her head, momentarily taken aback upon recognizing him, but quickly regained her composure and pretended nothing had happened. Upon seeing Yu, the classmates naturally refrained from discussing the previous topic. However, their eyes were filled with intrigue as they regarded him. Yu sensed the atmosphere shift and furrowed his brow in confusion. Could it be that the incident from earlier has spread so quickly? Just then, he felt a piercing gaze directed at him, and upon looking up, he locked eyes with Chu Menghan. Her expression was frosty, devoid of any warmth. Clearly, she was in a foul mood. How unfortunate, Yiyu thought. Although Chu Menghan hadn't heard anything of value from her classmates, Yiyu's guilty conscience only solidified her suspicions. Damn it, he indeed went to see her. Zhou Tao, who followed Yiyu, sensed the unusual atmosphere and quietly advised. Looks like you'll have to fend for yourself. Gamba, brother, I'm with you in spirit. My soul is with you. Get lost. Don't just offer spiritual support. Why not offer your physical presence? Zhou Tao exchanged a knowing glance with Yiyu and returned to his seat. Sitting beside Chu Menghan, Yiyu felt a wave of anxiety wash over him as he cautiously observed her and tentatively asked, "You know about what happened earlier?" "Yes, I do," she replied. "It was indeed due to that incident." Yiyu mused, lowering his gaze, unable to meet her eyes. "I can explain." After a moment of silence, Chu Menghan slowly spoke. "No need for explanations. I'm not that petty." Yiyu's eyes widened in surprise, staring at her in disbelief. "You're not angry with me? Since when did she become so easygoing?" "Angry with you?" Chu Menghan shot him a glance, her tone questioning. Yiyu nodded earnestly, saying, "After all this matter." Chu Menghan scoffed, struggling to contain her irritation. "Everyone has a desire for beauty. I understand your curiosity, but curiosity?" Yiyu was utterly perplexed, wondering if Chu Menghan had misunderstood something. Before he could inquire further, she leaned closer, gripping his chin to force him to meet her gaze. "Is it too heartless of you to ignore me?" Chu Menghan's slender fingers were warm and soft, their touch causing Yiyu to stiffen, his breath quickening, and his throat tightening as he instinctively swallowed. Noticing his reaction, Chu Menghan's lips curled into a subtle smile as she softly teased, "What's wrong? Do you think I still possess a bit of allure?" Yiyu immediately shook off her hand, denying, "I am not." After a brief exchange, Yiyu was convinced that Chu Menghan had indeed misunderstood something. Given her reaction, she likely didn't yet know about Shen Xinyue. If she had known that Yiyu's childhood friend had come looking for him, she would certainly have reacted differently. Yiyu breathed a sigh of relief. If it was a misunderstanding, then let it remain so. Better to avoid unnecessary complications. If the two women crossed paths, it could lead to significant trouble for him. All of this flashed through Yiyu's mind, and even if Chu Menghan had the ability to read minds, she would not have sensed anything amiss. Observing Yiyu's demeanor, Chu Menghan couldn't help but snort in disdain. "Coward, you have the heart of a thief, but lack the courage." Yiyu, her husband, only dared to harbor secret fantasies in his heart, never daring to act on them. The road to winning over her husband seemed long and arduous. Alas, Chu Menghan was on the verge of uncovering the truth, nearly able to quash Shen Xinyue in her tracks. Yet, sometimes fate plays its hand in the most inconvenient ways. And today's misstep would lead to countless obstacles in her quest to win back Yiyu. Of course, that was a matter for another time. The immediate concern was what lay ahead. Every move between Yiyu and Chu Menghan was entirely observable by Su Fangzhe. Although he had a wager with Yiyu, he could no longer wait for that moment. Jealousy drives one to madness, especially for someone like Su Fangzhe, who had been pampered since childhood. Accustomed to wielding power to dominate others, he savored the sense of control it brought. Yiyu, clearly, was a stumbling block. Su Fangzhe scowled as he watched Yiyu and Chu Menghan interact, clenching his fists in frustration. What right does he have to be so close to Chu Menghan? Who does he think he is? This is simply courting death. He resolved that this situation could not be allowed to fester. The cancer must be eradicated swiftly, with determination. Su Fangzhe pulled out his phone and sent a message. Before long, the school bell rang. "Shu, don't speak. Teacher Su is coming." A young teacher, wearing thick black-rimmed glasses and of stout build, entered the classroom. It was teacher Zhu Wenze. He was known for his stern demeanor, holding grudges, and often erupting in anger, which made him feared by the students. Moreover, he had gone so far as to ingratiate himself with the Su family, practically begging for their favor. Zhu Wenze stepped onto the podium, casting a subtle glance at Su Fangzhe, their eyes meeting in a mutual understanding that something dubious was afoot. Yiyu, keenly perceptive, noticed this exchange and frowned. Something's off. Clearing his throat, Zhu Wenze addressed the class. "Students, I have a very serious announcement to make this morning." His gaze swept across the room, lingering on Yiyu for a moment before continuing, in light of recent lax behavior from certain students. "In this lesson, we are conducting an impromptu test. Those whose names are called must come to the blackboard to answer questions. The consequences for those who fail to do so need not be elaborated." As Zhu Wenze's words echoed, an eerie silence enveloped the classroom, with each student casting furtive glances at one another. Yiyu stole a glance at Su Fangzhe, who sat at the front, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. If his suspicions were correct, this must surely be Su Fangzhe's doing. He truly is a persistent specter. Chapter 40. The more you resist, the more excited you become. Yu lifted his gaze to Zhu Wanze, standing at the podium, his narrowed eyes sparkling with an unusual light, and his smile gradually widened, seemingly unfazed by the impending test. After a period of intensive review, coupled with his advantageous abilities, he regarded this mere impromptu test with utter disdain. Su Fangzhe turned to glance at Yi Yu, convinced of his impending victory, and couldn't help but smirk. He relished in witnessing the expressions of those foolish enough to overestimate their capabilities. Yi Yu, you are destined to be a loser trampled under my feet for the rest of your life. This time, he was determined to ensure Yi Yu lost face before Chu Menghan, rendering him incapable of pursuing her any further. Su Fangzhe's changing expressions did not escape Chu Menghan's notice, and she frowned slightly. However, she was not overly concerned. She was well aware of Yi Yu's abilities. How could a bunch of clowns dare target him? Those who dared to provoke her were truly deluded. Is this coming for you? Chu Menghan raised an eyebrow, directing her gaze towards Yi Yu, whispering, "Do you need my assistance?" She blinked her enchanting eyes playfully. "No need," Yi Yu promptly declined. "Do you think this is orchestrated by someone else? As long as you keep your distance from me, that would be the greatest help." What a joke. If Chu Menghan got involved, what would that leave for him? He still intended to extract a favor from Su Fangzhe. If the latter backed down, all his efforts would have been in vain. In moments of ostentation, he would not allow anyone to overshadow him. Upon hearing his words, Chu Menghan was momentarily taken aback. Then a smile graced her lips. "Yi Yu, I didn't expect you to dare openly refute me now." Previously, this fellow only dared to grumble internally, his embarrassment over his own flirtations manifesting as irritation. Chu Menghan was somewhat surprised yet secretly delighted. As long as he did not regard her as a stranger, it was a positive development. She was more than willing to embrace this newfound attitude of his. With a gentle hand resting on the edge of the desk, she thoughtfully observed Yi Yu, wondering if the distance between them had lessened. Leaning slightly closer to him, her warm breath brushed against his cheek, her soft lips nearly grazing his ear. Yi Yu froze, his heart racing wildly. This woman, could she not go a day without causing trouble? But even so, she should not provoke him like this. "Don't come any closer. If you do, I'll shout." Yi Yu's face contorted in distress, yet he dared not make any abrupt movements. He cautiously glanced around, relieved to find that no classmates were paying attention. With a smile lingering on her lips, Chu Menghan continued, "It's all right. Even if you rebut me, I won't be angry." Because her voice trailed off enticingly, heightening Yi Yu's anxiety. "The more you resist, the more excited I become. You're excited for nothing. You need to be treated for this." He swallowed hard, forcing himself to regain composure, and replied in a low voice, "Why speak if you're going to be so close? Just sit properly." Yi Yu struggled to maintain his self-control, attempting to avert his gaze from her, yet the memory of their previous intimate posture haunted his mind. Chu Menghan observed his righteous demeanor, stifling a laugh. "Humph, you certainly play the part well." However, she was determined not to be swayed by this facade. Tilting her face slightly, she gently blew against his earlobe, sending a tingling sensation coursing through his body, causing Yi Yu to tense up, nearly springing from his seat. Yi Yu inhaled sharply, his eyes widening in disbelief as he looked at her. Was Chu Menghan teasing him? With satisfaction, Chu Menghan blinked and smiled brightly. It was purely accidental. Yi Yu's heart raced uncontrollably, his face flushed with heat, ears burning as if struck by a current. His heart pounded fiercely, and even his breathing became erratic. Clenching his teeth, Yi Yu shot her a fierce glare, while Chu Menghan merely smiled, fully disregarding his resentful gaze. At that moment, a crumpled piece of paper flew towards Yi Yu, pulling his attention back. Curiously, he picked up the note, realizing that Zhou Tao was watching him with a mischievous grin. Furrowing his brow in confusion, he looked at Zhou Tao. Zhou Tao winked at him, signaling for him to open it. Instinctively, Yi Yu sensed that Zhou Tao was up to no good. With narrowed eyes, he slowly unfolded the note, which read, "How does it feel to be embraced by the school beauty?" Upon seeing the writing, Yi Yu's brows twitched, and he promptly tore the note to shreds. Tossing it into the trash can behind him, muttering indifferently, "Boring. This guy had far too much free time." Little did he know, Zhou Tao seemed to have anticipated his reaction, showing no concern for his actions. Another piece of paper fluttered down towards Yi Yu. "Hey, seriously? Was this guy not finished yet?" Yi Yu took a deep breath, striving to stabilize his emotions, and slowly reached for the paper on the desk. The note boldly proclaimed, "Stop pretending. I saw everything just now. The young lady Chu was so proactive, and yet you remain unmoved. Don't you understand the art of cooperation? It's unfair to always make the girl take the initiative. Over time, she will tire of it. Not to mention, are you that incapable? Surely not." God has bestowed upon you a charming face for wooing girls, and yet you wish to pursue something else? Yu swore that if it weren't for the fact that they were in class, he would make Zhou Tao experience the consequences of his insolence. This guy was insufferably irritating. With a dark expression, Yu crumpled the note into a ball and threw it at Zhou Tao, hitting him squarely in the face. Chapter 41. A Twist of Fate. As luck would have it, Zhou Tao dodged, and the crumpled paper landed directly in front of Zhu Wenze. Zhu Wenze was momentarily taken aback, casting a glance downward and, without the need for speculation, discerning the culprit's identity. He could not help but raise his gaze to survey the classroom, ultimately fixating on a particular direction, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Ayu? Yu, choosing not to tread the path to paradise, just when I was lamenting the lack of an opportunity to deal with you. You have conveniently presented yourself at my doorstep. If I follow Su Xiao's instructions and ensure this young man is expelled from school, I shall then be able to lean on the formidable Su family for support. Do not blame me. After all, it was you who offended the wrong people. Zhu Wenze and Su Fangzhe exchanged a knowing glance, and he understood the unspoken agreement, picking up the paper that had fallen to the ground. Whoever is responsible for this, step forward, he bellowed, his gaze sweeping across the class, only to find everyone rendered mute with trepidation. Upon witnessing this, Yu realized that Zhu intended to exploit the situation to his advantage. However, he remained unfazed, slowly rising to his feet. It was I who threw it, he declared calmly, a hint of resignation evident in his tone. Zhou Tao, this fellow always gets me into trouble. I did it. Zhou Tao quickly followed suit. He could not allow his brother to take the fall for him. After casting an apologetic glance at Yu, he continued with a resolute tone. Teacher, this matter has nothing to do with Yu. It is my fault, and I apologize. Yu shook his head. Zhu Wenze's target was himself. So what good would an apology do? Indeed, upon hearing these words, Zhu Wenze's expression grew even more sinister. He glared at Yu with gritted teeth, exclaiming, I knew it was you too, always with your slick tongues and carefree attitudes, slacking off in class, and now you dare to brazenly assault a teacher in the classroom? This is utterly outrageous. Today, if I do not expel you both, I shall not rest. Seated in the front row, Su Fangzhe looked on with smug satisfaction as he nodded approvingly at Yu. Zhu Wenze was indeed quite astute. Let us see how Yu would dare to challenge him now. Upon hearing of Yu's impending expulsion, Chu Menghan's expression turned icy. After all her efforts to draw closer to Yu, was this fellow intent on ruining her plans? Who gave him the audacity? Without my say-so, who dares? It seems this individual must be dealt with decisively. Chu Menghan resolved to sweep Zhu Wenze out the door without hesitation. As the largest stakeholder in the school, she still possessed enough authority to do so. Poor Zhu Wenze, unaware that he had already landed on the blacklist of the benefactor. He was still racking his brain, eager to curry favor with Su Fangzhe. Yu frowned and spoke in a low voice. Teacher Zhu, we merely violated classroom decorum. Is it truly necessary to escalate matters to this extent? Students like you, whose grades are abysmal and consistently at the bottom, ought to have been removed long ago to prevent hindering the academic enthusiasm of other students. Zhu Wenze regarded Yu with blatant disdain. How have we hindered our classmates' studies? Yu retorted, a hint of sarcasm lacing his words. Huh. Zhu Wenze shot Yu a derisive glance, mocking. Look at your Chinese grades. Barely anyone in the class can pass. You two, the sleeping dragon and phoenix chick, think you could perform a play from the Three Kingdoms here? Failing every time. Do you truly believe you are worthy of being students in this school? Yu shrugged, dismissing Zhu Wenze's words entirely. Chinese culture is vast and profound. Your teaching lacks distinctiveness, leaving us devoid of any desire to learn. Do you not think you should reflect upon yourself? Yu spared no mercy with his words, as his opponent was hardly a paragon of virtue. Thus, he should not expect him to respect the teacher-student relationship. You, well, distinctiveness? You dare speak of distinctiveness? I will tell you, Yu, if you can recite the text on the blackboard backward, that would be distinctiveness. Zhu Wenze, in a fit of rage, pointed an accusatory finger at Yu, cursing him out, utterly oblivious to his own limitations. Chu Menghan, upon hearing him belittle Yu so, found it hard to contain her fury. Yet, recalling Yu's words, she managed to suppress her anger, though her gaze towards Zhu Wenze was frosty. How dare he insult Yu? She herself could never bring herself to do so. She would not let this pretentious scoundrel go unpunished. Yu cast a dismissive glance at the text Zhu Wenze had indicated, sneering, Zhu Dachong, are you certain that this is not an affront to my intelligence? Pig intestines? Zhu Wenze's face flushed with rage as he spat. You, very well. Since you were so arrogant, recite it for me. If you can do so, I will kneel before the entire class and admit that I was wrong. However, if you fail, you are to get out. You have my word. Yiyu replied coolly, surveying the classroom before directing his focus back to the blackboard. He quickly scanned the material, committing it all to memory. Feigning nonchalance, Zhu Wenzi scoffed. No need to vent your frustrations like this if you cannot deliver. The next instant, however, his smirk froze on his face, his eyes widening in disbelief. This is impossible. It cannot be. After inscribing the final character, Yiyu tossed the chalk into the box and leisurely declared, so, how about this? Is it distinctive enough? Zhu Wenzi found himself utterly at a loss for how to respond. Not just he, but all the students in the classroom were likewise astonished. They had witnessed every word Yiyu wrote match the original text on the blackboard perfectly, down to the minutest detail, akin to a reproduction. This is utterly terrifying. The only one unaffected was Chu Menghan, who, although composed, could not help but smile at Yiyu's brilliance. How about it? Would you like me to write it slantwise? Yiyu inquired of Zhu Wenzi, a serene smile gracing his lips. Zhu Wenzi stared at the words on the blackboard in shock, his mind whirling in chaos. How is this possible? How could he possess such extraordinary memory? Moreover, Yiyu had not only memorized the text after a single glance, but had also captured the nuances of Zhu Wenzi's handwriting with remarkable precision. How absurd was that? With a shudder, Zhu Wenzi quickly regained his composure. Mere attention-seeking. However, since I made a promise, I shall not pursue this matter further. Chapter 42. I have seen many like you. Zhu Wenzi spoke through gritted teeth, his words evidently lacking conviction, his gaze flickering uneasily. He realized he had been bested this time. He had not anticipated Yiyu's sudden prowess. How could this be? With no pretext left to penalize him. He could only bide his time. Su Fangzhe shot him a disapproving glare. What a useless fool, unable to handle such a trivial matter. It seemed he would have to take matters into his own hands. As for Yiyu's earlier display of talent, he had dismissed it entirely. This was undoubtedly a scheme meticulously orchestrated by Yiyu. Otherwise, how could a mere underachiever like him possibly accomplish such feats? Su Fangzhe, convinced that he had unraveled Yiyu's tactics, cast a shadowy glare at him, as if he longed to rend him asunder. Yet, Yiyu remained unfazed, merely casting a fleeting glance at Su before shifting his attention to Zhu Wenzi on the podium, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Not pursuing the matter, Yiyu scoffed, stating, Teacher Zhu, you might be mistaken about something. Everyone heard your words quite clearly just now. As a teacher and a role model for students, you wouldn't dare to be untrustworthy, would you? At this, Zhu Wenzi's countenance darkened considerably. Kneel and apologize? What a ludicrous proposition. As a teacher, how could he possibly stoop to such a level before a student? The thought was more unbearable than death itself. Observing the shifting expressions on Zhu Wenzi's face, Yi let out a chilling laugh. One reaps what one sows. However, he was cautious not to push too far. After all, being the prominent bird often invites the hunter's aim. Naturally, he was not one to be merciless like some others. Oh, Teacher Zhu, please don't misunderstand. I'm not referring to you. Yiyu's nonchalant words sent a shiver down Zhu Wenzi's spine. You. Zhu Wenzi's eyes widened in fury, fixating on him as if he wished to inflict 1,000 tortures upon him. I am your teacher. Does the concept of respect not exist in your lexicon? He berated, pointing an accusatory finger at Yiyu. In defiance, Yiyu retorted, apologies, but I do not possess a dictionary. You. A student like you is truly a rarity. Zhu Wenzi trembled with rage, his speech faltering as he felt himself on the brink of madness due to Yiyu's provocations. I have encountered many teachers like you, Yi replied coldly. Zhu Wenzi could no longer contain his fury and roared in response. The other students watched the spectacle unfold, exclaiming how entertaining it was. Yiyu engaged in conflict without resorting to foul language. Yiyu shrugged and raised his hands, saying, please do not be angry. What I mean is, kneeling is unnecessary, as I fear for my longevity. However, you just insulted us as worthless. Do you not think an apology is in order? Yiyu's icy words struck Zhu Wenzi like a resounding slap, turning his face a deep shade of crimson. His fists clenched tightly, veins bulging on his forehead. His inner turmoil threatened to explode, yet he found himself powerless. If he refused to acquiesce today, the news would spread, and he would not only lose face, but also his authority among the students. Thus, Zhu Wenzi quickly resolved to stabilize the situation. Forcing a smile, he conceded, indeed, Yi, you are correct. My earlier remarks were erroneous, and I must take responsibility. I hereby apologize in front of the entire class, hoping you will not hold it against me. Although the apology lacked sincerity, Yiyu chose not to press further. With a wave of his hand, he declared, in that case, I shall forgive you, as a magnanimous person does not hold grudges against the petty. Zhu Wenze snorted disdainfully, his face dark as soot, and stormed away in a huff. His eyes bulged in disbelief, muscles twitching in fury, clearly incensed. "Scoundrel!" he bellowed, hastening his exit from the classroom. Instantly, the classroom erupted in thunderous applause. "Yiyu, you are incredible. How could you possess such an impeccable memory? Indeed, you have concealed your talents too well." As Yiyu beheld the throng of classmates approaching him, he smiled faintly, knowing he had prepared for this moment. "I hardly possess such capabilities," he humbly replied. "I merely took a keen interest in the article and thus was prepared." After speaking, he cast a subtle glance at Su Fangzhe, who bore an expression of vindication, the corners of Yiyu's mouth subtly curling upwards. The others suddenly comprehended. This explanation seemed far more reasonable than the notion of a genius emerging from obscurity. People are often reluctant to acknowledge the extraordinary talents of others. However, Zhu Wenze had undeniably suffered a tremendous embarrassment. Indeed, he usually flaunts his authority, constantly seeking trouble with students, and now he is forced to apologize. TSK. One can only say, Yiyu is remarkable. Alas, he has certainly stirred up trouble now. I hear old Zhu's uncle is the vice principal. Who knows how he might retaliate? Listening to his classmates' discussions, Yi remained unfazed. He had already anticipated this confrontation. However, he held no concerns. Even if that individual had connections, so what? With his current abilities, he could excel in any examination. Where he was not welcomed, there would always be another opportunity. Chu Menghan seemed to grasp his thoughts, her delicate lips pressed together as she softly assured him, "Fear not. With me here, no one in this school would dare to cross you." Her bright eyes shimmered with resolute determination, as if a decision brewed within her heart. Seeing her demeanor, Yi was momentarily taken aback. He had forgotten the status of this young lady by his side. With her presence, it appeared that there was indeed little for him to worry about. Yet, he couldn't shake off the peculiar sensation of relying on someone else. Was there perhaps a hint of gratitude? Chu Menghan playfully blinked her beautiful eyes at him. Yi shot her a sidelong glance, rubbing the tip of his nose as he murmured, "I dare not move." Chu Menghan chuckled, undeterred, and continued, "Yiyu, you have never mentioned your remarkable memory before. Shouldn't you provide some explanation?" Although she was unaware of Yiyu's system, she had long noticed his exceptional learning capabilities during their study sessions. Initially, she believed his rapid progress stemmed from his rebirth, allowing him to master old knowledge with ease. It seemed she had underestimated him. This husband of hers certainly had more surprises in store. Chapter 43, Stubborn yet soft-hearted. As Yiyu noticed Chu Menghan's teasing gaze, he inwardly lamented. He quickly feigned ignorance. What? What explanation? Did I not just say that I had simply memorized the article beforehand? Chu Menghan rolled her eyes, pouting as she retorted, "Do not play coy. You may fool others, but not me." She was fully aware of how he studied. This excuse would only deceive outsiders. Moreover, even if what he claimed were true, how would he explain the handwriting? Surely he would not assert that he had practiced it himself? Her beautiful eyes scrutinized Yiyu, as if attempting to pierce through his secrets. Cough. Yiyu awkwardly cleared his throat, realizing that Chu Menghan was not easily misled. He anticipated that she would see through him so swiftly. He had intended to maintain a facade of normalcy in their interactions, yet he found himself cornered. Fine, I shall drop the pretense. Since you have uncovered my secret, I shall confess. Indeed, I am a genius. Having a photographic memory is merely a fundamental skill. Yiyu wore an expression of nonchalance, knowing he could never reveal the truth of his rebirth, but claiming to possess a photographic memory seemed reasonable enough. With a laugh, Chu Menghan could no longer contain herself, shaking her head in amusement as she pointed at Yiyu. After a moment, he managed to suppress his laughter and said, "So, you were merely pretending before?" Yiyu rubbed his nose, feeling somewhat uneasy. After all, without the chance to start over, he truly would have been a mere idle fish. Yet now, he had no choice but to brazenly admit, "Indeed, I have always been quite low-key." Had it not been for her knowledge of Yiyu's past, Chu Menghan might have genuinely believed him. If he were truly a modest genius, how could he have fallen so low in his previous life? Would he have compromised himself for money? Despite harboring lingering doubts, she remained unconcerned, confident that she could coax Yiyu into revealing his secrets. Moreover, as he continued to excel, her affections for him deepened. A teasing smile graced Chu Menghan's lips. If he wished to act, she would gladly play along. Is that so? Since you are a genius, why then do you need my help to catch up? Surely, you don't harbor ulterior motives toward me? With a playful flutter of her large, watery eyes, she asked in a sweet tone. Her enchanting visage became even more alluring, her rosy lips slightly pouting, revealing an irresistible charm. Ulterior motives? Toward you? Yu broke out in a cold sweat. Could he really be so foolish? It was she who had ulterior motives toward him. Yu's expression darkened as he glared at Chu Menghan, muttering bitterly, "Your talent for twisting the truth is truly remarkable. I clearly refused you at the start, yet you insisted on pursuing me." Oh, at this, Chu Menghan lightly parted her cherry lips, interrupting Yu's forthcoming words. "Is that so? I don't recall such an occurrence." The mischievous gleam in her eyes pierced through Yu's heart like 1,000 arrows, leaving him feeling distressed. Did she really deny it? Was this not a form of bullying? Yu stammered, his voice quivering with indignation. He felt like crying, yet found himself powerless to refute her. "Never mind, I don't care. If you have feelings for me, you should just say so. What would you do then?" Yu fixed a wary gaze upon her. Suddenly, Chu Menghan halted, playfully winking at him, her captivating eyes locked onto his. Yu swallowed hard, feeling heat rise to his cheeks as inappropriate images flashed through his mind. "I have a large pair of scissors ready." Yu was so startled that he broke out in a cold sweat, hastily pulling himself back from such thoughts. His cheeks burning, too embarrassed to continue. Chu Menghan stifled a laugh, reveling in Yu's flustered state. Observing her radiant smile, he sighed inwardly, acknowledging that this woman was indeed a vixen incarnate, capable of ensnaring hearts with a mere smile. Had he encountered the youthful version of her in his past life, he might have genuinely fallen for her. Alas, why had she turned so cold later on? He took several deep breaths, striving to tame the flames of desire within him. Unbeknownst to Chu Menghan, she failed to sense the shifts in his heart. Otherwise, she might have felt a thrill. For Yu was evidently beginning to change his attitude toward her. No longer teasing him, she gradually rose and offered him a gentle smile, saying, "I have matters to attend to today. You may leave first. I shall return later." Yu paused, frowning slightly as he inquired, "Where are you going?" Chu Menghan raised a hand to tidy her tousled hair, playfully retorting, "Are you concerned for me?" Yu. Seeing him fall silent, Chu Menghan secretly delighted in his reaction. This guy was all talk but soft-hearted. No matter how tough he pretended to be, one day, she would make him yield. She smiled softly, assuring him, "Don't worry, it's nothing serious. I'll return as soon as I'm done, and I won't keep you waiting too long." Yu shot her an exasperated glance, thinking, "Who cares about you? Do as you please, it's none of my business." However, as he watched Chu Menghan's departing figure, he found himself lost in thought. What could she possibly be up to? Sighing, he decided it was best not to concern himself with her affairs. Shaking his head, he brushed the matter aside and picked up his textbook, preparing to leave. Just then, Su Fangzhe, who had been waiting in the shadows, suddenly appeared, blocking his path. "Yay, don't get too smug. You managed to evade disaster today, but next time, luck won't be on your side." Su Fangzhe spoke only. Yu raised an eyebrow, smirking as he glanced at him. "Su, next week is the agreed-upon date. What? Are you so eager for a rematch?" Upon hearing this, Su Fangzhe's expression turned menacing, teeth gritted as he retorted, "You don't actually think some petty tricks will allow you to triumph over me, do you?" Yu shrugged nonchalantly, replying, "Who knows? Perhaps I'll get lucky and win. We shall see." With that, Su Fangzhe turned and departed, clearly dismissive of Yu. "Su, don't forget our bet. Make sure you have the money ready." Yu shrugged in resignation, pondering why this guy was always targeting him. Did he dig up his ancestors' graves, or steal his fiancée? Fiancée? The thought of Chu Menghan's image flashed in his mind. TCH. Just because I can't woo any girls doesn't mean it's my problem. Truly, a disaster of beauty. Yu shook his head in exasperation. Chapter 44. Aiding in strength? Returning a favor? As others departed, Zhou Tao approached cautiously, scrutinizing Yu as he circled around him. Yu, feeling a headache coming on, glared at Zhou Tao. "What are you up to now?" Zhou Tao crossed his arms, narrowing his eyes as he assessed Yu. "I'm trying to determine if you're truly Yu. Reveal your true form, you strange entity." Yu. He felt an overwhelming urge to punch him. "Hey, you haven't been possessed and reborn, have you?" Yu, uninterested in engaging, turned to leave. Although he recognized Zhou Tao was merely joking, he had indeed guessed correctly. He had been reborn. However, sharing such a tale would likely elicit disbelief, and there was no need to confide in him. "Wait, don't go. Wait for me." Zhou Tao chased after Yu, chattering incessantly. "Come on. Tell me how you became so powerful. I am heartbroken. You took off without me. Boo-hoo, we promised to stick together." Yu was genuinely annoyed by his antics and shot him a fierce glare. "Shut up. I only want to curse someone, not you." "Fine. That's good." "Huh. Wait a minute. Who are you cursing?" Zhou Tao took a moment to process, realizing, "You're not human. Hey, tell me how you did it." Zhou Tao gazed at Yu with a mischievous grin, continuously making exaggerated gestures. "Yu." Taking a deep breath, he fought the impulse to deliver a punch. Answering, read more, stay informed, eat less junk food, and sleep more. Zhou Tao nodded. That makes sense. My expectations aren't high. Just having a quarter of your prowess would suffice. I've decided to sleep more. You. He suddenly felt the urge to beat him, aiming a kick. But Zhou Tao dodged just in time. Zhou Tao looked at him with a mischievous grin, embodying a playful demeanor. Just kidding, don't get all worked up. Huh. Yi responded with a forced smile, feeling somewhat exasperated. This guy was becoming increasingly irritating. Sigh, who told you to suddenly become so formidable? I'm just curious, Zhou Tao said, casually placing his hands in his pockets and swaying leisurely. Yi sighed, shaking his head in resignation. Haven't I mentioned that I need to make the most of my time to study? If I read more, I will naturally reap the rewards. He couldn't divulge the truth to Zhou Tao, so he fabricated a harmless lie. Yet, it wasn't entirely false. He had indeed been reading. Zhou Tao, with a look of disdain, expressed skepticism. Is that all? Yi affirmed, that's indeed the case. Zhou Tao quipped. Then I might as well give up and just go home to inherit the family business. Yi sighed. Alas, is there truly no other choice? Upon hearing this, Yi felt a flicker of annoyance, but couldn't resist saying, what brand of trash bags do you use? They seem to hold so much. Zhou Tao, feigning innocence, retorted, is it wrong to speak the truth? Am I not correct? Just listen to my reasoning. Yi chose to ignore him and continued walking ahead. But Zhou Tao was undeterred. He rambled on, look, we've worked hard for 3 years, spending a sack of money on schooling, only to exchange it for a sack of books. After graduation, we sell these books for money, yet we can't even afford a sack. Tell me, isn't that a massive loss? Why should I even bother? That's nonsensical. Yi couldn't help but interject. He knew this guy despised studying. Thus his excuse was utterly transparent. However, with his family's wealth, Yi wasn't overly concerned. After all, this fellow wouldn't starve. But your rapid progress, is it not due to the influence of the school bell? Chu? Zhou Tao asked with a sly smile. What do you mean? Yi inwitted, his brow furrowing in confusion. Zhou Tao winked suggestively. Oh, you know what I mean? Yi, recognizing the lack of sincerity in his words, replied flatly. I don't. Zhou Tao, in a lewd manner, continued. With your support, she'll surely reciprocate. It's all about mutual learning and progress. Yi nearly hurled the bag he was carrying at Zhou Tao's face, indignantly retorting, get lost. I'm not that base. Who knows? Zhou Tao shrugged. Are you asking for a beating? Yi exclaimed, and promptly kicked Zhou Tao in the backside, catching him off guard and causing him to stumble. Zhou Tao leaped up, clutching his rear in outrage. Hey, Yi, how dare you ambush me? Yi looked at him with a stoic expression and said slowly, do you know why some people feel more attractive after a shower? Why? Zhou Tao asked, bewildered. Because their brains have taken in water, Yi quipped before striding away, leaving Zhou Tao in a state of disarray. You are the one with water in your brain. Yi halted. Zhou Tao hurriedly followed, and as Yi sensed he was about to speak again, he preempted him. If you utter any more nonsense, don't blame me for being harsh. Zhou Tao, rubbing his backside and feeling a slight apprehension, said with a chuckle, hey, let us talk serious matters. Yi shot him a sidelong glance. Where has Chu, the school bell, gone? Why aren't you two here together today? Zhou Tao, with a conspiratorial grin, replied, is your family by the seaside? Why are you so nosy about where she is? How would I know? Zhou Tao pouted, feigning a knowing demeanor, and muttered, cut it out. You're just acting. What'd you say? Yi raised an eyebrow. Zhou Tao, startled, quickly waved his hands. Nothing. I meant to ask, what about Shun Xinyue? Are you sure you can keep her in the dark? Yi fell silent for a moment, rubbing his forehead in frustration, and replied nonchalantly, let nature take its course. Damn, this is truly bothersome. Why do I have to be so cautious when I haven't done anything wrong? Furthermore, even if Chu Menghan finds out, what of it? They have no ties to me. Why should I be worried? Noticing Yi's conflicted expression, Zhou Tao shook his head. This guy was oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Both women clearly had ulterior motives, and there were likely consequences awaiting him. As they pondered their thoughts, they arrived at the school gate, where they spotted her once more. Chapter 45. Encounter with Shun Xinyue. Due to the peak of the school dismissal hour, the school gate was bustling with a throng of people, creating a chaotic scene with vehicles stuck in traffic. Yet, Yi quickly spotted Shun Xinyue on the other side of the road. She still wore a white long dress, and her appearance seemed unchanged since their morning meeting. However, perhaps to avoid drawing too much attention or for some other reason, she had deliberately donned a black cap that obscured half of her face. Even so, her ethereal aura could not be concealed. She stood there, motionless, scanning the crowd as if waiting for something. Her long, dark hair cascaded over her shoulders, exuding a serene and gentle charm. Her clear gaze swept over the dense throng of people, revealing an unusual intensity in her expression. While she appeared calm, the occasional furrow of her brows and her fleeting glances towards a certain direction betrayed an underlying restlessness and anxiety. Zhou Tao noticed her too, nudging Yu in the abdomen with his elbow, insinuating she's waiting for you. Tell me, why do beautiful women always gravitate towards you? What am I lacking? Zhou Tao grumbled in discontent. Yu cast him a sidelong glance, his tone indifferent. Perhaps it's because you're too ugly. Damn. Zhou Tao couldn't help but curse. But even if you're ugly, it's fine. Perseverance is key. Who knows, maybe someone truly has poor eyesight. Yu chuckled as he patted Zhou Tao on the shoulder. How dare you? Zhou Tao exclaimed, indignant. Am I ugly? What do I look ugly? You're just jealous of my stunning looks. Yi rolled his eyes, responding slowly. You truly have an inflated sense of self-esteem. As they bantered, Yi had already approached Shen Xinyue. She had initially been scanning the crowd for Yi Yu, fearing she might miss him, but was pleasantly surprised when he approached her. Her lips pressed together into a thin line, her exquisite features reflecting a hint of joy. Xinyue, what brings you here? Yi Yu inquired, his eyes filled with curiosity. Could she have been waiting for me all day? No way. Shen Xinyue, catching the doubt in Yi Yu's mind, pouted. Indeed, I have been waiting for you since morning. She could hardly let the opportunity to see Yi Yu slip away. Her intentions had yet to be fulfilled. Shen Xinyue fixed her gaze on him for a few seconds, lowered her eyes, and with a quivering voice, replied, I'm here waiting for you. Didn't you say you would come find me? So I waited. Yi suddenly found himself at a loss for words. A wave of guilt washing over him. He had merely concocted an excuse to avoid drawing attention and to evade her earlier. Feeling somewhat awkward, he scratched his cheek and said, But you didn't have to wait here. Why did I even say anything? Shen Xinyue raised her head, her sparkling eyes blinking as she looked at him, her voice soft and sweet. What if you were just deceiving me? After saying this, she flashed him a charming smile. Her smile was akin to a gentle spring breeze, intoxicating the heart with warmth. Yi was momentarily entranced, only to regain his composure and hastily avert his gaze. Attempting to feign nonchalance. Ahem. Zhou Tao, who had been left to his own devices for quite some time, could no longer contain himself and coughed twice. Are you two done? Could you perhaps consider my feelings? Zhou Tao rolled his eyes dramatically. These two had completely disregarded his presence. Was there no sense of decency left? It was then that Shen Xinyue remembered Zhou Tao's existence, quickly offering an apologetic smile. Sorry. Yi shot him a glare, wondering how this guy seemed to pop up everywhere. Zhou Tao, undeterred, chose to ignore the glare and turned to Shen Xinyue. Miss Shen, after so many years, are you here to see me? Or? His sentence trailed off, a suggestive eyebrow raise accompanying his ambiguous expression. While others might be oblivious to Shen Xinyue's intentions, Zhou Tao was all too aware. Although Yi Yu had been oblivious back then due to his youth, Zhou Tao could see the lingering affection in Shen Xinyue's gaze towards Yi Yu now, suggesting that she had not quite moved on. As for Yi Yu, he appeared blissfully unaware, seemingly unaffected by the situation. What to do now? With two suitors present, whom should they support? Shen Xinyue, seemingly caught off guard by the revelation, blushed and lowered her head, rendered momentarily speechless. Despite having lived a second life, it was unbecoming to be teased by a mere teenager. Yet she had always silently admired Yi Yu. Now, standing before him so openly for the first time, she felt an undeniable nervousness. Yi Yu furrowed his brow, casting an irritated glance at Zhou Tao, and clenched his fists as a warning gesture for him to remain silent. Zhou Tao merely shrugged, adopting a nonchalant demeanor as if impervious to the tension. Yi Yu sighed, shaking his head in resignation. Don't mind him. He's just like always, lacking any filter. Shen Xinyue bit her lip, summoning her courage to meet Yi Yu's gaze. I came to, ding-dong, just as her words hung in the air. Her phone rang. Yi Yu pulled out his phone, glancing at the unfamiliar number. After a moment's hesitation, he answered. Hello, is this a relative of Sun Shui? A slightly urgent voice came from the other end, causing Yi Yu to freeze, his heart racing, and his breath momentarily catching in his throat. After regaining his composure, he replied in a low voice, I am her son. What is the matter? Upon hearing his confirmation, the voice hurriedly said, This is the city center hospital. Your mother has just fainted. You need to come to the hospital immediately. The call ended abruptly, leaving Yi Yu in a state of shock as he lowered his phone. His heart lodged firmly in his throat. Yi Yu, what's wrong? Shen Xinyue asked, noticing his pale complexion and concern etched on her face. My mother has fainted and is hospitalized, Yi Yu blurted out in a panic, rushing out and leaving a flurry of confusion in his wake. Zhou Tao's jaw dropped in disbelief. No way. Shen Xinyue's heart raced, her own anxiety rising as she quickly chased after him. Yiyu, Yiyu, she called out, catching up to him and grabbing his arm, producing her car keys. Don't worry, I'll drive you there. Zhou Tao soon caught up and positioned himself in front of Yiyu, panting as he said, Yiyu, don't panic. I'll accompany you. Yiyu didn't refuse and nodded. The three of them hopped into the car, speeding towards the hospital. Chapter 46. Do you like him? As Shun Xinyue drove, she opened her phone to search for information regarding Yiyu's mother's hospitalization. The hospital was located in the southern district, not far away, approximately a 10-minute drive. Thank you, Yiyu murmured, his gaze fixed outside the window as a sense of dread began to swell within him. He couldn't believe that, in his previous life, his mother had also been in this very hospital. What's wrong? Zhou Tao noticed his distress and couldn't help but ask. It's nothing, Yiyu replied, forcing a smile as he turned to him. Shun Xinyue, glancing at Yiyu's expression in the rearview mirror, felt an inexplicable pang in her heart. In her past life, she had been oblivious to Yiyu's struggles, and by the time she reunited with him, he was already married to another woman. It was only later that she learned about Sun Shi's situation. Thinking of this, Shun Xinyue clenched her fists. If only I had appeared sooner. Would the outcome have been different? Would he still be alive? Now that I have been reborn, I will not allow history to repeat itself. I will protect him and his family. Shun Xinyue bit her lip, silently encouraging herself. Both of them were lost in their thoughts, the atmosphere growing heavy with unspoken tension. After a while, Zhou Tao broke the silence. Shun Xinyue, I didn't know you were quite the little heiress. This car must have cost a pretty penny. He surveyed the sleek white sports car with envy. He wished he could have such a stylish ride. But his parents had insisted he wait until after graduation to buy one, citing the inappropriateness of a high school student driving a luxury car. Shun Xinyue offered a slight smile. It's merely a mode of transportation. She then cautiously glanced at Yiyu, adding, please don't misunderstand. I don't usually drive. Today is just an exception. She feared Yiyu might think her the type to flaunt her wealth, so she hurried to clarify. Yiyu glanced at her, but found nothing amiss, although he grew increasingly curious about her background. Given the current situation, it was evident that Shun Xinyue hailed from a well-off family. That car alone must be worth millions. But why had she once stayed at his home? Now that he thought about it, there were many aspects that remained perplexing. Despite his numerous questions, Yiyu kept his thoughts to himself. He shifted the topic, tentatively asking, so, did you come to Jiangbei alone? Yes, just came back to take a look. Shun Xinyue nodded gently, her gaze fixed ahead, her expression complex. Mainly to see you. Yiyu understood but noted an odd tone in her voice, as if she were withholding the full truth. However, his mind was preoccupied with other matters, so he let it slide. Soon, they arrived at the hospital, and Shun Xinyue parked the car. The three of them hurried towards the emergency building. As they entered, a young nurse approached them, greeting them warmly. Hello, who are you looking for? Yiyu furrowed his brow and replied urgently. Where's Sun Shui? I'm her son. Oh, just a moment. Let me check, the nurse said. Sun Shui found her. She is in room 302 of building 5. The nurse smiled and gestured towards the elevator. You can take the elevator up from there. Before the nurse could finish, Yiyu hurriedly dashed towards the elevator. Yiyu! Yiyu! Zhou Tao and Shun Xinyue called out in unison, but Yiyu was already too swift, disappearing around the corner in an instant. Zhou Tao quickly followed, calling back to Shun Xinyue, I'll go with him, you can catch up slowly. Shun Xinyue stood rooted to the spot, gazing at the receding figures of the two individuals, her delicate brows knitting together in a frown. After a moment, she let out a sigh. Yiyu appeared calm throughout their journey, seemingly unperturbed, yet deep down, he was indeed more anxious than anyone else. That was simply his nature. He concealed everything within himself. Shun Xinyue composed herself and turned to the nurse with an apologetic tone. I'm sorry, nurse. He was a bit anxious. I'll thank you on his behalf. It's no trouble at all. Merely a small gesture, the nurse replied, lifting her head with a sweet smile. It was then that she truly noticed how stunning the girl before her was. Her lustrous black hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her entire face seemed to be illuminated by sunlight, radiating a captivating glow. Her skin was fair and translucent, and her eyes sparkled like stars in the night sky. Particularly enchanting was the way she smiled softly, reminiscent of a princess stepping out of a fairy tale, exuding grace and charm. What an enchanting girl she was. The nurse found herself momentarily lost in admiration, almost forgetting to respond to Shun Xinyue's inquiry. Nurse, are you all right? Shun Xinyue tilted her head slightly, breaking the nurse's reverie. The nurse snapped back to reality, her cheeks flushed as she murmured, You are truly beautiful. At this compliment, Shun Xinyue couldn't help but smile, appearing accustomed to such attention, and graciously replied, Thank you for your kind words. Was that handsome young man your boyfriend? The nurse couldn't contain her curiosity and pressed on. Although Shan Xinyue's emotional maturity surpassed that of her interlocutor, it was her first experience with such inquiries, and a faint blush crept onto her cheeks as she shyly shook her head. The nurse, upon hearing this, covered her mouth and giggled. I see. You like him, don't you? At this, Shan Xinyue's heart skipped a beat, and in a flustered manner, she lowered her gaze, neither confirming nor denying the insinuation. Observing her reaction, the nurse became even more convinced of her assumptions, exclaiming, Oh, to be young is such a blessing. Does he like you in return? I don't know. Shan Xinyue stammered, her heart racing wildly. The nurse's expression turned to one of astonishment. Really? With your beauty, how could anyone remain indifferent? Such a man must either have unspeakable secrets or peculiar preferences. Shan Xinyue offered a wry smile. She was confident in her appearance, yet uncertain of Yu's feelings toward her. After all, in his eyes, she was merely a familiar stranger. Noticing the hint of disappointment on Shan Xinyue's face, the nurse comforted her. Sister, I support you. If you like him, be bold and pursue him. Trust me, men are easily swayed by a little flirtation. If you persist, you will surely win him over. The nurse's excitement grew with every word. Shan Xinyue, lifting her gaze to meet the nurse's, felt a warm current surge within her, a faint blush adorning her cheeks as she smiled. Thank you. Don't mention it. Good luck. I must return to work now. The nurse waved her hand dismissively before hurrying away. Shan Xinyue glanced towards the end of the corridor, took a deep breath, and stepped forward. Chapter 47. The astonished mother in room 302 of Building 5. Yu burst through the door, panting heavily, and immediately spotted his mother, Sun Shui, resting on the bed with her eyes closed. Mom, Yu called out, swiftly approaching her and grasping her delicate wrist to examine her closely. Sun Shui opened her eyes, surprised to see him. What are you doing here? Seeing that his mother seemed to be relatively unscathed, Yi let out a sigh of relief, his tense body relaxing. He sat beside her and gently inquired, Mom, how are you feeling? I heard from the doctor that you fainted. It's nothing serious. I've just been resting poorly lately and had a dip in blood sugar. The doctor said a few days of rest will set me right, Sun Shui replied. Attempting to sit up, Yi quickly supported her, concern etched on his face. Mom, don't move. Just lie back. It's fine, Sun Shui insisted, freeing herself from Yi's grip. I'm all right now. No need to fuss over me. Yi, however, disregarded her words and gently pressed her back down onto the bed. Mom, if the doctor says you need to rest, then you must listen to him. Don't push yourself. Unable to argue against Yi, Sun Shui relented. All right. With a sigh of relief, Yi turned to her, his brow furrowed with curiosity. Where's Dad? Sun Shui glanced at him and slowly replied. It's not a big deal. I didn't tell him. Before she could finish, Sun Shui cautioned Yi, and you mustn't tell him either. He has enough on his plate. Yi's expression darkened. It seemed the family business was indeed in trouble, just as it had been in his previous life. He would have to set his plans in motion swiftly. Noticing her son lost in thought, Sun Shui gently called out, Xiao Yu, are you listening to me? Yi snapped back to reality, seeing the displeasure on his mother's face, and nodded, smiling. I got it. I want to tell him, all right? Sun Shui nodded in satisfaction, then sighed, her voice tinged with worry. If your father finds out, he will only fret more. Mom, I understand. Don't worry. I won't let anything slip. You run too fast. Huffed Zhou Tao, bursting into the room, panting heavily. I feel more exhausted than after running 1,000 meters. Upon seeing Sun Shui lying in the bed, he paused for a moment before exclaiming in delight. Aunt Sun? Are you all right? It's Zhou Tao. I'm fine. They're just overreacting. Sun Shui greeted him with a warm smile. You look exhausted. Sit down and rest for a bit. She beckoned him over. Zhou Tao sheepishly scratched his head and sat on the edge of the bed, taking a sip from the water cup on the table to soothe his throat. After a moment, he continued, Aunt Sun, I just heard the news that you fainted, and it scared me to death. Sun Shui shook her head with a smile. I'm truly fine. It was just a little low blood sugar that caused me to faint. I didn't mean to alarm you all. Haha, as long as you're okay. Zhou Tao chuckled amiably. Sun Shui regarded him with appreciation, nodding in agreement. Yi looked at Zhou Tao with an expression of exasperation. He always put on a show in front of elders and seemed quite adept at winning their favor. The troubling part was that everyone seemed to fall for it. Why did you come by yourself? Where is she? Yi asked, referring, of course, to Shan Xinyue. She? Sun Shui looked at her son in confusion. Who else could it be? Is it that girl, Menghan? In Sun Shui's mind, the only girl who got along well with her son, aside from Zhou Tao, was Chu Menghan. Upon hearing Sun Shui's question, Zhou Tao's excitement surged. He sensed there was entertainment to be had. Seizing the opportunity before Yi could speak, he hurriedly said, Aunt Sun, you're familiar with her. She's on her way up right now. Who knows? She might be your future daughter-in-law. Yay you. Sun Shui looked utterly astonished. Daughter-in-law? Then it dawned on her. It must be Chu Menghan, as she couldn't think of anyone else. Yi Yu shot Zhou Tao a fierce glare. If you can't say something sensible, then don't say anything at all. Then, turning to Sun Shui, he explained, Mom, don't listen to her nonsense. She's just. Knock knock. Before he could finish, someone knocked on the door. Kumin, Sun Shui called out. Momins latte. The door swung open, and Shun Xinyue stepped into view. Whether it was Yu's imagination or not, she seemed to have made an effort in her appearance. As Shun Xinyue stepped into the room and beheld Sun Shui seated upon her sickbed, she momentarily paused, then sweetly exclaimed, Aunt Sun, do you remember me? Sun Shui, taken aback by the sudden appearance of the young lady, found herself captivated. Dressed in simple attire, the girl's beauty remained undeniable, particularly her eyes, which seemed capable of drawing one into their depths. It appeared that only Menghan could rival her in allure. When did her son's romantic prospects become so promising? Yet, this girl seemed oddly familiar. Where had she encountered her before? Sun Shui could not resist casting a discreet glance at her son by her side, noting his nonchalant demeanor. Relaxed as if in leisure, she shook her head, bemused by his obliviousness. Redirecting her gaze, she scrutinized Shun Xinyue and inquired, And you are? Have you forgotten? I am Shun Xinyue. You took such good care of me when I was little. Shun Xinyue reminded her, her eyes now imbued with gratitude. Xinyue, you are the little Xinyue? Sun Shui gasped, nearly leaping from her bed in surprise. As she scrutinized the girl more closely, the resemblance became increasingly apparent. Unable to contain herself, she reached out to pinch Xinyue's cheek, exclaiming, My dear, I never imagined you would grow up so beautifully. You've transformed so much that even your aunt hardly recognized you. Shun Xinyue, overwhelmed by the compliment, lowered her head, a shy smile gracing her lips as she playfully chided, Aunt Sun, please do not tease me. Sun Shui grasped her hand affectionately, assuring her, I am not teasing. You truly are stunning, more beautiful than a movie star. Xinyue blushed even deeper, rendered speechless. She had mustered great courage to come here, fearful that Ye's mother might disapprove of her. The suddenness of her visit left her unprepared. She had intended to make a more formal entrance. Fortunately, it appeared that Sun Shui's impression of her was favorable. This small success marked a step forward in her plan to gradually win over Yi Yu's family, a strategic endeavor to secure her place. Remarkably, both Chu Menghan and Shun Xinyue seemed to share a similar approach in their rivalry. Meanwhile, Chapter 48, the assertive Chu Menghan unfolds. On the other side, after parting ways with Yi Yu, Chu Menghan did not leave the school, but made her way directly to the administrative office. In the principal's office, Lin Zetian was deeply immersed in his work, expending considerable effort to organize the chaotic affairs resulting from recent leadership changes. He was also bewildered by the unexpected transfer of a young lady from the Chu family, which had stirred a tempest of rumors within the previously tranquil academy, leaving him in a state of disarray. He could only hope that no one would provoke her ire. As he listened to a knock at the door, Lin Zetian looked up and called, Come in. No sooner had he finished speaking than the door swung open. Zivaling Chu Menghan. Startled, he nearly toppled from his chair, quickly rising to greet her with respect. Miss Chu. He dared not be dismissive, despite her being merely a student. She hailed from the illustrious Chu family, far beyond the reach of someone of his standing. Chu Menghan did not spare him a glance. Her indifferent gaze sweeping over the several computer screens on the desk, she inquired, Is this your office? Yes, Lin Zetian stammered in response. Oh, she began, attempting to ease the tension. Is there something you require of me, Miss Chu? Raising an eyebrow, Chu Menghan retorted, What? Am I not allowed to visit if I have no business? And no, that's not what I meant. Lin Zetian hastily waved his hands, forcing a smile. You are the boss. I am merely an employee. How could I question your presence? With a knowing look, Chu Menghan moved to sit on the sofa, crossing her legs and folding her arms. It was not that she wished to flaunt her status. Rather, she understood that dealing with someone as experienced as Lin Zetian required more than mere authority. In her previous life, she had encountered a myriad of individuals and knew precisely how to instill fear in adversaries and command respect from subordinates. Principal Lin, she began in a calm, measured tone, I believe this is my first visit to your office. Her voice betrayed neither elation nor ire, leaving her true intentions inscrutable. Even someone as seasoned as Lin Zetian found it impossible to fathom her thoughts at that moment. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he chuckled awkwardly. Indeed. Had I known you were coming, I would have personally welcomed you. A slight smile curled at the corners of Chu Menghan's lips as she regarded him with a bemused expression. Is that so? I had presumed my recent activities might have caused you to feel unwelcome. She alluded to the tumult surrounding her relationship with Yu, which had indeed caused considerable distress for the administration. True to her words, Lin Zetian's face stiffened. He quickly responded, "Oh, that is merely a trivial matter. If that is the case, I shall feel at ease. However, I did not come here to discuss such trivialities." Chu Menghan straightened, placing her hands on her knees. Her slender fingers intertwined, her gaze piercing as she fixed it upon him. Lin Zetian felt a jolt of anxiety surge through him, his heart racing as he swallowed hard. Something about this young lady from the Chu family exuded an intimidating presence that rivaled even the most seasoned of individuals. He slightly lowered his posture, striving to maintain eye contact. Chu Menghan shifted her attention, picking up a file from the coffee table and leafing through it casually. As she perused the inconsequential text, she remarked nonchalantly, "What does the principal think of our school's teaching staff?" Lin Zetian blinked in surprise, instinctively replying, "Naturally, they are exceptional. Our faculty has been meticulously selected, their capabilities rivaling those of any public school in Jiangbei. They are undoubtedly the finest." He could not fathom why she had suddenly broached this topic. Was she questioning his management skills? Or had someone provoked her? The thought of jeopardizing his position sent perspiration trickling down his temples. He suppressed his mounting trepidation and tentatively inquired, "Is there a particular teacher whose performance has been lacking?" Chu Menghan closed the file, her gaze sharp as she addressed him. "Lacking? Not at all." Lin Zetian breathed a sigh of relief, only for his heart to plummet once again. "However," she continued, her expression shifting to one of seriousness, "you claim our teachers are the best, yet it appears that is not the case." With that, she tossed a dossier onto Lin Zetian's desk, continuing, "Examine this evidence closely. Should you require further instruction on how to manage your responsibilities, perhaps it would be best for you to vacate your position." Lin Zetian's complexion drained of color as he trembled while picking up the file. The more he read, the darker his expression became, until it was ashen. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his back chilled with dread. The document detailed a series of transgressions involving Zhu Wenze, including abuse of power, embezzlement, and oppression of students. This was undoubtedly an investigation ordered by Chu Menghan. The audacity with which Zhu Wenze confronted Yi Yu could not be overlooked. Although Yi Yu had no intention of pursuing the matter, she could not let it go. In class, Zhu Wenze had not only targeted Yi Yu, but had also resorted to insults, all of which were deemed unforgivable by Chu Menghan. She was aware that this greasy uncle was no saint, yet she had not anticipated his reckless boldness to such an extent. He even shamelessly flaunted his misdeeds. A cursory inquiry revealed everything with clarity. Lin Zetian trembled as he handed over the documents to Chu Menghan, his voice quivering as he asked, Is this all true?" He certainly knew the true nature of Zhu Wenze and had often turned a blind eye due to the deputy principal's influence. However, he never expected him to be so brazen as to engage in such extensive misconduct. Any single item listed here was enough to ruin him completely. Moreover, it seemed that the issue had transcended mere reputation. Chu Menghan took the documents, her tone cool as she replied, "Do I have any reason to deceive you?" Lin Zetian gritted his teeth, clenched his fist with determination, and stated, "Rest assured, Miss Chu, I will ensure this matter is handled appropriately. I shall await the outcome with keen interest." Upon exiting the principal's office, Chu Menghan felt elated. She had avenged that individual. One could only wonder if he would be pleased. As she pondered this, her smile grew ever brighter. However, if she were to discover that her home had been broken into, one could only speculate whether her joy would persist. Chapter 49. Reward at the Central Hospital. Sun Shuyi and Shun Xinyue joyously reunited after a long separation. Initially, Shun Xinyue felt quite anxious, but Sun Shuyi's warmth gradually eased her nerves, allowing her to recapture the essence of her childhood. Yi Yu could discern his mother's happiness as she engaged Shun Xinyue in heartfelt conversation, leaving him and Zhou Tao unable to interject. "Mom, you two continue your chat. Zhou Tao and I will fetch you some water." Yi Yu exchanged a knowing glance with Zhou Tao, silently urging him to step aside and grant space for his mother and Shun Xinyue. "Oh, right, I'll accompany Yi Yu." Zhou Tao understood the unspoken cue. "Go on, don't hinder me." Hearing his mother's impatient tone, Yi Yu shook his head as they exited the hospital room. Curious, Zhou Tao asked Yi Yu, "What did that look mean just now? Why did you call me out?" The corridor of the hospital was bustling with various family members and visitors, creating a somewhat noisy atmosphere. People hurried past, carrying fruits or supplements, their faces etched with sorrow, anxiety, and hope. Stretchers frequently occupied both sides of the corridor. "Excuse me." Coming through, Yi Yu reached out, guiding the somewhat disheveled Zhou Tao behind him to make way for other patients. Observing the surroundings, Yu contemplated whether he should arrange a more comfortable environment for his mother, as he now possessed some financial means. Yet, he was soon lost in thought about how to explain this to her. Hey, Yu, did you hear what I said? Zhou Tao nudged the daydreaming Yu, querying, "What is on your mind?" "Nothing." Yu shook his head. "By the way, you didn't report our hospital visit to Chu Menghan, did you?" Yu scrutinized Zhou Tao's expression, knowing he was not the most discreet companion, hoping he wouldn't cause any trouble. Upon hearing this, Zhou Tao stepped forward, raised 3 fingers to the sky, and vowed, "You can rest assured, I will not utter a single word about this." "Oh, really?" Yu eyed him skeptically, aware of Zhou Tao's past indiscretions. "Of course, that would be the best outcome." Zhou Tao chuckled. "I understand your concerns, but fear not, you are my brother. Who else could I possibly trust more?" Yu rolled his eyes at him, resigned to trust him. Regardless, as long as Zhou Tao refrained from speaking carelessly, he could avoid unnecessary complications. If word reached Chu Menghan, and she and Shen Xinyue were to cross paths, the resulting scene would be exceedingly tense. Though Yu felt no guilt, he believed that it was better to avoid trouble. A battleground of emotions was far too daunting. The image of Chu Menghan and Shen Xinyue clashing flashed in his mind, sending a shiver down his spine. He shook his head, attempting to banish these thoughts. The water station in the hospital was established on every floor, as some patients could be confined for days or even months. Therefore, a designated area for hospital staff and patients was created, equipped with sinks and hot water dispensers. Yi was a frequent visitor, having previously made 3 or 4 trips daily to care for his mother. "There are too many people here," Zhou Tao grumbled, eyeing the long queue for hot water. Yi playfully chastised him. "Do you think this is your home-s market, bustling with vendors? Hurry up and line up properly, otherwise you'll miss out." "Oh." Zhou Tao reluctantly fell to the end of the line. Suddenly, Yi heard a cry of pain nearby. Turning to investigate, he discovered that a pregnant woman, who had been in line, had toppled a chair, causing those behind her to halt and wait. Yi rushed forward and squatted down to assist the woman, asking, "Are you all right?" I'm fine," the pregnant woman replied, her eyes glistening with tears. "What's wrong?" "Yi inwided, froning. My stomach hurts," she said, clutching her abdomen, appearing quite distressed. Quickly, Yi helped her lie down on a bench to rest and retrieved tissues to wipe the sweat from her forehead. "Yi, what is happening?" At that moment, Zhou Tao squeezed through the crowd, looking concerned. Yi gestured toward the pregnant woman, explaining, "She seems to be in labor. It looks pretty serious." Subsequently, he scanned the crowd for assistance, calling out, "Could someone please summon a doctor?" The onlookers sprang into action, creating a flurry of activity. Yi observed the woman, his brow furrowed. It was his first encounter with such a situation, and he felt utterly unprepared, knowing he lacked medical knowledge. Yet, if they did not act quickly, both mother and child could be in grave danger. What to do? Yi was engulfed in panic. At that moment, a long-forgotten voice echoed in his mind. "Congratulations! You have fulfilled the conditions to unlock a mysterious gift package, earning the titles of gynecological expert and women's friend." What the heck? Yi thought, bewildered by the absurd title. Nonetheless, now was not the time for sarcasm. A plethora of unfamiliar gynecological knowledge flooded his mind, just in time to address the pressing crisis. "Mayam, please don't panic. Take deep breaths and follow my rhythm. Inhale, exhale, yes, just like that." Yi drew from the knowledge in his mind, hoping to alleviate her distress. He observed that there was no bleeding, indicating that the impact had not ruptured her amniotic fluid, making premature labor less likely. At this moment, the priority was to calm the patient's emotions. "Yes, keep going. Don't stop. The doctor will be here shortly." In no time, a middle-aged doctor in a white coat hurried over, asking, "Excuse me, is this pregnant woman experiencing symptoms of premature labor?" "Yes." Yi responded affirmatively and proceeded to provide a detailed account of the situation. After conducting an examination, the doctor stated, "I recommend transferring her immediately to the obstetrics and gynecology department for an ultrasound to ascertain the fetus's condition." Upon hearing this, Yi nodded in agreement, saying, "All right." He then summoned 2 nurses to assist in transporting the pregnant woman to the appropriate diagnostic room. As he watched the stretcher recede into the distance, a sigh of relief escaped his lips, only for him to realize that his palms and forehead were drenched in sweat, his clothes thoroughly soaked. "Here, let me help you with that." A melodious and sweet voice chimed in his ear. Turning to look, he was met with the sight of a lovely and delicate face, a pristine hand extending a white handkerchief towards him. "Thank you," Yi replied, accepting the handkerchief and gently wiping the sweat from his brow. "You're welcome." The woman responded with a charming smile, revealing a playful canine tooth that rendered her all the more endearing, evoking a sense of fondness within him. Chapter 50. An enchanting aroma, Yi Yu never anticipated that after being deemed ineffectual for over 20 years, he would one day possess the capacity to aid others. Such is the marvel of the world, a whimsical twist of fate. Had he encountered a similar scenario in the past, he would have recoiled in fear, fully aware of his own limitations. Back then, he could not even save himself, let alone rescue others. The only being he had managed to save was perhaps his icy wife. He wondered whether she had survived the ensuing decade. Surely, she must have, otherwise. What would have been the point of his existence? Yi Yu chuckled self-deprecatingly, contemplating whether he had indeed matured compared to his former self. Just as he was lost in thought, a round of applause erupted nearby. What a remarkable child. I can't believe he understands so much at such a tender age. Indeed, he looks like he is still a high school student. If something were to go awry, it would be difficult to explain, yet this child is so brave. The chorus of admiration from the crowd left Yi Yu momentarily stunned, suddenly realizing that he had seemingly achieved something extraordinary. Ahem, thank you, he stammered, his cheeks flushing at the unexpected attention. This was his first experience of such a scene, and he felt somewhat out of place, observing his adorable demeanor. The onlookers couldn't help but chuckle, bursting into laughter. Oh my, this little one can be bashful too. So humble and composed. Young man, do you have a girlfriend? Would you consider becoming my niece's suitor? Isn't your daughter already in her mid-20s? Is that appropriate? Hey, what is inappropriate about it? Age is merely a number. If she is 3 years older, he has still gained a fortune. A well-dressed matron's remarks were met with incredulous glances from those around her. Huh, the young lad hasn't even graduated high school, yet she's already eyeing him. How audacious. Young man, don't pay her any mind. Shoo shoo, don't cause a ruckus. The banter between the affluent woman and several nearby aunties revealed that they often engaged in such playful teasing. This light-hearted atmosphere allowed Yi Yu to relax considerably, and he found himself smiling involuntarily. Warmth flooding his heart as he felt transported back to a time when a few aunties would frequently inquire into his personal life and offer to introduce him to potential girlfriends. However, their enthusiasm waned upon seeing Chu Menghan, who often visited his mother. In this oppressive hospital environment, the casual exchange of familial anecdotes among strangers felt like a rare delight. As Yi Yu reminisced, he quietly slipped away while the aunties were momentarily distracted. He did not forget about Zhou Tao and Shen Xinyue. However, Zhou Tao seemed far more captivated by the gossip of the aunties, ignoring Yi Yu's subtle signals to leave. Yi Yu shook his head, choosing not to concern himself with his friend. Shen Xinyue remained patiently by his side, akin to a tranquil flower, serene and composed. She had always been this way. Even without trying, she attracted attention wherever she went. Yet just moments ago, she had willingly subdued her brilliance for Yi Yu. At that moment, she exuded a gentleness surpassing any other, as if her very essence could evoke tears. She had actually arrived while Yi Yu was attending to the pregnant woman, but refrained from interrupting until she could no longer bear to watch him sweat profusely. When she noticed that the crowd's attention had shifted, Yi Yu winked at Shen Xinyue and gestured towards the stairway, indicating that they should make their exit that way. Shen Xinyue smiled softly, nodding in acknowledgement. As Yi Yu cautiously retreated, he gradually distanced himself from the throng, positioning himself beside Shen Xinyue. While keeping a watchful eye on the group of aunties, he leaned in close to whisper in her ear, "Let us slip away quietly so as not to draw attention." Unbeknownst to him, this action carried a rather intimate connotation. They were so close that Shen Xinyue could catch the fresh scent emanating from him, causing her cheeks to flush deeply as she lowered her gaze, her feet instinctively shifting back. A gentle breeze tousled her hair, inadvertently brushing against Yi Yu's nose in a teasing manner, provoking a ticklish sensation. How fragrant, he mused, initially puzzled as to why Shen Xinyue remained unresponsive. Yi Yu turned to find her blushing face mere inches away, her eyes shimmering with a captivating brilliance. It dawned on him, she was shy. Realizing the implications of their proximity, Yi Yu felt a tinge of recklessness and hurriedly distanced himself, casting his gaze away in a flustered manner. He vowed to himself that he had not intended for things to unfold this way. Shen Xinyue, aware of Yi Yu's thoughts, appeared even more flustered, her face aglow. He said it smells good. Does that mean he likes this scent? She pondered, her lovely visage growing increasingly alluring. She glanced at Yi Yu, noting his continued state of confusion, and could not help but let out a soft laugh. He is still just like he was as a child. The two, initially poised to slip away, found themselves delayed by this awkward moment, inadvertently missing their opportunity. "Hey, young man, where do you think you're going? I hadn't even introduced you to my daughter yet." A voice from the crowd suddenly drew all eyes back to Yi Yu. The gazes of the onlookers converged upon him. "Child, don't listen to her. My daughter is far more suited for you. She's versatile and charming. Nonsense. My girl is clearly the better choice. The crowd erupted into a cacophony of opinions, all the while converging towards Yu. Having never encountered such a spectacle, Yu was momentarily taken aback, though, upon reflection, he realized he had witnessed a similar scene. The morning rush of elderly passengers clamoring to board the 76 bus. His face turned pale at the thought. What? Do I look like a bus? Why is everyone so eager to board? Or perhaps they viewed him as a delicious dish. All scrambling to partake? Without a moment's hesitation, he grasped Shen Xinyue's hand and bolted. Run. Huh. Shen Xinyue was startled by Yi Yu's sudden action, completely caught off guard as he whisked her away. The remaining elderly ladies were evidently unprepared for this turn of events, momentarily stunned before they regained their composure. Hey, young man, why are you running? Don't go. Yes, at least leave us your contact information before you go. Young man, matters can be discussed amicably. A substantial reward for a son-in-law. Yi Yu sprinted away with great speed, entirely neglecting to respond, nor daring to do so. The enthusiasm of the aunties in this era was simply overwhelming, leaving him at a loss. Chapter 51, The First Encounter. Amidst the bustling throngs of people, a pair of running figures, a man and a woman, captured the attention of passers-by. Excuse me, coming through, pardon me, Yi Yu mumbled incessantly, occasionally glancing back to check for pursuers. The hospital was inherently a densely populated area, and running without restraint was decidedly improper. Furthermore, the sight of a man accompanying such a beautiful girl seemed to suggest they were evading something, naturally drawing the gaze of onlookers and igniting speculation. However, Yi Yu was far too preoccupied with the present moment. In this instance, preserving his innocence was far more crucial than his reputation. As for Shen Xinyue, her mind had gone blank, utterly oblivious to the happenings around her. Her gaze was fixated on the figure dashing ahead, her mind echoing a singular thought. He is holding my hand, he is holding my hand. What a profound feeling it was. Shen Xinyue had never experienced such a sensation before. Perhaps it was due to nerves, perhaps fear, or perhaps exhilaration. In any case, the peculiar tingling sensation made her cheeks flush and her heart race. No, what absurd thoughts was she entertaining? Shen Xinyue vigorously shook her head, attempting to dispel the convoluted ideas. She took a couple of deep breaths, striving to regain her composure. At last, they arrived at the garden at the base of the building. Yi Yu's taut nerves began to relax somewhat as he found a quiet, secluded spot to halt. Panting heavily, he leaned on his knees, while Shen Xinyue slightly raised her gaze to survey her surroundings. The expansive green lawn was bordered by several rows of trees, and the air was refreshingly pleasant. After a discreet observation, Shen Xinyue noted that aside from the occasional residential building, there were no other signs of life nearby, rendering it quite a tranquil locale. She stole a glance at the man beside her, pondering whether he had intentionally brought her to such a place. Yi Yu finally caught his breath, wiping the sweat from his brow, exclaiming, "At last, we've shaken them off." Those people were terrifying. Upon hearing his words, Shen Xinyue couldn't help but chuckle softly. "You can be scared too?" Yi Yu awkwardly coughed to cover his embarrassment, defensively stating, "Not at all. I was simply left with no choice earlier, and I dragged you into this mess." As he spoke, he lifted his gaze to look at Shen Xinyue, who was preoccupied with arranging her skirt. After all, having been pulled along for so long, her composure had been somewhat compromised, and as dignified as she was, she certainly did not wish to leave a poor impression on Yi Yu. This movement inadvertently revealed a glimpse of her slender, fair calf, shimmering in the sunlight. Yi Yu's gaze was irresistibly drawn to that delicate ankle, and his eyes followed the graceful line of her leg. "What a beautiful leg," echoed in his mind. "Huh." Shen Xinyue lifted her head, only to meet Yi Yu's fervent gaze, which startled her into a flurry. She hastily withdrew her leg, bowing her head, her cheeks aflame. She felt Yi Yu's scorching gaze upon her, as if it could scorch her very skin. In a panic, she attempted to cover herself, only to realize that her other hand was still tightly clasped in his. This Shen Xinyue's entire body tensed up, yearning to retract her hand. Yet the warmth of his grip seemed to transmit a heat to her heart, making her reluctant to let go. She bit her lip, daring not to meet Yi Yu's eyes. However, her inner shyness ultimately triumphed over her impulse. "See, could you please let go of my hand?" Shen Xinyue whispered, never daring to lift her gaze. "Am I, by any chance, going to disappoint Yi Yu? In truth, I wish to hold his hand too, but that would be too embarrassing." Yi Yu, finally regaining his senses, glanced at the hand still clasping hers and froze momentarily, his ears tinged with a faint blush. He quickly released her hand, awkwardly apologizing. "I'm so sorry. I completely forgot. What the heck? You beast. That is your sister. How could you act so inappropriately?" Both gazing and touching, leaving a poor impression in her heart. Yi Yu withdrew his gaze, contemplating the spot he had just gripped, still lingering with the sensation of her soft, smooth skin. Is this what a girl's skin feels like? It truly resembles pure cream. This was his first time holding hands with a girl, albeit unintentionally. As he reflected, he realized he had never even held hands with his wife, Chu Menghan. Little did he expect to have lost his first time today. The thought that his first experience had lasted only a few minutes left Yi Yu feeling utterly despondent. In his haste to flee, he had entirely missed the opportunity to savor awe, to experience. Shan Xue cautiously stole a glance at the remorseful Yi Yu, feeling somewhat surprised, yet more so delighted. She inwardly mused, I never imagined Yi Yu had never held hands with Chu Menghan either. How wonderful. He is a novice. And so am I. Chu Menghan, oh Chu Menghan, having suppressed me in every lifetime, this time I shall seize the upper hand and ensure your utter defeat. Unbeknownst to Yi Yu, Shan Xinyue's heart was in turmoil, while he merely dared to indulge in his thoughts. He solemnly vowed to harbor no improper intentions toward Shan Xinyue. Presently, he was focused on salvaging his noble and upright image, striving to dissolve the awkward atmosphere. What happened earlier was truly unavoidable. I did not intend to take advantage of you. Yi Yu's earnest demeanor instantly alleviated Shan Xinyue's previous apprehension. She smiled subtly, I understand. Yi Yu was merely trying to protect me. Yi was taken aback, then scratched his head, smiling sheepishly. Yes, exactly. Upon hearing this, Shan Xinyue revealed a mischievous smile, shedding her earlier shyness. But I noticed Yi Yu seemed quite flustered. She tilted her head. Her beautiful large eyes fixated on Yi Yu. Yi Yu, feeling increasingly uncomfortable under her gaze, averted his head, unwilling to meet her eyes. He hastily denied, no, I absolutely have no other intentions. You're mistaken. He fervently shook his head, a clear case of trying to cover up rather than conceal. Observing his childlike antics, Shan Xinyue stifled a laugh, suddenly leaning closer to Yi Yu. I was merely suggesting you wouldn't be a novice, would you? Yi Yu's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the girl before him. Could she possibly know? Yet he would not easily concede, as this pertained to a man's pride. He feigned ignorance, asking what novice? She smirked, deciding to tease him further. What other first-time experiences might there be? Of course. The first time holding hands. Nonsense, how could that be? Oh, is that so? But I have never held hand with a boy before. Chapter 52. The most beautiful scenery of midsummer. Shan Xue lightly rose on her tiptoes, her hands clasped behind her back, tilting her head up and blinking her eyes, filled with anticipation as she awaited Yi Yu's response. In an instant, the surroundings seemed to plunge into silence, the air thick with an ambiguous tension, as if it might erupt at any moment. The prolonged silence only heightened Shan Xinyue's anxiety. She could feel her heart pounding increasingly faster and stronger, her breath growing somewhat hurried, a flurry of emotions fluttering within her. She could not comprehend why she had suddenly transformed into this state. She merely sought to alleviate the awkward atmosphere with a jest. Yet, unexpectedly, it seemed to have the opposite effect. What was she so anxious about? Was she perhaps anticipating something to occur? However, if something were to indeed transpire, and here the one involved, she found that she did not mind it at all. Conversely, Yi Yu was at a loss for how to respond, his gaze fixated on her face. Is this her first time having such intimate contact with a boy? Why is she revealing such things to herself? What does she mean by that? Could it be? A vague thought flickered in Yi Yu's mind, but he quickly dismissed it. He took a deep breath, striving to calm his racing heart and cast aside those fanciful notions. No, he must remain composed. He looked at the girl before him, her bright eyes and pearly teeth, her features exquisitely painted, long black hair cascading over her shoulders. The gentle breeze stirred the wisps of hair at her chest, revealing her delicate collarbone. Everything about her seemed to present an overwhelming temptation. Two little voices battled in his mind. You beast, that's your sister. No blood relation, though. That doesn't matter. You are a married man. That was in a past life. A forgotten tale. Right now, you are merely a high school student with no wife. No, you must not stray. A little fantasy wouldn't hurt. Huh, that's a mental betrayal. So what? It's not like I'm selling my body. Does a green hat come in deep green and light green? Yi Yu vigorously shook his head, banishing the tumultuous thoughts from his mind. He attempted to make his voice sound more normal. Well, weren't you chatting with your mom? How did you find me? Noticing Yi Yu's deliberate change of subject, Shan Xinyue's head drooped in disappointment. However, she steeled herself, a faint smile curving her lips to mask her dismay. Aunt Sun was resting, so I came out to look for you, and I just happened to stumble upon that scene. Stumble upon? Yi Yu regarded Shan Xinyue with suspicion. Could it truly be so? The layout of each floor in the hospital was complex, unless one was familiar or had a guide. It was not easy for a first-time visitor to locate them. He sensed an oddity in this situation, but he could not pinpoint what was amiss. Unconsciously, Shan Vinu evadit ye yur scrutinizing guze. The reason she could accurately locate him was that, 10 years later, upon learning of Sun Shui's illness, she often visited her in secret, always avoiding Yu and having Sun Shui keep it confidential. Thus, Yu remained oblivious to this matter. Although Yu harbored some doubts, he did not dwell on them. Seemingly recalling something, he rummaged through his pocket, revealing a pristine white handkerchief that he had just received from Shun Xinyue, embroidered with a lovely bow. Whether it was Yi Yu's imagination or the surrounding floral fragrance, he sensed a faint, elusive aroma emanating from the handkerchief. He extended it toward Shun Xinyue, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he said, "Thank you for this, perhaps I should wash it before returning it to you?" As he reached halfway, he realized it might be inappropriate and withdrew his hand, scratching his head awkwardly. "Actually, it's no trouble," Shun Xinyue replied in a flustered whisper. She hadn't anticipated that Yi Yu would even remember it, and a wave of sweetness surged within her. Biting her lip, she summoned her courage. "If it's you, Yi Yu, I wouldn't mind at all." At her words, Yi Yu was momentarily taken aback. Lifting his gaze to meet Shun Xinyue's, the shy expression on her face bloomed in his eyes like a vibrant flower, captivating him and leaving him momentarily dazed. "Damn it. Everyone seems to be devising ways to test me. Sister, you are making this quite difficult for me. Are you trying to turn me into a beast? Or something worse?" Yi Yu shook his head vigorously, striving to suppress the tumultuous emotions within him. Clearing his throat, he continued, "It's nothing. I should wash it." Upon hearing this, Shun Xinyue pouted slightly and murmured, "If it's you, Yi Yu, even if it's not washed, it wouldn't feel uncomfortable." But that's unhygienic." Yi Yu refrained from dwelling on the matter, silently returning the handkerchief to his pocket. Shun Xinyue noticed this gesture, feeling a twinge of regret. Once again, a silence enveloped them. To be honest, Yi Yu always felt inexplicably uneasy in Shun Xinyue's presence, particularly when met with her sparkling eyes, which seemed to possess an enchanting power, drawing him in effortlessly. He felt an urge to escape. Why was that? On one hand, his bond with her was not particularly profound. Their only connection lay in childhood memories. On the other hand, this girl before him, with her sweet and adorable appearance and gentle, innocent nature, made him hesitant to take any further steps. In contrast, interacting with Chu Menghan felt more natural. It was rather astonishing. Yi Yu never anticipated that one day he would find his icy spouse easier to deal with. Of course, this thought was fleeting, and he promptly cast it aside. As they gazed at the setting sun, the sky blushing with hues of crimson, they exchanged silent glances. The evening glow illuminated Yi Yu's handsome features, adding a touch of warmth to his demeanor. Shun Xinyue, observing his profile, tightened her fist as if making a momentous decision. "Yi Yu, how about you walk with me for a bit?" "Huh? Oh sure." Shun Xinyue's voice snapped Yi Yu out of his reverie, and he found himself instinctively agreeing after a moment's pause. Seeing that he did not refuse, Shun Xinyue broke into a radiant smile under the sunset's glow, perhaps the most beautiful scene of this summer. Alas, this moment was fleeting. Chapter 53. Buying flowers for her, the evening breeze carried a warm caress as Yi Yu and Shun Xinyue strolled along the tree-lined path, relishing the rare tranquility. Shun Xinyue couldn't help but reminisce about the past, when she would often tug at Yi Yu's sleeve, playfully demanding attention, while he smiled indulgently, allowing her to pull him along. However, it seemed that things had changed a bit now. Reflecting on this, she suddenly remarked, "Yi Yu, it feels like we haven't walked like this in ages." Yi Yu nodded in agreement, non-committal. In truth, he struggled to recall, as that period was nearly 20 years ago for him. He only vaguely remembered Shun Xinyue's initial timidness, her insecurities, and her fear of unfamiliarity. As time gradually passed, she slowly shed her original disposition, becoming a touch more cheerful and lively. "Indeed, it had been so long that I thought those events belonged to a past life." Yi Yu responded lightly. Shun Xinyue understood his meaning, yet chose not to voice it. The two strolled along, stopping intermittently, occasionally encountering couples who were undeniably affectionate. Observing the sweet and loving interactions of others, Shun Xinyue suddenly felt as though she too had transformed into a blissful girl. She cast a furtive glance at Yi Yu beside her, noting his expression as calm as still water. She longed to reach out, as she did in childhood, but hesitated, feeling a twinge of reluctance. "What is the matter?" Yi Yu noticed Shun Xinyue's hesitance and inquired. It's nothing." Shun Xinyue hurriedly withdrew her hand, murmuring softly, her cheeks flushing, her gaze evasive, unsure where to look. Yi was perplexed. "Nothing? Then why is your face so flushed?" "Is it?" Shunxia lifted her eyes to meet Yiyu's gaze, and upon realizing he was staring at her, quickly turned her head away. It must be the heat. Oh, Yiyu said thoughtfully, choosing not to press further, and simply continued walking alongside Shunxia. The sun has set, and it's still hot? Are girls' bodies so sensitive? By the way, how long do you plan to stay in Jiangbei this time? Yiyu suddenly recalled something and shifted the topic. Well, it depends on the circumstances. Anyway, I don't intend to leave within 1 or 2 months, Shunxia mused, tilting her head as she pondered. If I don't win you over, how can I leave at ease? Yiyu nodded, as if struck by a thought. He remarked, Oh, then are you not wasting your day on me? Will it delay your matters? Of course not. That's good. Shunxia revealed a hint of a smile. How could it delay anything? Getting closer to you is my priority. The two engaged in a light-hearted conversation, sharing snippets of their respective lives, which seemed to bridge the gap between them significantly. Unbeknownst to them, they had strolled all the way out of the hospital's gates. Unlike the tranquil path they had traversed earlier, the street was bustling with traffic, vibrant and lively. Especially at the hospital entrance, vendors abounded, offering an array of goods, and the air was filled with the enticing aromas of various street foods, drawing crowds with their persistent calls, making one's mouth water. Brother, buy a bouquet of flowers. At that moment, a little girl, around 5 or 6 years old, dashed towards Yiyu, her cherubic face alight with expectation. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation, long lashes fluttering, evoking a smile. Dressed in a blue dress and sporting 2 pigtails, her skin was smooth and fair, resembling a porcelain doll, utterly charming. A little boy in a school uniform trailed closely behind her, maintaining a respectful distance. Brother, buy a bouquet for this beautiful sister. The little girl tugged at Yiyu's pant leg, her sweet voice pleading. Captivated by the little girl, Yiyu knelt down, pinching her chubby cheek with a smile. Tell your brother why you're selling flowers? He discerned that her intentions were whimsical. Unlike the somber scenarios portrayed in dramas, where one was compelled to sell flowers for survival. Well, the girl puffed out her cheeks, looking rather pitiful. If I sell flowers, I can earn money, and then Xiao Pang can buy me gifts. She pointed towards the boy behind her. Hello there. Shunxia waved at the little boy. Upon noticing Shunxia, the boy paused momentarily, then shyly smiled and called out, Hello, sister. Yiyu couldn't help but chuckle. Releasing the little girl and addressing the boy. Aren't you supposed to be brave, young man? How can you rely on someone else? I don't. The boy glared at Yiyu indignantly. You naughty brother. You mustn't bully Xiao Pang. The little girl immediately placed her hands on her hips, glaring at Yiyu as if defending her friend. Yiyu rolled his eyes, bewildered that he had become the villain in this scenario. Shunxia stifled a laugh, crouching down to ruffle the little girl's hair. This brother is looking out for Xiao Pang to ensure he learns to live on his own. What you're doing isn't good for him. Well, okay. I'll listen to the beautiful sister, then I'll give this flower to you. The little girl reluctantly prepared to hand the flower to Shunxia, but to her surprise, the little boy snatched it away. With a disgruntled expression, he approached Yiyu and handed him the flower. What's this? Yiyu did not extend his hand, frowning at him. Pay up. The boy turned his head away, casting a sidelong glance. Didn't Yiyu just say you can't depend on women? Are you saying that the big brother can't even afford a bouquet for his girlfriend? Yiyu smirked, feeling somewhat exasperated. This little rascal was certainly cheeky. She isn't my girlfriend. TCH. And you say I'm not brave? The little boy looked at him scornfully. Goodness, my temper, Yiyu thought, feeling somewhat humiliated by a child. Fine, I'll buy it. Suppressing his annoyance, he handed over the money, not out of concern for the cash, but rather the indignation of being outsmarted by a child. Yay. Thank you, brother. Thank you, sister. Xiao Pang, you're amazing. Of course. I'll support you from now on. The two little ones joyfully exchanged banter, their camaraderie infectious. Yiyu watched the scene in bemusement, internally lamenting the antics of these mischievous children. At such a young age, learning to woo girls? However, this scene feels oddly familiar. Yiyu pondered it, while Shunxia stood by, lost in thought as she watched the two children disappear into the crowd. Chapter 54. The Flower Giver Brother Yiyu. I can't take it anymore. Please let me off the hook. No way. You've only been at it for an hour. You must persevere. Ugh. But the multiplication table is really difficult. How about I do half for you? No. Mom said I shouldn't always rely on others. Otherwise, I want to be able to support myself when I grow up. No worries. With me around, you'll definitely be able to support yourself. Shunxia's mind flashed with many memories from her childhood. At that time, he had also promised to take care of her, but he had later retracted his words. Now, he had likely forgotten. Back then, they resembled those two children, so pure and innocent, without the burdens of reality weighing them down, their feelings genuine and direct. To love was simply to love. Watching the two little ones fade into the crowd, Shan Xinyu couldn't help but sigh, a fleeting expression of melancholy crossing her face, which quickly vanished. Thankfully, the heavens have granted me a chance for redemption. Yu, unaware of Shan Xinyue's change, felt a sense of familiarity, yet could not pinpoint the memory. He shook his head in frustration, lost in thought. It must be something that Zhou Tao did in the past. That's why it feels familiar. Indeed, it must be just that. Yu silently nodded, recognizing that there was no other solution. Alas, the future of our country seems to rest in the hands of individuals like Zhou Tao, which truly fills me with concern. Is it too much to ask for them to learn from their own experiences? To selflessly rescue a blossoming flower of our nation? Suddenly, he recalled that he had purchased flowers from a mischievous little spirit, and he had not paid much attention to their type. In that moment, provoked by the child and distracted by other thoughts, he merely considered it a trivial matter. As Yu slowly brought the fresh flowers to his gaze, he was struck with astonishment. What kind of flower was this? The leaves were deep green, varying in size and irregular in shape, resembling a fan or the webbed foot of a duck, with edges that undulated like green waves. The small green leaves accentuated the delicate white blossoms, and the dew glistened on the buds like the tears of a young maiden, suspended in the air, under the illumination of the lights. The dew on the petals sparkled with vibrant hues. As the autumn breeze swept through, the dew danced upon the branches, akin to a young girl performing ballet. To his dismay, it was a chrysanthemum, a white one, no less. Yu was nearly apoplectic with rage. He had truly been deceived. Observing the wild grass tangled among the petals, his lips twitched as a torrent of frustration surged within him. These flowers were clearly plucked from a field, were they not? And to add insult to injury, did that little brat not know the difference between flowers? Beside him, Shan Xinyue witnessed the scene and stifled a laugh, her amusement making Yu wish he could vanish into a crevice of the earth. She had long recognized the type of flower the child had presented, but chose to keep it to herself. For how could she bear to spoil the charm of a child? Ah, these flowers! Yu glanced at Shan Xinyue, tears of embarrassment welling in his eyes. This was quite the blunder. Fortunately, although the area was bustling with people, the dimming light obscured their vision. Otherwise, if they were to see Yu holding a bouquet of white chrysanthemums with a celestial maiden by his side, he would surely become the talk of the town. Shan Xinyue, however, was unfazed. Seizing the moment when Yu was distracted, she snatched the flowers from his hands. These flowers are now a gift to me, she declared, winking playfully. Cradling them gently, she inhaled their fragrance and closed her eyes in bliss, savoring the aroma. Yu stood dumbfounded, uncertainly murmuring, "Is this really appropriate?" Though his emotional intelligence may have been lacking, he was not devoid of intellect. Gifting flowers to a girl required a certain level of finesse. With a gentle smile, Shan Xinyue explained, "The white chrysanthemum symbolizes solemnity and remembrance, as well as the virtues of waiting and courage." I find those words, waiting and hoping, quite lovely. Observing her genuine expression, Yu chose not to protest further, merely nodding in agreement. If Shan Xinyue was unconcerned, he too would take pleasure in the moment. Yet, Yu found himself perplexed, gazing at Shan Xinyue with a myriad of questions. Do all girls adore flowers? You seem so joyful. Lost in her thoughts, Shan Xinyue looked up at him, momentarily taken aback. Then, with a captivating smile that could mesmerize anyone, she replied, "Do I really love flowers? It seems not. The type of flower is inconsequential. What truly matters is the intention behind a gift. Then what is important?" Yu blurted out. Shan Xinyue regarded him with a whimsical gaze, pondering before enigmatically responding. "You shall guess. Of course, what matters most is the giver of the flowers. Silly." Huh? Yu scratched his head in confusion. Shan Xinyue chuckled at his bewilderment. After all this time with Chu Menghan, how could he remain so oblivious? All right, we should be on our way. With that, she began to walk, delighting in the flowers cradled in her hands. The smile gracing her lips and the tenderness in her eyes radiated an aura of happiness, transforming her steps into a light and graceful dance, captivating those around her. Passers-by couldn't help but steal glances, some even discreetly capturing her image. Occasionally, Yu heard men making playful comments to their partners about her. He exclaimed, watching Shan Xinyue's retreating figure, feeling as though she had mentioned something significant. Yet he couldn't quite grasp it. Sigh, it's so perplexing. The intricacies of a girl's heart were truly enigmatic, as were those of Chu Menghan. Is it merely a matter of age? Am I becoming an old man to them, creating a generational gap? The anxiety of aging washed over Yu, sending a chill down his spine. "Yu, why are you dawdling? Hurry and catch up." "Oh, I'm coming." Shan Xinyue's call brought him back to reality, and he hastily quickened his pace to join her. Choosing to set aside his confusion, Yiyu embraced his usual carefree nature. Chapter 55, I Crave Fish. The incident with the two children was but a fleeting interlude, and Yiyu swiftly dismissed it from his mind. Curiously, he had traversed this hospital route countless times. Yet today it felt longer than ever. He sensed Shen Xinyue's pace slowing, and while that was not the crux of the matter, he couldn't shake the feeling that the gazes of those around them were becoming increasingly intense, leaving him quite uncomfortable. Regardless of gender, whenever someone looked at Shen Xinyue, especially men, their eyes seemed to devour her. Yet when they glanced his way, they frowned and shook their heads, leaving him feeling insulted. Shen Xinyue, however, was quite intentional. Having finally secured a moment alone with Yiyu, she had no desire for it to end. As for the opinions of others, she was unconcerned. Xinyue, the sky is getting dark. Perhaps I should escort you home? Yiyu, unable to bear the weight of the stairs any longer, suggested hesitantly. Shen Xinyue gasped, her mouth agape in surprise. She hadn't anticipated Yiyu would propose such a thing. She didn't want to part ways with him just yet. In her fluster, she instinctively tightened her grip on the white chrysanthemums, only to realize her overreaction and quickly loosened her hold, a blush creeping to her cheeks. Yiyu, puzzled, asked, is something the matter? Oh, no problem at all. Shen Xinyue lowered her gaze, concealing her disappointment. No, I must concoct an excuse, she thought frantically, seeking a way to linger for just a few more moments, even if it were only a fleeting minute. Since there is no issue, shall we head back? Yiyu finally sighed in relief. He turned to take a step forward, but just as he did, a vendor from a nearby stall called out. Young man, would you care for a serving of jianbingguizi? Yiyu turned at the sound, momentarily stunned. Young man, why not buy a portion of my jianbingguizi? They are quite authentic. Yiyu stood there, momentarily rendered speechless. He observed the elderly man enthusiastically promoting his savory crepes, and it felt as though he had been transported back to a time long past. It was the period when he first came to comprehend the plight of his family. His father toiling tirelessly to sustain them while his mother resided in the hospital. He had stumbled through a third-rate school, which proved to be of little benefit. With factory work as his only apparent avenue, he found himself in dire need of finances, yet that path seemed futile. Fortunately, as a skilled artisan, his nimble hands became his means of survival. He set up a stall in the mornings and afternoons to sell crepes, mirroring the fervor of the elderly vendor, even exerting himself more vigorously. Yiyu fell into a reverie, his gaze momentarily vacant. The vendor called out once more, young man, would you like to try one? He snapped back to reality, just as a melodious female voice chimed beside him. I'll have 2 portions, please, 2 eggs, and add a sausage. Certainly, beautiful, just a moment. 2 portions, 2 eggs with sausage, coming right up. Yiyu turned to see Shen Xinyue beaming at him, her sparkling eyes radiating an enchanting brilliance. He found himself momentarily dazed, incredulously asking, you enjoy this kind of food? It's rare to find a young lady who relishes street food. Shen Xinyue discerned his thoughts and shot him a playful glare. Do I appear so pampered? Have you forgotten? I used to follow you around everywhere, sampling the delicacies of every alleyway. Crepes are my absolute favorite. She huffed. I bet you don't remember. Yiyu paused, a vague image surfacing in his mind. As he reminisced, the vendor had already commenced preparing the crepes. The enticing aroma wafted through the air, enticing his senses, and he swallowed reflexively. It was a familiar scent. In truth, the technique employed at such street stalls is not overly complex. It merely takes a few minutes. Yiyu recalled that when he learned, it required little effort on his part. He recognized that the vendor was quite experienced, his methods adept. The elderly man poured a generous ladle of batter onto the heated iron griddle, skillfully spreading it into a round shape with a T-shaped spatula before evenly coating it with an egg. Would you like scallions? Ketchup or chili sauce? The vendor inquired with exuberance. One with scallions, one without, one with ketchup, and one with chili sauce, Shen Xinyue replied with a smile. Got it. Thank you. Yiyu observed her in surprise, not expecting her to remember her preferences. Shen Xinyue sensed his surprise, turned her head to look at him, and smiled brightly. Scallions and spice, if I recall correctly. No, Jeju nadif. He hadn't anticipated that this girl would be so attentive, remembering even his own tastes. A flicker of guilt washed over him. However, Shen Xinyue remained oblivious to his inner turmoil, her focus entirely on the vendor. The fresh crepes were nearly ready. The vendor deftly flipped the pancake with his spatula, applying sauce with a small brush. Shen Xinyue watched, her eyes glistening with delight. Make sure the sausage is whole. Don't cut it. It's much more satisfying that way. Of course. The vendor proceeded to take 2 pieces of crispy dough, slicing them, and placing them at the center of the pancake. Then, following Shen Xinyue's request, he added the entire grilled sausage. He folded the edges of the pancake around it, placed it in a plastic bag, and handed it to Shen Xinyue. Your crepes, 2 portions. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you. Shen Xinyue accepted the crepes with joy, paid, and handed one to Yiyu. Here, this is for you. Yiyu hesitated for a moment before slowly reaching out to accept it. Thank you, he murmured, staring at the crepe in his hand, momentarily lost in thought. Eat. Why aren't you eating? Shen Xinyue queried, taking a small bite of the exposed sausage. All right. Yiyu inhaled deeply, lifted the crepe, and took a bite. A rich blend of sweetness and bitterness flooded his palate, and he closed his eyes in appreciation. Shen Xinyue watched him, feeling satisfied, relishing the few extra moments she could spend beside him. Yet, she pondered, once the crepes were finished. Wouldn't she have no excuse to linger? No, I must find another reason. Furrowing her brow, Shen Xinyue's mind raced as her gaze wandered. Suddenly, she caught sight of a restaurant across the street, adorned in an ancient style, brightly lit, and appearing to have been established for many years. Above the entrance, the name Lao Mo Fish Restaurant loomed large. Inspiration struck her. Yiyu, I'm craving fish. Chapter 56, Too Fast. Fish. Yiyu followed her gaze to the restaurant's sign, an inexplicable chill running down his spine. This fish must not be good. He swallowed hard, glancing back at Shen Xinyue, who looked at him with eager anticipation. He felt reluctant to decline her request, especially since she had been so helpful today. Treating her to a meal seemed only right. However, he couldn't help but notice that Shen Xinyue was still holding a crepe that had already been bitten into. Unable to restrain himself, he asked, with 2 eggs and a sausage, Haven't you had enough? At his words, Shen Xinyue, who had been munching on her crepe, momentarily froze. She then lifted her head to meet Yiyu's gaze, offering an awkward smile, a silent lament on her lips. She wasn't still hungry. She was merely seeking an excuse. Oh no, Yiyu must think I'm a glutton. My image is ruined. With no other choice, she bravely replied. How could this be filling? It's merely an appetizer. Before she could finish her sentence, she stuffed the remaining half of the crepe into her mouth, her cheeks puffing out like a puffer fish. Yiyu couldn't help but chuckle at her adorable demeanor. It was surprising to see the usually composed Shen Xinyue exhibit such a charming side. Yiyu quickly composed himself, clearing his throat to mask his previous lapse in decorum. Shen Xinyue shot him an exasperated glance, unaware of who had just embarrassed her by laughing. How utterly unfair. However, it seemed she had bitten off more than she could chew, as she began to cough repeatedly, her cheeks flushing, tears welling up in her eyes as she looked at Yiyu across the way. Her hands pressed against her chest, attempting to quell the turmoil within. Gasp, water, gasp. Water. Shen Xinyue stammered, interspersing her hiccups with fragmented words, clearly in distress. Yiyu was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his senses, rushing toward a nearby shop. Owner, a bottle of mineral water, please. Upon hearing a shout, the vendor leaned out from behind the counter. Sorry. We're out of water. No way. Are you serious? Yiyu halted his transaction, incredulous. The vendor shrugged. What reason would I have to lie? With so many people passing by daily, it's only natural that we run out. Yiyu felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Is it really this difficult to buy a bottle of water these days? However, the water had run out, leaving only a final bottle of yogurt. Should I take it? Upon hearing the proprietor's words, Yiyu's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he hurriedly nodded in gratitude. Please bring it to me. Certainly. Just a moment. The owner replied cheerfully. Soon, the proprietor handed the yogurt that Yiyu desired to him. Thank you. After receiving the yogurt, Yiyu completed the payment and returned to Shen Xinyue's side. Here, yogurt. Let us make do with this. As he spoke, Yiyu twisted off the cap and brought the yogurt to Shen Xinyue's lips. Shen Xinyue accepted the yogurt and tilted her head back, gulping it down. A refreshing liquid slid down her throat, providing immense relief from the itchiness and discomfort. How is it? Is everything all right now? Noticing Yiyu's concerned gaze, Shen Xinyue's cheeks flushed a delicate pink, and she slightly curved her lips. Yes, it's fine. Much better. After saying this, she lowered her eyes, concealing the unusual glimmer in her gaze. This is utterly embarrassing. I never imagined I would act so foolishly in front of Yiyu. Shen Xinyue reflected on her earlier clumsiness, wishing she could vanish into the ground. This was truly mortifying, oh dear. Unaware of Shen Xinyue's internal embarrassment, Yiyu observed her face gradually regaining its color after drinking the yogurt, and he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Honestly, you should take it easy, eating so quickly. Who can handle that? In the end, it's you who suffers. Hearing Yiyu's reproachful tone, Shen Xinyue's face turned crimson as she stammered, I didn't expect it either. Who could have foreseen that the pancake rolls would be so much larger than anticipated, making them impossible to swallow in one bite? Yi shook his head in exasperation. This neighborly girl appeared rather dim-witted. If you want to have fish, let us wait for the green light. Okay. Perhaps feeling unwell or guilty, Shan Xinhua cautiously took a few more sips of the yogurt, occasionally stealing glances at Yiyu, who was scanning the area for the countdown on the red light. She felt an inner thrill. I've gained more time with Yiyu. As the yellow light counted down to 0 and the green light illuminated, Yiyu was about to step onto the crosswalk when to his surprise, a shriek erupted from behind. Startled, Yiyu quickly turned to look. He saw Shan Xinhua standing there, her delicate brows knitted, an expression of discontent as she stared at a smear of milky white on the ground. Yiyu hurried over, asking what happened. Are you all right? Shan Xinhua shook her head. I'm fine, but my yogurt. That was a gift from Yiyu, and it was such a pity. It turned out that Shan Xinhua had been so focused on Yiyu that she hadn't noticed the green light, leading to her yogurt being accidentally knocked over by a pedestrian. Seeing that she was unharmed, Yiyu let out a sigh of relief. It's just a bottle of yogurt. I'll get you another one later. Oh, though she felt reluctant, Shan Xinhua nodded silently. Yet, the regret in her eyes did not escape Yiyu's notice. Is it truly that delicious? Is it worth such sorrow? Yiyu shook his head, bewildered. Perhaps I should try for myself next time. Nodding, he too became curious about this delightful item that could evoke such emotions from a beautiful girl. He glanced over and noticed something at the corner of Shan Xinhua's mouth, likely a remnant from earlier. Yiyu instinctively reached out to wipe it away, but then hesitated, realizing that such an action might be overly intimate. Instead, he pointed to the same spot on his own face, advising her, you have something here. Lost in her thoughts, Shan Xinhua failed to notice Yiyu's peculiar expression. What is it? Hearing his words, she looked up at Yiyu. In an instant, her entire face flushed crimson, akin to a ripe tomato with a hint of rosy pink, utterly captivating. She averted her gaze in confusion, unsure of how to react, her hands clutching the hem of her clothing, twisting them together in a state of heightened anxiety. Why Yiyu this? This feels a bit too fast. Doesn't he it? Fast? Yiyu furrowed his brow, puzzled, as he failed to comprehend Shan Xinhua's implication. Wasn't he merely hinting for her to wipe her mouth? What did that have to do with speed? Indeed, Shan Xinhua bit her lip. It feels like things are progressing rather quickly. Oh no, what should I do? Is Yiyu hinting a kiss? Isn't that a bit sudden? Although I'm willing. But isn't this too embarrassing in public? What should I do? To kiss or not to kiss? Yiyu, observing Shan Xinhua's conflicted expression, found himself even more perplexed. Progress? The conversation had shifted too rapidly for him to follow, and he scratched his head in confusion. Forget it, I'll just help her myself. What? Shan Xinhua gasped at this thought, her eyes widening in shock, her face turning a deep shade of red. She covered her mouth with her hand, nervously glancing around. Is he planning to take advantage of me? Time passed in silence as the two shared an awkward gaze. And the green light had changed 3 times. The pedestrians crossing the road had changed several times as well. Occasionally, a few onlookers cast curious glances their way, seemingly speculating about the pair's intense stare-off. As the countdown of the traffic light ticked away, Yiyu could no longer contain himself. He shook his head, rubbed his hand in his pocket, and let out a small sigh of relief. All right, lift your head. I'll do it. Upon hearing this, Shan Xinhua abruptly raised her head, her eyes blank, as if she hadn't yet grasped the situation. Is he really going to come closer? But I'm not ready yet. Oh no, I should have avoided eating that pancake roll earlier. Can I at least brush my teeth first? A whirlwind of thoughts raced through Shan Xinhua's mind, her heart pounding as if it might leap from her throat. She held her breath, her hands clasped tightly in front of her chest, fists clenched, her breathing becoming shallow. Yiyu approached, lowering his head, slowly closing the distance to Shan Xinhua, inching closer. Just as Yiyu was about to make his move, Shan Xinhua suddenly interrupted him, halting his hand mid-motion. Why Yiyu? How about we change the location? Swallowing hard, Shan Xinhua mustered the courage to voice her true feelings. Her cheeks were flushed, and her gaze flickered, as if she dared not meet his eyes. Yiyu tilted his head in confusion. Change locations? Why? There's no need. Let us just stay here. Yiyu insisted. Upon hearing this, Shan Xinhua's heart raced wildly as she glanced at the bystanders, feeling immensely self-conscious. Biting her lip, she shyly conceded, well, okay then. Yiyu nodded, drawing closer to her, his right hand poised to retrieve the handkerchief he had previously prepared. However, to his surprise, Shan Xinhua suddenly took a step back. Yiyu ge. Should I close my eyes? Shan Xinhua bit her lip and whispered. Yiyu was momentarily taken aback. Does it even matter whether you close your eyes? He looked at Shan Xinhua with a hint of confusion and added helplessly, if you feel uncomfortable, just shut your eyes. Oh, okay, I'll close them. Shan Xinhua exhaled deeply, as if summoning immense courage, and shut her eyes, placing her hands firmly over her chest. Yu sighed, thinking that everything should be fine now. Igriagaje. Shun Xinyue, still with her eyes closed, spoke again. What is it now? Yu interrupted her, maintaining his patience as he inquired further. And no, there's no problem now. Shun Xinyue's voice was weak. Just let it be. Yu looked at the tightly shut eyes of Shun Xinyue, feeling speechless. It's just a matter of seconds. Why does she have so many questions, making me nervous as well? Shun Xinyue's eyelashes fluttered slightly, reminiscent of a butterfly's delicate wings. A few seconds? Is that too brief? Does Yuga merely wish to sample and retreat? Yu, oblivious to Shun Xinyue's thoughts, cast a wary glance at her, wondering if she harbored any misconceptions. Shaking his head to dismiss the distracting thoughts, he finally pulled out the handkerchief that Shun Xinyue had lent him, extending his right hand slowly toward her. Shun Xinyue sensed a faint fragrance at the tip of her nose, a scent that felt familiar. Along with it came a barely perceptible warmth, enveloping her in a cocoon of softness. Her cheeks began to burn, and her heart raced at an accelerated pace. She gradually lowered her hands from her chest, gripping her skirt tightly, striving to suppress the urge to peek. Yi remained unaware of Shun Xinyue's inexplicable turmoil. With a focused mind, he pinched a corner of the handkerchief and gently placed it over her soft, warm lips, his movements tender and cautious. At the moment of contact, Shun Xinyue's entire body jolted, a surge of electricity coursing through her, sending tingling sensations throughout. When Yiyu's fingertip brushed against her lips, her thoughts seemed to freeze, rendering her motionless. Her mind went blank, and she even forgot to breathe, standing still and absorbing the sensations on her lips. She was at a loss, feeling as if her thoughts had been completely extracted, her body rigid and unresponsive, akin to a marionette. However, she soon sensed something awry. What is this? Why does it feel so strange? Shun Xinyue furrowed her brow and slowly opened her eyes, only to find a handsome face mere inches from hers, intently focused on the corner of her mouth. Feeling Yiyu's actions, she voiced her confusion. Yuga? Almost done, Yi replied, seemingly unconsciously gliding his index finger along Shun Xinyue's delicate lips. All done, it's gone. Shun Xinyue remained bewildered, wondering why the outcome differed from her expectations. What is this? Yi returned the handkerchief to his pocket, observing Shun Xinyue's puzzled expression. You had something on your lips. Huh? Shun Xinyue's eyes widened in surprise as she hastily reached for her mouth. Suddenly, it dawned on her, and her face flushed with embarrassment. Chapter 58. Wise individuals will flip through photo albums. As night descended, the sky darkened, and the streetlights along the sides of the road slowly illuminated, seamlessly blending the realms of darkness and light. This interplay effectively concealed the blush that had risen on Shun Xinyue's face due to her misunderstanding. Her cheeks felt hot, and she wished to find a hole to hide in. After eagerly anticipating the moment, she was taken aback by the rather anticlimactic conclusion. Have I embarrassed myself again? Surely you didn't notice, right? Shun Xinyue took a moment to collect herself, striving to appear composed. Glancing over at Yiyu and noting his seemingly indifferent demeanor, she felt a slight sense of relief. Yet, an inexplicable feeling of disappointment began to swell within her. I was too hasty. Shun Xinyue adjusted her skirt. Realizing she had tugged too forcefully, creating creases, Yi was momentarily distracted by her small movement, casting a glance, but ultimately dismissing it, recognizing that such behaviors are typical of a beauty preening before reflective surfaces. Yi shifted his gaze back to the traffic light as it turned green and said, "Let's go." Okay. Shun Xinyue halted her actions and quickly responded. This time, Yi, having learned from experience, let her walk ahead while he followed behind, ensuring that no unexpected incidents would occur again. However, one can never predict whether tomorrow or an unexpected event will arrive first. Yi. Just as Yi stepped down the stairs, a sharp and piercing shout rang in his ears. He and Shun Xinyue instinctively turned their heads to see Zhou Tao at the intersection, yelling at him while waving his hands vigorously, making it impossible to ignore him. This guy has finished chatting with that group of ladies? Finally willing to show up? Shun Xinyue raised an eyebrow, internally wishing for no interruptions during her time with Yiyu. You two, are you on a date? Zhou Tao dashed up to them, his face displaying sheer astonishment, as if he had received a tremendous shock. Yiyu frowned, struggling to comprehend what thoughts occupied Zhou Tao's mind. What do you think? He retorted. Oh, so you enjoy this kind of thing? Sneaky and secretive. No wonder you bolted earlier. So that was your intent. Zhou Tao chuckled, winking at Yiyu, his demeanor slightly irritating. Shun Xinyue felt a blush creeping up her cheeks at Zhou Tao's teasing words. However, she refrained from offering any explanation. Yet, Her visibly awkward demeanor caught Yi's attention, leading him to mistakenly believe she was upset by Zhou Tao's remarks. Get lost. Stop spouting nonsense. Yi gritted his teeth, striving to maintain an outward calm. Zhou Tao, undeterred, shrugged nonchalantly and said, just joking, Shan Xinye definitely won't mind, right? He was perceptive enough to see through the facade, aware that he was playing the role of the well-intentioned third wheel. Perhaps Miss Shun was secretly pleased by it. However, he added, but, Miss Chu, please don't blame me. Next time, I'll assist you again. Unfortunately, Yi remained oblivious to Zhou Tao's thoughts, or else he might have given him a hefty punch. Huh? Oh, it's nothing. Shen Xinye clearly hadn't anticipated Zhou Tao's sudden interjection, momentarily stunned. But once she regained her composure, she quickly waved her hand, attempting to appear unconcerned. Still, her right hand unconsciously tucked a few strands of hair behind her ear, betraying her inner turmoil. See? I told you Shen Xinye wouldn't mind. Zhou Tao grinned at Yi, playfully nudging him. Shut up. Yi inhaled deeply, striving to suppress his anger as he cast a glare at Zhou Tao and pushed his hand away. Haven't you been ensconced among the women? How could you bear to emerge? Yi remarked with an indifferent glance at Zhou Tao. Such words. I merely sacrificed myself out of concern for your precious moments together. Zhou Tao retorted, a wry smile creasing his lips as he raised his hands in surrender. Ah, I truly appreciate your selflessness. Ye Yusukofu, a cold smile gracing his features. Could this man be any more absurd? I suspect you are more intrigued by the daughters of those ladies. Am I right? Did you manage to succeed? Yi brutally exposed him, eliciting a stifled laugh from Shen Xinye, much to Zhou Tao's embarrassment. While his body was undeniably honest, he stubbornly countered, nonsense. Am I such a shallow person? In this day and age, to be swayed by mere words about a beauty is childish and laughable. Only the wise and discerning would think to peruse an album. Upon hearing this, Yi tugged at the corners of his mouth, yearning to refute him, yet finding no reasonable argument. After all, Zhou Tao's assertion did possess a semblance of truth. He shook his head, disinterested in further engagement. Finally, understanding why some individuals set privacy restrictions on their albums, clearly in response to him. I see you're all smiles. Which exquisitely edited image has captured your attention? Zhou Tao waved his hand dismissively. No. Images no longer satisfy my desires. Surely you know my preference is better than anyone else? He added with a knowing smile directed at Yi. Get lost. Yi retorted sharply. This fellow could certainly be infuriating. Meanwhile, Shen Xinye, lost in confusion, stifled her laughter, failing to grasp the deeper meaning of their exchange. Unable to contain her curiosity, she queried Zhou Tao, what is it that you actually like? At the sound of Shen Xinye's question, Zhou Tao was about to respond when he caught sight of Yi's threatening glare. Instantly, the words he had prepared were swallowed back down, and he awkwardly chuckled. Well, my thoughts are quite simple. I seek someone who loves me for my wealth, rather than merely for my kindness, integrity, and beauty, he stated with utmost seriousness. Shen Xinye couldn't help but burst into laughter. You are truly amusing. Yi rolled his eyes, unable to resist adding, I now entrust you with a formidable task. What is it? Zhou Tao inquired, curiosity piqued. Yi placed a hand on his shoulder, directing him, engage in continuous circular motions. This is the greatest contribution you can make at present. Understood. I shall immediately run 1,000 meters. I meant for you to scram. All right then, I shall not intrude any further. Zhou Tao grinned widely and promptly made his exit. Yi shook his head, exasperated by this lovable fool. Then, recalling something, he called out to Zhou Tao's retreating figure, don't forget what I told you earlier. Zhou Tao did not turn back, merely waving his hand in acknowledgement. Got it. Yi watched the unreliable figure depart, a vague sense of foreboding creeping in, as if he might be sold out by him. Chapter 59. The price of fish. After a brief delay, the night had fully descended, and the surrounding lights gradually illuminated the area as if it were midday. Although night had fallen, the streets remained bustling with traffic, a constant flow that had not changed in a decade. The two had dawdled for quite a while, yet had not even entered the establishment. It was finally time to conduct proper business. Upon entering the old MOU restaurant, the hostess greeted them warmly. Welcome. Yi glanced at the waitstaff. While their appearance and demeanor could not compare to the likes of Shen Xinye, their kipeos accentuated their alluring curves, and their makeup was exquisite. They exuded an enchanting allure, particularly with the subtle fragrance that enveloped them, intoxicating to behold. It was evident that the owner shared a kindred spirit. Of course, Yi was no stranger to the world. After a period of refinement under Chu Menghan's tutelage, his heart had become impervious to such trivial displays. How could such a minor scene ever faze him? His reputation as Jiangbei's Lu Xiaohui was not merely a facade. With unwavering focus, Yi maintained his composure, a gentle smile gracing his lips, as warm as a spring breeze. Are we certain we will dine here? Shen Xinyue, initially concerned that the charming atmosphere might distract Yu, hesitated. Yet, upon meeting his clear gaze, a twinge of guilt washed over her, revealing that perhaps her worries were unfounded. Indeed, I find this place quite appealing. Let us settle here. Yu nodded, turning to the counter attendant. Hello. Please inform old Mo that I am in the mood for fish. The hostess appeared momentarily stunned before donning a standard smile, her voice sweet. Hello, young sir. Our boss has gone to deliver fish. Feel free to order anything you wish. Yu frowned slightly at being referred to as young, though he reluctantly accepted the label. For he was indeed just a high school student, unable to argue against it. So be it, he thought. Though small, a bird may still soar across the vast sky. He chose not to dwell on the matter, though he felt a tinge of disappointment at the missed opportunity to meet that kindred spirit. Very well. Please find us a quiet spot. The attendant smiled at this request, of course, as she caught sight of Shen Xinyue beside Yu. A flicker of admiration crossed her eyes. Shen Xinyue offered a slight nod, ever graceful and poised in public, yet unable to resist revealing her youthful demeanor when in Yu's presence. The attendant silently marveled. What a beautiful girl. Yet this did not hinder her professionalism. Are you two dining alone? Yu nodded yes. Then, please follow me. The attendant led them further inside. The seemingly modest restaurant boasted a lavishly decorated first-floor hall, with gilded walls and furniture that exuded opulence. The dining area was adorned with an array of exquisite tableware, pleasing to the eye. At this mealtime, the restaurant was nearly filled to capacity, with the staff bustling about, occasionally interrupted by the voices of patrons urging for service, adding to the lively atmosphere. Yu and Shen Xinyue were escorted to a window-side table. Yu surveyed the surroundings, appreciating the ambience that aligned perfectly with his tastes. However, he had never envisioned himself frequenting such establishments before due to financial constraints. Even after his circumstances improved thanks to Chu Menghan, he still preferred a life of simplicity and modesty, often opting for self-sufficiency and rarely venturing out. Today, however, was an exception, a concession made for the esteemed Miss Shen. Seated opposite Yu, Shen Xinyue noticed him lost in thought. Yu, is everything all right? She gently inquired. Returning to reality, he smiled. Oh, it's nothing. Merely reminiscing about the past. The attendant approached, presenting the menu. Here you go, young sir. Thank you, Yu replied politely, disregarding the attendant's term of endearment. Alas, since I've been granted a second chance at life, I must acknowledge the undeniable truth of my youth. He pulled out a chair and gradually settled into it, intending to peruse the menu, only to realize that he seemed rather unfamiliar with Shen Xinyue's preferences. Thus, he lifted his gaze towards her, gently nudging the menu in her direction. Please, do take a look and see what you fancy. Shen Xinyue offered an elegant smile, understanding without needing to articulate it. And without any pretense, she accepted the menu directly. However, her stomach had already declared a ceasefire on further consumption. After all, a girl's appetite is inherently modest. Having already indulged in a sausage and the yogurt that Yu had given her, Shen Xinyue was well past her limit. Yet, in the interest of spending more time with Yu, she reluctantly pressed on. It seems I shall need to embark on a diet upon my return. She thought silently to herself. She flipped through a few pages without finding anything suitable and then looked up at the server. Excuse me, do you have any special signature dishes? Upon hearing this, the server smiled and replied, indeed. Allow me to point out a dish from your menu. Miss, our most beloved dish is the Changgu fish soup. This soup is not only rich in nutrition and delicious in flavor, but crucially, it also promotes beauty and skin health, making it the signature dish of our establishment. Is that so? Shen Xinyue mused internally. This Changgu sounds reminiscent of a certain underworld association. However, it does sound quite appealing. Yet upon glancing at the price, she was utterly taken aback. A single soup costing 9,999. Isn't that rather exorbitant? Shen Xinyue gazed incredulously at the server. Though she was aware that this dish would not be inexpensive, she had not anticipated such a staggering figure. Despite being the esteemed daughter of the Shen family, she did not possess such extravagant habits. The server chuckled and responded, Miss, the ingredients for this dish are sourced from Jinghai to ensure freshness. We send our fishermen out to catch the fish on the same day, and then they are delivered immediately. Thus, this price is truly justifiable. After hearing the server's explanation, Shen Xinyue couldn't help but frown. Yet Yu appeared remarkably composed, unconcerned about the cost. He then spoke calmly, let us go with that, and add a few more signature dishes. Very well, please hold on a moment, the server replied. Once the server had moved away, Shen Xinyue's expression turned anxious. Yu, are you out of your mind? What's wrong? Yu looked at her, puzzled. How can you expect me to eat such an expensive dish? Shen Xinyue pouted. gazing at him with a sense of grievance. Yi Yu shrugged with a smile. It's all right. There's no need to worry about the money. Moreover, the server made a valid point. The bigger the waves, the pricier the fish. Chapter 60. How wonderful it is to see you again. Yi Yu gazed at the creamy signature fish soup placed before him. After stirring it with a spoon, a rich aroma wafted up to greet him. Being quite adept in the culinary arts, he could discern the quality of the broth at a mere whiff. The base of their signature dish must be crafted from premium grouper and squid, he mused. Taking a deep breath, his eyes lit up. It seems various herbs have been added as well. This method is rather novel. Shun Xinyue, slightly brushing her hair back, looked at Yi Yu in surprise. She had not anticipated that Yi Yu was so skilled in cooking. How had she been unaware of this before? Yi Yu, feeling somewhat flustered, moved his lips awkwardly, realizing he had become a tad boastful. His culinary skills had primarily been honed over the years, knowledge that Shun Xinyue could not possibly possess. Ahem. I merely spoke off the cuff. It shouldn't be taken too seriously. Shun Xinyue regarded him with suspicion, her intuition suggesting that Yi Yu was concealing something from her. In an effort to mask his unease, Yi Yu quickly grabbed a spoon and scooped a portion into his bowl. As the soup touched his lips, a wave of fresh, sweet flavor enveloped him, instantly melting in his mouth. He inhaled deeply, savoring the exquisite taste that lingered, undeniably delightful and pleasantly sweet. Truly a rare gourmet experience. One cannot deny that the price has its justification. This dish was indeed remarkable. Upon hearing this, Shun Xinyue's face lit up with joy. If you like it, do have more. She rested her chin on her hands, her bright, clear eyes fixed intently on Yi Yu, filled with admiration. Yi Yu felt a wave of discomfort under her gaze, clearing his throat and looking down. Ahem, would you like to try some as well? Huh? Oh, all right. Shun Xinyue responded, realizing she had momentarily lost her composure. Feeling a bit shy, she lowered her head and quickly picked up a spoon, attempting to act as if nothing had occurred. However, as for drinking, she genuinely could not manage it any longer. Staring at the full bowl of fish soup, which bore a striking similarity in color and consistency to the yogurt from earlier, her stomach churned. She truly could not handle any more. What should I do? Shun Xinyue's expression turned bitter, realizing she had shot herself in the foot. Had she known earlier, she would have fabricated another excuse. What is the matter? Is it not to your taste? Yi Yu inquired with concern. Shun Xinyue shook her head, awkwardly forcing a smile. No, not at all. Yi Yu furrowed his brow. Although Shun Xinyue was attempting to conceal her discomfort, he still sensed something amiss. Are you truly all right? His tone turned serious, his gaze unwavering, leaving Shun Xinyue no opportunity to evade. Really, it's nothing, just that the soup is a bit hot. I just need to let it cool. Hot. Yi Yu took another taste. It's fine. Not hot at all. Is it? Shun Xinyue replied. Then I shall have taste. Gritting her teeth, she steeled herself and cautiously lifted the bowl to her lips, taking a small sip. How is it? Yi Yu looked at her expectantly. It's delicious. Just a bit fishy, Shun Xinyue quickly praised, forcing herself to swallow. Yi Yu chuckled. It's normal for fish to have a slight fishiness. Shun Xinyue nodded vigorously. Yes. Yes, but since it's so delicious, I suppose I should eat more. Yi Yu scooped another bowl of soup and offered it to her. Ah. Shun Xinyue's expression changed. Another bowl? Yi Yu, I really can't. I'm already full. She forced a smile. Really? You girls have such small appetites. Yi Yu shook his head, sighing softly. Nevertheless, he did not press her further and focused on his own meal, with an entire table of dishes before him. If Shun Xinyue wouldn't eat, it seemed he would have to devour it all himself. Oh, by the way, later I should pack a portion for my mother. This fish soup is genuinely delightful. To be honest, Yi Yu's manner of eating was rather unrefined. He made no effort to conceal it. While not exactly wolfing down his food, it was certainly not graceful. At the very least, his actions of wielding a soup spoon in one hand and chopsticks in the other starkly contrasted with the poised Shun Xinyue sitting across from him. It was uncertain whether it was the stark contrast between them that drew the curious gazes of onlookers or if it was Shun Xinyue's beauty that captivated them. Regardless, the attention directed at their table, positioned by the window, was abundant, and the majority of those gazes were far from friendly. Yi Yu, slow down, Shun Xinyue remarked, watching as he persistently shoveled food into his mouth, unable to suppress her concern. Yet, her hands did not cease. She continued to pass him dishes, serve him plates, and even helped him remove the fish bones, placing the fish meat onto his plate. This level of attention was simply delightful. If looks could kill, Yi Yu would have met his demise countless times over. However, he seemed somewhat oblivious, entirely unaware of his own misstep. With a vague acknowledgement, he continued to press on. Yet, Shun Xinyue felt no sense of impropriety. Throughout it all, her smile remained unwavering. gentle and gracious. She presented herself as the epitome of a refined young lady. In her eyes, this scene was one she had never dared to envision before. Back then, there was no place for her by his side. She could only watch from afar, powerless to intervene. But now, things had changed. She was closer than she had ever imagined, so near that it felt surreal. Gazing at his handsome visage, she couldn't help but lift her arm, inching closer. Suddenly, Yu looked up, his gaze landing on her wrist, startling her into retracting her hand. Yu scratched his head. I'm full now. Upon hearing this, Shun Xinyue's eyes drifted. You're done eating? Then, shall we go? Yu nodded and rose to his feet. Shun Xinyue followed closely beside him as they exited, her cheeks warming, stealing glances at him, her heart racing incessantly. It felt much like being caught in the act of mischief. Observing her charming demeanor, Yu couldn't help but smile. Though he ensured Shun Xinyue remained oblivious to his amusement. The two retraced their steps until they reached the spot where Shun Xinyue had parked her car. Well, I'll see you here. Be careful on your way back. Yu halted. Call me if anything comes up. Shun Xinyue nodded, a flicker of disappointment crossing her face. Thank you. She slowly moved forward, opening the car door. Though loath to part, she understood she had no reason to linger by his side any longer. Patience is key. At least their first reunion had left a favorable impression, and she must take things slowly. Taking a deep breath, she suppressed all her emotions and endeavored to muster a radiant smile. Yu, I had a wonderful time today. It's truly delightful to see you again. She waved to him. I'll come and visit you and Aunt's son again. All right. Chapter 61, Chu Menghan. The red glow of the car's taillights disappeared into the night, and Yu turned his gaze toward the direction Shun Xinyue had departed, gradually retracting his sight. He stroked his chin thoughtfully, glancing at the shadow reflected in the car window. Had he become more handsome after his rebirth? Yu shook his head, perplexed by the sudden appearances of Chu Menghan and now Shun Xinyue. The fluttering of butterfly wings seemed rather excessive, leaving him feeling somewhat unreal. Previously, he had spent money on women without a second thought. Now that he was affluent, he was still spending women's money. Yu tousled his bangs, pouting his lower lip as he exhaled dramatically. Was he destined to be a kept man? Tisk, utterly splendid. While indulging in his own vanity, he murmured to himself, still somewhat vexed by Shun Xinyue's eagerness to pay the bill. Nevertheless, sampling new experiences was not without its merits, and he might just have to try it again. He was talking about fish soup, and he was going to enjoy it. Shaking his head, he grasped the takeaway fish soup in his hand and stepped through the hospital's entrance. In Sun Shui's hospital room, you could hear the sound of laughter even before he approached. Who could this be visiting his mother? Reaching the door, he pushed it open to find Sun Shui lying in bed. Though her complexion remained pale, her spirits appeared high. Moreover, there was Chu Menghan. What brings her here? Yi raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. If he was not mistaken, it was another betrayal by his brothers. Chu Menghan regarded him with a knowing smile, prompting Yi to quickly avert his gaze and clear his throat awkwardly. Ahem, Mom, I brought you some fish soup. Drink it while it's hot. Yi placed the fish soup on the bedside table, feigning composure. He then looked at Chu Menghan. What brings you here? Sun Shui, spotting the fish soup, immediately sat up to take it. You little rascal, how could you leave Menghan all alone? As soon as she heard from Zhou Tao that I was unwell, she rushed right over. Hearing this, Yi Yu's lips twitched. He had known that fellow was unreliable. Chu Menghan gently clasped Sun Shui's hands, offering a warm smile. Aunt Sun, please don't say that. You were so kind to me. Of course, I must care for you. Thankfully, it's nothing serious. Yi retrieved a bowl and utensils from the corner cupboard, carefully pouring the takeaway fish soup. Listening to their heartfelt exchange, he felt somewhat accustomed to it. He had heard similar sentiments countless times before. Before his rebirth, Chu Menghan often visited his mother, demonstrating a remarkable filial piety, even if her demeanor toward him was indifferent. She visited every few days, exhibiting a level of attentiveness surpassing that of many biological children. Thus, in his mother's eyes, she had always been a commendable daughter-in-law, and their marriage seemed quite blissful. Every time they were in his presence, his mother would incessantly praise Chu Menghan, while she would quietly listen. Now, however, it felt as if Chu Menghan was deliberately trying to appease her. From the laughter they had just shared, it was evident they were enjoying a delightful conversation. As Yi continued his task, he pondered this transformation with confusion. What had she experienced to become so distant? While Chu Menghan conversed with Sun Shui, she kept an eye on Yi. Seeing him so preoccupied, seemingly ignoring her, she felt a twinge of irritation. Ignore me, do you? You may act tough now, but you'll eventually relent. She then surveyed the room's furnishings, frowning slightly. Sun Shui's hospital room was merely a standard ward, rather inadequate. Within the room, There was only a bed and a bedside table, starkly simplistic. There were 3 beds in total, and aside from Sun Shui, the other 2 were occupied. One was an elderly woman in a hospital gown, her silver hair adorned with an oxygen mask, her face marred with tears, looking quite haggard. The other was a girl of approximately 20, also in a hospital gown, her complexion poor, her head wrapped in bandages, likely concussion. Each had a small nurse attending to them. "Aunt Sun, why don't we switch to a VIP room? The environment will be much better." Chu Menghan looked expectantly at Sun Shui, speaking rapidly as if fearing rejection. "Don't worry, I'll take care of the arrangements." Upon hearing this, Yu paused, finding her suggestion aligned with his own thoughts, though he had yet to articulate them. With Chu Menghan advocating for the change, it saved him the trouble of broaching the subject. Sun Shui furrowed her brow, indicating her hesitance. "Mom, what Chu Menghan said makes sense. A better environment will aid your recovery." "Exactly." Chu Menghan quickly chimed in. "Aunt Sun, please agree." "Oh, my illness is nothing serious. A few days of rest will suffice." "There is no need for such trouble," Sun Shui sighed. Chu Menghan grew anxious. "How can it be trouble? It's a simple phone call. Auntie, let us settle this." With that, she stood up. "I'll contact them immediately." Sun Shui attempted to protest, but Chu Menghan had already turned and left the room. Sun Shui offered a bitter smile as she gazed at Yu and said, "This child, why did you not stop her? Instead, you supported her. How can we face this?" Yu shrugged nonchalantly. "It's of no concern. Debts owed by the mother are repaid by the child. I've grown accustomed to it." Sun Shui scolded him playfully, giving his head a light slap. "Nonsense." Unfazed, Yu held the fish soup and replied, "Do not fret. Miss Chu is consuming our hospitality. It would be impolite not to let her reciprocate." With that, he scooped a spoonful of soup, blew on it, and offered it to Sun Shui. "Drink it while it's hot." Sun Shui rolled her eyes but took the bowl, saying, "I can manage myself. I am not incapable and do not require your assistance." Yi did not insist further, releasing his grip. He felt perfectly justified in taking advantage of Chu Menghan, considering how much he had benefited from her during this time. After all, collecting a little interest on a life-saving grace from his previous life was not unreasonable, was it? Sun Shui stirred the soup with her spoon, cautiously tasting it. "Quite delightful. That girl Menghan seemed familiar from the first glance. I do not concern myself with your matters, but you must not bully her. Yu Sukofut. I lack the ability to do so. And what about that girl Xingyue? I did not inquire earlier when Menghan was present, but do not tell me you are unaware." Chapter 62. The secret is unveiled. In the hospital room, Sun Shui fixed her serious gaze upon Yu, seemingly determined not to miss even the slightest expression on his face. Yu paused for a moment. "Shun Xingyue? She seems to have come to Jiangbei for something and merely stopped by to visit us." Hearing her son's explanation, Sun Shui shot him a look, unsure whether he was genuinely naive or feigning ignorance. Yu gently tucked in a corner of the blanket around his mother, ignoring her disapproving gaze. "Didn't Yu used to nag about this? You appear to be longing for Xingyue. I wonder how much she has grown and how well she is doing. Now that she has come to visit you, you act all mysterious and paranoid." Sun Shui set down her bowl, and Yu swiftly caught it, handing her tissue. She wiped her mouth and retorted, "You little rascal, are you lecturing me now? I am merely showing concern for you." After ensuring no one was around, she leaned closer to her son and whispered, "Quickly tell me, which of the 2 girls do you prefer?" Clatter. Yu's hand trembled, causing the spoon to clatter to the floor with a sharp sound. The room fell into an eerily silent atmosphere, the weight of his mother's question resonating like thunder in Yu's mind. All eyes turned to him. Pardon me, Yu stammered, caught off guard by his mother's sudden curiosity. Who did he like? Was this a choice he could make? One was a wife from a past life, devoid of any emotional connection and recently quite perplexing. The other was a childhood companion, almost forgotten, with their reunion today marking a significant moment. Neither seemed particularly fitting. Moreover, both of these futures were potential calamities for the nation. Was it too much to assume his son was worthy of such attention? As he tidied up the spills on the floor, he pondered silently. "Son, I'm asking you a question." "Mom, just focus on your recovery and refrain from prying." "I do not like either." Yu raised his head, adopting a righteous demeanor. "Rest assured, my dear mother, I have long since renounced worldly desires. My singular focus now is to study diligently. Women only hinder my speed in completing exercises." Sun Shui shot him an exasperated glance, shaking her head. Realizing she could not pry any information from her son, she decided to drop the matter. However, she resolved to inquire personally about these 2 girls at the earliest opportunity to ascertain their feelings toward her son. In a lavish villa, opulent chandeliers cast a dim, gentle glow. On the 2nd floor, a pure and beautiful girl stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, dressed in a simple white skirt and a loose, comfortable t-shirt, Shun Xingyue, with her lustrous black hair and exquisite features, resembled an innocent neighbor girl, yet exuded an air of pure elegance. She was blissfully tending to the flowers before her. On the sofa behind her sat another girl, clad in cartoon pajamas, her hair slightly tousled, and her round face adorned with light makeup that accentuated her baby fat. While also quite lovely, she paled in comparison to Shun Xingyue. Shun Xingyue gazed at the flowers, her smile deepening as the cool night breeze brushed past, carefully nurturing them as if fearing any slight injury. The girl on the sofa munched on chips, occasionally glancing at Shun Xingyue by the windowsill. Observing her friend's love-struck demeanor made the television drama seem utterly uninteresting. Watching a show was one thing, but witnessing her best friend's infatuation felt like a different story entirely. Shun Xingyue, you have been entranced by that flower for nearly an hour now. It's about time you stopped, Su Xiao exclaimed indignantly, chewing on her chips with a cute pout. Shun Xingyue cautiously set the vase down, inhaling the fragrance, seemingly lost in its essence. Whether that scent was floral or something else entirely was a mystery. Sometimes it's not the object one gazes at, but the person it reminds them of. You're still young and do not understand, Shun Xingyue replied contentedly, returning to the room and playfully ruffling Su Xiao's hair. Yet this gesture earned her an annoyed response. Su Xiao stood up, puffing her chest to appear more assertive. Young? Where am I small? We are the same age. You are the one who seems more mature. Her gaze shifted downward, revealing a hint of disappointment. With a pout, she muttered, fine, you're older, you have a point. However, feeling a bit aggrieved, she quickly extended her hand. Shun Xingyue squealed, instinctively shielding her chest, her expression a mix of embarrassment and indignation. Xiao, what are you doing? Su Xiao pouted, glancing at her palm, mumbling, is there that much of a difference? How infuriating. Indeed, it seemed that people varied greatly. Despite being the same age, some are unremarkable while others exuded grace. Just as with flour, some are made into delightful buns while others become hearty dumplings. Such distinctions cannot be forced. Sister Xingyue, what did you eat to grow up? Shun Xingyue shot her a fierce glare, adjusting her clothing. Not genuinely angry, but treating her friend's antics as mere childish foolishness. You're still young. Don't fret about trivial matters. Su Xiao lay back on the sofa. Exasperated. Here we go again. You're starting to sound more like my mother. I haven't even interrogated you yet, and you're already lecturing me. Speak up. Where have you been going all this time? You've changed completely after just one outing. The curious nature of young girls momentarily distracted Su Xiao from her earlier annoyance. As a good friend, she felt it was her duty to safeguard her sister's well-being, especially since Shun Xingyue was so beautiful and innocent. She could not allow anyone to take advantage of her. Of course, curiosity plays a part, after all. This melon is quite fresh. Come on, are you on a date? Is it with your dear Yiyu? At the mere mention of Yiyu's name, Shun Xingyue felt a subtle blush rise to her cheeks. During her time in Jiangbei, she had been inseparable from Su Xiao, and, as time passed, certain matters gradually came to light. If only she had known not to share with her. Oh, are you feeling shy? Su Xiao looked at her with a mischievous grin. No wonder you weren't around all day. It turns out you sneaked out for a date. Shun Xingyue's secret had been exposed, and her face turned an even deeper shade of crimson, a delicate blush creeping down her neck, making Su Xiao want to pounce and tease her further. Chapter 63. The Elite Hunter, Yiyu. The small white flowers by the window swayed gently in the breeze. Shun Xingyue admired them from a distance, her mind filled with the handsome visage of Yiyu. Yet, every time she attempted to draw closer to him, he would step back a few paces, and after spending an entire day together, she could sense his emotional distance. In his reborn state, he treated her with grace and courtesy, yet there lingered an air of unapproachability, as if she were a stranger. This sense of distance made her uneasy, and she hesitated to approach him recklessly. Hey, Xingyue, what are you thinking about? Suddenly jolted awake by Su Xiao's voice, Shun Xingyue quickly composed herself, regaining her previous elegance. Oh, it's nothing, you're right. I had to go to find him. Su Xiao leaned closer with an ambiguous expression. Really? Did you express your affections to your Yuga? Her eyes sparkled with curiosity, eagerly awaiting Shun Xingyue's response. Shun Xingyue chuckled helplessly, saying, no way, don't say such nonsense. Su Xiao persisted, pleading, come on, Xingyue, just be honest with me. I want to hear more. Shun Xingyue looked at her, earnestly explaining, although we have known each other since childhood and share a close bond, he sees me as a sister. After uttering these words, she couldn't help but sigh softly. Her feelings for Yiyu were no longer a secret in front of her best friend. Unfortunately, he showed no interest in her, at least not at present, and she felt quite helpless. Hearing this, Su Xiaoxiao became even more intrigued. She leaped from the sofa, incredulous, exclaiming, "How can any man resist the allure of Xinyue?" She circled Shun Xinyue, pointing and gesturing. "With your figure, your beauty, and your grace, even I, a woman, am stirred. How can anyone possibly withstand it? You and T, right?" Shun Xinyue's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she shot her a glare. "You silly girl. What nonsense are you spouting? As a refined young lady, when has she ever heard such crude talk?" If Yi were to discover that she was discussing him in such a manner behind his back, her face would be utterly tarnished, leaving her unable to face him. "Hehehe, Su Xiao chuckled mischievously. I am increasingly intrigued by your Yiyu. I must meet him when I have the chance." Shun Xinyue felt utterly exasperated with her sister, only able to warn, "Xiao, don't make such jokes, especially not in front of Yiyu, or I'll be furious with you." Su Xiao stuck out her tongue, reassuringly saying, "Relax, I get it." Although she had never been in a relationship, she was not foolish. Such girlish banter was merely playful teasing between friends. Shun Xinyue secretly sighed in relief, yet her gaze remained fixed on the windowsill, fearing she might miss a moment when those flowers would vanish. "So, you spent the entire day together, and nothing else happened?" Su Xiao picked up a bag of chips, savoring the snack, enjoying the combination of chips and melon, relishing the flavors. Don't eat too many snacks before bed. However, Shun Xinyue did not let her have her way, reaching out to confiscate the chips along with all the other junk food. "Xinyue, don't. Leave me some." Shank Xinyue smiled helplessly. "Fine. I'll put these in the kitchen for you, but you need to wash up and rest. You have to get up early tomorrow." "Oh," Su Xiao Potif, then insisted, "but you must answer my question first." "Knock." Shun Xinyue lightly tapped Su Xiao's head, asking helplessly, "If I answer, will you obediently rest?" "MHM." Su Xiao nodded vigorously, one hand covering her forehead. With the other, she raised 4 fingers. "I'll give you 4. Shun Xinyue rolled her eyes at her, disregarding her flippant behavior. If she didn't sincerely respond today, this little girl would surely not let her off the hook. She slowly moved to the nearby table, where a book she often enjoyed lay, a somewhat worn bookmark nestled within, yet well preserved. Shun Xinyue's gaze shifted from the book to the inquisitive Su Xiao, stating, "It's nothing. I simply accompanied him to the hospital and had a meal together, and held hands, but that was unnecessary to disclose." "That it?" Su Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief, feeling that the situation couldn't be so simple. Shun Xinyue nodded affirmatively. "Yes, that's all." Su Xiao furrowed her brow in contemplation, before suddenly realizing, "I understand now. He is a master of subtlety, surely employing a strategy of feigned disinterest to draw you in." Cough, cough. Shun Xinyue nearly choked, hastily taking a sip of water to steady herself. Xiao, you're overthinking this. What feigned disinterest? Yi is not at all what you imagine him to be." Su Xiao interrupted. "Xinyue, you don't understand. Elite hunters often appear as their prey. Xinyue, you are in danger." Shun Xinyue looked at her friend, who was clearly influenced by romantic dramas, feeling somewhat resigned. While she wished to be pursued, the hunter simply wouldn't make a move. Su Xiao was lost in her own fantasies, fervently pondering how to help her sister extricate herself from her predicament. "Hurry, tell me more about how this guy operates." Su Xiao, brimming with excitement, urged Shun Xinyue to continue her tale. Reluctantly, Shun Xinyue complied, recounting the events that unfolded after they met. The more Su Xiao listened, the more she felt that this guy must be an absolute fool. "Xinyue, the man you like. Is he perhaps a bit mentally challenged? You are the one with issues. Don't speak ill of him." Shun Xinyue retorted with indignation, resembling a cat whose tail had been stepped on, fiercely defending him. Su Xiao rolled her eyes. Fine, I won't say anything more. But who sends white chrysanthemums to a girl, especially wildflowers from the roadside?" Su Xiao pointed incredulously at the vase, which Shun Xinyue treasured, her expression one of utter disbelief. If he were to present a black and white photograph, it would be all too fitting. "Are you sure he didn't do it on purpose? Didn't I tell you? I asked him for them." Su Xiao shook her head, now convinced that Xinyue's crush was indeed unique. She realized her earlier misjudgment, with his slow-witted nature. He likely couldn't be a hunter at all. Ashu. Yi walked along the street, sneezing twice forcefully, rubbing his nose, muttering to himself. "Who is thinking of me?" He glanced around, feeling a chill in the air, sensing something strange. It had been quite a while since Chu Menghan had stepped out. He wondered where she had gone. Chapter 64. The unusual Chu Menghan. The night enveloped the world in a silvery luminescence, resembling a cascade of mercury spilling over the ground, as if draping a delicate veil upon the human form. The hospital courtyard was adorned with several grand trees, their branches lush and verdant, reaching heights of over 30 feet, thus amplifying the coolness of this late autumn season. As a sudden gust of cold wind swept through, Yu instinctively tightened his coat, traversing the gravel path in search of Chu Menghan's figure. Where could this woman have vanished in the blink of an eye? He murmured, a hint of complaint lacing his tone, yet the furrows on his brow betrayed his underlying concern. She had promised to contact the VIP ward for his mother and had been gone for quite some time without a word. Reluctantly compelled by his mother's insistence, he had ventured out to find her. Chu Menghan, Yu softly called her name. Regrettably, the empty courtyard offered no response. He dared not raise his voice, mindful of the public setting and the late hour, fearing he might be mistaken for a lunatic. The vast courtyard lay desolate, save for the startled birds taking flight from the trees, their fluttering accompanied by the chilling night breeze, which added a tinge of desolation to the atmosphere. Could it be that this woman had lost her way? Yu's frown deepened as he spotted a small grove nearby and slowly made his way towards it. Meow, meow, in the darkness, a distressed cat cried out, its fur dusted with frost, trembling in the biting wind. Its voice was as delicate as a whisper, seemingly on the verge of being devoured by the frigid air. Little kitty, don't move. I'll rescue you in a moment. On the opposite side of the branch, a young girl was struggling to inch forward, occasionally glancing down. Although she was not very high above the ground, the slender branches posed a significant risk, threatening to send her tumbling if she were not careful. The quivering of her throat and the shivers of her body betrayed her true anxiety. This girl was indeed Chu Menghan. She had initially completed her task and was eagerly returning to boast to Yu when she happened upon the stranded kitten. Whether it was an overwhelming surge of compassion or the blossoming of youthful sentiment, she found herself inexplicably compelled to stop. She had even disregarded her image to climb the tree. In her past, such matters had held no interest for her, and she herself found it quite astonishing. It seemed that having faced life and death had indeed transformed her in many ways. Had she known better, she would have sought Yu's assistance. With tears almost spilling, Chu Menghan pressed the power button on her phone with all her might, but it yielded no response. What terrible luck! Her phone was dead. Meow? The kitten gazed up at her with tear-filled eyes, seemingly aware of its dire predicament. Fear not, for I am here. I shall surely save you. Chu Menghan inhaled deeply. The branches swayed gently in the evening breeze, producing a rustling sound. She readjusted her position, gripping the thick branch tightly with her legs, extending one hand desperately towards the kitten. Almost there, just a little more. Chu Menghan's expression grew strained, beads of sweat forming on her forehead as she gritted her teeth in determination. With all her might, she finally made contact with the kitten. However, at that moment, a beam of bright light pierced through the darkness, illuminating her face. Reacting instinctively, she shielded her eyes, missing the crucial moment to save the kitten. Who is it? Meow? Both Chu Menghan and the kitten voiced their displeasure simultaneously. As she struggled to shield herself from the glaring light, she squinted to see a familiar figure approaching. Clad in a white t-shirt, a black jacket, and loose-fitting trousers, standing at approximately 5 feet 7 inches, with thick, dark hair and strikingly handsome features, he drew nearer. Upon recognizing him, she exclaimed in surprise, Yu? Yu had wandered along the path, initially hoping for luck, and was astonished to discover Chu Menghan in this grove. He slowly approached the base of the small tree, gazing up at her with a bemused expression. The Chu Menghan before him was a stark contrast to the goddess he had always known. She was the unattainable ideal in the eyes of the masses, a princess coveted by all men, yet forever out of reach. Now, she resembled a disheveled koala, utterly lacking the grace of a goddess. Had others known of her current state, they would surely be left in disbelief, were it not for Yu's familiarity with her unpredictable nature. He would not have believed that the girl before him was indeed Chu Menghan. He shifted the light to the side, stifling a laugh. Miss Chu, what sort of spectacle is this? Embarrassed at being caught in such a compromising position, Chu Menghan's cheeks flushed. You're laughing? Hurry, and help me get the kitten down. Meow, meow. Following the sound, Yu's gaze landed on the pitiable little kitten. My dear lady, while your compassion is commendable, perhaps you should consider your own capabilities. Though the tree was not particularly tall, climbing it posed a challenge for a girl of her stature. After all, someone like Chu Menghan, who struggled to keep pace with boys in a mere 800-meter dash, had little chance of success. Is this really the time for sarcasm? Chu Menghan's voice carried a hint of indignation. She had meant well, never anticipating such difficulty and embarrassment. Furthermore, with her phone dead, she had no means to call for help. Yu was amused by the sight of her nearly in tears, having grown accustomed to her assertive demeanor. He was surprised to see her in a moment of vulnerability. Clearing his throat, he said, If you want my help, you must first come down. How can I save the cat if you're dangling up there? Chu Menghan turned her head, unwilling for Yi to witness her mortification. But I can't get down. Yi couldn't help but chuckle, having never seen her display such a blend of helplessness and shyness. With a teasing tone, he remarked, "Then you might as well stay up there and enjoy the moonlight. It's quite lovely." "Hey, Chu Menghan, say irritation fulated." Yi, gritting her teeth, she exclaimed, "This is infuriating. Hurry and help me. If you keep stalling, I'll truly lose my patience. This guy's definitely taking revenge on me. Absolutely. Once I'm down, he'll regret it." "Meow. Meow." Yi, with a resigned gesture, exclaimed, "How have I become the villain? If you continue to scold me, I shall no longer concern myself with you. I have heard that there's a cold storage nearby. Can you guess its purpose?" As soon as the words left his lips, a piercing chill enveloped him. Almost immediately, a heart-wrenching scream escaped from Chu Menghan. How could this guy frighten someone with such a thing? Boo-hoo. I was wrong. You must catch me. Chu Menghan's face was a mask of despair. Her fingers clenching tightly, fearing she might plummet, and she hastily conceded. Yi's lips curved in satisfaction, pleased with her reaction. Even the Ice Queen has moments of fear? However, he was also aware of the need for moderation. If he truly frightened her to tears, it was likely he would face his mother's wrath upon returning home tonight. "Do not move. I will find a ladder. Wait for me." Yi instructed, just as he was about to depart, only to be halted by Chu Menghan. You cannot leave," she pleaded, her voice tinged with desperation. Her pitiful demeanor momentarily stunning Yi, though he quickly regained his composure. "What is it? I can no longer endure this. By the time you return, the flowers will have wilted." Indeed, keeping a girl stranded in a tree for so long was beyond her physical endurance. Assessing the path they had taken, Yi realized it would be difficult to find a ladder in this vicinity. Chu Menghan was correct. If he went to fetch one, he feared she might not last until his return. "Then what do you propose?" Yi paused, turning to gaze at the delicate figure perched on the tree. Chu Menghan hung her head, biting her lip. After a moment, she lifted her gaze, her swollen eyes brimming with hope, as if she were pleading for something. You must catch me." Yi was momentarily taken aback. Catch her? That seemed simple enough, yet he couldn't shake the feeling she might be attempting to bait him. He could not guarantee he wouldn't take advantage of the situation. Yi fell silent, prompting Chu Menghan to grow anxious. You wouldn't refuse, would you?" Yi chuckled softly. "Are you certain you want me to catch you?" The moonlight poured through the dense branches, casting a radiant glow on his handsome features, accentuating their allure. At that moment, Chu Menghan found herself devoid of anyone else to rely upon. Perhaps it was an illusion, but looking down at this once familiar stranger, she found herself unwittingly trusting him. Perhaps it was his past selfless bravery or their unique bond that instilled in her an exceptional sense of security. With him present, she felt free from worry and fear. Chu Menghan swallowed hard, all right, although she recognized the absurdity of her choice. After all, girls her age typically refrained from such intimate interactions with boys. She felt there was no alternative. Yi shrugged, adopting a demeanor of abandon. "Very well then." With that, he extended his arm toward her. "If I miss, don't blame me for your fall." Chu Menghan felt a surge of indignation. However, recalling her dependence on him, she suppressed her frustration. What a time for my irresponsible husband to jest. Closing her eyes, she donned a look of resignation, her heart racing. She could even hear the frantic thumping of her heart, as if it might leap from her chest. I am about to jump. Catch me securely." Chu Menghan's voice trembled as she clenched her fists, mentally urging herself. "Chu Menghan, do not falter." Stealing a glance with her heart lodged in her throat only heightened her fear. "Jump already." Yi spread his arms wide, yet she remained motionless, prompting him to urge her on. I cannot." Her response left Yi both amused and exasperated. "Come on. At this height, if I were 2 meters taller, I could dunk a basketball over your head. What are you afraid of? Hurry up. My arms are getting tired." As she blushed crimson, Chu Menghan finally mustered the courage to take a deep breath. "Well, if I must die, then let it be. If worst comes to worst, I can always be reborn." With a startled cry, she plummeted. "Damn it," Yi swore under his breath. Swiftly, he reached out, catching her around the waist. Chu Menghan, still dazed, clung to his slender neck. Cough, cough. "You could at least warn me before you jump." Despite his well-trained physique, the impact of her head against his chest sent a jolt of pain through him, nearly causing him to swoon. Embracing her delicate waist, holding her soft form, and inhaling her faint fragrance quickened his heartbeat, stirring feelings of desire within him. Leaning down, he whispered near her ear, "Since you have chosen to trust me, I shall not disappoint you." Feeling the warmth of his breath, she abruptly opened her eyes, finding herself in an unexpectedly intimate position. In an instant, she was no longer hanging from the tree, but securely nestled in Yi's arms. They were so close that she could feel the warmth of his breath against her neck, sending her heart racing. It felt surreal. This was the first time Yu had drawn so close to her, creating an almost suffocating sensation. Chu Menghan's heart raced uncontrollably. She had never been in such proximity to a male before, and her mind was a whirlwind. Hervation misled Yu, observing her frustrate checks. He assumed she was merely nervous. Leaning closer, he spoke in a soothing, magnetic tone. Relax, you're safe now. The warmth of his breath tickled her ear, intensifying her embarrassment, making her shy away from his gaze. Chapter 66. Torturing dogs? Torturing cats. Yu's words rippled through her like a gentle breeze over a tranquil lake, leaving Chu Menghan feeling utterly drained, devoid of the strength to struggle. She had anticipated being terrified by the sudden change, yet instead, she found an inexplicable sense of safety in this moment. She relished this feeling. Once, she had encased her heart in ice, rejecting all men, even resisting an arranged marriage in her own way, scoffing at the notion of love. However, after being reborn and rescued by Yu, her once cold heart began to thaw. Perhaps this was what they called opposites attract. She could not deny that, deep in the softest corner of her heart, the shadow of a certain someone had taken root. Yu gazed at the docile and gentle figure in his arms, puzzled. Wasn't he this girl, supposed to be resistant to men? And quite assertive at that. Yet today, she seemed like a different person, quiet and even, willingly embracing him. Could it be that she was simply overwhelmed with fear? Yu shook his head, unable to comprehend. Nonetheless, being held by Chu Menghan felt delightful, like holding soft jade, tender and exquisite, and he found himself enjoying the sensation. Yu noticed that Chu Menghan had suddenly fallen silent, and was just about to speak when he heard her softly utter, "Thank you." Her voice was low, imbued with an indescribable emotion that left him perplexed. Was it gratitude, regret, or something else entirely? Yu could not decipher her feelings, and, hesitant to say anything inappropriate, withdrew his hand, attempting to shift the conversation. Would you mind letting go of me for now? Although being embraced by a beautiful woman was undeniably pleasant, he found the proximity between them rather awkward given their past relationship. At least, that was how Yu perceived it. Despite his occasional daydreaming, he never compromised on boundaries where they mattered. Since the Ice Queen had grown disinterested in him, he felt compelled to adhere to the limits that should not be crossed. Chu Menghan softly acknowledged him, gradually opening her eyes, her cheeks flushed, and her gaze flickering. As she beheld his handsome face so close, she suddenly wrapped her arms around Yu's slender waist, resting her cheek against his chest. Feeling her initiative, Yu's breath quickened, and his heart raced. What is happening here? Taking advantage of a man without a shred of guilt, is it? He gently tapped her shoulder, hoping to remind her to temper her actions. After all, in the dark of night, this closeness could easily lead to misunderstandings. Are you all right? Why? Upon hearing his words, Chu Menghan's ears turned even redder, her entire face buried against his chest, revealing only a glimpse of her delicate neck, which looked exceptionally enticing. She tightened her embrace around him, as if afraid he might flee. My legs feel weak, just for a moment. Let me hold you for a little while, she pleaded, her voice laced with a hint of vulnerability. Was this genuine? Yi was momentarily taken aback. What was going on? Nevertheless, Chu Menghan had indeed been acting quite strangely, and he felt it would be unkind to further reject her. He allowed her to use him as a pillow, yet her position was becoming increasingly ambiguous. Her arms clung tightly to his back. Yi sighed, thinking to himself, you feel weak? But at this rate, my legs will give way. Not everyone can maintain their composure in such situations. Chu Menghan closed her eyes, relishing the warmth of Yu's broad chest, indulging in a moment of whimsy. It was not that she lacked strength. Rather, it was a rare opportunity she was reluctant to relinquish. As Yu felt her grip tighten, he contemplated pushing her away, yet feared hurting her feelings. His hand remained awkwardly suspended in the air, rendered motionless. Yu could only manage a wry smile, wishing he were not in this predicament. Chu Menghan, he finally called out to her. Don't move, not yet, she murmured softly, tightening her embrace further. But this is quite uncomfortable for me. I don't care. But, no buts, she resolutely interrupted, unwilling to hear his excuses. Yu gazed at her, bemused, yet he realized that if this continued, the little cat in the tree would be in distress. Meow. The plaintive sound of the little cat echoed from the branches, expressing its grievances. As it found itself in peril, how had these two begun to indulge in such tender moments? Oh wait, had they started to torment the cat instead? Did single cats deserve such treatment? Upon hearing the meow, Chu Menghan abruptly released Yu and looked up towards the treetop. There, a chubby orange cat lounged on a branch, squinting its eyes pitifully at them. Meow. Chu Menghan shot a mortified glare at the silly cat, regretting her decision to save it, as it had interrupted her moment. Meow. The little orange cat voiced its grievances, bewildered by the situation. Yiyu chuckled at the sight of the distressed little creature. This little one was indeed clever. Meow, meow, meow. The cat glanced at Yiyu and then at Chu Menghan, signaling for them to rescue it promptly. Chu Menghan pouted, reluctantly stepping back to grant Yiyu some space. Are you feeling better now? Yiyu asked, surprised by her sudden composure. Could you be doing this on purpose? Hearing his thoughts, Chu Menghan flustered and quickly rebutted. And no, how could that be? I just wanted to save the little cat. She feigned a look of weakness, leaning against a nearby tree trunk. Meow? Yiyu raised an eyebrow, skeptical. I'm not lying. Chu Menghan huiden kladit. All right, I believe you, he replied with a faint smile. Choosing not to press the matter further, he then approached the little cat below. Come down, little kitty, I'll catch you. Don't be afraid, just like that lady did earlier. Jump down. As he spoke, he opened his arms in anticipation. Meow? The little orange cat blinked in confusion, hesitating for a moment before ultimately succumbing to the chill of the night air and leaping. With a soft thud, the little cat landed safely in Yiyu's embrace. Meow meow. The cat snuggled against Yiyu, its tail flicking playfully, reminiscent of a mischievous child. Yiyu affectionately ruffled the cat's head, turning to Chu Menghan with a smile. This little creature was indeed astute. From now on, you'll be with me. Chapter 67. A familiar aroma in the early morning. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a serene glow within the room. Chu Menghan, still drowsy, opened her eyes lazily, a smile gracing her lips as she recalled the previous night. It had been a truly wonderful evening. She had never imagined that one day she would embrace him so intimately, nor could she have envisioned herself initiating such a gesture with a man. Although his embrace was not the warmest, it was enough to leave her enchanted. With a sweet smile, she reminisced about that unforgettable moment. Regrettably, the experience had been fleeting. Chu Menghan scrunched her nose in mild annoyance, blaming that pesky cat for the interruption. Well, perhaps there will be another chance. She sprang from her bed, pondering whether he was already awake. Last night, after returning from the hospital, they had both been utterly exhausted and had retired to their respective rooms. Yiyu had initially planned to rise early and request leave from school, as Sun Shi was hospitalized and needed someone to care for her. However, Chu Menghan had outright rejected that notion, calling the principal in the middle of the night to secure him a week's leave. Who would dare refuse the decree of the esteemed Miss Chu? Although Yiyu felt it was somewhat excessive, he accepted her decision with gratitude, as it spared him a hassle. One could only say that power was indeed a valuable asset. After Chu Menghan finished her morning routine and dressed, she stepped out to find Yiyu busily engaged in the kitchen. Chu Menghan stood dazed at the entrance, enveloped in an ethereal sensation, as if everything around her was a mere illusion. Had she ever been afforded the chance to embrace such a blissful existence? Regrettably, she had failed to cherish it. Yiyu, upon hearing a sound, turned to glance at the girl by the door. Clad in a simple white shirt and black trousers, her long ponytail cascading casually, her delicate features adorned with a faint smile, she appeared lost in reminiscence. She emanated a tranquil and graceful aura, akin to a celestial being untouched by the mundane world. This tableau stirred an inexplicable feeling within Yiyu, reminiscent of dreams he once harbored in the dead of night. Alas, dreams are but dreams, and in his previous life, they remained unfulfilled. Yiyu lifted the pot of congee and made his way to the dining room. Noticing that Chu Menghan was still standing at the door, lost in thought, he raised an eyebrow and remarked, "You're awake? Come quickly and have breakfast. After you eat, I need to head to the hospital." At his words, Chu Menghan snapped back to reality and hurried to follow him, a blush creeping on her cheeks. "Why didn't you wake me up first?" she asked. "It's still early. You could have rested a bit longer," Yiyu explained. Glancing outside at the brilliant sun, Chu Menghan thought to herself, "It's nearly 10 o'clock. How? Is this still early?" "All right," she replied, settling down at the table. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, she raised her gaze to Yiyu and inquired, "By the way, what happened to the little kitten?" Although the kitten had disrupted her plans, the thought of it being alone and homeless stirred her concern, despite her general disinterest in pets, particularly cats. In her previous life, she had devoted herself entirely to her career, showing little interest in animals of any kind. "Don't worry, I fed it this morning." Yiyu resuscitated her. Then, it disappeared somewhere to find a female cat. Chu Menghan shot him a sidelong glance, her cheeks flushing slightly. "What do you mean by finding a female cat? Really?" Yiyu handed her a set of bowls and chopsticks before placing 2 portions of breakfast on the table. One steaming bowl of milk and the other a pancake. He took a small bowl, ladled out a portion of congee, and placed it in front of her. "Here, I hope it suits your taste." "Thank you," Chu Menghan replied, momentarily taken aback, a wave of warmth flooding her heart. It seemed she had experienced a similar scene in her previous life, though she had chosen to overlook it each time. Back then, they would sit together every morning for breakfast. At first, he would prepare her a bowl every day, yet she had consistently chosen to ignore it. Gradually, the extra bowl vanished from the table, and their communication dwindled to nothing, each consumed in their own world. Reflecting on it now, she realized she had indeed been somewhat unreasonable, lacking an understanding of how to love. Yiyu observed as Chu Menghan lowered her gaze, stirring the kanji in her bowl without taking a bite. He found it curious and asked, "What's wrong? Is it not to your liking?" "It shouldn't be. This was something she always enjoyed eating before." Chu Menghan snapped back to reality and gently shook her head. "No, I'm just a bit distracted." Yiyu, puzzled, pressed further, "What's the matter?" "Nothing," Chu Menghan replied, shaking her head. "Just eat. Afterward, I'll accompany you to the hospital." Yiyu nodded, picking up his spoon to drink the kanji. Chu Menghan began to eat as well, determined not to waste the meal he had prepared for her. Yet, she couldn't shake the feeling that the food before her bore an uncanny resemblance to the dishes made by their former housekeeper. The scent evoking memories she longed to revisit. Truth be told, the only regret she harbored since her rebirth was the inability to savor the housekeeper's cooking again. She couldn't recall when she had developed such an affection for the flavors, nor could she resist their allure. As she continued to eat, Chu Menghan's eyes widened in realization. This flavor, this taste felt so familiar. Wasn't this the housekeeper's dish? How could that be? Could it be that the housekeeper had also been reborn? No, that was impossible. Chu Menghan's mind raced, and suddenly, a thought struck her as her gaze fell upon Yiyu. Could it be? The notion startled her, prompting her to quickly dismiss it from her mind. "Igriega-jeju," she called out hesitantly. Yiyu, engrossed in his meal, paused at the sound of her calling his name. What's the matter?" He looked up at her. Chu Menghan bit her lip, hesitating before she spoke. "Where did you get this breakfast?" Yiyu was taken aback. "What's wrong? Don't you like it?" Chu Menghan waved her hands quickly. "No, I just want to know who made this breakfast. I really like the taste." After she spoke, she fixed her gaze on Yiyu, awaiting his answer, her expression a complex tapestry of anticipation and inquiry. Yiyu, seeing her earnest demeanor, felt a sense of confusion. Why is she reacting so strongly to breakfast? "Has my cooking deteriorated?" "This is made by me," he finally replied, before he could utter another word. Chu Menghan had already deduced the answer. As expected, it was him. Why hadn't I realized this sooner? Chapter 68. Yiyu was hurt. Chu Menghan tightened her grip around the spoon, her fingers turning pale as memories of her previous life flooded her mind. Each time she returned home, there would always be a warm meal waiting for her, consisting of all her favorite dishes. It was not mere coincidence. He had prepared them specifically for her. She had never inquired, always assuming it was the housekeeper's handiwork. Now, a myriad of emotions swirled within her, elusive to categorize as merely sweet, bitter, or perhaps laden with guilt. In her past life, she had overlooked him, unaware of how quietly he had devoted himself to her well-being. To her, Yiyu had been an ordinary man, unremarkable in every sense. He lacked wealth or influence, and their relationship had been one of transactional convenience. Naturally, she hadn't devoted much attention to her husband in name. Yet, he had always been there, silently caring for her, rescuing her when she needed help the most. Taking a deep breath, Chu Menghan attempted to steady her emotions. Yiyu observed her silence with curiosity. Just moments ago, she had been perfectly fine. What had caused her sudden change? Tentatively, he asked, "Chu Menghan, what's wrong?" She shook her head, continuing to focus on her breakfast, fearful of revealing her turmoil. Yiyu, bewildered, furrowed his brow. Had he inadvertently upset her with something he said? This woman is so peculiar. Shaking his head, he decided to dismiss her odd behavior and finish his breakfast quickly. His mother was waiting for him. "Why, Yiyu, can I have another bowl?" Chu Menghan's voice broke through his thoughts. He looked up to see her cradling her bowl, a satisfied expression on her face, with a grain of rice adorning her lips. Her half-squinted eyes reminiscent of a languorous kitten. "Miss, what is going on?" Yiyu exclaimed with astonishment as he observed her. In his recollection, Chu Menghan had never possessed such a hearty appetite. Was Shen Xinyue the same? Were all goddesses gluttons? Hadn't it always been the case that slender girls fretted excessively over their figures, lamenting their weight loss, and dining in a slow, graceful manner, being ever so cautious? Was it only the eccentric goddesses who deviated from this norm? Indeed, beauty sets one apart, rendering them difficult to perceive through the lens of ordinary judgment. Feeling uncomfortable under his gaze, Chu Menghan cleared her throat several times to mask her embarrassment. "It's nothing. It's just that your cooking is too delicious. And I wanted to indulge a little more." Her cheeks flushed crimson, and she felt a pang of regret for not having restrained herself earlier. Yet, Recalling the time she had not appreciated such moments before, she couldn't help but give in, overindulging a bit. Oh, you repeat. Retrieving a tissue and handing it to her. You should wipe your mouth. Huh? Oh. Chu Menghan took the tissue and awkwardly dabbed at the corners of her mouth, her eyes lowered in a guilty manner. Watching her shy demeanor, Yu found it amusing. This usually carefree young lady was exhibiting an unusual reserve today. How rare it was. He chuckled softly, saying, since you relish it so much, do indulge a bit more. With that, he took her bowl and filled it with a generous portion. Thank you. As Chu Menghan glanced at the steaming bowl, gratitude washed over her. Yet a complex swirl of emotions stirred within her. In the past, he had consistently prepared such meals for her, and she had never even offered a simple greeting. Surely, he must have felt heartbroken, right? Chu Menghan bit her lip, summoning her courage to speak. Actually, She was about to reveal the truth of her own rebirth when Yu suddenly darted away, rushing into the kitchen. What? A loud bang echoed through the air. Yu stood at the kitchen entrance, clutching his ears and groaning in pain. Chu Menghan hurried over, anxiety evident in her voice. Yu, are you all right? Ugh. Tears nearly sprang from Yu's eyes as he grimaced in response to her concerned inquiry. He forced a smile, replying, it's nothing, just a minor burn, I'm fine. Despite his calm exterior, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, betraying his agony. Chu Menghan felt a wave of panic wash over her as she quickly examined his hand. Is it serious? She fretted, gently blowing on the wound and asking softly, how could you be so careless? What were you cooking in there? Yu shook his head, attempting to smile through the pain. It's nothing serious, just a small issue. I was making some black-bone chicken soup for my mom and forgot to turn off the heat. Thankfully, the soup itself is fine. Chu Menghan sighed, incredulous that he was still thinking about the soup amidst his injury. She supported Yu to the sofa and then quickly turned to dash toward the kitchen. Yu, taken aback by her urgency, stared at her slender figure, momentarily lost in thought. When did this young lady become so different? Chu Menghan emerged from the kitchen, carrying a tray laden with ice and a cup of warm water. She placed the tray on the coffee table and carefully applied a towel to his arm. Does it still hurt? Not anymore, thank you. Yu gazed at Chu Menghan's focused profile, momentarily entranced. Observing her so closely, he noticed her long eyelashes, delicate nose, and full, vibrant lips, her skin smooth and fair, resembling a freshly shelled egg. His throat involuntarily constricted as he swallowed hard, his gaze trailing down her graceful form. Due to her half-squatting position, her collar was slightly open, and he felt a rush of heat. Gulp. Yu quickly diverted his eyes, unconsciously touching his nose. Thank goodness. Thank goodness, I didn't lose my composure. He vowed to himself that he had seen nothing. As Chu Menghan focused intently on treating his burn, she caught sight of Yu's guilty expression and raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Upon observing their proximity, her face instantly flushed crimson, her heart racing as she stood abruptly. I'll go get some iodine to treat it properly, she stammered, fleeing into her room. Cough, cough. Yu watched a retreating figure, snapping back to reality, shaking his head as he dismissed the earlier scene from his mind. He couldn't help but chuckle at how different this young lady seemed today. Wasn't she usually so composed? Chapter 69. Yu was on the verge of exposure. Inside her room, Chu Menghan patted her chest, attempting to steady her breathing. Ugh, that scoundrel, she muttered, her cheeks burning hotter. He had actually, and she had been caught. Filled with regret, she wished she could disappear into the ground. It was all her fault for being so careless. Chu Menghan bit her lip, clenching her fist. Despite her irritation, ripples of emotion stirred deep within her. Yu's hand had not been seriously harmed. It was merely red and had not blistered. Initially painful, the discomfort had diminished after treatment. Yet, Chu Menghan's concern had been somewhat exaggerated. He gently blew on his hand, flexing his fingers, murmuring, looks like it's not too serious. After glancing at Chu Menghan's closed bedroom door, he sighed, well, I might as well handle it myself. He rose and entered his own room, retrieving the first aid kit from beneath his bed to tend to his wound. Applying burn ointment to the reddened area, he shuddered at the icy sensation. Ouch, he groaned, feeling a peculiar twinge. Huh, no gause? He exclaimed in surprise, rummaging through the medicine cabinet to ensure nothing was overlooked. What a hassle, he lamented. I'll have to buy some more later. After sighing, he returned the first aid kit to its place. Then, an idea struck him. He pulled out the handkerchief that Shan Xinyue had given him earlier. I can use this for a temporary wrap. She shouldn't mind, right? He murmured to himself, unfolding the handkerchief and wrapping it around the swollen area. Once finished, he stepped out of his room, only to find Chu Menghan still hadn't emerged, causing him to furrow his brow. He had completed his task. Why was this young lady still inside? Just as he pondered this, Chu Menghan exited her room, and Yi was momentarily taken aback. She had changed her outfit, dressed in a black and white checkered skirt paired with a beige knit top. Her long hair cascading to her waist, she looked striking. Her delicate oval face bore a slight frown, and her expressive eyes reflected an inexplicable emotion. The previously visible expanse of her fair neck was now thoroughly covered. Who was she protecting herself from? Yiyu Musit. What about the fundamental trust between people? Do I really appear to be that kind of person? Yiyu felt a deep sense of regret. No, it was dissatisfaction, a clear indication of her profound distrust towards him. Chu Menghan, upon seeing Yiyu standing at the doorway, momentarily froze, her expression betraying a hint of surprise as she recalled his thoughts and the events that had transpired earlier, leading to an awkward atmosphere enveloping them. Their eyes met, but Yiyu was the first to avert his gaze, turning his head away. No wonder it took so long, he coughed lightly. Have you changed your clothes? Chu Menghan replied softly, her fingers tightening around the medical kit, her gaze evasive. Yiyu scratched his head, feeling somewhat flustered. This whole situation had spiraled out of control, and it wasn't intentional. Well, I noticed you hadn't come out for a while, so I decided to tend to my wound myself. As he spoke, he raised his right hand, which was wrapped in a handkerchief, attempting to convey that it was merely a trivial matter. You could put the medical kit away now. Upon hearing that he had treated his own wound, Chu Menghan quickly refocused and glanced at his right hand. Indeed, she noticed that his index finger was bound with a white, thread-like material, which did not appear to be a serious injury. That's a relief, she thought, feeling a wave of relief wash over her, yet simultaneously disappointed, as such moments could have significantly enhanced their rapport. Regrettably, she had missed the opportunity. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have hesitated or changed my clothes, she thought, her thoughts trailing off. You, she started but faltered. It's all right. I'm tough. Yiyu laughed, then quickly corrected himself. I'm resilient. This minor injury is nothing. Chu Menghan sumai fai li. Choosing not to pursue the topic further. Just as she was about to turn away, she caught a glimpse of the white, thread-like material, which seemed not to be bandage after all. She halted, scrutinizing it closely. At that moment, Yiyu noticed as well, seemingly coming to a realization. He hastily withdrew his hand, asking, what's wrong? Chu Menghan gazed intently at the white, thread-like substance, her expression serious. What did you use to bandage this? As she spoke, she unconsciously moved closer to Yiyu, her footsteps echoing on the floor like a heartbeat. With each step she took, Yiyu instinctively retreated, their movements appearing synchronized. He swallowed hard, feeling a pang of guilt. Well, I ran out of bandages and thought this would suffice. I just found it lying around my house. Oh, is that so? Chu Menghan's eyes glimmered with mischief. Suddenly, a familiar smile crept onto her lips. In that case, I have some bandages here. Let me help you change it. No, that's unnecessary. Yiyu protested, hiding his right hand behind his back, clenching it into a fist, feeling anxious. I completely forgot about this. I absolutely cannot let Chu Menghan discover the origins of this handkerchief. Otherwise, I'll never have a moment's peace again. Unfortunately, all of these thoughts were laid bare before Chu Menghan. She furrowed her brow, her face remaining impassive as she continued to advance. Predictably, he's hiding something from me. Why are you so anxious? I'm merely concerned that your wound might worsen if not treated properly, Chu Menghan retorted, retrieving bandages from the medical kit. See, this is the proper way to dress a wound. You wouldn't dare refuse, would you? Her tone was teasing as she quickened her pace. Standing directly in front of Yiyu, with nowhere to retreat, he was compelled to halt. I certainly agree, Yiyu said through gritted teeth. What choice did he have? Chu Menghan juka lai di. Then hurry up, don't dawdle. Take it out. Do you want me to assist you? She raised an eyebrow, glancing at his right arm. Yiyu wore a mournful expression, clearly unwilling. Could we skip the dressing? I don't see the necessity. Chu Menghan fixed her gaze on him, her eyes sparkling with cunning, placing the medical kit down. No can do. She was determined to uncover what secrets Yiyu had concealed from her. How could he have secrets from me after letting me see him like this? She thought, inwardly fuming at his irresponsibility. Chapter 70. Chu Menghan assists Yiyu with his bandage. In the living room, a standoff ensued between Yiyu and Chu Menghan, both unwilling to yield, enveloped in an eerie silence. Chu Menghan's character had always been assertive, even as she had undergone changes. Yet, the innate intensity in her demeanor had not diminished in the slightest. If anything, it had intensified. Now, however, she exuded an added layer of tenderness and warmth. Yet, as she gazed at Yiyu's stubborn demeanor, a spark of determination ignited within her. The deeper he hid the truth, the more resolute she became in uncovering it. She slowly reached out, grasping his sleeve. Don't move. Let me see your injury. Yiyu glared at her, hesitating for a moment, but ultimately relented, removing the handkerchief from his right hand. Look, It's nothing serious, he said nonchalantly, extending his hand towards Chu Menghan while discreetly concealing the object with his other hand. You see? I told you it's not a big deal, Yi Yu said with a casual air. As he spoke, he attempted to withdraw his hand from hers. But Chu Menghan was not one to easily relent. She observed his subtle movements with amusement, thinking just because you hide it doesn't mean I can't get it. That won't do. I must help you bandage it properly. What is there to bandage? Do I look injured to you? This minor thing doesn't require your assistance. It's no trouble at all. Chu Menghan resolutely shook her head, her gaze fixated on his arm. Now hand it over. Yi Yu, faced with the unwavering determination in her eyes, let out a soft sigh of resignation. Ultimately, he acquiesced, slowly extending his hand towards her. Chu Menghan immediately took hold of it, momentarily setting aside her curiosity about the concealed item. Although she was intrigued by Yi Yu's anxiety over it, her primary concern was for his injury. Furrowing her brow, she meticulously examined every cut on his arm. Previously, she had only performed a cursory cooling treatment. Although Yi Yu claimed it was trivial, she wanted to ensure it was indeed the case before she could relax. As she focused intently, Yi Yu felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. In that moment, she was the first to evoke a sense of authenticity within him. Memories surged back to that year, when Chu Menghan had first invited him to a banquet. That night, she had been the center of attention, radiating elegance and grace, captivating the gaze of every gentleman in the room. He stood in the corner, silently observing, acutely aware that she could not possibly notice him, nor did she care to. At that time, she wore a delicate blue gown, ethereal and otherworldly, resembling a proud princess. Surrounded by daughters of affluent families, they paled in comparison to her brilliance. Yi Yu distinctly recalled the fleeting thought that crossed his mind, that he and she belonged to entirely different worlds. He was merely an ordinary person, devoid of wealth or influence. And even his appearance was unremarkable. The only stroke of luck he had was being inadvertently drawn into her orbit. Was he truly worthy of Chu Menghan? From that moment on, he understood that they were not of the same ilk. Shaking his head, Yi Yu forcibly pulled his thoughts back, only to see Chu Menghan had already taken out the gauze, preparing to wrap the wound where he had just applied ointment. Unbeknownst to her, Yi Yu's mindset had shifted. She lifted her gaze, observing Yi Yu's chiseled features, and couldn't help but inquire, "Does it hurt?" Yi Yu paused for a moment before replying, "Not really." At this, Chu Menghan nodded and continued to prepare for the bandaging. However, when she finally began, Yi Yu realized how wise it had been to halt her earlier. If memory served him correctly, the proper way to bandage a palm started at the wrist. One should first wrap the wrist in 2 circular motions, covering from the back of the hand towards the inner palm. The bandage should then slant from the back of the hand to the fingers, wrapping around the fingertips while leaving the pinky nail exposed. Next, the gauze should be angled from one side of the circle to the wrist joint, circling around to the farthest end of the opposite side. Finally, 2 more circular wraps should be made around the wrist to secure the end. Even if such expertise wasn't strictly necessary, why on earth was this young lady wrapping her entire palm so tightly? Yi Yu helplessly reminded her, Chu Menghan. She looked up, a puzzled expression on her face, seemingly confused by his call. Are you trying to wrap my hand like a dumpling? Chu Menghan bodin get? Her eyes conveying a mixture of understanding and confusion. Isn't that how it's done? Yi Yu's face darkened in disbelief. Was this young lady genuinely naive? Or was she feigning ignorance? You wouldn't be using me as a guinea pig, would you? Yi Yu squinted, his tone laced with a hint of danger. I would never. Chu Menghan quickly denied, though her wandering gaze betrayed her. Yi Yu couldn't help but twitch his lips. He should have anticipated this. As a young lady who had never lifted a finger in her life, how could she be expected to handle such tasks? It was likely that she was accustomed to being attended to by others, and even if she were injured, countless people would be there to protect her. Why would she need to lift a finger? With a resigned sigh, Yi Yu conceded, "Fine, I'll teach you." He extended his hand towards Chu Menghan, indicating for her to hold it. "Just follow my instructions." "Oh," she replied, aware of her shortcomings, and carefully grasped his hand. Then, under Yi Yu's guidance, she began to wrap the gauze around his hand step by step. Observing her somewhat clumsy technique, Yi Yu couldn't help but chuckle softly. This young lady wasn't so clever in her childhood, was she? Chu Menghan, bewildered by his laughter, asked, "What are you laughing at?" Yi shook his head, "Nothing." He merely felt that the current Chu Menghan was not as difficult to interact with as he once thought. Rather, there was a certain adorable naivete about her. Chu Menghan pouted, feeling a bit aggrieved, knowing well what he was thinking. Here I am, trying to help him, and he's laughing at me. Humph. Doesn't everyone have their first time? What is wrong with not being proficient at first? She muttered to herself, her hands tightening their grip. Ouch. Yi Yu gasped. the sudden pain causing him to retract his hand, his expression filled with grievance as he looked at Chu Menghan. Initially feeling guilty, Chu Menghan shot him a glare upon hearing his faltering tone. You deserve it. Too cowardly to even say it outright. Yi was perplexed. What had he done to provoke her? Chapter 71. Other Women's Belongings. Under Chu Menghan's meticulous care, Yi Yu's hand was finally bandaged. Observing the thick layers of gauze on his palm, a proud smile graced Chu Menghan's lips. This was her masterpiece. It was her first time doing such a thing for someone else. However, Yi Yu felt no honor in it. Instead, he found it somewhat laughable. Despite his best efforts to guide her, her skills were still lacking, which was quite the challenge for this young lady. But it wasn't entirely her fault, as she had never dealt with such matters before. At least it was an improvement from the earlier dumpling-like wrapping. When Chu Menghan noticed Yi Yu staring at his hand in silence, her brow furrowed in displeasure. What, dissatisfied? Clearing his throat to mask his thoughts, Yi Yu replied. Not at all, it's quite good. One could say the future is promising. Chu Menghan rolled her eyes. She could easily discern his sarcasm. Nevertheless, Yi Yu spoke the truth, for Chu Menghan herself admitted that her technique needed improvement. Moreover, now was not the time to nitpick. Can I see it now? Chu Menghan asked, her gaze fixed on him. Yi Yu glanced around, realizing there was no escape, and helplessly remarked, Young lady, what do you want me to show you? What do you think? Yi Yu sighed in exasperation. This woman was relentless. Observing his conflicted expression, Chu Menghan's lips curled into a sly smile. Don't worry, I'm just going to take a look, nothing will happen. Upon hearing this, Yi Yu grew even tenser. That's exactly what I'm afraid of. If you discover something, then it's trouble. There's nothing to see. It's just a piece of cloth. What could a lady like you have not seen before? Why bother with such trivialities? Ikare, Chu Menghan interrupted, her tone thick with displeasure. Don't think you could just brush this off? I must see what you're so protective of. Your precious demeanor only piques my interest further. Faced with Chu Menghan's unwavering determination, Yi Yu fell silent, feeling overwhelmed. This woman was formidable. He couldn't afford to provoke her. Do you really want to see it? Absolutely. Is there no way around it? No. All right then. Ultimately, Yi Yu relented. But before revealing anything, he steeled himself internally. Don't worry. She just wants to take a look. It should be fine, right? She shouldn't recognize it, should she? With a deep breath, Yi Yu slowly extended his left hand, reaching in his left pocket to retrieve a white handkerchief, presenting it to her. Here, take it. Chu Menghan eyed him suspiciously before bending down to scrutinize the cloth, seemingly finding nothing amiss. What is this? She raised an eyebrow, questioning him. Hearing this, Yi Yu felt a surge of relief. He had indeed guessed correctly. Maintaining a neutral expression, he responded, just an ordinary handkerchief, nothing special. Chu Menghan narrowed her eyes, surveying him skeptically. If it were truly nothing special, why was he so apprehensive? She examined the smooth, pristine surface of the handkerchief, noting the exquisite embroidery, clearly indicating it was not something an ordinary person would possess. Who would take the time to prepare such a refined item, unless it were who gave this to you? Oh, it's certainly not what you think, Yi Yu quickly denied. I told you I got it from my mom. Sonny? Chu Menghan regarded him with disdain. She didn't believe his words. Although her time with Sun Shui had been brief, she understood her character well enough. Sun Shui is amiable and gregarious, possessing a bright and unrestrained disposition. She has never been one to fuss over trifles and certainly does not embody the stereotypical demeanor of a delicate young lady. Observing the exquisite butterfly embroidery on the handkerchief, one could surmise that it belongs to a woman who values decorum and exudes grace. Oh, Yi Yu, are you hiding someone from me? Indeed. Yi Yu, reluctantly acquiescing, confirmed, yes, it belongs to my mother. Noting his guilty expression, Chu Menghan smirked and said, all right, I shall grant you another chance. Speak the truth. Each word was enunciated with a clenched jaw, clearly indicating her dwindling patience. I am speaking the truth, Yi Yu protested, desperately floundering. He dared not reveal his mother's identity. If Chu Menghan were to learn of Shun Xinhua, one could only imagine the tempest that would ensue. Chu Menghan, in a fit of rage, shot him a fierce glare and retorted, fine, I'll consider you steadfast. Faced with Yi Yu's obstinate demeanor, she found herself at a loss. She certainly could not resort to any extreme measures against him. She was hardly a sadist, nor did she harbor any peculiar inclinations. Oof. With a stamp of her foot, she turned and entered her bedroom, the door closing firmly behind her. Hey, you're returning my belongings. Gazing at the closed door, Yi Yu exhaled a sigh of relief, then slumped into the chair. Oh dear, I'm utterly exhausted. He rubbed his temples, attempting to alleviate the throbbing pain in his head. What could he possibly return to her, now that she had taken everything? Looking at his empty palms, he felt tears welling up. What should he do now? Oh well, where there's a will, there's a way. he should first deliver some food to his mother. With newfound determination, Yiyu straightened his posture and swiftly exited the living room, making his way to the kitchen. Meanwhile, in the bedroom, Chu Menghan sat before her vanity, gently caressing the handkerchief in her hands, her expression shifting with her thoughts. The more she pondered, the angrier she became, unable to resist the urge to hurl the handkerchief away. Yet, upon reflection, she deemed it impolite to discard something that belonged to its owner. Thus, she began to fidget with it in front of the mirror, muttering, "Perhaps I should study it a bit more closely." That insufferable Yiyu! What good would telling herself the truth do? Was she truly such a petty person? If she were to discover that it belonged to Shun Xinyue, one could only wonder what words she might utter then. If you want tea, tell me, then I shan't return it. Let us see what you'll do. Chu Menghan's words bore a childish tone, a stark contrast to her usual temperament. Had Yiyu been privy to her current pout, he might have been thoroughly alarmed, for it was a far cry from the Chu Menghan he knew. Once more, she scrutinized the handkerchief, seemingly searching for something. As she examined it, an unusual fragrance wafted to her senses. Leaning closer, she inhaled deeply. Aside from the medicinal scent from treating Yiyu's palm, there was indeed something else present. This fragrance seems familiar. Chu Menghan furrowed her brow, racking her brain for a memory. Where could she have encountered it? Chapter 72. The Wretched Cat. Chu Menghan has always been particularly sensitive to scents, and her exceptional memory assured her that she had indeed encountered it before. Lying helplessly on her bed, her eyes closed, her long lashes cast shadows over her crystalline orbs. Her fair, delicate skin glowed with a rosy hue reminiscent of a blooming flower. Her cherry lips were pressed together, occasionally furrowing her brow. No matter how she tried to recall, she could only summon vague impressions. However, the more elusive the memory, the stronger her inner yearning became. Meow. At that moment, a cat's meow echoed from the balcony, instantly rousing Chu Menghan from a reverie. Upon seeing a fluffy orange bundle leaping towards her, she instinctively raised her arm to catch it. Meow. The little cat seemed jubilant, bouncing in her embrace. You finally returned? You're not off chasing after some female cat, as that fellow suggested, are you? Meow. Meow, meow, meow. The little cat appeared to comprehend her words, scratching at her in a fit of urgency. Chu Menghan chuckled as she patted its head, setting it down. All right, enough mischief. Behave yourself. You really could be quite the troublemaker. Don't you dare wet the blankets. She placed it beside her and disdainfully wiped its fur with a towel, while also cleaning its paws. I know you're not a flirt. Unlike that guy, who, despite being a reincarnator, pretends not to recognize anyone. I suspect he's south merely trying to court other women. As she fondled the cat, her irritation surfaced anew, her gaze lingering on the handkerchief. Tell me, even if I was unkind to him before, Haven T, I've been changing? Why couldn't he see that? Meow. The little cat blinked innocently, indicating its lack of understanding. She scooped the little feline into her arms, conceding, fine, I won't hold it against him. After all, we share a common plight. Gome, sister will take you for a bath. Chu Menghan carried the little cat towards the bathroom, where it nestled comfortably against her, relishing the warmth of her touch. It made no attempt to escape, instead nuzzling closer and displaying an expression of sheer contentment, prompting a soft laugh from Chu Menghan. This creature, she thought to herself, might just be a bit of a flirt after all. She placed the little cat on the edge of the sink, picking up a bar of soap prepared earlier, diligently lathering it. Don't squirm. If you dare to lick, I'll toss you out. Meow. The little cat seemed to grasp the gravity of her threat, immediately ceasing its movements and patiently awaiting its bath with an adorable demeanor. After washing and drying the little cat, she set it on the sofa. All right, go play. Meow. The little cat appeared quite pleased with its surroundings, rolling about on the sofa before darting through the door's crack. Witnessing its abrupt departure, Chu Menghan felt a pang of sadness wash over her. Rubbing her forehead, she lamented, what an ungrateful little creature. In the kitchen, Yiyu sampled the long-simmered black-bone chicken soup. The rich, sweet aroma wafted through the air, and he squinted his eyes, feeling invigorated. Although it was not a gourmet dish, the essence lay in the heart behind it. It should be just about ready. The flavor was a tad mild, but for his ailing mother, a little less salt was just perfect. Yiyu extinguished the flame and ladled the soup into a prepared bowl, storing it in an insulated container. Naturally, in addition to the chicken soup, he had prepared several other dishes. Though it comprised merely 4 dishes and a soup, he had put great care into the preparation. He was well aware that his mother preferred light fare, especially as a patient, so he had deliberately crafted a meal with a subtle flavor profile. As for his mother's preferences, he was intimately familiar with them. Previously, he had been the one to prepare her meals 3 times a day, running back and forth to the hospital, always receiving her praises in return. Meow. Just then, Yiyu felt a furry presence at his feet. Glancing down, he discovered the little orange cat perched on the floor, its round, sparkling eyes fixated on him. Upon noticing Yiyu's gaze, it immediately wagged its tail, nuzzling against his pant leg. "You silly cat sure knows how to pick your moments." Yiyu bent down to scoop up the little orange feline. He detected a delightful fragrance emanating from the cat, likely the result of Chu Menghan's bathing. It certainly knew how to indulge itself. Meow. All right, don't squirm. You must be hungry too, right? Yiyu knelt down, extending his index finger to poke the little kitten's cheek, observing its expression of delight. Ah, has spring arrived? Meow. It seemed to say, not going to tell me, huh? Yiyu raised an eyebrow, sensing that the little creature was eager for a taste of his culinary creations. Upon hearing this, the kitten immediately wagged its tail and nestled against his leg, playfully clutching his trousers with its paws, and mewled meow 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 meow. Yiyu couldn't help but chuckle, patting the kitten's back. Just teasing you. I'll prepare a little extra for you shortly. Meow meow meow. The kitten, thrilled at the prospect of a meal, began to bounce excitedly on his leg. This feline was indeed quite perceptive. It was clear that saving it had not been in vain, Yiyu thought with a smile. He picked up the kitten and walked toward the kitchen. The little creature licked his clothes while tilting its head to gaze at Yiyu, as if pondering, this man doesn't seem to dislike me after all. Yiyu placed the kitten in the living room and returned to the kitchen. He brought the dishes back to the dining table, took a seat, and picked up his chopsticks to place a piece of meat into the kitten's bowl. Here, give it a try and see if it suits your palate. Meow. The kitten, overjoyed, opened its mouth wide and took a bite of the meat, chewing a few times before letting out a satisfied mew. Yiyu nodded in approval. If it's tasty, feel free to indulge. As Chu Menghan stepped out, she witnessed the amusing scene of the foolish cat being adorable and couldn't help but smirk. Indeed, like attracts like. She mused. She had just been so kind to that silly cat, even bathing it, yet it hadn't shown such affection until now, turning its attention to another. What a fickle creature. Upon hearing a voice from behind, Yiyu turned to see Chu Menghan wearing a sullen expression, and he offered an awkward smile. It seemed wise to avoid provoking her when she was in such a mood. Chu Menghan shot him a glare before addressing the silly cat. From today onward, your name shall be Bai Shou Quan. Meow. Yiyu interjected. Isn't that a bit hasty? He asked tentatively, though he felt a twinge of guilt. Is this matter truly unresolvable? The little kitten gazed up at her with eyes as dark and round as grapes, filled with confusion and inquiry, as if asking why. Chu Menghan stood tall, looking down at Bai Shou Quan, a slight smile playing on her lips as she declared the name final. Yiyu sighed. Oh dear little kitty, I can no longer assist you. Bai Su Guan Mao Yin Dietz Mei. Chapter 73. Mom's support ultimately, under Chu Menghan's firm insistence. The name for the little orange cat was settled, although the creature was most unwilling to accept its new name. With just a simple meow, it could not protest. As for Yiyu, he had even less authority to argue, as he was the instigator of this situation. At present, he found himself sidelined by Sun Shui and Chu Menghan. After feeding Bai Shou Quan, the two promptly headed to the hospital. It was supposed to be Yiyu's responsibility to prepare the meals and attend to his mother. Yet Chu Menghan had taken the opportunity to ingratiate herself, and surprisingly, Sun Shui welcomed the change, praising Yiyu's clumsiness and acknowledging that Chu Menghan was better at caring for others. He had inadvertently become the outsider. With nothing to do, Yiyu occupied himself with minor chores, such as tidying up and cleaning. To his surprise, the high-end hospital room that Chu Menghan arranged for his mother was indeed luxurious. The single room was spacious and comfortable, adorned with various fresh flowers at the bedside and several potted plants by the window. A television sat in the corner, and the table was laden with freshly bought fruits and a plate of exquisite pastries, alongside a single sofa for companionship. All in all, Yiyu believed that residing here would be quite enjoyable, far more so than in many ordinary hotels. As he carefully wiped a decorative glass cup, he couldn't help but reflect on the joys of the affluent, which he could now imagine. Meanwhile, at the bedside, Chu Menghan diligently massaged Sun Shui's legs while engaging her in conversation. Aunt Sun, how do you find the environment here? Are you satisfied? Sun Shui replied with a beaming smile. It's wonderful. I never expected to stay in a place like this. There's no need for such fuss, Chu Menghan said graciously. She maintained an air of politeness and poise in front of Sun Shui, leaving no room for criticism. Sun Shui was particularly impressed by her demeanor and couldn't help but praise her. Good, good. You are truly a lovely child. Hearing Sun Shui's compliment, Chu Menghan's lips curled into a gentle smile, radiating happiness. Meanwhile, Yiyu stood aside, internally critiquing, what a facade. As Chu Menghan and Sun Shui conversed cheerfully, Yiyu quietly lingered as an invisible presence, pondering, how long will this continue? Sun Shui glanced at her son, noticing his forlorn expression, and found it amusing. She certainly did not intend to neglect him. She had sensed something amiss since the moment the two children entered. Her son was oblivious to the nuances, but she could tell that Chu Menghan harbored some concerns. Clearly, something had transpired between them, and she felt compelled to clean up after her son. However, it appeared that Chu Menghan was not genuinely upset. As someone who had been through similar experiences, she could easily discern the subtle emotions of a young girl. Even though they were chatting amiably, the girl's gaze kept drifting towards a certain direction. Sun Shui shook her head, thinking how concerning the behaviors of the youth could be. Menghan, you've been in Jiangbei for quite a while. Haven't you had the chance to explore? Chu Menghan, initially lost in thought, was taken aback by Sun Shui's sudden inquiry. Huh? No, not really. There just hasn't been an opportunity, she stammered, her thoughts entirely occupied by Yiyu, leaving no time for leisure activities. Sun Shui, having received the answer she sought, smiled slightly. Then it's perfect. Let you take you out for a look. Huh? Chu Menghan perked up at this suggestion, glancing over at Yiyu with surprise. Huh? Yiyu was bewildered, halting his actions. Why me? Can I refuse? It wasn't that he was unwilling, but given their recent unpleasantness, forcing a private encounter seemed rather awkward. Chu Menghan, who had initially felt a flicker of joy, now appeared noticeably dejected, lowering her head in disappointment. Sun Shui, witnessing this, shot Yiyu an admonishing look. What is the matter? Do you have an objection? Let me remind you, you have no right to refuse. This boy, why was he so dense? Yiyu was about to protest further when he heard Chu Menghan's soft voice. Aunt Sun, it's all right. If Yiyu is busy, it's best not to disturb him. Sun Shui furrowed her brow, pondering for a moment. What could he possibly be busy with? Didn't he already take leave from school? Just trust me on this. Chu Menghan raised her gaze and saw Sun Shui's serious expression, quickly waving her hands. Thank you, Aunt Sun, but really, however, Sun Shui interrupted her before she could finish. Enough. Stop declining. You've aided Aunt so much. So consider this a way for Yiyu to repay you. Hurry up and get ready to head out. Then, turning to Yiyu, she added sternly. What are you standing there for? Hurry and leave. Yiyu, Chu Menghan. Oh. Yiyu wore an expression of resignation, yielding to the circumstances as he set aside his belongings and made his way outside. Before departing, he did not forget to remind Sun Shui to finish the chicken soup. Hurry up and go, hurry up. You're more nagging than I am. Yiyu shook his head, bemused by his own self-criticism. Chu Menghan hesitated for a moment, then said, Aunt Sun, just go. Sun Shui interjected. You young people should enjoy each other's company. Clear the air if there are any misunderstandings. Chu Menghan nodded and followed Yiyu as they exited the hospital room. These two children, Sun Shui sighed, they act quite mature, but alas, their experience in matters of the heart is lacking. She shook her head, as if she could see through it all. In critical moments, it's still up to me. Inside the car, Chu Menghan took the driver's seat while Yiyu settled into the passenger side, enveloped in a silence that felt somewhat awkward. Yiyu turned to glance at Chu Menghan, an inexplicable sense of nervousness creeping in. He stole a furtive look at her. She remained focused on the road, seemingly oblivious to his gaze. Is she still angry? He pondered. It's just a piece of cloth. Is it really that serious? Yiyu swallowed hard, breaking the silence. So, where are we headed now? Upon hearing this, Chu Menghan shot him a disapproving glare, her frustration bubbling just beneath the surface. Her fingers tightened around the steering wheel, turning pale, but she ultimately tempered her ire. Is she upset over that handkerchief? She mused. Is she angry that he didn't speak honestly? No wonder he remained single even after a decade in his past life. He deserves it. Yiyu noticed her expression darkening further and scratched his head in confusion. Did I say something wrong again? Half an hour later, Yiyu found himself amidst a bustling crowd, a vibrant panorama unfolding before him. The amusement park, resplendent in gold and color, presented a fantastical world reminiscent of a fairy tale. White castles, shaded green forests, and colorful feathers dancing in the sky. The distant Ferris wheel echoed with melodious tunes and the laughter of children, while a little girl in a beautiful princess dress, complete with crystal shoes, joyfully chased fluttering butterflies. Chu Menghan was deeply captivated by this scene, filled with childlike innocence and romance. She surveyed her surroundings, a faint smile gracing her lips, revealing a delicate dimple. This enchanting smile momentarily rendered Yiyu speechless, nearly causing him to lose his sense of direction. For someone like Yiyu, who was accustomed to spending his days indoors, the spectacle was somewhat indifferent. However, he was taken aback that Chu Menghan had brought him to this, the largest amusement park in Jiangbei. Why would a girl be so attached to such a place? Was it simply because she was still young? At that moment, Chu Menghan had already dashed ahead, her eyes sparkling with excitement, embodying the essence of a curious child, seemingly enchanted by everything around her. If he hadn't witnessed it himself, he would never have believed that the typically aloof Miss Chu possessed such a childlike spirit. Yi Yu quickened his pace to catch up with her, walking alongside her. Chu Menghan, are you sure this is our destination? Chu Menghan halted, her expression shifting to one of playful arrogance. What, is there a problem? Fine. As long as you're happy. Yi Yu shrugged, feigning indifference. Chu Menghan pouted, feeling somewhat dissatisfied with his nonchalant demeanor. I'll have you know, I'm still upset. You owe me a reasonable explanation. Think carefully about how you're going to make it up to me and cheer me up. With that, she turned on her heel and left Yi Yu standing there in a daze. Do I really need to explain myself? He wondered, shaking his head and sighing. Is it necessary to dwell on this so much? What happened to her cold demeanor? Could it be that this ice queen has taken a liking to me? Yi Yu couldn't help but shiver at the thought. Despite the signs suggesting that Chu Menghan's feelings for him were indeed special, he still dared not acknowledge such a reality. The once boisterous amusement park now felt eerily silent to him, as everything around him seemed to lose its color, leaving only her bright eyes echoing in his mind. The question that plagued him echoed repeatedly. Why does the thought of my suspicions possibly being true leave me feeling so flustered? Yi Yu, what are you doing? Hurry up and catch up. A familiar and melodious voice rang in his ears, pulling him back to reality. He looked up to see Chu Menghan standing a short distance ahead, her gaze fixed on him with a hint of curiosity. Her figure appeared momentarily hazy, as if merging with the image of her 10 years hence, jolting him back to focus. I'm coming, he called out, suddenly aware of his earlier lapse. Quietly chiding himself, he thought, how naive of me to think that could ever happen. She is the future heiress of a vast fortune, and someone like me wouldn't even register in her eyes. Perhaps it was the distance between them. Or perhaps Chu Menghan was too enthralled by the novelty surrounding her to notice his internal musings. The sights flashing before her were all fresh experiences. After all, whether in childhood or adulthood, she had never visited a place like this. Gazing at the amusement park, Chu Menghan felt a wave of nostalgia wash over her. This is what I've always wanted to do, but never dared to. As Yi Yu walked beside her, observing the myriad emotions playing across her face, he felt a stirring in his own heart. She doesn't seem as joyful as I had imagined, he thought. Unable to resist, he gently reassured her, it's all right. We're here now, aren't we? At his words, Chu Menghan turned to him, tilting her head slightly to study him. Their eyes met, and Yi Yu felt a flush of awkwardness wash over him, quickly diverting his gaze. For some reason, being scrutinized by those bright eyes stirred a tumult of emotions within him. Seeing Yi Yu's reaction, Chu Menghan broke into a smile. Is he trying to comfort himself? She mused. How delightful. She understood his character well enough to know he would never admit it, so she kept her thoughts to herself. Instead, she began to wander around, stopping at every intriguing object and occasionally picking something up to examine. Yi Yu followed quietly behind, choosing not to interrupt her exploration. It was evident that Chu Menghan had never been to an amusement park before. Her curiosity was palpable. Now, she crouched in front of a booth, staring blankly at the assorted stuffed toys and beverages laid out before her. Miss, would you like to give it a try? The booth owner asked, presenting her with a few rings, his interest piqued by her beauty. It was the first time he had encountered such a pure and lovely girl since setting up his stall. Clearing his throat, Yi Yu deliberately coughed to draw the owner's attention back to reality. Are you interested in playing? He inquired, noticing Chu Menghan's eager demeanor. Chu Menghan has da. How do you play? Yi Yu was taken aback. You've never played ring toss before? The young lady truly seems to be untouched by the mundane world. Upon hearing the proprietor's words, you've never tried it? His eyes brightened, excitement surging within him. Was this not an opportunity that had come knocking at his door? My dear, here's how you play. He gestured towards a white line located several meters away from their booth. Chu Menghan followed the direction of his finger and nodded in understanding. The proprietor produced a hoop and continued. You stand at that spot, toss this hoop from there, and whatever it catches belongs to you. Ah, I see, Chu Menghan replied, grasping the rules, yet still hesitating. Noticing her uncertainty, the proprietor quickly added, you can have your boyfriend show you how to try it. Boyfriend? Yi Yu rolled his eyes, recognizing the proprietor's intentional implication. Chu Menghan said, her expression becoming slightly awkward, and she hurriedly exclaimed, no, I can do it myself. With that, she swiftly picked up the hoop and trotted over, her heart racing with anticipation. Chapter 75, Teaching by Example. The proprietor chuckled softly, realizing this beauty was shy. Turning to Yi Yu, he earnestly remarked, young man, you truly are fortunate. Make sure to put in the effort. Yi Yu's lips twitched in irritation, his expression darkening. What is this, proprietor? Are you running a stall, or selling melons with your incessant chatter? Without further ado, he handed over the money, requesting 10 hoops. In matters like these, the more one elaborates, the messier it becomes. No matter how he spoke, there would always be those who filled in the blanks for him. Hence, it was better to remain silent. The proprietor beamed. "Oh, thank you for your patronage." Yu found that smile somewhat unsettling. Indeed, actions speak louder than words. And this proprietor was a man of substance. Having received the payment, the proprietor felt a rush of excitement, though the sum was modest for individuals like them. Earning a little from a street stall was a cause for celebration, unlike those who resorted to trickery. They earned their living through diligent labor, which brought genuine joy. The stall owner glanced at Yu and Chu Menghan, convinced he understood their dynamic. "Young man, since you seem to have a connection, allow me to share a few tips." Yu raised an eyebrow, sensing that the ensuing conversation might not yield anything beneficial. The proprietor leaned in closer, lowering his voice conspiratorially. "When it comes to pursuing a woman, one must be shameless. In my day, my wife was as enchanting as that young lady over there, and I managed to win her heart." The older man rambled on, animatedly recounting tales of his past, eager to impart his wisdom on the art of wooing. Unfortunately, his audience remained indifferent. Yu's lips twitched slightly, a nonchalant response escaping him. "Oh, got it." The man's eloquence was impressive, but it bore no relevance to him. Were it not for his hefty frame and greasy hairstyle, he might have been persuaded. Noticing Yu's lack of engagement, the proprietor continued, "You see, women like her may appear aloof and unapproachable. But I knew my wife for 7 or 8 years before we married, and she never let me touch her. The first time I dared to hold her hand, she grabbed a chair and nearly knocked me out." He went on, reminiscing about how she was once as cold as ice. Yet he persisted, ultimately convincing her to marry him, much to her tearful surprise. And here we are, 5 or 6 years later, still very much in love. As the older man prattled on, lost in his memories, Yu sat silently, unable to interject. The proprietor, noticing Yu's dazed expression, became even more animated, his words flowing freely, completely disregarding his initial purpose. "If you keep talking, you'll go bankrupt," Yu finally interjected, gesturing toward Chu Menghan. The proprietor halted abruptly, sensing an ominous premonition, and turned to witness a scene he would never forget. "Wow, what?" The proprietor's eyes widened in shock as he pointed at Chu Menghan, rendered speechless. She stood there, clutching the final hoop, while nearly all the valuable items within the stall had been ensnared. Upon noticing the proprietor's gaze, Chu Menghan innocently inquired, "Since I caught all these, do they all belong to me?" At that moment, surveying the stall, it was evident that apart from a few worthless trinkets, it was almost entirely barren. How is this possible?" The proprietor stammered, trembling as he pointed at Chu Menghan, unable to articulate his disbelief. Who was this stunning young lady? Was it feasible for a girl to excel at this game? In the past, those younger girls often needed to throw several times just to catch one item. Though it was indeed Chu Menghan's first time playing, her exceptional talent shone through. Gifted with high intelligence and remarkable athleticism, she was an anomaly among girls who typically shunned physical activities. She was a true polymath and an avid sharpshooter, making such games child's play for her. The proprietor could hardly believe his eyes. In an instant, his hopes of a modest profit evaporated, replaced by despair. "How much have I lost?" he lamented, nearly in tears. Noticing the proprietor's helpless expression, Chu Menghan furrowed her brow and asked, "What's wrong? Isn't this how it's supposed to work?" "Why, yes," the proprietor stammered, swallowing hard and forcing a smile. "Everything you've won is yours." He lamented his earlier boastfulness, wishing he had intervened to stop this young lady sooner. Chu Menghan packed her winnings into her bag and approached Yu, a radiant smile illuminating her face. "What do you think? Am I impressive?" Yu, unable to suppress a grin at her excitement, replied, "Yes, quite impressive. But what about giving the proprietor a chance?" "Why should I?" Chu Menghan ziplit, pudao. Yu kid, recognizing that she was oblivious to the hardships of life. He pointed to the overflowing contents of her bag and said, "Look, by doing this, aren't you forcing the proprietor to starve?" Chu Menghan frowned, as the concept of money was foreign to her. She had never worried about such matters. "Should I give everything back?" she tentatively asked, glancing at Yu. Naturally, these items held little value for her. She merely relished the thrill of victory. "Returning them wouldn't be a problem." Yu shook his head, taking the prizes and turning to the proprietor. "Sir, we can forego these prizes, but could we perhaps keep one of our favorites?" The proprietor was taken aback. "You don't want them?" "Indeed," Yu replied calmly. Upon hearing this, the proprietor immediately became solicitous. "Of course. Feel free to choose whatever you like." Initially, he had prepared himself for a significant loss, yet he was unexpectedly met with a delightful turn of events. Yu surveyed his surroundings, and his gaze landed upon something intriguing that sparked his interest. "Boss, could you kindly hand me that SpongeBob?" he requested, pointing at a SpongeBob plush toy adorning the wall. The owner paused momentarily, then chuckled. This one? Sure. If you like it, it's yours. Yu smiled softly as he accepted the toy, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, boss. No need for thanks. Take your time to browse. Next time, perhaps don't come back. The jovial uncle waved his hand dismissively. Chu Menghan stifled a giggle, only to find Yu presenting the yellow toy before her. Chapter 76. Peeking into secrets? This SpongeBob figure was exquisitely crafted and undeniably adorable, particularly with its square face that exuded a charming cuteness, making one feel an irresistible urge to pinch its cheeks. Such toys were, to be honest, ubiquitous on the streets, and the owner displayed it merely as a means to attract customers, a mere gimmick. In terms of price, it was considerably more affordable than other items. Why did you choose this one? Because he had once inadvertently noticed that Chu Menghan seemed to possess a similar SpongeBob. However, that one was far more exquisite and larger in size. He had been quite taken aback when he learned of Chu Menghan's fondness for such things, as no one would expect the ice goddess to harbor such a cute side. He had kept this revelation a secret, never daring to share it with anyone for fear of incurring her wrath. Is this for me? Chu Menghan asked in surprise, gazing at the SpongeBob before her. Yi nodded, handing it over to her. Countless individuals had gifted Chu Menghan various presents in the past: flowers, jewels, diamonds, even luxury cars and mansions, but none had ever touched her heart. Yet this SpongeBob, right before her, was the most poignant gift. She recalled having a similar toy, one that her mother had given her, which held her most treasured memories. Gently, Chu Menghan cradled the SpongeBob, softly stroking its head, cheeks, lips, and nose. She lingered on its forehead, closing her eyes and planting a deep kiss upon it. Her expression was intensely focused, as if she were lost in reminiscence. Yu observed her quietly, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, his eyes brimming with contentment. It seems she truly cherishes it. In that moment, it felt as though the entire world had dwindled down to just the two of them, enveloped in a serene warmth. Chu Menghan opened her eyes, a sweet smile gracing her lips, her eyes sparkling. Thank you. No need to mention it. You earned it yourself, Yi replied with a beaming smile. He began to comprehend why Chu Menghan had an affinity for amusement parks and why she held a particular fondness for SpongeBob. Perhaps her heart was not as frigid as her exterior suggested. Perhaps she yearned for genuine affection more than others. Yi suddenly felt that Chu Menghan was not as difficult to approach as he had thought. Rather, he realized he lacked a deeper understanding of her. He was aware that the Chu family was a paragon of affluence in the business realm, with deep-rooted heritage, yet he remained a peripheral figure, scarcely involved in her family affairs. The Chu family was governed by strict traditions, and, as the eldest granddaughter, Chu Menghan was doted upon, yet she seldom interacted with outsiders. Aside from work, she engaged in little leisure activity. During their initial encounters, her demeanor was cold and aloof, a stark contrast to her current self. Chu Menghan felt a twinge of dissatisfaction with Yi's response, as he merely uttered mundane comments during such an emotional moment. Why could he not simply acknowledge that it was a gift from him? She shot him an exasperated glance, tightening her grip on the toy, her small face rubbing against it as she savored the moment. How did you know I would like this? She suddenly inquired. Yi paused momentarily before replying with a smile. Just a coincidence. Chu Menghan scoffed dismissively, clearly unconvinced. She lifted her gaze to meet his, asking, You didn't by any chance, peek into my secrets, did you? Coughing awkwardly, Yi quickly shook his head in denial. No. Who would be so bored? Then how did you manage to guess so accurately? Chu Menghan pressed on. Just a stroke of luck, Yi replied, feeling embarrassed. How could he divulge to Chu Menghan that he had unknowingly learned of this in a past life? That would only complicate their relationship further. Oh well, I'm in a good mood, so I won't dwell on your invasion of my privacy, Chu Menghan remarked, pursing her lips into a smile as she turned to continue walking. Yi sighed in relief, thinking to himself. Thankfully, she didn't pursue the matter. However, Chu Menghan abruptly halted, pointing at a large attraction in the distance. Yi, as compensation, I want to ride that. Her big, watery eyes sparkled with anticipation as she awaited his response. Yi followed her gaze, startled, and frowned. Are you sure? Yes, I'm certain, Chu Menghan insisted. Yi sighed. All right, but don't blame me if you end up crying. Chu Menghan shot him a glare, retorting, You'll be the one crying. Huh, then just wait and see. Chu Menghan intended to ride the roller coaster, an exhilarating attraction that captivated many with its thrilling rush. However, while most people were eager to try it out, they often found themselves at a loss for words afterward. Chu Menghan, undaunted by fear, was instead filled with excitement. Let's go buy tickets, she urged. Hey, are you really sure you want to do this? Yi asked with concern. Although he too was looking forward to experiencing the roller coaster, He couldn't help but worry about her. After all, she was a girl. A young lady who clearly had never faced such challenges before. Would she be up to it? Of course. I've made up my mind. Chu Menghan asa, pulling Yiyu towards the ticket booth, where they stood in line. Yiyu watched her exquisite profile, admiring her earnestness as she purchased the tickets. A faint smile gracing his lips. Chu Menghan glanced back at him, raising an eyebrow with a playful smile. What are you laughing at? Nothing, he replied. I warn you. Don't try to stop me or disrupt my enjoyment. Chuckling, Yi remained silent. Chu Menghan pouted, determined to experience everything she had missed out on before, resolute that no one could deter her. Just as they were queuing to buy tickets, a pink sports car rolled to a stop at the amusement park entrance. Two elegantly dressed women emerged from the vehicle, one tall and statuesque, the other petite and delicate. The pair stood at the entrance, drawing the attention of onlookers, particularly the tall woman, whose beauty radiated elegance and grace, embodying the epitome of every man's dream goddess. Dressed in a white shirt and black trousers, Shen Xinyue surveyed the amusement park ahead with a hint of confusion. Xiao Xiao, is this the place you wanted me to accompany you to? Su Xiao Xiao Vim. Clasping Shen Xinyue's hand, yes. What do you think? Isn't it magnificent? Shen Xinyue shook her head in exasperation. I thought you had something more exciting in mind. So, we came to an amusement park. I'm not really interested in such places. Plus, I need to visit Aunt Sunday. Oh dear, you just accompanied your beloved yesterday. Why not spend a day with me instead? The surroundings here are absolutely splendid and full of delight. Plus, we can ride the Ferris wheel. Shen Xinyue's cheeks flushed slightly. What nonsense are you spouting? Su Xiao nodded, tugging at her arm, and playfully pleaded, Sister Xinyue, please accompany me inside. I beg of you. With no other choice. Shen Xinyue relented and walked alongside her towards the amusement park's entrance. Chapter 77. Has Chu Menghan grown afraid? As a roller coaster slowly began its ascent, Chu Menghan couldn't help but scream, her anxiety causing her to grip the safety bar tightly, her entire focus shifting to the ride. Yiyu, I'm so scared, she exclaimed, her palms slick with sweat from gripping the bar. Yiyu shot her a sidelong glance, remarking, truly, you're both inexperienced and love to play. As the ride reached its peak, Yiyu looked at her, offering reassurance, don't worry, it's all fine. Just close your eyes and before you know it, we'll be done. Chu Menghan's expression shifted slightly as she grasped Yiyu's hand, seemingly seeking a greater sense of security. Overwhelmed with nerves, she clung tightly to his hand, unwilling to let go. Yiyu was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't this a bit inappropriate? However, witnessing the look of sheer anxiety on Chu Menghan's face, she seemed oblivious to the implicit intimacy of her gesture. He decided against commenting further and merely applied a gentle pressure to her hand, hoping to help her relax. Don't be afraid. I'm here, he said in a calm tone, which somehow provided her with immense comfort. Feeling the warmth of his palm, she suddenly became aware that her previous actions were overly intimate, and her cheeks flushed in response. Yet, she did not retract her hand, opting to feign ignorance. Under Yiyu's comforting words, her tension eased considerably, and she gradually began to relax. Suddenly, the roller coaster came to an abrupt halt, the inertia causing her to gasp as she lunged forward. Yiyu reacted quickly, gently shielding her. However, even without his intervention, there would have been no danger, as safety belts were securely fastened. Soon, the roller coaster stabilized. Are you all right? Is everything okay? Yiyu inquired softly while patting her back. Chu Menghan clung to his arm, resting her forehead against his shoulder, allowing him to catch the faint scent of her presence. I'm fine, she murmured, her voice soft and melodious, exuding an undeniable charm. Observing her fragile demeanor, Yiyu found it quite rare. She indeed appeared genuinely frightened. It's good to hear that. Hold on tight. We're about to start again, Yiyu said with a smile. Attention, dear guests, please ensure your safety belts are fastened. The roller coaster will commence shortly. If anyone feels unwell, please report immediately. The roller coaster began its slow ascent once more, the front of the car gradually sliding over the highest point, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure. Chu Menghan and Yiyu's hands remained intertwined. Yiyu glanced sideways at Chu Menghan, a subtle smile curving his lips. She was anxiously muttering to herself, attempting to calm her nerves, when suddenly, she sensed a burning gaze upon her. The intensity of that gaze heightened, causing her entire body to heat up, her ears flushing crimson. Unable to resist, she turned to look at Yiyu. Upon meeting his deep, penetrating gaze, she immediately averted her eyes in a fluster, lowering her head to avoid his gaze. Why are you looking at me? Chu Menghan stam si li. Her voice barely above a whisper, as if a gentle breeze could disperse it. Nothing much, just curious. I didn't know you could be afraid too. Yi replied with a chuckle. Upon hearing this, Her embarrassment deepened, her earlobes turning a vibrant shade of red, reminiscent of ripe apples. What's wrong with being scared? Who says I can't be afraid? Chu Menghan dito hindi gang di. Yiyu merely smiled in response, turning his attention back to the front as the roller coaster had now completely descended from the highest peak. The roller coaster's speed began to escalate, the whistling wind roaring in their ears, and Chu Menghan could no longer contain herself, letting out a scream. Let your fears out. It's perfectly fine, Yiyu reassured her, tightening his grip on her hand. As they sped through the thrilling ride, Chu Menghan's body stiffened, feeling the warmth emanating from Yiyu's palm, her heart racing furiously. She slightly opened her eyes, a ripple of exhilaration coursing through her. The speed of the roller coaster intensified, and her screams transformed into unrestrained joy, nearly forgetting her fears as she waved her arms in delight. This is so exhilarating. It's amazing. Yiyu observed her animated expression, marveling at how it contrasted with her usual aloof demeanor, surprised to witness this vibrant side of her. Chu Menghan continued to exclaim, and Yiyu, unable to resist, leaned closer to her ear and shouted, "Do you like it?" "Absolutely," Chu Menghan replied without hesitation, feeling a delightful tingle in her ears, accompanied by the warmth of his breath. She abruptly turned to glare at him, but due to their speed, Yiyu could hardly see her expression. Minutes later, the roller coaster gradually slowed down, finally coming to a halt, allowing Chu Menghan to regain her composure after the exhilarating experience. "Phew, it finally stopped," she exclaimed, leaning back against the seat, panting. She had indeed felt fear, completely unprepared for the thrill. It was no wonder so many people, despite their apprehensions, still sought out such challenges. "You just now." Chu Menghan looked up at Yiyu, hesitating to continue. Yiyu inquired, gazing at her in curiosity, waiting for her to elaborate. Chu Menghan bit her lip, lowering her head as she said, "Thank you." If it weren't for Yiyu, she certainly wouldn't have dared to be so adventurous. Seeing her bashful demeanor left Yiyu at a loss for words, so he could only chuckle softly. They fell into a comfortable silence. Chu Menghan, with her gaze lowered, couldn't help but reflect on the recent events. Her first experience on a roller coaster had initially filled her with trepidation, but realizing Yiyu was by her side gradually alleviated her fears. Once she acclimated to the thrill of the high-speed ride, she even felt a hint of exhilaration. Yiyu turned to gaze at her. At that moment, Chu Menghan's cheeks were tinged with a rosy hue, her eyes sparkling with a dreamy light. It was then that Yiyu realized his hand was still enveloped in her warm grasp. Could you let go my hand?" Yiyu asked, feeling somewhat bashful. Oh. Chu Menghan suddenly realized she had been lost in the moment, completely oblivious. She hurriedly withdrew her hand, flustered, her delicate fingers searching for a place to rest. Her gaze darted around, attempting to mask her nervousness, but her heart raced wildly, the blush on her cheeks lingering. Every action she took only served to highlight her growing embarrassment. After all, she had never been so close to a man before, and the idea of taking it a step further felt daunting. Chapter 78, Weak in the Knees. The unexpected blush and rapid heartbeats shared between them were merely a fleeting interlude. Yiyu and Chu Menghan tacitly chose not to bring up the matter again, though it was uncertain whether the recent adrenaline rush had played a role. As that fervor faded, Chu Menghan felt her legs weaken, nearly stumbling as she took a step. Ultimately, it was fear that caused her instability. Yiyu, quick-witted, reached out to steady her, asking, "Are you all right?" Chu Menghan staggered a couple steps, feeling vexed at having embarrassed herself in front of him. Stubbornly, she shook her head and gritted her teeth, replying, "No, I'm fine." Her words were resolute, yet her body betrayed her honesty. Had it not been for Yiyu's support, her frail form would have surely crumpled to the ground. In such close proximity, Yiyu recognized that this young lady was merely putting on a brave front. "Is this how one appears when they are fine?" he remarked, a hint of exasperation in his voice. "This woman is typically strong-willed. Even now, she refuses to show any weakness." Chu Menghan pouted, feeling a bit aggrieved. It wasn't that she wanted to be strong. She merely wished to present her best self before Yiyu. Stealing a glance at his expression, she yearned to explain, but feared revealing her secret ability to hear his thoughts. If Yiyu discovered that she had been eavesdropping on his mind, he would surely be upset, and that would put her further from him. No way. Absolutely not. He must not find out. In an instant, Chu Menghan resolved to keep her secret. Seeing her silent, Yiyu assumed that she had come to terms with the situation and was ready to relent. At that moment, he spotted a bench directly ahead. His eyes brightened as he turned to Chu Menghan, inquiring, "Shall we sit down for a bit?" Chu Menghan, no longer wanted to put on a facade, nodded. All right. It seemed that since it was past noon, there were not many people around. Even those who passed by in pairs merely hurried along. Thus, They were fortunate to find a lovely spot to rest. Above the bench stood a magnificent ginkgo tree, its lush branches providing a canopy from the sun. Beneath the tree, numerous seats were nestled, surrounded by vibrant flowers that exuded an enchanting fragrance, intoxicating all who lingered. A path behind the tree led into the distance, where a building could be seen at its end. Beside the building lay a serene lake, and from their vantage point, they enjoyed a view of the blooming lotus flowers. It was the season of flourishing lotuses, and the blossoms, resplendent in their beauty, adorned the lake's edges, creating a picturesque scene. The dense foliage of the ginkgo tree shielded them from the harsh sunlight, casting a pleasant shade that added to the comfort of the moment. It seemed that even a goddess like Chu Menghan, who typically shied away from the sun, was free from such concerns at this instant. Yu gently assisted Chu Menghan to the bench, fully aware of her aversion to dirt. He took the initiative to wipe the seat clean before she could sit. As Chu Menghan observed his earnest profile, she felt a wave of tenderness sweep over her heart fluttering at such considerate behavior. "All right, you can sit and rest for a while." Yu clapped his hands and tossed the tissue into a nearby trash bin, only to turn and find Chu Menghan gazing at him dreamily. He was momentarily taken aback. Startled, Chu Menghan snapped back to reality, her gaze flitting away in embarrassment. Okay, she stammered, hastily taking a seat. Perhaps it was the nervousness of having been caught daydreaming about Yu that made her feel her cheeks burn. She covered her flushed face with her small hands, her actions amusing Yu, who couldn't help but smile. Moreover, in her distracted state, Chu Menghan had inadvertently crushed her beloved SpongeBob plushie beneath her as she settled down. Yu's expression stiffened upon witnessing the poor toy's plight. Tentatively, he pointed at the unfortunate plush behind her. "Isn't that a bit cruel? Huh?" Chu Menghan, hearing his voice, looked up in confusion, only to freeze as she followed his finger. Realization dawned, and her face flushed with embarrassment as she hurriedly flipped SpongeBob over. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry," she exclaimed, flustered as she repeatedly apologized to the small toy, not daring to meet Yu's gaze. Her head lowered as she kicked the floor with her toes. "How foolish of me to let him see this side of me, ugh." Yu chuckled at her ostrich-like behavior. "You stay here and rest. I'll go buy a bottle of water." Chu Menghan raised her eyes to meet his, finding his gaze open and devoid of annoyance, which relieved her slightly. Her heartbeat began to normalize, yet she struggled to find words to ease her embarrassment. However, when she heard he was about to leave, she abruptly stood up, looking at him suspiciously. "You're not planning to sneak away, are you?" Chu Menghan had not forgotten that Yu's willingness to spend time with her was largely due to Aunt Sun's influence and her own insistence. He was quite reluctant, and she feared he might indeed slip away unannounced. Yu found her concern amusing. "What do you think?" Chu Menghan bit her lip, her unease palpable. Observing her vigilant demeanor, Yu couldn't help but touch the bridge of his nose. "I want to leave. I'm just going to get you some water." "It's such a hot day, aren't you thirsty? But you promise you'll come back," Chu Menghan insisted, still hesitant. "Don't worry, I want to go far. Just to the entrance. If you need anything, just call for me." "All right then." Chu Menghan finally nodded, feeling reassured. "But you must promise not to sneak away." Yu raised an eyebrow. "Are you more nagging than my mother?" Chu Menghan's eyes widened. "Hey you. All right. Yu shrugged, "Since you insist. I'll reluctantly agree to your request." Who cares?" Chu Menghan pouted. As she saw Yu actually turn to leave, she quickly called out, "Hey, come back quickly." Yu, hearing her, didn't look back but wave his hand behind him. "Don't worry." Watching Yu's figure disappear from her sight, a strange emptiness washed over Chu Menghan. "Leaving so quickly. If you dare sneak away, I'll break up with you." Sighing softly, she closed her eyes against the backrest, striving to calm her disordered breath. Chapter 79. A familiar figure. A few boats floated gently on the lake, with willows swaying along the banks. The wind stirred up ripples on the water surface. Lotus flowers danced on the lake, swaying gracefully, with dewdrops glistening on the leaves like pearls. A gentle breeze brought with it the delicate fragrance of the lotuses, captivating all who inhaled it. In this tranquil lake, it felt as if they were worlds apart, relishing the serenity and leisure, oblivious to the clamor of the outside world. At this moment, Shen Xinyue and Su Xiaoxiao were on a small boat in the center of the lake, taking in the breathtaking scenery. They had just strolled around the park and stumbled upon this picturesque view, providing a perfect opportunity to unwind. Su Xiaoxiao pulled out her phone, her enthusiasm palpable as she exclaimed, "Sister Xinyue, look at how many lotuses there are in this lake. They're so beautiful." Su Xiaoxiao's words elicited a soft laugh from Shen Xinyue, who couldn't help but agree that the scenery here was indeed breathtaking. How wonderful it would be to share this moment with Yu. As the thought crossed her mind, a handsome face surfaced in her mind. and her bright eyes sparkled with anticipation. Sister Xinyue, look over there. There are fish. Iklemetsu shaojio, had exitement palpable. Shun Xinyue snapped back to reality and turned in the direction Xiao Xiao indicated. She spotted a white, koi fish gracefully swimming through the water, occasionally leaping out to expel its food before diving back into the depths, only to resurface moments later, its wet head brushing against the nearby lotus flowers. Wow, how beautiful! Shun Xinyue remarked, observing Xiao Xiao's fervent enthusiasm. However, a note of concern crept in her voice. Xiao Xiao, be careful not to fall in. She knew that although Xiao Xiao appeared carefree and bold, her heart was delicate and could not withstand too much excitement. With a sweet smile, Xiao Xiao reassured her, it's all right. With Sister Xinyue here, how could I possibly fall? Shun Xinyue shook her head in exasperation. This girl truly never seemed to grow up. Suddenly, Xiao Xiao's eyes widened in astonishment. She exclaimed, her voice rising in pitch. Sister Xinyue, I think I see your Yiyu. Although Xiao Xiao had never met Yiyu, Shun Xinyue had succumbed to her persistent requests to see a photograph of him. Thus, upon catching a glimpse of Yiyu, Xiao Xiao recognized him immediately. What? Shun Xinyue followed her gaze and indeed saw a figure standing on the shore, clad in white, with dark hair flowing in the breeze. Is that your Yiyu? Xiao Xiao's voice brimmed with excitement. Yes, it seems so, Shun Xinyue replied softly, though uncertainty lingered in her tone. Xiao Xiao, sit tight. Let us approach him slowly. With that, Shun Xinyue began to paddle the boat toward Yiyu's position. As they drew nearer, Xiao Xiao finally caught a clear view of the man's features. While he was not classically handsome enough to captivate the masses, his strong jawline and deep-set features, along with his somewhat bushy eyebrows and slightly elongated eyes, painted a striking picture. To an outsider, he might not seem worthy of Shun Xinyue, but in her eyes his profile was breathtakingly perfect, and his gaze was deep and contemplative, seemingly lost in thought against the backdrop of the vast lake, which only accentuated his noble demeanor. Shun Xinyue felt her heart race and her cheeks flush. How would he be here? Did he know she would come? Or was it merely coincidence? Surely he was unaware. As her visit had been spontaneous, there were no others around him. He must have come alone, or perhaps, in that moment, Shun Xinyue's mind was a whirlpool of possibilities. Sister Xinyue, Sister Xinyue. Su Xiao Xiao shook her gently, attempting to break her reverie. Yet, Shun Xinyue remained entranced by Yiyu, oblivious to Xiao Xiao's calls. Xiao Xiao quickly tapped her shoulder. Shun Xinyue finally snapped back to reality. Turning to Xiao Xiao with a dazed expression, Xiao Xiao gave her a knowing look and said, Sister Xinyue, stop daydreaming. I've been calling you forever. Why are you still unresponsive? I was just lost in thought, Shun Xinyue stammered, awkwardly touching her flushed cheeks. What were you thinking about? Xiao Xiao pressed, her eyes twinkling with mischief. Shun Xinyue cleared her throat, avoiding Xiao Xiao's gaze as she replied softly, Nothing much. Why did you call me? Xiao Xiao rolled her eyes. Even a fool can tell what you're thinking. Hurry up, we're almost at the shore. If you don't snap out of it, we'll capsize. At her words, Shun Xinyue widened her eyes and looked ahead, realizing they were indeed approaching the shore. Though her mind was filled with questions, she knew answers awaited them once they landed. She focused her energy on the oars, diligently steering the boat toward the bank. On the shore, Yiyu found himself in a predicament, trying to buy drinks for Chu Menghan, but forgetting her preferred flavor, leaving him in a quandary. Girls often had peculiar tastes regarding food and beverages, with numerous restrictions, which bewildered someone as straightforward as him. Just as he was lost in thought, a cheerful voice broke through, Hey handsome, need any help? Yiyu turned to see a girl in a blue floral dress with a ponytail, smiling brightly at him. It took him a moment to respond, and he frowned in confusion. May I ask who you are? With a playful smile, Su Xiao Xiao introduced herself. Hello, I'm Su Xiao Xiao, a close friend of Sister Xinyue. You can call me Xiao Xiao or Little Xiao Xiao. Shun Xinyue? Yiyu blinkit in surprise. Glancing around for her, but seeing no one else nearby, Xiao Xiao, sensing his confusion, called out to the still-anchored Shun Xinyue, Sister Xinyue, hurry up, Yiyu frowned. Following Xiao Xiao's gaze, and indeed it was her. Upon realizing Yiyu was looking at her, Shun Xinyue's face turned crimson, and she quickly averted her gaze, focusing on her task as she steadied the boat. That Xiao Xiao girl is really something, not even waiting for me, she thought. Just as she was about to step ashore, an unexpected mishap occurred. Chapter 80, A Hero's Rescue. Shun Xinyue felt a sharp pain in her ankle, causing her to lose her balance and tumble backward. Oh no! Yiyu, noticing her fall, instinctively discarded what he was holding and rushed toward her, but it was too late. With a loud splash, Shun Xinyue plunged into the lake, sending a massive wave crashing around her. Without hesitation, Yiyu kicked off his shoes and socks, diving into the water. Sister Xinyue, Sister Xinyue, are you alright? Su Xiaoxiao shouted, panic setting in as she rushed to the edge of the shore. As Shun Xinyue sank into the icy depths, fear gripped her, and she cried out, Yiyu, help, help, don't panic, I'm right here. Yiyu's familiar voice calmed her racing heart just a bit. The water was not particularly deep, but in her panic, she instinctively flailed about. The more one struggles in water, the more perilous the situation becomes, often leading to irreversible consequences. In a moment of urgency, Yiyu scooped Shun Xinyue up, using his legs to propel them both upward. Soon, buoyancy lifted her to the surface. When they finally emerged, Shun Xinyue had swallowed several mouthfuls of lake water, her face flushed and her breathing rapid. Yiyu hurriedly patted Shun Xinyue's back several times, attempting to help her regain her composure. Shun Xinyue gasped for breath. The near-death terror she had just experienced left her feeling quite unsettled. Are you feeling better? Yiyu squatted down to look at her, his cheeks flushed red from having swallowed some water, although he appeared somewhat disheveled. He could not conceal his ethereal charm. Shun Xinyue gently shook her head, fully aware that she had made a significant fool of herself today. I'm so sorry. Brother Yiyu, I'm so foolish and always causing you trouble, she said, her head bowed, her face awash with guilt. Yiyu reached out to ruffle her hair. Sister Xinyue, it's such a relief that you're all right, he exclaimed. Just as she caught her breath, she spotted Su Xiaoxiao's anxious and worried face, and tears instantaneously welled up in her eyes. Before she could utter a word, a wave of dizziness washed over her, and she weakly collapsed towards Yiyu. Observing this, Yiyu immediately caught her in his arms, probing her nose with his fingers and realizing that she had merely fainted from choking on water, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. Su Xiaoxiao quickly knelt beside them to check on Shun Xinyue's condition. How is Sister Xinyue? She asked. She just choked on some water, Yiyu replied. It's nothing serious. She'll wake up after some rest. Really? Su Xiaoxiao exclaimed with delight, then stood up to look at Yiyu. Thank you for saving Sister Xinyue. Yiyu waved his hand dismissively. Let us skip the pleasantries. Hurry and get Sister Xinyue to the hospital. She surely needs him for now. All right, I'll call right away. Su Xiaoxiao took out her phone, dialed the emergency number, and promptly hung up. Supporting Shun Xinyue, they made their way toward the parking area. The commotion from the incident swiftly attracted the attention of passersby, who began to gather around. I heard someone fell into the water. Let us go take a look. Chu Menghan sat listlessly on a bench, her elegantly long legs crossed, her fingers tapping lightly on her knee as she gazed at the spot where Yiyu had vanished, her thoughts adrift. Why is this guy taking so long to buy water? Just as she was about to get up, she suddenly spotted a crowd rushing toward the lakeside, accompanied by a cacophony of chatter suggesting something had occurred. Someone fell into the water? Her gaze instinctively followed, and she noticed a throng of people gathered at the lake, seemingly discussing something. Without a second thought, she stood up and ran in that direction. As she squeezed into the crowd, she caught a glimpse of a retreating figure. Yiyu, Chu Menghan pondered, the silhouette appearing strikingly similar to him. She turned to a nearby onlooker, an elderly woman, and inquired, Annie, what just happened here? Oh dear, you and T know. Someone fell into the lake. Who is it? Chu Menghan furrowed her brows. I'm not sure who exactly, but she was quite a beautiful girl. Thankfully, a brave young man saved her. Otherwise, Chu Menghan's pupils dilated in surprise. Could it be Yiyu? As for the elderly woman's description of the beautiful girl, she dismissed it, as she could never have imagined it was Shun Xinyue. Without hesitation, she took off in pursuit of the direction Yiyu had gone. She needed to ascertain whether he was all right. He always had a penchant for showing off. Yiyu escorted Shun Xinyue all the way, unable to disregard her in her unconscious state. After what felt like an eternity, they finally arrived at the hospital. Following a thorough examination, the doctor confirmed that she was not in serious danger, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Brother Yiyu, Xiaoxiao's Sister Xinyue, you're awake. Su Xiaoxiao exclaimed, leaning over the bedside, clasping Shun Xinyue's right hand with both of hers, tears of joy streaming down her face. Shun Xinyue opened her eyes, saw her, and smiled slightly. Xiaoxiao, I'm fine now. After saying this, she turned her gaze to the side and noticed Yiyu observing her intently. She offered him a faint smile and attempted to sit up, but as she propped herself on her elbows, a searing pain shot through her chest. Seeing this, Yiyu quickly pressed her shoulder down gently, speaking soothingly, Xinyue, just lie still and don't move around. She nodded, obediently lying back down, her gaze remaining fixed on him. Observing his concerned expression, her lips involuntarily curved into a delightful smile. Yiyu felt somewhat uncomfortable under her gaze, fidgeting with his nose and clearing his throat awkwardly. Ahem, you should rest for a while. I'll make a phone call. Shun Xinyue nodded. Watching his caring demeanor, and felt an unexpected warmth blossoming in her heart. As she gazed at Yi Yu's retreating figure, her smile widened. The feeling was quite extraordinary. Sister Xinyue, stop staring. You'll lose your soul if you keep looking, Su Xiaoxiao teased playfully. At her words, Shun Xinyue shot her a glare, retorting, "What nonsense are you spouting? I'm not." Clearly you are. Just look at how your eyes are glued to him." Hearing Su Xiaoxiao's teasing tone, Shun Xinyue felt a blush creeping on her cheeks and scolded, "Xiao, you're getting worse." Our sister Xinyue is shy. Su Xiaoxiao laughed heartily. "You cheeky girl. How dare you mock me? All right, I won't tease you anymore. But it's true. You owe your life to Brother Yi Yu. Without him, I don't know what we would do." Mentioning Yi Yu made a faint blush rise on Shun Xinyue's cheeks. Her earlier panic turned to reflection. As she recalled how he had held her during the rescue, she realized they had been so close, nearly crossing boundaries. This thought made her face burn hotter, and she raised her hand to cover her flushed cheeks with a blanket, wishing she could find a hole to hide in. "Sister Xinyue, what's wrong?" "Nothing. Nothing at all." Chapter 81. Yi Yu's thoughts. Yi Yu, are you all right? A familiar voice, laced with anxiety and urgency, echoed from his phone. After leaving the ward, he had immediately called Chu Menghan, feeling obliged to explain after having stood her up. Even though the incident had been abrupt and beyond his control, he hadn't anticipated her reaction would be so fervent. She must have already learned of the events. Leaning against the wall at the end of the corridor, he remained silent for a moment before slowly responding, "I'm fine. What could possibly be wrong with me?" Hearing his reassurance, Chu Menghan's heart finally settled back into place, though she still couldn't help but chide him. "Yi Yu, are you throwing your life away for the sake of heroism? What? Did she offer herself to you?" Yi Yu rubbed his forehead and sighed. "Where's your mind wandering to?" This Miss Chu had quite the vivid imagination. Did she really think him so shallow? Thankfully, she had never met Xinyue otherwise. Knowing he had saved a girl of equal beauty would have likely stirred up quite the tempest. Yi Yu shuddered at the thought. Such a scenario must not occur. "Which hospital are you at? I'll come find you." Yi Yu was taken aback by her words, nearly losing his balance as he straightened up against the wall in alarm. No, don't come over. I'm perfectly fine. It's nothing serious. I'll head home as soon as I finish up here." "Really? You seem rather reluctant for me to visit." Chu Menghan lay on her bed, propping her chin on her hand. Her eyes narrowed into slits as she spoke lazily. Originally, she had pursued Yi Yu, but by the time she dashed outside, he had vanished without a trace. With no knowledge of which hospital he had gone to, she had no choice but to relent. Once her panic subsided, she deduced from the accounts of bystanders that he was likely unharmed, and thus decided to return home and await his return. To her surprise, no sooner had she settled down than Yi Yu called her. Hearing him assure her of his safety allowed Chu Menghan to finally release the tension that had gripped her heart. As she relaxed, she couldn't resist teasing him, only to find his tone surprisingly reminiscent of a guilty thief. Could it be that the one he had rescued was a stunning beauty? The more she pondered, the more suspicious she became of Yi Yu. Ahem, Yi Yu cleared his throat, awkwardly shifting the subject. "All right, I have some matters to attend to. I'll hang up now. Talk to you later, bye." Wait on the other end. The line went dead, the busy signal ringing in her ears, clearly indicating he had disconnected the call. Chu Menghan stared blankly at her phone screen, a dazed expression on her face. "There's definitely something amiss," she murmured to herself. Tossing her phone aside, she buried her head in her pillow, her eyes fluttering shut momentarily before opening with a newfound determination. "I must uncover what this guy is hiding from me." After a moment of hesitation, she questioned whether confronting him directly might come off as unreasonable. "Oh dear, I'm so conflicted," Chu Menghan lamented, tugging at her hair, her legs twisting the blanket in a restless manner. She resembled a forlorn damsel in distress, a stark contrast to her goddess-like image. Suddenly struck by a brilliant idea, a mischievous smile crept across her face. Of course, there's the simplest and most direct approach. Meanwhile, Yi Yu, having ended the call, wore an expression of lingering trepidation. Wiping the beads of sweat that had inexplicably surfaced on his forehead, he silently rejoiced. Finally managed to evade that. He stood still for quite some time, gradually calming his racing heart. Why do I feel like such a scoundrel? I haven't done anything wrong, Yi reflected, feeling somewhat unjustly accused. Perhaps it was the remnants of their past life as a couple that lingered on. He always felt an inexplicable sense of guilt around Chu Menghan, especially when it involved other women. As for Shun Xinyue, he harbored no ulterior motives. They had barely reunited after so long. He wasn't a ravenous wolf, after all. He was merely a high school student. Engaging in early romance would be against the rules. Was it truly so difficult to aspire to be a good student? Did they all harbor feelings for him? Yi Yu touched his handsome face, lost in contemplation. Reflecting on the lives of protagonists in web novels who experience miraculous rebirths, he felt a sense of identification. Could it be that he was the legendary protagonist who effortlessly attracted women? His mind began to conjure a vivid image as he made his entrance. All the girls would flock to him, and amidst the adoration, he would triumphantly marry a wealthy beauty, ascend to the pinnacle of success, and win the heart of the school as Flower, achieving greatness at every turn. Lost in these thoughts, he couldn't suppress a grin, and his expression took on an oddly villainous quality, especially with his hair disheveled from his earlier plunge into the water. Nurses and patients passing by were startled, hastily retreating as if they had encountered a ghost. This guy must be unwell, Shu. Let us hurry away. Yu, sensing the peculiar glances from those around him, abruptly came to his senses and hurriedly rubbed his face, attempting to shake off the absurdity. How embarrassing! He chuckled awkwardly, quickly making his way back, internally reminding himself to remain composed. Having dreams is commendable, yet indulging in fanciful thoughts is rather impolite. Yi didn't genuinely believe his fantasies could materialize. Setting aside Shen Xinyue for now, based on his impressions and their interactions over the past few days, it seems she harbored some unique feelings for him. Yet, it could just as easily be a familial bond or something else entirely. As for Chu Menghan, he found her inscrutable, unable to fathom or even dare to consider the complexities of his feelings towards her. It felt utterly irrational. Their inexplicable reunion in this new life, intertwined for reasons unknown, left Yu treading carefully, filled with uncertainty. Although Yi was somewhat slow to grasp certain nuances, it did not imply a lack of intelligence. Too many illogical occurrences surrounded him, defying simple explanations of coincidence. Whether it was the sudden appearance of his ex-wife Chu Menghan or the long-awaited reunion with Shen Xinyue, he sensed that there were deeper reasons at play. He could not accept that the world was so small that upon his rebirth, the whims of fate had conveniently brought two extraordinary women into his orbit. If he possessed such fortune, why would he need to be reborn? Wouldn't he have perished long ago? Chapter 82. The first time? The second time? By 4 in the afternoon, after a day filled with bustling activity, Yi finally completed all the necessary formalities for Shen Xinyue as hospitalization. Hospitalization is such a hassle, he sighed, observing the payment receipts and various examination forms in his hands, feeling overwhelmed. The complexity of large hospitals, with their myriad departments and intricate procedures, made the task akin to navigating a labyrinth. One moment he was on the first floor, and the next he had to rush to the 10th. If luck was not on his side, and he overlooked any paperwork, he would have to return to rectify it, and if still unfortunate, even with all documents in order, the doctor might be off duty, requiring a return visit the next day. For an ordinary person, seeking medical attention was fraught with challenges. Yet, for someone like Shen Xinyue, such complications were non-existent. Su Xiaoxiao had already made arrangements with the hospital, but the requisite procedures still required someone to handle them. Thus, the task of running errands fell squarely upon his shoulders. The tales of heroically rescuing beautiful ladies were nothing but fabrications. In the hospital ward, room 303, as Yu approached the door, he could hear the laughter of two girls emanating from within. It appeared she was recovering well. Gently pushing the door open, he stepped inside, instantly capturing the attention of both Su Xiaoxiao and Shen Xinyue. Yu, you're back. Shen Xinyue exclaimed joyfully. Hee, Yu, you've worked hard. Have some water. Su Xiaoxiao chimed in enthusiastically, handing him a bottle of mineral water and guiding him to sit in a chair. This sudden display of hospitality left Yu somewhat bewildered as he placed the documents on the table, perplexed by the warmth of her greeting. What was his relationship with Su Xiaoxiao that she addressed him so intimately? Unbeknownst to him, during his absence, he had naturally become a topic of conversation between the two girls. Under Shen Xinyue's flattering descriptions and his performance that day, Su Xiaoxiao had readily accepted him. Thus, when her sister addressed him as Yu, it seemed only fitting for her to follow suit. Thank you, Yu replied, accepting the water politely, tentatively taking a sip. He shifted his gaze to Shen Xinyue, who lay in bed. Although her complexion was pale and her eyes weary, her overall condition had markedly improved. Her cheeks flushed with a healthy glow and her eyes sparkling with vitality. Yu subtly curved the corners of his lips, revealing a tender smile. You have no pressing matters, do you? Upon hearing this, Shen Xinyue's mind drifted back to the ripple of memories, and her heart raced with a sudden fervor. Her delicate face flushed a rosy hue as she lowered her gaze, shaking her head, too bashful to meet Yu's eyes. What does shaking her head signify? Is it a matter or not? Did I say something inappropriate? Why is she acting so shy? The voices in Shen Xinyue's mind only deepened her confusion. I truly overstepped. Yu is so forthright. It surely wasn't intentional back then. Yi Yu scratched his head in bewilderment, turning to Su Xiao, hoping she could provide clarity. Ahem, Su Xiao o kiriru harturoat. What Sister Xinyue was thinking was, of course, beyond her knowledge. But as her closest confidant, it was imperative that she intervened at this moment. What is the matter with her? Yi Yu inuited softly, concern lacing his voice. Su Xiao's eyes twinkled with mischief, an idea forming swiftly. Yi Yu, tonight I entrust Sister Xinyue to your care. The housekeeper just called to inform me that there is a fire at my home. Yi Yu, I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Su Xiao waved her hand and briskly exited the hospital room. Before leaving, she winked at Shun Xinyue, gifting her an ambiguous glance that suggested no thanks were necessary, her lips curling into a mysterious smile. Shun Xinyue was left utterly bewildered. How could this girl act so recklessly? If you didn't want to be a third wheel, at least concoct a better excuse. Isn't this intentionally putting me in an awkward position? Now, you would surely assume it was her doing. As Yi Yu's gaze returned from watching Su Xiao disappear from sight, he turned to Shun Xinyue. What is this? Upon noticing Yi Yu's gaze, Shun Xinyue hastily averted her eyes. Seeing her flustered demeanor, Yi Yu couldn't help but chuckle. He seemed to grasp something. Shaking his head slightly, Su Xiao had certainly misunderstood the situation. Strangely enough, this reminded him of someone, Zhou Tao. That guy was always setting him up for trouble. Don't get me wrong, Xiao isn't usually like this. Hee, I know. She seems like a very innocent young girl. Shun Xinyue let out a sigh of relief, realizing that Yi Yu did not mind her awkwardness. Feeling a bit more at ease, she attempted to inch closer to him. Let me help you. Yi Yu approached the bedside, extending his hand to assist Shun Xinyue in sitting up. The familiar touch sent a shiver down her spine, igniting her nerves. As she gazed at his handsome, sunlit face, her heart began to race. Throughout her life, aside from her parents, this was the first time she had engaged in such intimate contact with a boy. No, it should be the second time. Even in the past, it had only been her parents holding her hand. At least, that was how she remembered it. Yet Yi Yu's touch elicited a peculiar sensation, as if electric currents coursed through her body, leaving her tingling. Yi Yu remained oblivious to Shun Xinyue's unusual state. He carefully adjusted the pillow behind her, ensuring she was as comfortable as possible. All right, that should be better. Thank you, Yi Yu. Shun Xinyue kept her gaze lowered, feeling too shy to meet his eyes. For their current position was undeniably intimate. Yi Yu, satisfied, released his hold on her shoulder, and the enticing warmth he exuded seemed to dissipate, leaving her feeling oddly vacant. Shun Xinyue shook her head, admonishing herself for her shamelessness, striving to regain her composure. Noticing that Yi Yu seemed unaware of her inner turmoil, she breathed a sigh of relief and murmured, is something wrong? Yi Yu looked at her, puzzled by her hesitance. Shun Xinyue hesitated, biting her lip, then slowly turned her head. Gathering her courage, she said, Yi Yu, I'm fine on my own. You should rest. Emotionally, she longed for more time with Yi Yu. However, reason admonished her not to be so selfish. After all, he had no obligation to care for her. His willingness to save her in a crisis and remain by her side was already a source of immense gratitude. She could not afford to burden him further. Yi Yu was not surprised by Shun Xinyue's words. Despite appearing somewhat dependent on him, his childhood friend was inherently a strong and independent young woman. Me perfectly fine. You need to rest well. I'll stay with you, he said softly, pulling the blanket up to cover her abdomen. Really, there is no need. I'm truly okay now. Isn't and son also hospitalized? Shun Xinyue quickly protested, her tone rising in agitation. She clearly did not want to inconvenience Yi Yu. In truth, although Shun Xinyue had nearly recovered, she still felt vulnerable. Even if Yi Yu left, nothing catastrophic would occur. Yet, for a solitary girl, such a reality was rather harsh. If Su Xiao hadn't departed, Yi Yu would have naturally been unconcerned. However, her sudden exit left him with no choice but to stay, for he was now Shun Xinyue's sole support. As for Chu Menghan, although she had said she would return, under these special circumstances, he trusted she would understand. Yi Yu shook his head with a smile. Don't be stubborn, just rest assured. I've already spoken to my mother. She is recovering well enough to take care of herself. It's all fine. All right, I understand. I'll listen to you. Her voice softened significantly, yet her eyes still held a trace of defiance. Good. Yi Yu repeated contentedly. He then meticulously adjusted the bedding to ensure Shun Xinyue was as comfortable as possible before standing up to draw the curtains, blocking out the light. Having completed all this, Yi Yu prepared to exit the room. Just as he turned, Shun Xinyue called out, Yi Yu. He paused to look back at her, waiting for her to continue. Shun Xinyue, her head bowed, fell silent for a moment before suddenly gripping the hem of Yi Yu's shirt and whispering, Thank you. Yi Yu was momentarily taken aback, then smiled warmly Silly girl, why be so formal with me? I took care of you plenty when we were younger. Upon hearing him reminisce about their past, Shun Xinyu lifted her gaze to meet his, her eyes shimmering with a peculiar light. Yiyu, do you remember what I once told you? She asked softly. Her voice was delicate, like a feather lightly brushing against Yiyu's heartstrings, tinged with a trace of nervousness. Shun Xinyue's hand gradually tightened, hidden from Yiyu's view. Her palm slick with sweat. She was afraid. What if she heard a disappointing answer from him? If he remembered, everything would fall into place, allowing her to love him without reservation. Originally, Shun Xinyue had not intended to express her affection so soon, but upon seeing Yiyu's face and hearing his gentle words, she suddenly found herself unable to restrain her emotions. Moreover, following the unexpected incident today, her impatience had intensified. She pondered that perhaps her bravery and perseverance could bestow upon her a glimmer of hope and anticipation. For no one truly comprehends what the future holds, nor dares to assert whether it will indeed change. Should the outcome be preordained, she would still choose to take a leap of faith. She was determined to alter the fates of both herself and Yiyu. As Yiyu gazed upon Shun Xinyue, an inexplicable sensation surged within him. It seemed that Shun Xinyue harbored a unique sentiment towards him. Uncertain of the existence of such feelings, he feigned ignorance and inquired, "What do you mean? Brother Yiyu, you promised you would marry me." She mustered her courage, meeting Yiyu's gaze earnestly. Yiyu was taken aback. He had not anticipated her to broach this subject. However, they had been but children, not yet 10 years old. How could the words of children be taken seriously? Naturally, he had not forgotten his past words, but he had consistently chosen to overlook them. After all, who would regard such childhood games as genuine love? Except for Shun Xinyue. Suddenly, memories of their childhood play flashed in Yiyu's mind. It was a sunlit day, and he was clad in a cerulean short-sleeved t-shirt, dashing into the classroom with his backpack. Shun Xinyue entered through the back door, dressed in a blue and white striped school skirt, her braids bouncing as she smiled sweetly. They occupied the last row together, leaning over their desks to discuss their studies. At that time, Yiyu was not the lackluster student he had become. His academic performance had been commendable. In contrast, Shun Xinyue often struggled to pass, barely scraping by. One day, she suddenly burst into tears, and, as a compassionate boy, Yiyu panicked and hurriedly inquired about the cause. With red-rimmed eyes, Shun Xinyue sobbed, "Brother Yiyu, my mother said your grades are so poor that no one will want you when you grow up. Do you not want me either?" Yiyu vividly recalled the sight of her tear-streaked face gazing up at him with such vulnerability. It stirred within him a wave of compassion, prompting him to comfort her by gently ruffling her hair. He seemingly reassured her, "I will never abandon you. I might as well marry you when we grow up." Upon hearing his words, Shun Xinyue had smiled through her tears. Yet, she insisted, "Then let us make a pinky promise." At that moment, he merely thought her childish. "All right, a pinky promise," he relented. As the words left his lips, Shun Xinyue eagerly extended her pinky to intertwine with his. "Pinky swear, 100 years without change." "Yay, it's settled. I will marry Brother Yiyu and be your wife." This memory remained etched in Yiyu's mind. Yet he had not anticipated that after all these years, Shun Xinyue would recall it so vividly. Observing her hopeful expression, he could not help but sigh. How naive she was. Did she not realize that those were merely the fanciful musings of childhood? How could such words bind her spirit so tightly? Could a mere promise compel one to steadfastly love another? Love is not so simplistic. Faced with Shun Xinyue's sudden inquiry, he felt flustered, subconsciously unwilling to accept this as love. He preferred to believe that their bond was one of familial affection, lacking the courage to disrupt the delicate balance of their relationship. After all, he had been a failure in love once, and to embrace it again required time. Not wishing to delve deeper into his thoughts, he changed the subject. "It's getting late. I'll prepare something for you to eat." As Shun Xinyue watched Yiyu turn and exit the bedroom, she bit her lip, a profound sense of disappointment swelling within her. She had always believed that if she tried hard enough, one day Yiyu would be moved, that she could rescue him from the sorrows of his past life. Yet, reality had proven her mistaken. His heart remained encased in ice, impenetrable to anyone, and despite her utmost efforts, she was unable to reach the frozen depths of his soul.